In the dimly lit secret cavern, an ancient figure sat upon a broad stone seat, beside which stood an unadorned yet seemingly sharp scythe, inverted. His gaze was fixed upon the newcomer, or, more precisely, upon the small spirit clutched in the visitor's hand, whose fate remained uncertain. After a moment of scrutiny, the elder turned his solitary eye back to the creation he had brought into existence. Though he remained silent, the eye, clearly reflecting the three hook-shaped jade ornaments, seemed to exert an overwhelming pressure. Startled, the newcomer hastily began to explain in an animated tone, "I have dealt with all the intruders in the vicinity, but this child appears to be rather special. You instructed us to keep an eye out for those possessing unique talents, so I brought him back." Upon hearing the explanation from the individual clad in white, the elder withdrew his stern gaze, and the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, transforming him back into a figure, reminiscent of a flickering candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. "Who are these people, and have you ensured that all traces are eliminated?" As the elder spoke slowly, the white-clad figure replied urgently, "They are ninjas from the land of Earth, seemingly encircling the nearby village. Recent developments have begun to favor Konoha, and I cannot fathom what schemes the Earth Nation might concoct to counter Konoha this time." Get to the point. The elder, upon hearing the name Konoha, interrupted the incessant chatter. The figure in white jolted and hastily highlighted the crucial details. A few individuals fleeing from the nearby village were coincidentally driven into this area by their pursuers. It appears to be mere coincidence, not a discovery of anything significant. The elder nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from inquiring how the figure had dealt with the captured individuals, for if he could not manage such a trivial task, it would imply that he had lost his value for utilization. "And what of this child?" Upon mentioning the child in his possession, the figure in white instantly reverted to his exuberant demeanor, exclaiming with exaggerated excitement, "I had captured everyone, including the ninjas from the land of Earth, and those fleeing villagers, this child included. However, while I was tending to the battlefield, I was taken aback to find that this child had not perished, but had come back to life. Driven by curiosity, I conducted a thorough examination, but could not ascertain the reason behind his miraculous recovery. I thought Lord Madara might find this child intriguing, hence my decision to bring him back." As White Zetsu concluded, a flicker of interest appeared in the eyes of the elder, referred to as Lord Madara. He harbored no discontent regarding White Zetsu's slaughter of all who had trespassed into his domain, for that was precisely his directive. Under normal circumstances, the child should not have survived. White Zetsu would never defy his will or deceive him. Thus, it became evident that everything White Zetsu claimed was indeed true. Baiju personally ended the life of this child, yet while clearing the battlefield, he was astonished to find that the child had survived, and all fatal injuries had mysteriously vanished. Thus, he decided to bring the child back with him. How intriguing. A hint of a rather unsettling smile appeared on Madara's aged visage as he raised his hand, signaling Baiju to bring the child closer for a thorough examination. Should he find himself without a suitable successor as his time drew near, perhaps this child could offer an alternative choice. However, the fact that the bearer of his name was not a member of the Uchiha clan was, regrettably, a lamentable circumstance. So, it seemed prudent to wait a little longer. Madara's remaining Sharingan, a transplanted one, appeared to pierce through the darkness, transcending time and space, arriving at a bustling village. "Hashirama, I shall demonstrate to you that the path you have chosen is profoundly erroneous. My head. It hurts. Where am I?" In the dimness, a pair of eyes slowly opened, struggling to adapt to the shadowy surroundings. It took more than a minute before he could barely discern the objects around him. Before he could utter a word, vivid memories that did not belong to him began to surface and intertwine. After a few more minutes, he finally grasped the situation regarding his body. Who would have thought that such a glitch of transmigration would occur to me? Through the brief memories that had melded into his mind over the past few years, he surmised the world into which he had been transported. Villages, ninjas, the 5 great nations, chakra, ninjutsu. Though his new body was merely 4 years old and had emerged from a small village, he still retained some fundamental knowledge. Thus, after reviewing those memories, it was not difficult for him to deduce that he currently inhabited the perilous world of Naruto. As a typical 90s individual who had once indulged in novels and anime, he was quite familiar with the renowned works of the 3 major laborious manga. He had indeed followed Naruto from beginning to end. What? You say Naruto is not finished. Apologies, but he could not endure Boruto. It was utterly disheartening, so he chose to disregard it. Before his transmigration, he had been unremarkable, neither a soldier nor a skilled physician or agent, merely an ordinary 90s individual with divorced parents and a somewhat eccentric personality. Moreover, his last memory prior to crossing over was not a glitch incident of a car crash, a heartbreak leading to excessive drinking, or some bizarre accident. In truth, it was quite absurd and unfortunate. It was only 2020, and he had not even celebrated the Spring Festival. After just a few days of normal work, he inexplicably caught a cold and was subsequently admitted to the hospital. Yet, before he could comprehend the situation, upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in this place. It is indeed lamentable. It seems that the methods of transmigration have become increasingly arbitrary. Even catching a cold can lead to such an occurrence. No wonder these struggling authors can barely afford a meal, let alone a side of pickled vegetables. Fortunately, he bore few attachments his divorced parents had each established, new families, and welcomed new children. Even in his absence, there would be others to care for them in their twilight years. As for matters of the heart, there was little to lament, for he had been raised by his grandmother, who had already by the time he entered university. He had experienced romantic relationships, and with several years of savings combined with borrowed funds exceeding 100,000, he managed to afford a down payment on a home. Regrettably, he could only meet the mortgage payment for a month without ever having had the chance to reside there. As he swiftly reflected on the tapestry of his life, an indescribable sense of liberation washed over him. Perhaps embracing a new way of living would not be so bad after all. From this day forth, I shall live in your name, Aoi Kyu. Chapter 2. The most frustrating initial task as the young Xingyu awakened to a new life. The ever-watchful Baiju emerged from the walls, ready to report everything to Madara. Is that so? He has awakened? Bring him to me. Upon receiving the command, Baiju grinned and retreated back into the wall. Meanwhile, the aged figure seated upon the stone throne fell into deep contemplation. Long before Xingyu had succumbed to unconsciousness, Madara had conducted various examinations, even extracting cells for research. Yet, perplexingly, no matter how extensive his scrutiny, he was unable to uncover the secret behind the boy's resurrection. To all appearances, Xingyu was an utterly ordinary individual, so common that not even a trace of chakra could be detected within his being, let alone any extraordinary talents such as the bloodline limit. The notion of cellular mutation seemed utterly absurd. For Madara, who had personally transplanted Hashirama's cells to cultivate Baiju, the title of Uchiha scientist was inescapable. While perhaps not at the pinnacle of his craft, he believed that his evaluations and judgments were infallible. Thus, to ensure thoroughness, he even employed the power of his Sharingan to glimpse fragments of the boy's memories. The conclusion remained the same: ordinary. Born to ordinary parents in an ordinary village, the child exhibited unremarkable qualities. Although he had yet to become a ninja, the results indicated that he would likely only attain the rank of a middle-level ninja. The prospect of advancing to the elite status of Jonin seemed exceedingly remote. In days past, such a talentless individual would not even merit a glance from Madara. To him, even the most formidable Jonin were but slightly stronger ants, with only those at the level of Kage sparking any interest. This, of course, referred to the zenith of his powers. The only person Madara regarded as a lifelong rival was that singular individual. So where had the error occurred? Had Baiju deceived him? Such a notion was inconceivable. Was it a miracle? That seemed far too ludicrous. Thus, only two possibilities remained. First, that besides Baiju, there were other adept practitioners of stealth and medical ninjutsu covertly intervening. If so, vigilance would be paramount. But was that feasible? Baiju's avatars were scattered throughout the underground of the entire base, ensuring that no slightest movement could escape his detection. Even if there were indeed someone with the ability to remain undetected, the likelihood of them possessing extraordinary medical prowess was hardly greater than Hashirama suddenly reviving before him. The second possibility suggested that this child harbored a certain power, one that even Madara could neither see nor grasp. If so, perhaps it could serve as a safeguard in future plans. Resurrection. A glimmer of light flashed in Madara's eyes. This could represent yet another force that transcended the taboos of life and death, alongside the likes of Edo Tensei, reincarnation, and self-rebirth. At that moment, He failed to notice, or perhaps had completely exhausted himself after resurrecting that child. After all, the greater the desire for something, the more one must sacrifice. Clearly, a resurrection without cost is impossible. Thus, his inability to detect the energy that had dissipated entirely seems somewhat reasonable. Consequently, the initially murderous intent of Obito to eliminate and dissect the child suddenly shifted. Perhaps this unintentional pawn could bring him some unexpected delight. As he pondered this, a small figure entered behind White Zetsu. The child was dressed in tattered clothing, stained with blood, and his small face was grimy, rendering his beauty indiscernible. Yet, the brilliance contained within his eyes seemed to carry a hint of intrigue in that moment. Upon truly witnessing the living old Obito, Sora Miyuki could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. He swore to the lamp, this was purely a reflex. If one day you were to behold a living character from the second dimension before you, your instinctive reaction would surely mirror this expression. Although he had suspected as much upon encountering White Zetsu's distinctive persona, the reality of the situation still left him somewhat taken aback. Old Obito was alive. What year could it possibly be now? Such thoughts inevitably sprang to Sora Miyuki's mind. But in the next instant, an even more shocking event unfolded. Ding! System activation task triggered. Task name: The Rebellion of the Mischievous Child. Task description: remove at least one of the tubes inserted into Obito's back. Look at this ailing, decrepit old man before you. Let us remove his oxygen supply and send him on his way, courtesy of the mischievous child's earnest benevolence. Task reward: formal system activation, along with a mysterious novice gift package. Task failure: system will self-destruct immediately, don't ask. Just know it's had enough and wishes to perish. Upon hearing the sudden voice echoing in his mind, Sora Miyuki was utterly flabbergasted. While a golden finger is essential for any traveler, he was filled with anticipation. But what on earth was this activation task? It was set at hellish difficulty right from the start. What a farce. Moreover, the rebellion of the mischievous child, removing the tubes from Obito's back. Seriously? Removing the tubes from Obito's back was akin to threatening his very life, although the task merely required the removal of at least one. Sora Miyuki glanced at his own diminutive arms and legs. Surely, even in the world of Naruto, a 4-year-old child with no training would lack the capability to accomplish such a feat despite Obito being on the brink of death. It wouldn't take much to eliminate a child of that size. A mere glance could likely do the trick. Even if Obito were to disregard him, allowing him to play, he simply lacked the strength after all. The tubes extending from the external path of the magical figure could not be so fragile as to break with the tug of an ordinary 4-year-old child. This was truly a matter of life and death. As Shirkong Qingyu retracted his wide eyes and lowered his head to evade Ban's probing gaze, he frantically questioned in his mind, "System, where are you?" This task was utterly impossible to accomplish. However, this time, no voice responded, as if everything that had transpired was merely a figment of his imagination. Damn. Shirkong Qingyu cursed inwardly, then scrutinized the penalty for failing the task. It was an explosion of the system? What was going on? Did the system only punish itself for failing the mission? Was there such a silver lining? This system must be malfunctioning. Suddenly, his expression stiffened as he realized that this cursed system had likely merged with him. If the system were to self-destruct, what would become of them? This truly was a dire predicament. Was it to be a mutual destruction over a mere disagreement? The only consolation was that this wretched task did not impose a time constraint, so he would take it one step at a time. Sighing inwardly, Shirkong Qingyu then heard a voice resonate in his ear. "Child, your name." Looking up, he discovered that Ban had spoken after assessing him. He did not possess the confidence to defy this formidable figure from the world of Hokage, so he responded with a slightly trembling voice, "Shirkong." "Qingyu." "Shirkong." Reflecting for a moment, Ben confirmed that there was no such surname in the grand families of the ninja world, and he had never heard of any formidable individuals bearing the name Shirkong. Ben chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. Hadn't he already confirmed this? Why was there still a flicker of hope? His expression then turned serious as he posed a question that sent a shiver down Shirkong Qingyu's spine. "When you first saw me, I perceived astonishment in your eyes. Do you know who I am?" Upon hearing this, Shirkong Qingyu felt cold sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. He had been far too careless. If this ignited Ban's suspicions and he were to forcibly probe into his memories, uncovering the secret of his transmigration, it would all be over. No, I must remain calm. I need to steady myself. Chapter 3. You old fool, you're done for. During his unconsciousness, Sakeo Qingyu was unaware that Madara had already delved into his memories. Nor did he realize that Madara had only accessed the remnants of this body's memory, failing to uncover the suppressed recollections of his past life. Had he known, his fear would have dissipated. However, after forcing himself to regain composure, he suddenly considered that the situation might not be as dire as he initially believed. After all, his current form was merely that of a 4-year-old child. Madara was unlikely to regard him with any seriousness. This presented an opportunity, a distinct advantage, thus maintaining his trembling, rigid posture. Sakeo Qingyu nervously inquired, "You are the Grim Reaper, aren't you?" Simultaneously, his gaze discreetly shifted to the scythe standing beside him. As expected, nothing escaped Madara's remaining eye. He suppressed the ingrained skepticism within him, pondering why he would associate such thoughts with the astonished gaze of a mere child. A sign that perhaps he was indeed aging. "I am not the Grim Reaper. I merely rescued you from a group of ninjas. Regrettably, only you were saved." Watching Madara's performance, Sakeo Qingyu found it hard to believe that the truth was so simplistic. Yet the last memory retained in this body was of his mother fleeing with him, evading the pursuit of ninjas, while his father had long since been slain in the village, sacrificing himself to protect them. As for what transpired afterward, he could only recall an excruciating pain coursing through him before the world succumbed to darkness. Surely, he must have been attacked at that moment, evidenced by the tattered state of his clothing. Yet, why was he now completely unscathed? Dismissing these thoughts, Sakeo Qingyu resolved to navigate through this immediate predicament. He uttered a quiet thank you, his expression dimming as he seemed to recall something profoundly despairing and terrifying. It was too soon to express gratitude. "I shall ensure you repay this kindness." Madara, lacking the inclination to comfort the boy, stated the facts in a matter-of-fact tone. Yet, this was the essence of Madara's true character. To selflessly save another without expectation of recompense? Such folly was reserved for Senju Hashirama. Even if Uchiha Madara were to extend a hand to save someone, it would invariably be driven by ulterior motives or vested interests. Such a straightforward demand for repayment eased Sakeo Qingyu's anxiety. Evidently, this old fiend had no intention of abandoning or eliminating him, but rather aimed to exploit him. For someone as defenseless as he was at that moment, capable of being effortlessly crushed by any brigand, this was undoubtedly the most fortuitous news. He must cling to this temporary lifeline, hoping to extract some benefit, as he was currently of little assistance to Madara. Moreover, regarding the seemingly insurmountable task ahead, he had begun to formulate a plan, discovering a sense of direction, albeit requiring a lengthy wait. Thus, at this stage, survival was paramount. Thus, Shikami Aoi promptly nodded, expressing his determination to repay this kindness. "What must I do?" he inquired. "You are still too weak. For now, remain here as a servant," came the reply. "When the time is right, I will instruct you on how to repay this favor." Although Obito did not elaborate, Shikami Aoi refrained from pressing further, fearing that additional questions might entangle him in that ridiculous Moon Eye plan. That mad scheme was best left to young Obito. For now, he merely wished to successfully unlock his potential and then outlive Obito. With that, the world would be his oyster. Dominating the ninja realm? Confronting the Tsutsuki clan head-on? Such aspirations were not aligned with his character. Yet, at that moment, he remained unaware that the ridiculous system would wreak havoc on the life he had envisioned. In the ensuing 6 months, Shikami Aoi eagerly immersed himself in his new life. When Obito designated him as a servant, he truly meant it, treating him as such. Daily tasks included serving tea, cleaning, and other menial chores, duties that were entirely unnecessary. As for the promised support and early investments, there was not even a shadow of them. Not to mention, Obito had not imparted even the most basic chakra training methods or physical techniques. On several occasions, when he could no longer contain his curiosity, he was told that the time was not yet ripe. In those moments, he felt an overwhelming urge to curse, wishing to sever Obito's metaphorical lifeline so that the old man might meet his end immediately. However, weighing his own strength and limitations, he ultimately resigned himself to patience. After all, that day would inevitably arrive. He need not rush. He would allow the old man to prance about for a little longer. Though his initial plans to seek support had yielded no progress, he found a surprisingly pleasant rapport with the quirky white Zetsu. If one could tolerate the incessant chatter of multiple clones, one would find him quite engaging. And speaking of sustenance, his daily meals were sourced by white Zetsu, typically consisting of wild fruits and vegetables. Occasionally, a hapless beast might wander too close, improving their fare, yet he endured considerable mockery for this arrangement. After all, neither Obito nor the artificial white Zetsu required sustenance. Strangely, white Zetsu seemed particularly fascinated by the topic of defecation, questioning him for a staggering 15 days about what the sensation truly felt like. He even attempted to sneak a peek at Aoi during his moments of relief, which nearly drove Aoi to the brink of insanity, wishing for a colossal blade to dispatch the nuisance. Ultimately, it took considerable effort to divert white Zetsu's attention, narrowly escaping the peril of his dignity. Having failed to latch onto that nearly expired golden opportunity, he resolved to forge a rapport with the future Akatsuki's intelligence operative instead. There was little choice. Shikami Aoi could only console himself with such thoughts. Fortunately, Black Zetsu had yet to be unleashed by Obito. Otherwise, he would have faced yet another source of distress. On this day, Qingyu, as usual, lay on his bed in a daze after completing his assigned tasks, pondering when such days would come to an end. Suddenly, a powerful tremor swept through the entire secret base. Xiaobai, what is happening? Is there an earthquake? Qingyu shouted toward the seemingly empty front. At that moment, a white silhouette, comparable in size to him, emerged unexpectedly from the wall. This Xiaobai was one of the manifestations of White Absolute, essentially crafted to be his playmate. It's not an earthquake, it's a rock collapse above a tunnel. Two factions of ninjas are engaged in battle outside. The other manifestations are assessing the situation, and new intelligence will arrive shortly, Xiaobai explained. Resembling a character akin to Demon Boy Neza, ninja combat? A rock collapse in the tunnel? Could it be that day has finally come? Qingyu strained to recall the events surrounding the encounter between Old Man Spot and Obito, and his eyes brightened as he seemed to glimpse the possibility of completing his mission and activating his golden finger. During his half-year stay here, he had not been entirely idle. After establishing a rapport with White Absolute, he had managed to extract considerable intelligence from the outside world. Of course, these actions could not escape the notice of that old coot, but from the outset, he had no intention of concealing anything. After all, this body posed no threat whatsoever and was quite misleading. A seemingly aimless young lad, brimming with curiosity about the outside world. What's wrong with that? Such behavior is entirely reasonable. From the information he gathered, it was evident that the battle at Kamizuki Bridge was not far off. Time was indeed drawing near. He chuckled to himself, thinking that once Obito appeared, how far could the old man be from passing on his final instructions? As for this oxygen tube, he was determined to pull it out. P.S. All right, I won't pretend anymore. I confess. After taking a month off and then facing the new pneumonia outbreak, I've been stuck at home. And it's truly been dreadfully boring. So, glancing at my outline with 4 or 5 drafts saved, I impulsively uploaded a new book. I hope everyone can lend their support. Every bit of collection and recommendation matters, okay? Chapter 4. The Key to Breaking the Deadlock the Sharingan is a gift for you. Speaking of which, I haven't properly congratulated you on becoming a Jonin yet, Kakashi. So let this serve as a token of my congratulations for your promotion. As Obito uttered these words with a smile, despite being crushed by a massive boulder, both Kakashi and Rin, powerless to intervene, were momentarily taken aback. Kakashi's expression, filled with anguish, instantly fell into a state of shock, while Rin's tears, having paused for a fleeting moment, began to flow down her cheeks once more. They both understood the gravity of Obito's words, and their hearts ached with the unbearable pain of watching him, on the brink of death, make his final arrangements. It felt as if 1,000 knives were piercing their hearts. No matter what the villagers say, you are the finest Jonin. This is my last bit of goodwill. Please accept it. Also, Kakashi, I entrust Rin to you. With a smile playing on his lips, Obito entrusted Kakashi with his perfectly preserved left eye and implored him to look after Rin. As he felt the ground shake violently beneath him, his consciousness slipped into darkness. With this eye, you will surely be able to escape with Rin, right? Don't let me down. Kakashi, the clone has brought news. Lord Madara has returned with an injured child on the brink of death. Do you want to go see? The elusive Shiro suddenly emerged from the ground, glaring at Shikami Aoi with his lifeless eyes. Upon hearing this, Shikami's eyes lit up, and he immediately jumped out of bed, exclaiming, "Let us go. Where is it?" Lord Madara is currently in the medical room, treating him. The medical room, huh? Shikami Aoi grimaced for some reason. That eerie place was his least favorite within the entire base. Moreover, he knew that going there now would only create chaos and might raise the old man's suspicions. Thus, he decided to endure a little longer. After all, he had managed to hold on for half a year. What was a brief moment more? As for whether the rescued child was the pitiful Obito, he would find out soon enough. With that thought, he exited his room, his short legs taking him through a series of twists and turns to another location. This was one of the many spare spaces left behind after Madara established the base. Since it had yet to be utilized, he had claimed it as a crypt. The room was dim and empty, with two gravestones placed side by side on the central floor, memorials he had erected for his parents after settling down. Although the original Shikami Aoi had been killed, since he had been reborn and inherited this name, body, and everything else, it was only fitting that he repay this debt of gratitude. At present, he was still too weak. Unable to avenge the parents of this body or accomplish much else, he resolved to perform what little he could, fulfilling his filial duty. Additionally, there was a more pragmatic reason he preferred not to mention. It was a show for that old man. Is it easier to manipulate individuals who are deeply emotional and loyal, or are the cold-hearted and treacherous more trustworthy? Since one may not exhibit any immediate utility, why not create some for oneself? Such actions align perfectly with his current persona, presenting an opportunity that serves multiple purposes, alleviating his conscience while achieving his goals, truly a case of killing two birds with one stone. The only uncertainty lies in whether the old and cunning Madara will fall for such schemes. After respectfully honoring his deceased parents, Shikami Aoi rose once more, confident that all his actions would not escape the discerning eyes of White Zetsu and Madara. Thus, he would let time reveal the worth of his endeavors. Taking a deep breath, he turned and strode outside. Am I dead? On the stone bed, the mummified figure of Obito suddenly opened his eyes, but the dim surroundings rendered him momentarily disoriented. Where is this place? This is the liminal space between the underworld and the living world, a realm for the Uchiha clan. As soon as Madara spoke, Shikami Aoi, eavesdropping from outside, realized that this fellow was undoubtedly a pretentious fool. Such cringeworthy, melodramatic rhetoric could only come from someone utterly unashamed. No wonder so many were easily swayed by him. Furthermore, his wrinkled poker face made it impossible to discern the truth behind his words, elevating his air of superiority. No wonder he displayed little fear of Naruto's formidable verbal prowess. He was a legendary figure indeed. Your eyes. After a brief adjustment, Obito finally discerned some details and beheld the familiar Sharingan in the elder's gaze. Could it be that you're also of the Uchiha clan? Who knows? Look, here it comes again. When it comes to the art of pretentiousness, Madara reigns supreme in the ninja world. In any case, I, Shikami Aoi, am thoroughly impressed. Subsequently, the inexplicably cryptic dialogue continued within the room, and as Aoi listened, he felt himself yawning fate, karma, a world of peace, someone saved because of you. All of it lulled him into drowsiness. He could easily imagine the befuddled expression on Obito's face, utterly confused by the incomprehensible discourse. However, it was predictable that Madara's persona as a reclusive sage of the Uchiha clan was successfully established. Even someone as impassioned as Obito could not be easily swayed, let alone play the role of the ultimate antagonist. Yet, being single-minded has its advantages. Although Madara resorted to the classic tactic of leveraging gratitude for favors, urging Obito to repay his life-saving assistance, Obito persistently clamored to return to Konoha and seek out Kakashi and Rin. Nevertheless, Madara's brilliance lay in his apparent patience. It seemed he had yet to unveil all his strategies to coax Obito into submission. Thus, Obito's voice rang out from within. I have no idea what you've been rambling about, but I will not stay here. I am leaving. You are free to leave whenever you wish, provided you are capable of doing so. With that, Madara ceased his words and turned to exit. At that moment, Obito seemed to have remembered something and suddenly questioned loudly, "Who exactly are you?" "I have encountered all the members of the Uchiha clan. So, are you a traitor from Konoha?" "Konoha? A traitor?" Madara, who had his back to Obito, appeared to smile and, without turning around, uttered a phrase that sent a jolt of shock through Obito's very being. "I am the specter of the Uchiha. Uchiha. Madara." Obito's eyes widened in an instant, as if someone had grasped his throat. The doubts that swirled within him could not find their way to his lips. In his ears, the sound of the scythe dragging across the ground echoed, growing fainter with each passing moment. Chapter 5. The newly recruited junior upon stepping outside. I cast a glance at the frantic Shigong Qingyu, who was obsessively muttering, "You can't see me, you can't see me." I chose not to dwell on his earlier act of eavesdropping. Rather, it would be quite impressive if he could indeed evade my perception and hide outside. It simply did not concern me. The individual within your care is your responsibility. Whatever he wishes to do is of no consequence, as long as he remains alive. Understood. Lord Ban, Shigong Qingyu replied, feigning relief in a rather theatrical manner. Ban had always been performing, yet how different was my own act. At long last, I could engage openly with Obito, this future entity of significance. Once Ban departed, a glimmer of light flickered in Shigong Qingyu's eyes, only to be swiftly concealed. He turned and entered Obito's chamber. Upon entry, he witnessed Obito laboriously wriggling off the bed, collapsing onto his knees before him. If this were an animated scene, one could envision a flock of crows sweeping across the screen at this moment. The two exchanged wide-eyed stares for what felt like an eternity, as if time itself had come to a halt. Has it already become New Year outside? I haven't prepared any red envelopes, I remarked. All right, get up quickly. You're rather considerate, knowing to pay your respects. Very well, from now on, you shall follow me. Here, I will protect you. As long as you steer clear of that old man, if I get a piece of meat, you shall certainly have a bone to gnaw on. As I spoke, I playfully tapped Obito's shoulder, standing on tiptoe with an air of maturity. Alas, what could I do? My current body was merely 4 years old, while Obito was about 13 at this time. The only reason I could manage to reach his shoulder was due to his cooperation, certainly not a jab at his height. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Watching my newly acquired junior writhing on the ground like a large caterpillar, sweating profusely from the pain, I glanced at my small, delicate hand. So pristine, lacking in flesh, yet surely not capable of delivering such force? Could it be that my golden finger has bypassed the activation task and is now autonomously safeguarding its master? I pondered whether my little dough ball's fist could indeed crush Ban, that old scoundrel. After indulging in such whimsical thoughts, I noticed Obito's remarkable determination to crawl out, which caused several lines of annoyance to appear on my forehead. I say, if you wish to perish, don't drag me along with you. Lord Ban stated that as long as you remain alive, anything goes. However, if you continue this way, the artificial body crafted from Hashirama will surely fall apart. And then you will be doomed. I must leave this place, Kakashi. Rin, wait for me. With a resounding clap to my forehead, I lamented how utterly frustrating a single-minded individual could be. After taking a deep breath to steady my emotions, I crouched back down, ready to engage in earnest discourse with this fellow. By the heavens, were it not for your very existence being tied to my mission's success, I wouldn't be concerned about you at all. Listen closely, I have a tale to share, and I wonder if you might find it reasonable. Given your current state of health, it is questionable whether you should even venture outside. But even if you did, what would you do should you encounter an adversary? Your demise may not be of concern, yet what if you were captured? If that person you mentioned earlier, Lin, were to learn of your plight, would she not come to your rescue? At that moment, the enemy could set a trap, leading all who come to save you to their doom, while simultaneously extracting intelligence from your minds. In such a scenario, you and your companions would become the village's pariahs. You would be the one responsible for your friends' deaths and for subjecting the village to immense suffering. Can you comprehend the gravity of this analysis? Finally, Obito ceased his restless movements, falling silent, though the cold sweat beading on his forehead betrayed his turbulent emotions. Observing this, Qingyu could not help but smirk inwardly. Engaging with such a single-minded, impassioned youth about the pros and cons was utterly futile. After all, if they cared little for their own lives, what fears would they harbor? At this moment, Obito had 2.5 pressing concerns: Kakashi, Rin, and the village. Indeed, the village's significance in Obito's heart paled in comparison to the first two. One need only reflect on the ruthless actions he undertook after succumbing to darkness. Though he harbored deep-seated animosity towards Kakashi, he repeatedly refrained from taking lethal action against him. Conversely, his merciless assaults on Konoha, unleashing tailed beast in pain, were nothing short of brutal. Thus, no amount of reasoning could outweigh the urgency of safeguarding Kakashi and Rin's lives to instill fear in him. At last, Obito quieted. "You are correct. In my current wretched state, even if I were to locate Kakashi and Rin, I would merely be a burden. The war outside rages on. I must first heal before I can assist them." "Congratulations, you've learned to respond quickly." Qingyu gave him a thumbs up and then clapped the ground, calling out for 2 individuals to help return him to bed. As soon as the words left his lips, 2 white Zetsu clones emerged from the ground, startling Obito considerably. "By the way, what is your name?" Obito inquired, supported by the white Zetsu clones. "I am Shirgong Qingyu, a war orphan rescued by Lord Madara. Currently serving as a humble servant here," Qingyu replied with a narrow-eyed grin, seemingly unashamed of his status, even taking pride in it. Upon hearing the term war orphan, Obito visibly paused, and the wariness on his face diminished significantly. "I am Uchiha Obito, destined to become Hokage. Fear not, the war will soon conclude, and you will no longer need to hide here." Qingyu nodded with a smile, appearing to agree with his sentiment. Yet, in reality, truly. Uchiha Naruto, his experiences and character before his descent into darkness perfectly fit the archetype of a protagonist. It seems he merely lacks the essence of a reincarnated spinning top, resulting in his transformation into a candidate for the antagonist role, a disheartening fate indeed. Furthermore, his exceedingly naive demeanor is almost too painful to witness. However, never mind that. It is of no concern to me. Activating the golden finger and making an early escape is the path forward. It is far wiser to flee from this doomed vessel before it ultimately sinks. However, perhaps this is an opportune moment to swiftly enhance his favorability, lest he be met with a tragic fate should Obito succumb to darkness and forsake all connections. That would indeed leave him with no place to weep. The youthful and spirited Kagaya always shook his head, sighing as he set about preparing dinner. Although he was dining alone, there was no harm in making a sumptuous feast to celebrate. Unbeknownst to him, the words he had just shared with Obito had sparked profound inspiration within Madara. Chapter 6. The Devilish Brat series. A few days later, the figure of White Zetsu once again emerged from the wall. "How is the investigation progressing?" "All essential information has been gathered. Kakashi and Rin are vital companions of Obito. Not only did Obito sacrifice himself to save Kakashi, but he also bestowed his remaining Sharingan upon him. As for the one named Rin, she appears to hold significant importance to Obito. It seems that little rascal Qingyu has indeed pointed me in the right direction," he coughed, his voice interrupted by a fit of severe coughing. The frailty of his current body was becoming increasingly unbearable. Yet he firmly believed that Obito Uchiha was the final gift bestowed upon him by the heavens. "What do you intend to do? Should we simply capture him and coerce Obito into submission?" White Zetsu inquired after the coughing subsided. "No. I desire Obito to willingly serve me. I intend to plunge him into utter despair regarding this world, severing all ties and causality. Only with a shared goal can he become the next me, traversing the path I have meticulously laid out for him." In that moment, a terrifying and ominous aura emanated from the last remaining Sharingan in his eye. After outlining his plan for White Zetsu to execute, the base returned to its usual silence and tranquility with White Zetsu's departure. When the time was ripe, he would ensure Obito witnessed the most despairing scene in existence. "Hey, how is your recovery coming along?" Qingyu entered with a bowl larger than his own face, nonchalantly plopping down on the ground and burying his face in the bowl, devouring its contents with fervor. There was no rice to be found. The bowl contained only meat and vegetables, devoid of any seasoning, yet he relished every bite. Although transitioning from luxury to frugality is challenging, survival takes precedence, and having something to eat is far better than subsisting on mere fruit. He wondered if people in this world were inherently gluttonous. He estimated that his current appetite was roughly equivalent to that of an adult on Earth, and he never grew weary of consuming meat daily. Remarkably, He was merely a 4-year-old child who could afford to feed such a voracious eater. He patted his smooth little belly, pondering where all that food had vanished. Yet, recalling Naruto, who always needed extra helpings of ramen, he found solace in the notion that he was not alone in his insatiable appetite. As Obito observed Qingyu enter and greet him before indulging in his feast, he instinctively licked his dry lips. Despite the otherworldly entity grafted onto his right side allowing him to survive without food or drink, the innate craving for sustenance lingered within him. Especially with a glutton performing an eating show right before his eyes, who could withstand such a torment? I say, is this not meant for me? I feel I am on the mend. Struggling to rise from the bed, Obito propped himself up, his face resembling that of a specter, and forced a feeble smile towards Qingyu. However, it was futile. Qingyu swiftly concealed a large bowl of food behind her, regarding Obito with keen vigilance, and resolutely declared, Lord Madara has instructed that you are currently in the process of merging with the artificial body. Even if I were to feed you, you would merely regurgitate it. So, cast aside any hopes of nourishment until your integration is complete. Besides, the artificial body allows you to live without food or water. Such a boon is rare. Are you unaware of the countless souls outside who suffer starvation due to the war? Fine, if I can't eat, then I won't. How stingy. Obito was left speechless by her reprimand, unable to muster a retort against the little sprite before him. He resigned himself to lie back down, sulking. Witnessing this, Qingyu, who had retrieved the bowl, suddenly beamed with delight, reveling in the intended effect. Thus commenced the exclusive segment of the adorable child's eating broadcast. Whether to intentionally provoke him or not, she audibly smacked her lips, relishing the food in such a manner that Obito, with his eyes closed in an attempt to ignore the torment, began to swallow frequently. When the sounds of her feasting finally ceased, the beleaguered Obito let out a sigh of relief. Yet, his senses were soon tantalized by an enticing aroma wafting through the air, grilled meat. His eyes flew open, and he was astonished to find Qingyu holding a generous piece of grilled meat directly beneath his nose. Upon glimpsing the innocent and hopeful smile upon her face, Obito felt an inexplicable warmth wash over him, and he was ashamed for having internally criticized a child. Just as he was about to indulge in the succulent morsel, he was met with nothing but emptiness. Where's the grilled meat? Hey, just a whiff to whet my appetite would suffice. If Lord Madara discovers that I fed you grilled meat, I might very well become his next meal. Before he could finish his sentence, Qingyu deftly hung the meat on an iron hook and, seated on the bed, dangled a small fishing rod above Obito's head. Was this a fishing expedition or a fool's errand? Observing the devilish grin on her face, any semblance of innocence and purity vanished. She was nothing short of a little demon. With the aroma of grilled meat tantalizing him, yet repeatedly biting into thin air, Obito resembled a stranded fish out of water. Utterly defeated, after enduring the torment to the brink of exhaustion, regardless of Qingyu's attempts to entice him, even daring to bring the grilled meat to his lips, he found himself too weary to respond any further. This is dull. Are ninjas truly so lacking in perseverance? He mused. Just wait until I recover. I will surely be the first to have you strung up. Obito vowed fiercely. All right, I shall await your promise to hang me up, but given your current pitiful state, by the time you grow stronger, that foolish Kakashi will likely have married Rin and started a family. You will be left far behind. In society, my dear Qingyu, you are notorious for exposing other shortcomings. Impossible. Rin would never harbor feelings for that fool Kakashi. As expected, Obito immediately became agitated, bolting upright in an instant. It is difficult to predict. Perhaps by the time you return, those two might even have children capable of running errands. Qingyu's nonchalant remark undoubtedly ignited a fiery redness in Obito's eyes, and he genuinely feared that this provocation might awaken the dreaded three-tomo in him, which would be utterly comical. No, I must hasten my recovery and depart from this dreadful place to seek out Rin. With newfound determination, Obito gritted his teeth and commenced his rehabilitation, displaying an intensity that was truly hair-raising. Chapter 7. The despairing hell approaches. Days passed in monotonous tranquility, shrouded in the perpetual darkness of this cursed place. With the exits blocked and the passages sealed, both Qingyu and Obito were oblivious to the passage of time. However, as Qingyu's appetite steadily increased, his previously underdeveloped physique began to recover, even gaining a semblance of flesh upon his face, which brought him a sense of joy. Meanwhile, Obito, through relentless rehabilitation and exercise, gradually regained some mobility. He could now stand and walk unaided, no longer requiring the support of White Zetsu's clones. The fusion with the artificial body progressed remarkably well. At this rate, it would not take more than a year and a half for Obito to achieve complete recovery. On this particular day, Qingyu sat as usual upon Obito's back, devouring food from a large bowl, while Obito struggled beneath him, sweat cascading down his face. 998. 999. 1000. With a resounding thud, Obito collapsed to the ground after completing 1,000 push-ups under the added weight. I've finally adapted to this body. Wait for me, soon. Soon we will meet again, Rin, Kakashi, Obito thought, feeling the surge of strength within him as his hair grew significantly longer. At that moment, Qingyu, having stuffed the last morsel into his mouth, leaped off Obito's back. Despite not having received any training methods from Madara during this time, he had gleaned some fundamental physical training techniques from Obito, and in his spare moments, he accompanied Obito in his rehabilitation, avoiding becoming a little glutton while also gaining considerable strength. Madara observed all of this silently, neither hindering Qingyu's solitary training nor imparting any knowledge, seemingly adopting a hands-off approach that contrasted starkly with his meticulous guidance of Obito. This neglect began to sow seeds of doubt in Qingyu's mind. He questioned whether he had misjudged Madara's intentions. If Madara appeared to have no need for him, why then had he saved him and allowed him to remain in this place, living off his goodwill? Surely, there must be some underlying reason unbeknownst to him. Yet, regardless of how he probed White Zetsu's clone, he could extract no information, leading him to suspect that this old man was merely a benevolent benefactor. Just then, White Zetsu's figure suddenly emerged from the wall, urgently calling out to Obito, "I just returned from the outside. The situation regarding Rin and that fool Kakashi is dire." Qingyu, who had been on his way to wash the dishes, halted abruptly. Is it finally beginning? After waiting so long, it seemed Madara's plans had reached fruition, and now it was merely a matter of Obito taking his place as the actor. This opportunity would also allow him to fulfill his own mission and escape this wretched place. Yet, when the day finally arrived, he found himself utterly devoid of joy. The foolish Obito, the one trailing behind, was on the verge of vanishing completely, to be replaced by the incarnation of madness crafted by Madara, Uchiha Obito, who was born from the depths of despair and sought to overturn the world, a pitiful soul who had never truly found liberation even in death. Though their time together had not been particularly lengthy, the months spent in each other's company, filled with banter and camaraderie, had led him to reluctantly admit that he did not harbor any disdain for this foolish individual. Despite Obito's persistent denial of being his protege, the thought of subjecting him to the endless abyss of despair weighed heavily on him. Seizing his fists tightly, he yearned to reveal the truth to Obito, urging him not to proceed, yet he was acutely aware that uttering a single word would seal his fate. Madara, having schemed for so long, would never tolerate any disruption to his plans, especially from someone as vulnerable as he, a mere child who could be easily crushed. Thus, in the interest of self-preservation, he resolved to feign ignorance. "Forgive me for my selfishness." Suddenly, chaos erupted. They found themselves encircled by the ninjas of the Mist Village. At the instant White Zetsu uttered those words, Obito's expression shifted dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, he leapt from the ground, charging toward the colossal stone gate, summoning every ounce of strength for a devastating punch. Yet, despite his utmost effort, his strike merely shattered the gate's surface, while his newly adapted artificial right arm could not withstand the impact, fracturing and falling to the ground. Obito groaned in agony, clutching his broken arm with his left hand. "Your current body cannot shatter this stone gate," a White Zetsu clone declared as it materialized behind him, presenting this harsh reality. "I must rescue Kakashi and Rin." His resolve seemed to resonate with the clone, which replied, "Then allow me to lend you my body." As it spoke, the White Zetsu clone enveloped Obito's form. "Are you not Madara's subordinates?" "Why this?" Obito questioned, bewildered. "Let us go. You intend to save Kakashi and Rin, do you not? If you delay." "Thank you," he exclaimed, oblivious to the betrayal. With that, he surged forward, obliterating the stone gate with a single powerful strike. Utilizing the might of the golem while still connected, Impressive indeed. The white Zetsu within the wall praised without reservation. Are you departing? Madara seemed to finally grasp the situation, lifting his gaze to ask quietly. You saved me. For which I am deeply grateful. However, I must leave. I have to. You are too hasty. Expressing gratitude at this moment may be premature. I doubt I will return. With clenched teeth, Aya stepped forward, inquiring, Must you truly go? Your body still. Noticing Aya's concerned gaze, Obito felt warmth blossom in his heart. A smile gracing his features. I must go? Thank you for your care during this time. Once the war comes to an end, I shall return as promised to escort you out, or you may request that the fellow known as Baiju transport you to Konoha, where you shall certainly see me again. Alas! Qingyu sighed helplessly within, for when he had spoken earlier, Madara had already cast him a fleeting glance. He had taken such considerable risks, hinting at everything possible, yet Obito, that fool, still believed it was his reluctance to let him go. Truly, his intellect is beyond redemption. In any case, I have expressed my gratitude, and now I must take my leave. Chapter 8. You have removed your oxygen tube. You shall surely return. And at that time, I shall graciously accept your heartfelt gratitude. Listening to what Madara had to say, Kiyu felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Madara nearly pressed his finger against Obito's forehead, declaring, This entire incident was orchestrated by me. Believe it or not. Kiyu acknowledged that his foresight allowed him to perceive the truth with such clarity. However, the intricacies of Madara's scheme and the veiled implications were indeed abundant. A typical person, even if initially oblivious, would eventually sense that something was amiss and begin to harbor doubts. Yet, the corrupted Obito had completely lost his mental faculties and could not think rationally. Alas, donning the guise of white Zetsu, Obito walked away, exuding an air of arrogant confidence. Meanwhile, Kiyu, feeling somewhat despondent, was acutely aware of his own frailty and the helplessness it engendered. The sole piece of good news was that Madara seemingly harbored no suspicions regarding his indiscreet remarks. After all, no one would suspect that within this child's body resided the soul of an adult from another world. I shall sever all the ties of causality in this world. This is the purpose of my return. As Obito, radiating an aura of menace and foreboding, stepped back into the fray, he uttered these words, causing the corners of Madara's mouth to curve upwards in a sudden smile. Standing beside Madara, Kiyu sighed once more upon witnessing Obito's emotionless gaze, one that had evolved directly from the Tomo to the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. This tragedy was indeed unfolding as anticipated. Madara's plan had succeeded, successfully compelling the once kind-hearted Obito to witness Rin's death, to behold Kakashi's hand in her demise, and to experience the most harrowing and despairing scenes of hell on earth. This not only catalyzed Obito's evolution into the Mangekyou Sharingan, but also irrevocably steered him toward the doomed vessel of Madara's design. And yet, he remained powerless, forced to watch helplessly. Had he not been seen by others? A faint smile of satisfaction crept across Madara's aged visage. Only I bore witness. Obito had vanquished all enemies and had even independently grasped the wood release, cutting technique, thus there were no issues. It seemed, however, that he was reluctant to strike Kakashi. Yet, Kakashi had seen nothing. When the reinforcements from Konoha arrived, he was still shouting, Who took down the enemy? The peculiar smile on White Zetsu's face indicated the absurdity of it all. Was he unwilling to act against a former comrade? No, I simply do not care. Whether that individual exists in this world or not is of no concern to me. For in the world I am about to create, both Kakashi and Rin shall reside. Tell me how I can bring forth the world of my dreams. Madara, there is no need for your thanks. Come here. From this day forth, you shall be the savior. Look into my eyes. In an instant, both Madara and Obito stood completely still. However, having witnessed this scene, Qingyu understood that it was Obito's spirit being drawn into Madara's illusionary realm. Within that space, Madara would impart the so-called Eye of the Moon plan entirely to Obito, ushering in a new chapter. Once Madara had entrusted everything to Obito, both of their bodies trembled simultaneously, breaking free from the illusion. Obito, I bequeath to you the Uchiha's forbidden techniques, the Six Paths technique, and the Yin-Yang release. Furthermore, I have infused my will into this vessel. You may consider half of it as me. This too is a product of deterioration. You can utilize these beings created through yin-yang release as your pawns. That black rod is the manifestation of my consciousness, which you may employ while using the 6 paths technique. Lastly, this little brat. You may choose to slay him or keep him as a pawn, as you wish. Madara's cold, indifferent gaze instantly plunged Qingyu into despair. Indeed, from the very beginning, no one had cared about his fate. As for Obito, at this moment, the darkened Obito did not even spare him a glance, merely uttering a curt acknowledgement. After imparting all his directives, Madara took a few steps forward, and the tubes behind him tensed instantly. Yet this time, Madara continued to pull forcefully. As the saying goes, opportunities are fleeting. Damn it, I'm going all in. Having awaited this day, Qingyu quickly bent down to grasp a tube from the ground and pulled back with all his might. He had always believed this was a mission destined for failure. Until a sudden realization struck him while recalling the events. Madara had voluntarily chosen to sever the tubes of the outer path golem and end his life after transferring his will to Obito. This was evidently the key to breaking the deadlock of his mission. In any case, Madara was currently intent on dying and would likely overlook his minor actions. Whether he would succeed and whether the system would recognize his efforts were beyond his control. He could only do his best and leave the rest to fate. Hoping that his life was not yet forfeit, this was the only method he could conceive to accomplish the task. As Madara struggled to free himself from the outer path golem, he seemed genuinely unconcerned with the minute details. With a crack, the tubes connected to his back shattered. Meanwhile, Qingyu, exerting force from behind, found himself sitting on the ground. Excellent. First, the tubes have broken, and he noticed that neither Kagaya's white Zetsu nor black Zetsu, nor Obito, were paying him any heed, their focus instead on the dying Madara. Mission accomplished. Now, the only concern was whether the system would acknowledge this clever means of task completion. Ignoring Qingyu's clandestine maneuvers, Obito's remaining Sharingan dilated in shock. Panting heavily as he struggled to breathe, Madara, staggering back to his seat, uttered his final words. Very well. Go forth. During this interval before my resurrection, you shall be Uchiha Madara. With the last words spoken, Madara breathed his last. All that remains shall be inherited by Obito. Yet, Qingyu, who sought to cling to power, gained not a single benefit and now faces Obito's ultimate judgment. Whether one lives or dies rests solely upon his whim. Had it been the Obito of yore, Qingyu would have felt no trepidation regarding his safety. However, the current Obito, transformed into a figure of darkness, exudes an alarming menace. Who can say whether he might be ensnared and extinguished with a mere flick of the wrist? What do you plan to do with this little wretch? Kurizetsu inquired casually. I have yet to decide. For now, let us deal with Madara's remains. Obito replied as he approached Madara's lifeless form and extended his hand, directly removing the implanted Sharingan. Since Madara ultimately chose you, this little wretch has lost all reason to exist, especially considering how much he knows. I am now Uchiha Madara. I require no guidance from you on what must be done. Should you wish for death, I can grant you a swift passage. With a mere glare, Kurizetsu promptly fell silent. Chapter 9. The Multiverse Self-Destruction System officially activated. Ding. The activation task has been completed. The Multiverse Self-Destruction System is now officially operational. The beginner's gift pack has been distributed. Please check it yourself. In the confines of his room, Siguang Qingyu, too frightened to make any movement, was perusing the system in his mind. Although the successful activation of this golden finger brought him great joy, the name of this system seemed rather peculiar. However, upon reflection of his first task, it was indeed a reckless endeavor. The name of this dogged system could not be more fitting. After pondering the system's name, Qingyu began to critique the interface. As far as he knew, from reading certain system-themed novels, such systems were typically grand and sophisticated. How was it that his system appeared as a desolate graveyard? Moreover, there stood a tombstone right in the center, and upon closer inspection, he was astounded to find that it bore his own name. How could it be that he was not yet deceased, yet a tombstone had already been erected? Dogged system, come out here. We need to have a serious discussion. Qingyu screamed in his mind. The result was a few large characters appearing before him. The system is dead. For inquiries, please burn paper offerings. What the hell? To be burdened with such a nonsensical system, Qingyu trembled with rage. With a heart as clear as ice, he remained unperturbed by the collapse of the heavens. Resolute, he decided not to stoop to the level of this dogged system and opted to delve deeper. He concentrated his thoughts and touched the tombstone. Why did it feel so awkward? In an instant, the distant view zoomed in, magnifying the tombstone several times over, allowing all the smaller inscriptions to come into focus. Remains, Siguang Qingyu, achievements in life, an unreliable rascal, burial goods. Beginner's gift pack X1, remains qualities, a fighter amidst garbage, recommended for immediate burial. Trembling with rage, Siguang Qingyu's entire body shook, his complexion darkened to a hue of fury, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Dog. System. I will not let this stand. Like a person afflicted with Parkinson's, he clicked on the burial goods section again, inhaling deeply before opening the beginner's gift pack. If the world were to turn against him, this gift pack might be his sole opportunity for a comeback. Thus, during the activation process, he momentarily forgot the humiliation inflicted by this dogged system. The beginner's gift pack has been opened. Randomly obtained 3 burial goods. Wishing you a pleasant self-destruction experience. Do remember to leave a 5-star review down below. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired inferior self-healing body, thorn aura, and hardening. Qingyu hurriedly examined these 3 burial items. First, the inferior self-healing body, which can consume stamina to accelerate the healing of wounds, albeit the LV0 version merely doubles the self-healing speed. What good is doubling the speed? A wound that would heal in 2 weeks is reduced to 1 week. Well, better than nothing. The second item is the LV0 Thorn Aura, which activates passively. Its effect reflects 10 of the damage from an enemy's melee physical attacks. It seems acceptable? What nonsense. Perhaps this will prove useful in the future. But in his current predicament, it offers no assistance whatsoever. When a Beto strikes him, he will perish. What does it matter if there is a counterattack? What difference does it make? Then there is the final ability, hardening. This effect consumes stamina to enhance bodily resilience. It is an utterly mundane capability. Behold these 3 extracted burial items, self-healing, damage reflection, and defense. It's all here. This is truly encouraging him to tread further down the path of self-destruction. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, this hardening is quite practical. It could save his life in a critical moment. Sigh. With a slight sense of reassurance, about the width of a hair, Qingyu delved once more into the system, ultimately confirming that he possessed no other trump cards before succumbing to a drowsy slumber. The following day, when Qingyu groggily opened his eyes, he was immediately startled. For there stood a Beto, wielding Madara's scythe, looking utterly lifeless by his bedside, seemingly poised to escort him to the afterlife at any moment. Qingyu could not decipher Obito's thoughts at that moment and struggled to swallow. For a brief instant, neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Am I going to die? After pondering this, Qingyu gritted his teeth and broke the silence, fearing that if they continued this standoff, he would indeed be struck down. Observing his fearful demeanor, Obito lowered his eyelids and slowly spoke. Although Madara said it would be fine to kill you, I wish to offer you a choice. The first option, I will seal your mind to prevent any information from leaking, then have White Zetsu escort you away. After that, your fate is of no concern to me. The second option, work for me, but you may find yourself meeting a swifter demise. Now choose. Upon hearing these 2 options, Qingyu sighed in relief. It seemed his previous efforts had not been in vain. Despite Obito's descent into darkness, he decided to let him off the hook, considering their past bond. As for which path to choose, must it even be contemplated? Of course, it was the first. Ding. A self-destructive mission has been issued. Mission name. I want to be a villain. Description. Choose to assist Obito. How can you falter in the face of a dear friend's plea? Phase 1 reward. A dilapidated wooden treasure chest X1. Mission failure. The system will immediately self-destruct. I long to die. Phase 2. Not yet unlocked. What the hell? Gazing at the suddenly revealed self-destructive mission, Qingyu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Is there no way for him to survive this? To confront Uchiha Madara right off the bat, and now to deal with the darkened Uchiha Obito, this Uchiha surname is truly toxic. Observing the fluctuating expressions on his face, Obito felt a flicker of confusion within. Logically, he should not be hesitating. Selecting the first option would have sufficed. This was the only assistance he could offer him. However, mere seconds later, he declared, "I choose the second one." Upon hearing this resolute choice from Aoi, Obito was momentarily taken aback. Why would you do that? Isn't living well enough? Have you truly contemplated this decision? Choosing this path may very well mean you won't see tomorrow. Obito's expression shifted, nearly compelling him to point accusatorily and urge him to select the first option. Meanwhile, Aoi was on the verge of tears, internally lamenting, "I understand. I truly do. Yet, the more you emphasize the peril, the more this confounded system leaves me with no alternatives. I beg of you, please stop." Chapter 10. Forgive me, but I am an undercover agent. Are you truly prepared to tread this path? Dato inquired, his expression dark and brooding. Chingshu numbly nodded in response. Why? Dato fell silent for a moment before posing the question again. Unable to articulate the genuine reason, Chishu fabricated a poignant tale. Did we not agree that once the war concludes, you would come for me? Moreover, as a war orphan like myself, I surely cannot survive out there. Dato's body jolted, seemingly reminiscing about their past days filled with playful banter and his youthful promises of protection. Suddenly, the tension in his face eased, and his gaze toward Chingshu softened. It is precisely for this reason that I cannot allow you to remain. This place is hell, and only demons belong in hell. Having chosen this path, you must not harbor regrets. With those final words, Dato reverted to his indifferent demeanor and turned away. Chishu exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet he found it peculiar that despite his decision being made, the mission prompt had yet to indicate completion. You have grown soft. Dato, Baiju appeared beside him, grinning mischievously. No, I have kept him because he still possesses value, Dato retorted coldly. Oh, what value does this useless little brat hold? You must have realized by now that Madara-sama chose not to teach him precisely because he recognized that this one would remain an ordinary ninja throughout his life, rendering any effort to cultivate him unnecessary. Heiju interjected. Dato fell silent, then after a few seconds, he spoke slowly. If Madara has already discerned this, why then does he choose to keep him? That man must have his reasons. I am merely fulfilling what Uchiha Madara ought to do. Upon hearing this, both Baiju and Heiju fell silent. Are you then prepared to keep him? No, send him away, to Konoha. To Konoha? Baiju was momentarily taken aback. I have stated, he holds value. War orphans with such ordinary potential are among the resources that major ninja villages reclaim. If one's talents were exceptional, the villages would investigate thoroughly. Thus, this presents an opportunity. He could seamlessly infiltrate the inner workings of Konoha and, when the time is ripe, undoubtedly become an asset to me. Dato's reasoning appeared sound, yet, if it is merely a matter of gathering intelligence, my shadow clones and I suffice. It seems unnecessary. I trust my judgment, and you are to obey my commands. Do you understand? With that, Dato closed his eyes, though Chingshu's choice surprised him. He swiftly conceived a means to temporarily distance him from hell, for he believed that this war would eventually end, with Konoha emerging victorious. In this manner, the world may usher in a fleeting period of peace, with Konoha standing as one of the safest havens. There, Aoi can grow up safely, and once his plans come to fruition, he will fulfill his promises. Unbeknownst to him, after witnessing Kakashi personally take Rin's life, the last remnant of softness within Obito's heart is unexpectedly tied to a mere child yet to mature, a notion that perhaps Madara never anticipated before his demise. As the tail end of the year 47 in Konoha draws to a close, with the village triumphantly emerging from the battles of Kaiki Mountain and the Kanabi Bridge, the western front of the Third Great Ninja War comes to an end. The beleaguered Iwagakure, having failed in its attempts to seize victory, retreats in disgrace, leaving chaos in its wake. Countless villages lie in ruins, their landscapes marred by the horrors of war, with corpses strewn across the ground. Meanwhile, the Konoha ninjas tasked with the aftermath diligently clear the battlefield while gathering the surrounding war orphans to transport them back to Konoha in groups. Some may assert that wars are fought over wealth, yet the true essence lies in the preservation of population. Following a series of fierce confrontations, freshly graduated genin from the Ninja Academy are dispatched to the front lines at an astonishing pace. Should you encounter a group of children around the age of 10 wielding kunai and engaged in combat, do not be alarmed. Most adult ninjas have already perished in battle. All major ninja villages have experienced a drastic decline in population. If hostilities persist, even 4- or 5-year-old children may soon find themselves on the battlefield. Consequently, the gathering of war orphans has become an unspoken agreement among the various ninja villages, kept discreet from public view. These homeless children will undoubtedly contribute significantly to the future of their villages. The new lives they will bring forth as they grow will replenish the villages with much-needed vitality. Moreover, a considerable number of these children, having endured the sorrows of war, will likely emerge as formidable new ninjas. Thus, in the end, the true sufferers of war are not the 5 major ninja villages at the center of conflict, but rather the small, devastated villages and the ordinary people who are powerless to resist. As for hatred, spare me the jest, if such trivial matters cannot be resolved. What is the point of waging war? A little kindness and some reprogramming of thoughts will suffice. What can a group of forsaken children truly stir up? In such dire circumstances, after several days of hunger, feeling faint and disoriented, Aoi Shikigami and a few fellow children are finally discovered by Konoha's reinforcements. The moment he glimpses that familiar forehead protector, tears well up in his eyes. Heaven knows how he has struggled to survive since being cast into a remote forest by White Zetsu. Had it not been for the 3 abilities he drew from the novice gift pack, he would likely have met a grim fate, becoming nothing more than fodder for the beasts. Moreover, fearing that White Zetsu was covertly observing him along the way, he dared not reveal his abilities. Living a life of profound misery, one after another, he encountered a dozen war orphans, but by the time they emerged from the forest, only 4 or 5 remained. The others had either been taken by beasts or succumbed to starvation. As for those who lacked the strength to keep up and fell behind, their fate was even more dire. Upon his departure, that wretched mission finally stirred to life. Phase 1 completed. Reward: a decrepit wooden chest X1. Phase 2 unlocked. Mission title: Who is the undercover agent? Description: infiltrate the Hidden Leaf Village and occasionally stir up some trouble. Mission reward: dependent on completion status. Mission failure: don't ask. It results in self-destruction. Phase 3. This mission bore a resemblance to the tasks assigned by Obito. Yet neither Obito nor this insufferable system provided clear instructions on what he was to do. It seemed he must rely on his own ingenuity. However, this mission truly appeared to be increasingly perilous. Alas. Chapter 11. Arrival at Konoha in the Land of Fire, within the renowned village of Konoha. Aoi Mikigami mingled amidst a throng of children, his curious gaze surveying the surroundings. Unlike the other children, however, there was a discernible lack of numbness and unease in his eyes. This subtle distinction went unnoticed by those around him. "Thank you for your efforts," remarked one of the guards at the village gate, having verified the identity of the leading jonin. Had it not been for Lord Minato's valiant intervention, who knows how long this war would have dragged on. The jonin accompanying him echoed this sentiment. Indeed, you've just returned and may not yet be aware, but only a few days ago, the defeated Sunagakure also signed a new peace treaty with us. Now, only Kumogakure remains unresponsive. Yet that should not be a cause for concern. The war will likely conclude swiftly. Is that true? That is splendid news, he exclaimed. But enough talk. I must take these children to complete their tasks. Once I finish my shift, I shall treat you to a drink. That is a promise, haha. As he stepped into the illustrious Konoha, Aoi endeavored to conceal his uniqueness while reflecting on the news he had just heard. It appeared that this moment marked Konoha's resurgence to the pinnacle of the ninja world, compelling the other great nations to sign treaties of defeat. The legendary Sannin Jiraiya and his peers must have already departed, yet Konoha remained the triumphant camel in this war. The forthcoming period promised relative tranquility until a significant event would inevitably plunge the already concluded Third Shinobi World War back into chaos. Engrossed in these thoughts, Aoi made his way to the Konoha hospital, joining the throng of children. "Is this the last batch?" inquired a medical ninja adorned with the Konoha forehead protector, his tone devoid of emotion as he confirmed the task documentation. The leading jonin nodded, indicating that all the war orphans had been gathered here, 42 in total. "My mission is complete. The rest is in your hands." The medical ninja acknowledged him, and several individuals emerged to escort the war orphans inside. While all major ninja villages were eager to bolster their populations, merely bringing back the war orphans was insufficient. A comprehensive series of examinations and both physical and psychological treatments were imperative. Most of those who had survived bore physical injuries and had endured the harrowing trauma of witnessing their loved ones perish. To claim that they bore no psychological scars would be sheer self-deception. Thus, bringing them to the hospital for treatment was an effective means of winning their favor, allowing them to relax and alleviating potential troubles. Additionally, this provided an opportunity to record their information and identify promising candidates for cultivation, such as those with bloodline limits. Although rare, amidst the war orphans collected during the various shinobi world wars, there would inevitably be a few hidden gems, much like a lottery. After being thoroughly exhausted for an entire afternoon, Aoi had to concede that Konoha possessed considerable prowess in this regard, especially with the medical ninja model established by Tsunade, which was indeed eye-opening. It was as if a mature soul resided within his diminutive body, and after receiving attentive care from those gentle older sisters, followed by a refreshing bath and a change into clean clothing, he felt significantly more relaxed and developed a rather favorable impression of Konoha. As for the other little children, their previously despondent faces seemed to rejuvenate, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Name, Shikami Aoi. Do you remember which village you used to live in? Yes, Citrus Village. Who does your family consist of, and are any of them still alive? Only my parents. They have both passed away. Aoi maintained a calm demeanor while answering the questions. Yet the questioner was accustomed to such responses, for there were many children like him who had become numb from immense upheaval and trauma. However, it was believed that time would heal their wounds. Have you received any ninja training or possess any special abilities? He understood that this was the crux of the matter, determining what kind of identity he would assume here. First and foremost, becoming a ninja was imperative. Given that the mission required him to infiltrate this place and the rewards were correlated with the scale of his endeavors, a civilian identity was ill-suited for him. Furthermore, as an undercover agent, being overly ostentatious would be detrimental, as it could lead to exposure. After some contemplation, he resolved to reveal a portion of his unique traits, while clandestinely developing his abilities. Although this would heighten the risk of exposure and potentially invite suspicion, his identity could withstand scrutiny. As long as he maintained a balance between mediocrity and excellence, he believed he would be fine. Thus, he hesitantly glanced at the gentle older sister before lowering his gaze in trepidation. All of his reactions were noted by her, and then she inquired with even more tenderness. Do not be afraid, Konoha is a harmonious family. From this moment on, you are also a member of this family. We ask these questions solely to assist you. For certain special abilities come with significant risks, and a careless move could inadvertently harm others. Wouldn't you agree? Feigning to be persuaded, Aoi summoned his courage and replied, I am not sure if this counts as a special ability, but during the time I was hiding, I encountered danger, and I discovered that my skin suddenly became very hard. While attentively listening to his account, the older sister swiftly took notes, her eyes lighting up with intrigue. She gently prompted, Could you demonstrate it for me? After a moment of hesitation, Aoi nodded and slowly extended his right hand, simultaneously invoking hardening. The LV0 hardening merely caused an additional layer of keratin to form on his right hand. However, this transformation astonished the older sister, whose expression now bore a hint of excitement, likely because she had not anticipated such a fortunate discovery. Even if this ability does not qualify as a bloodline limit, it must be regarded as a rather rare talent. The gentle elder sister nodded to herself, extending her hand to gently touch his right hand. She noticed that it had indeed become somewhat firmer, although it was still not harder than stone or steel. He was merely a 4 or 5-year-old child who had only recently awakened this ability. There remained a vast potential yet to be tapped. Following this, she inquired further about the specifics of his abilities and certain details, feeling satisfied as she finally set down her pen. Chapter 12. Make them cry. After all the information had been recorded, they were sent to the orphanage. There, these children would embark on a new chapter of their lives. And it would not be long before many families who had lost their children in the war would arrive to take them home, even if no one came for them. It mattered little. If they possessed any talent, they could attend the ninja academy at the age of 6, and receive a certain allowance. And if they lacked the aptitude to become a ninja or had no desire to do so, it was of no consequence, given the current scarcity of population. As long as they were willing to endure hardship, they could surely find work and never go hungry. In essence, as long as there were people, there would always be opportunities to shine. Young Shikami Aoi, who had already begun to reveal his talents, felt no anxiety concerning his future. As long as his covert mission remained undiscovered, Konoha would undoubtedly recognize his potential. It was reasonable to assume that during these days, Konoha would dispatch someone to gather information about him. Although the village had been destroyed, traces of a person living there would inevitably remain. Not to mention that the survivors from Citrus Village were not limited to him alone. But what did it matter? His existence was real, and everything he claimed was true. As long as Obito did not suddenly appear to expose him, there would be no flaws in his disguise. Surely, Konoha would not send an intelligence operative specializing in interrogating enemies to render him a fool. Therefore, there was no need for impatience. Results should emerge in a few days. With these thoughts in mind, Aoi hastily finished his dinner and fell into a fatigued slumber. This body was indeed in a pitiful state. Merely activating, hardening, for a brief moment left him utterly exhausted. It seemed imperative to enhance his physical stamina without delay. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the newly arrived war orphans gradually adapted to life in the orphanage. After all, the children here shared similar experiences, and they banded together for warmth. However, wherever there are people, peculiarities inevitably arise. There were the reclusive ones who ignored everyone, those who wept daily, and of course, the bullies who took advantage of their age to torment others. Shikami Aoi had initially observed silently, not wishing to stir up trouble. And he harbored serious suspicions that someone was lurking in the shadows, scrutinizing his every move. It was not paranoia, it was a necessary caution. Yet, his brilliance shone as brightly as the sun, attracting several young girls who often gravitated towards him for no particular reason. Despite his small stature, his striking beauty was already becoming apparent. However, his charm and humility brought him trouble. During mealtime, a few boisterous children, towering over him, approached him with intentions of mischief. "Hey, little guy, we're talking about you." Aoi, who was struggling to suppress his impressive appetite, looked up in confusion. "You're so short. You shouldn't be able to eat this much, right?" "Sai, there is no helping it. I, Yamashita, simply take great pleasure in aiding others. Allow me to assist you in consuming this meal, for wastage of food is indeed a most undesirable habit. You have no objections, I trust?" A man with slanted eyes, accompanied by two lackeys, glared down at him with an imposing demeanor. Does such a worthless individual dare to voice an objection? Indeed, Yamashita is far too generous. It is an honor for him to partake of your meal. The two lackeys flattered him with sycophantic admiration, though the faces of those around bore expressions of discontent. None dared to intervene, hastening their meal in silence. In the absence of any authority figures, none would risk offending the towering Yamashita's group. It was precisely their awareness of the other's submissive and cowardly behavior that emboldened them to act with such arrogance. Of course, their misdeeds were limited to seizing food while the adults were away or bullying a few insolent children to assert their dominance. To be frank, Aoi genuinely looked down upon these individuals and harbored no desire to confront them. However, having lived 2 lives, he had never encountered anyone audacious enough to snatch his food. Going hungry was of little concern, yet to endure such indignity while starving was akin to waging war against oneself. Perhaps sensing his true feelings, the system, which had been dormant for some time, suddenly sprang to life. Ding! A self-destructive mission has been issued. Mission title: The King commands you to patrol the mountains. Mission description: subdue others through force, establish authority with your fists, and ensure that at least 10 unruly children are brought to tears. The more brutal your performance, the better. Someone in the shadows is watching you. Mission reward: a dilapidated wooden treasure chest X1. Mission failure: is failure even an option? Perhaps self-destruction would be preferable. Can missions like this truly be generated? Aoi stood up, somewhat questioning his existence. Yet the system's description confirmed one undeniable fact. He was indeed being monitored, observed from the shadows. He genuinely wished to present himself as harmless to put the people of Konoha at ease. Yet, this infernal system would not permit such a facade. This was a quintessential case of coercion. Damn. As he beheld the small figure before him, offering a plate, a flicker of disdain crossed Yamashita's eyes. He was about to utter more derisive remarks and caution the lad to steer clear of Shoyu in the future. However, his words transformed into a scream of horror. With a resounding crash, the plate in Aoi's hands shattered into pieces. No one anticipated that such a diminutive figure would strike first, suddenly leaping up and smashing the plate upon Yamashita's head. "Ah, after him! Kill him!" Yamashita, now both startled and enraged, shouted loudly. However, having already chosen to strike, Aoi surged forward with relentless ferocity. In a swift motion, one of the lackeys found his face marred with deep gashes, howling in pain, tears streaming down his cheeks. With the activation of hardening, a layer of tough keratin had formed over Aoi's right hand. Although the defensive capabilities are quite concerning, they suffice to deal with a few inept adolescents. Furthermore, as only the right hand is wrapped, the toll on physical stamina is not overly taxing, allowing for the possibility of incapacitating the group at the foot of the mountain. Monster! After a series of anguished cries, the disheveled individuals at the base fell to the ground in terror, their gazes towards Qingyu laden with fear. After toppling 3 of them, Qingyu found himself somewhat breathless. This body is truly frail. Had he not caught them off guard initially, coupled with the intimidating lethality brought by hardening, the completion of this task would have been far more challenging, to say nothing of the fact that a single direct blow would likely result in his own defeat. However, fortunately, he may be weak, yet his adversaries are even weaker. Chapter 13. Revenge does not wait for the night, as Qingyu astonished the crowd with his bold actions. He inadvertently stirred a hornet's nest, for the group of bullies below was not limited to just 3 individuals. Suddenly, 7 more individuals, a mix of shock and fury on their faces, rose to their feet. Yet, their bravado seemed somewhat feigned. After all, Qingyu's earlier ferocity, coupled with the unmistakable alteration in his right hand, instilled a palpable sense of trepidation within them. Qingyu himself felt a surge of anxiety. How was he to comprehend that the task's requirement of making 10 individuals cry translated to this? With his remaining strength, nay, even at full capacity, he could not possibly contend with 10 larger adversaries. This wretched system must be conspiring for his demise. As he grappled with the dilemma of escaping this predicament, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. A wave of relief washed over him. Such an uproar surely warranted intervention. The others exchanged glances filled with animosity before reluctantly sinking back into their seats. Then, the door swung open, revealing a formidable middle-aged woman who strode in with an air of authority. Upon surveying the disarray and the bloodied faces of the individuals below, she planted her hands on her hips and bellowed, "What is the meaning of this? Who is responsible?" Step forward. Qingyu braced himself for the worst, but to his astonishment, the bullies exchanged glances and collectively took responsibility for the chaos. "Apologies, we accidentally knocked things over while fooling around," one of them declared. The middle-aged woman shot them a cold glare, her sarcasm cutting through the tension. "Did you collide with your faces?" The culprits bowed their heads, a flicker of resentment in their eyes, but one managed to reply through gritted teeth, "We were accidentally cut by a broken plate." Upon hearing this, the woman snorted derisively and turned her gaze to the other 2. "And you both were also accidentally injured?" "Indeed," they replied, their heads lowered in submission, seemingly mollified by their responses. The woman cautioned, "I do not wish to see a repeat of this. Otherwise, you shall all be expelled. Do you understand?" Seeing the bullies rendered mute, she was satisfied and led them away to tend to their wounds. Once the formidable woman had departed, many exhaled in relief. Only Qingyu and a few latecomers remained puzzled as to why the others held such fear of her. At that moment, another individual approached him, one of the 7 who had just risen. "What is this? Do you still wish to fight? Did you not witness their fate?" Qingyu resolved that if a confrontation were to ensue, he would strike with lethal intent, hoping to intimidate them. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer. However, the newcomer seemed disinclined to engage in battle, perhaps wary of the earlier woman's wrath. "Consider yourself fortunate this time. We shall see," they muttered ominously before turning to leave. A sense of dread settled within Qingyu. It was clear that this conflict could not be avoided, for they had fully resolved to hold a grudge against him. Yet, he exhibited no fear whatsoever. After all, he was someone who had survived under the command of formidable figures such as Ban and Obito. If a mere handful of adolescents could subdue him, it would be wiser for him to retreat and rest. Moreover, even if they did not seek him out, he would ensure that these unruly children received a proper lesson. A glimmer of elusive light flickered in Qingyu's eyes. As night fell, everyone succumbed to a deep slumber. Suddenly, Qingyu opened his eyes and stealthily rose, making his way to a corner where a target awaited his intervention. He decided to commence with this unfortunate soul. Observing the soundly sleeping individual, it was likely that none anticipated his audacity to strike under the cover of darkness. A subtle smirk graced Qingyu's lips as he pounced upon the unsuspecting figure, unleashing a barrage of hardened punches upon his head. The unfortunate victim was jolted awake, bewildered by the sudden assault. He attempted to call for help, but Qingyu had anticipated this and swiftly muffled his cries with a sock, leaving him to emit only muffled whimpers. Thud, thud. Qingyu, who believed in swift retribution, quickly left the boy's face battered and bruised. The commotion roused a few nearby individuals. But upon catching Qingyu's fierce glare, they promptly covered their mouths in terror, pretending to be oblivious as they turned back to their fitful sleep. Eventually, after delivering a dozen punishing blows, the unfortunate youth, barely a year or two older, began to tremble in fear, convinced that this monster intended to end his life. Consequently, tears the size of soybeans began to cascade down his cheeks. Desperate to plead for mercy, he found himself unable to articulate due to the foul sock lodged in his mouth, and any attempt to resist was futile. However, upon witnessing his tears, Qingyu paused, his raised fist hovering in the air. First blood. Satisfied that he had completed a tenth of his task, Qingyu exhaled in relief. Perhaps this endeavor would not prove too challenging after all, as he could systematically dismantle them one by one. Do you wish to live or die? Qingyu demanded, yanking the stinky sock from the boy's mouth and pressing his hardened finger against his throat, his tone menacing. I want to live. Please don't kill me. At that moment, Qingyu lacked the courage to take a life, yet this did not hinder him from employing intimidation. If you wish to survive, you must obey. Do as I say, understood? The thoroughly frightened boy nodded vigorously. Although their little group often bullied others, they had never encountered such ruthless aggression, let alone bloodshed. Qingyu's ferocity was on an entirely different level from theirs. Seeing that the boy was compliant, Qingyu released him and whispered, Now, tell me which rooms the others are in. Lead me to the ones who are alone and vulnerable. If you dare to play tricks, just await the arrival of someone to escort you away from here tomorrow. The thoroughly subdued unfortunate soul could hardly be unaware that this individual intended to employ the same tactics once more, seeking to dismantle and seduce each of them one by one. Yet, even with a modicum of courage, he dared not utter a word of dissent. Consequently, the two diminutive figures stealthily departed from the room. Just as they ventured forth to confront their adversary, a shadow darted past outside the window. Vengeful and of a notoriously malevolent disposition, he possessed a boldness that raised the question of whether he should be stopped. However, there was no need. Did one truly believe that these war orphans were as innocuous as they appeared? Had they lacked any semblance of skill, they would have long since met their demise. It was prudent to observe his intentions, as long as he was not a spy dispatched from another village. Even the most reprehensible character would find themselves subject to discipline. Indeed, I must resolve not to accept such tasks in the future. They are exceedingly tedious. Chapter 14, Devil's Pepper Smoke Bomb, and Kanai, Desert Eagle. Qingyu Shigong remained oblivious to the fact that his actions had been rationalized by others. He was utterly consumed by the exhilaration of delivering blows. Initially contemplating a gradual approach to mend relations with Yamashita and his companions, he was taken aback by their impatience, launching a frenzied night assault without delay. In this manner, after swiftly dispatching 3 more individuals and successfully persuading them to join his forthcoming endeavors through sheer force, he realized that this tactic could no longer be employed. Information gleaned from his newly acquired subordinates revealed that the remaining 6 resided in a single room, rendering another stealth attack impractical. This implied that a 5-on-6 team battle awaited him. However, doubts lingered in Qingyu's mind regarding the loyalty of his recent recruits. Given his previous ruthlessness in compelling them to fulfill their tasks, often reducing them to tears. He feared they might betray him at a crucial moment. One individual had even been rendered unconscious by his blows, only to be revived and subsequently pummeled until he wept. Such brutality had instilled considerable fear in onlookers. Fortunately, the commotion had not attracted undue attention. Rather, it appeared to have been overlooked. The remaining members were still inside. Lowering his voice, Qingyu, accompanied by 4 battered monsters, cautiously set an ambush outside. Logically, with a 5-on-6 scenario, and despite his somewhat unimpressive strength, the odds seemed favorable, especially considering the opposing team had 3 injured members. Yet, he harbored little faith in his current companions. A misstep could lead to utter humiliation. After some contemplation, he quietly inquired, "Are there any others inside?" "And no, there aren't," came the reply. Weighing his options, Qingyu opted for the safest strategy. He rummaged through his belongings and produced an iron canister from seemingly nowhere. With a sly grin, he opened the door and swiftly hurled the object inside. This treasure had been acquired during his last mission from an ancient wooden chest, officially dubbed the Devil's Pepper Smoke Bomb. The F4 team, perplexed by his actions and curious about why they remained outside, were suddenly startled by the sound of anguished cries emanating from within. In an instant, the 6 individuals burst forth, tumbling and scrambling in a state of utter disarray, their faces a portrait of misery, smeared with tears and snot, retching uncontrollably. Unable to utter a word, a chill ran down the spine of the F4 members as they realized that enduring a beating now seemed a preferable fate. Yet, their naivety was soon to be tested. At that moment, Qingyu's eyes gleamed with determination, and like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, he charged into the fray, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks upon the defenseless 6. His intent was not to revel in their suffering, but rather, despite their tearful escape, the system had yet to notify him of task completion. It was only when he began to mercilessly beat the fallen that the system's completion notification finally sounded. The pitiful cries of the children echoed, yet the devil before them seemed far from ready to show mercy. The fear that F4 held for Qingyu intensified, leaving them trembling in a corner. Once Qingyu ceased his actions, the gaze of everyone upon him was filled with dread. Soon after, a middle-aged woman arrived with her entourage. "Very well. It appears you have all chosen to disregard my words." Observing the wretched state of the group and the seemingly unconcerned Qingyu, the woman's expression darkened, reminiscent of a grim worn cloth. "Take them all away, confine them." Upon hearing the term confinement, the already distraught Yamashita and others immediately changed their countenance, crying out for mercy. However, the middle-aged woman, clearly provoked, had no intention of letting them off lightly this time. Thus, they were all taken away, including Qingyu, who remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. With a resounding bang, the door was firmly shut. Qingyu surveyed his surroundings, discovering they were much like the dim, cramped cells depicted in television dramas, small, dark, and damp, devoid of anything else. If one needed to relieve themselves, well, perhaps it was better not to dwell on that. It was no wonder the children feared that woman so deeply. She had her own methods. Having been influenced by numerous films, he understood that short-term punishment was bearable. But prolonged confinement could drive even the strongest individuals to madness. Yet, to use such tactics against a group of orphans seemed rather despicable. It appeared that the orphanage he was in had no ties to Director Yanao, who took in children. Otherwise, such a situation would never arise. Embracing the philosophy of making the best of his circumstances, he nonchalantly sat on the floor, convinced that the authorities would not escalate the matter, ensuring that his confinement would be brief, at most, a day or 2. Additionally, he felt reassured that those monitoring him would have accurately reported the events that transpired. If Konoha sought to recruit him as a talent, they would not turn a blind eye. With these thoughts settled, he felt a surge of relief and proceeded to open the newly acquired chest. Although he had used the rewards from the last chest, he bore no regret. Opening the old wooden treasure chest, "You have received Kanai, Desert Eagle X1. Upon witnessing the reward, the Kanai labeled Desert Eagle, Qingyu felt as though he might shatter with frustration. If it had been merely a Kanai or a Desert Eagle, he could have accepted it. Considering it was a decrepit wooden chest, what valuable treasures could one expect from such a worthless container? However, this Kanai, Desert Eagle, has truly shattered his previously held beliefs about absurdity. The last item he obtained, the devilish chili pepper smoke grenade, was peculiar enough. Yet this one surpasses it in strangeness. It appears that this kunai, Desert Eagle, is merely a firearm with a kunai inserted at the muzzle. WD&MD. Is it truly the case that what is discharged is not a bullet, but rather the kunai affixed to the front? What sort of tedium must one endure to conceive such a weapon? Just envision the future battles against foes, where others are elegantly executing swift throws of kunai and shurikens, while his approach bizarrely shifts to extracting a firearm, inserting a kunai into the barrel, firing it with a resounding bang, and then retrieving another kunai to load the bullet. He can hardly contain his exasperation. Can it possibly get any more ridiculous? P.S. I noticed some inquiries regarding updates, so I shall address them briefly. Those familiar with the writings of the author know that his integrity remains intact. He has consistently maintained a steady release schedule, often providing additional chapters. Initially, I had planned for 2 updates during the new book phase, but the news that the editor would not return until the 10th disrupted my plans. Thus, prior to the 10th, I can only commit to striving for 2 updates daily, as there are only a few days left. It seems unnecessary to reduce the frequency to 1 update for just a few days, but I will assess the situation as it unfolds. I do not wish to make any absolute statements. As for additional updates or explosive releases, those matters can be discussed later. Moreover, this book commenced quite discreetly. I noticed several long-time readers lamenting in the comments, humorously suggesting that the author was apprehensive about revealing the new work. To be frank, uploading this was not part of my original plan. It was born out of sheer boredom, and at that moment, the outline was incomplete, yet I impulsively penned 5 chapters. Thus, all errors can be attributed to my own folly. Nevertheless, despite the lack of promotion and the understated launch, the collection count is nearing 1,000. Which attests to the fact that I am not merely riding on past laurels. The readers are discerning. So, what are we waiting for? I seek recommendations, collections, and investments. I desire them all. Chapter 15. Will you be my son? After a night of silence, Gong Qingyu slumbered comfortably, relishing the tranquility and dimness that enveloped him. For such an environment rendered the passage of time imperceptible, an absolute delight during holidays. The only drawback was the absence of a pillow in this wretched place, which made for an uncomfortable rest. Uncertain of how long he had slept, he opened his eyes to find a tall ninja adorned with a Konoha headband scrutinizing him. Startled, Qingyu barely had time to respond before the imposing figure spoke. You were Gong Qingyu? Qingyu nodded, thinking to himself, isn't that a question you already know the answer to? Despite his tender age, his ruthlessness and vengeful disposition were evident. However, the ninja waved him along. Qingyu understood that this individual was likely sent to investigate his past, and indeed, his every action had been observed by hidden eyes during this period. He was curious about how he would be arranged next. As he followed the tall ninja outside, he noticed the fearful glances from onlookers, suggesting that the events of the previous night had spread, and they were likely relieved to see him taken away. He felt indifferent to their reactions, as he was not there to forge friendships. He constantly reminded himself of his true identity as an undercover agent, here to stir trouble. Should he become emotionally entangled and fail his mission, even if Obito chose not to deal with him, that wretched system would surely drag him down in self-destruction. Life was indeed challenging for him. Sigh. Take this troublemaker away. A middle-aged woman with an unpleasant demeanor glared at Qingyu and hastily commanded the ninja. The tall ninja said nothing, simply moving ahead. Yet, as Qingyu followed, he turned back to the woman and raised a middle finger in a gesture of respect. Had it not been for the absence of a mission from that wretched system, he would have defiantly spat at her. Implementing confinement as a form of punishment in an orphanage seemed rather excessive. It appeared that Konoha was not as virtuous as it appeared. Even in the absence of figures like Danzo, such sordid affairs were undoubtedly commonplace. Suddenly, the tall ninja halted and turned to Qingyu, saying, although the Hokage hopes for me to adopt you and nurture you into a promising individual, I would like to hear your thoughts. Taken aback, Qingyu had not anticipated such a proposition, nor that someone had already orchestrated his future. Perhaps another child might have acquiesced. For who does not yearn for the warmth of a family, especially when thrust into an unfamiliar environment? Yet, he was different. He had come with ulterior motives. Being adopted would only entangle more innocent lives, and the notion of suddenly acquiring a father felt deeply unsettling to him. Thus, he unequivocally declined, "I can thrive independently." "So let it be. I presume you are not entirely pleased with my decision, which is why you inquired." The tall ninja's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated that his thoughts would be discerned by a mere 5-year-old child. Yet, he could not deny the truth in the boy's words. Although his own offspring had perished on the battlefield, he was reluctant to perpetuate his lineage in such a manner. Despite being merely an ordinary special jonin, this child seemed to possess some peculiar talents. "You are correct. I do not wish to adopt you, but I find it difficult to refuse. However, I must caution you. Are you aware of what your choice entails? I can offer you another opportunity to choose." "No need for that. I have no desire to address a stranger as father. But having assisted you so significantly, might you extend me a favor in return?" Speak your mind." "I do not wish to return to the orphanage, nor do I desire to be adopted again. Could you assist me in finding a place to live?" The tall ninja paused, suddenly reminded of his previous encounter with the boy in the confinement chamber. He sighed, although these matters did not fall under his jurisdiction. It was evident that some individuals had overstepped their bounds. It seemed prudent to bring this to the attention of Lord Hokage. "Are you certain you wish to live alone? I could help you find a family willing to adopt you, one that would treat you well. Please, do not even suggest that. As you have noted, my temperament is rather severe. Anyone who adopts me would be quite unfortunate." The tall ninja felt exasperated at the child's violent tendencies, and his head began to ache. It appeared there was no other choice. "Come with me." Before long, they arrived at a modest dwelling in the civilian district. The tall ninja opened the door and stepped inside. "You may stay here for now. I will report your situation to my superiors, though I cannot guarantee the outcome. Additionally, here is some money for your living expenses over the next few days, as a form of compensation." With that, he left the money and keys behind. Preparing to turn away, everything in this place seemed to evoke memories, and he was reluctant to linger. "Wait a moment, I still do not know who you are." Suddenly, Qingyu realized that throughout their journey, he had not even learned the man's name. "Call me Sanha Jonin. I shall return once the situation has been resolved. But during this time, do not wander or cause trouble." "Sanha? Another Jonin?" Once the man departed, Qingyu found himself perplexed. He had no recollection of that name, which suggested that the ninja was a mere background character of the less notable variety. In a world so saturated with ninjas, he could only recall a handful of familiar faces. Moreover, since arriving in this realm, aside from his initial encounters with prominent antagonists such as Madara, Obito, White Zetsu, and Black Zetsu, he had yet to meet anyone in Konohagakure whose name he recognized. It appeared that ninjas and ordinary civilians truly inhabited separate worlds. However, once his identity was established, such occurrences should cease. As he pondered, he surveyed his surroundings, a modest private abode of approximately 30 square meters. The space was not extensive, yet it was tidy, seemingly untouched for quite some time, with a thin layer of dust settling throughout. It appeared that his primary task for the day was to conduct a thorough cleaning. After determining his immediate responsibilities, he casually opened the wallet left behind by the shinobi of the Three Rivers and counted the living expenses within. A total of 1,002. What was the price level in the world of ninjas? He vaguely recalled from the Book of Soldiers that one tael was roughly equivalent to 10 yen, suggesting that the cost of living was quite similar to that of the Neon Country before his traversal. A bowl of ramen from Ichiraku, if memory served him correctly, cost only a few dozen taels, certainly not exceeding 100. Thus, when calculated, this 1,000 taels had substantial purchasing power. Qingyu silently commended the shinobi of the Three Rivers. Chapter 16. Trapped by the third generation. As the diligent Aoi Shizuku meticulously tidied his room, he believed that 1,000 ryo was a considerable sum. However, for a ninja, even the most junior genin might casually regard it as mere pocket money. The reward for an ordinary D-rank mission, which entails no combat and poses no danger, typically ranges from 5,000 to 50,000 ryo. In stark contrast, the minimum reward for an S-rank mission exceeds 1 million ryo. Thus, 1,000 ryo is hardly significant for Mikawa, a distinguished genin. Were it not for Aoi's tender age, a few tens of thousands ryo would merely represent the rewards from several D-rank missions. Of course, Mikawa had likely not undertaken such trivial tasks for a considerable time. Within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, gazed warmly at the young man before him, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Following Orochimaru's defection and the departures of Jiraiya and Tsunade, he found solace in the emergence of numerous talented individuals, one of whom had become a formidable presence that instilled fear in their enemies, reminiscent of the once great Esum. Minato, have you prepared your speech for tomorrow? He inquired. I am aware that you are not fond of formalities, yet the inauguration ceremony for the next Hokage is not merely a matter of appearances. It also serves as a vital demonstration of Konoha's strength to the other great nations. Surely, those lurking in the shadows, poised to make their move, would think twice upon witnessing the illustrious Yellow Flash assume the mantle of Hokage. Hiruzen teased, employing a playful tone, which left the man standing before him, Minato Namikaze, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, there was another reason he refrained from voicing. His eagerness to step aside was not only born from a sense of inadequacy but also a desire to offer a semblance of closure to the many who had sacrificed for Konoha and the other great nations, in hopes of swiftly bringing an end to the war engulfing the entire ninja world. Seeing that even his teacher's teacher had expressed such sentiments, Minato felt it inappropriate to argue further. He nodded in agreement, assuring the Hokage that he would prepare diligently, ensuring that Konoha's reputation remained untarnished. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. Seizing the opportunity to excuse himself, Minato stated, I shall take my leave to prepare. Please send my regards to Kushina. It has been quite some time since she visited this old man, Hiruzen replied. Minato offered an awkward chuckle before vanishing with the technique known as the Flying Thunder God. Once he departed, Hiruzen's countenance turned somber. The Uzumaki clan had long been a thorn in his heart. Although he had rescued Kushina, the betrayal of allies remained an undeniable truth, even though the matter had been buried among those in the know, leaving few aware of the so-called truth. Each time he beheld that distinctive crimson hair, his guilt intensified. Perhaps he was indeed unfit to bear the title of Hokage. Come in, he commanded, regaining his composure and restoring his usual authority. The individual waiting outside entered, revealing Mikawa, the special genin who had recently departed from Aoi's presence. Lord Hokage, Mikawa greeted. Oh, it is you, Mikawa. How has the little one settled in? Sana hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately resolved to report truthfully. I apologize, Lord Hokage. After hearing Sana's account, Sarutobi fell into deep contemplation. His intention was to subtly transform the individual through familial affection, nurturing them into an exceptional talent who would eventually devote themselves to Konoha. This was, after confirming the authenticity and innocence of their identity, the best course of action he could conceive, given the surveillance reports over this period. It was evident that the individual's already immature psyche had undergone a significant shift after enduring various trials. They not only exhibited violent tendencies but also displayed a rebellious character, harboring a vengeful spirit, which starkly contradicted the so-called will of fire. To his surprise, it was not just the young child who harbored their own thoughts. Even the task-bearer he dispatched began to voice their opinions. Sanha, you cannot perceive this matter as merely a task. The war has merely paused. The stance of the Cloud Ninja remains ambiguous. Do you not wish to see your family lineage endure? Upon the mention of family continuation, a look of sorrow momentarily crossed Sana's face, quickly replaced by a facade of strength. I am sorry, Lord Hokage. I have disappointed you. Hearing Sana's words, Sarutobi recognized that further insistence would be futile and sighed deeply. You may return. I will assign others regarding the matter of Shikami Aoi. Is there something else? Sanha, having achieved his objective, could have remained silent. However, after a moment's hesitation, he spoke on behalf of Aoi. I believe it would be best not to force the issue. I can see that the child is quite resistant to the idea of being adopted. It might inadvertently backfire. Sarutobi was not a man of rigid resolve. Rather, he was somewhat pliable in his opinions, which explained his repeated tolerance of Danzo's machinations and the constraints imposed by so-called advisors within Konoha's upper echelons. It was known that the previous two Hokages ruled with an iron fist, and none dared to voice dissent in their presence. This trait was both a strength and a considerable weakness. Upon reflection, Sarutobi acknowledged that Sana's words contained a kernel of truth. Yet he remained apprehensive about the negative behavior exhibited by Shikami Aoi. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Here is my proposal. I am willing to permit him to live independently, but you must act as his guardian. Should any trouble arise, it will be your responsibility to resolve it. Furthermore, due to the village's current financial difficulties, there will be no allowances. You will need to find a way to manage his living expenses. However, once he turns 6, the fees for the Ninja Academy will be waived." What do you think of this arrangement? Sana's expression immediately fell. What, pray tell, was the difference between this so-called guardianship and adoption? Aside from not needing to supervise daily, he would still be responsible for the child's expenses and any ensuing troubles, merely a change of terminology. As for the waived fees, I truly thank you for your generosity. Santa can assure that even if that little brat possesses not a single penny, the Hokage will ensure his access to education. Otherwise, all the previous efforts would be in vain. Once he reveals his talents, everyone who aspires to Konoha will hope for him to become a formidable ninja in return for the village's nurturing. So, can this be considered a pitfall for him? The Hokage's cunning only seems to deepen with age. A torrent of irreverent thoughts remained buried deep within Sana's heart. Alas, the old fox. Chapter 17, the highly anticipated bronze-level quest of self-sabotage. Early the next morning, Sanha, the seasoned ninja, approached Qingyu with a grim expression. "From now on, you will reside here. At the beginning of each month, I shall ensure you receive a stipend of 2,000 taels. Furthermore, come next year, arrangements will be made for your schooling. During this period, I expect you to maintain propriety. Should you cause any trouble, do not blame me for being unkind." After delivering his stern warning, he spared no glance at the bewildered Qingyu and departed without hesitation. Qingyu was perplexed as to what had incited Sana's ire. Perhaps he was simply experiencing a midlife crisis, as his temperament had suddenly become quite formidable. Nevertheless, he accepted the 2,000 taels left behind by Sanha with a sense of joy, quietly calculating in his mind. He realized that 2,000 taels was approximately equivalent to 20,000 yen, or roughly 1,200 Chinese yuan, which held similar purchasing power. Without the burden of rent, a monthly allowance of 1,200 could ensure he wouldn't starve. However, he needed to devise a means to earn additional funds. Should he indulge freely, this sum might not suffice, especially with nearly a year remaining before he could enroll in ninja school at the age of 6. It would be prudent to avoid idleness during this time. After some deliberation, he placed 200 taels into his wallet and divided the remaining money into several portions, hiding them in different locations. He then secured the door and ventured outside. To be honest, since arriving in Konoha, he had yet to explore thoroughly. So he resolved to wander about and familiarize himself with his surroundings. Although Konoha was the largest and most prosperous village to his modern sensibilities, it seemed rather unremarkable and somewhat outdated. Nevertheless, the security appeared commendable. Likely, no one dared disturb trouble in such a critical moment. As he strolled, taking in the sights, nothing particularly dramatic transpired until he encountered a crowd gathered ahead. Why are there so many people? Curiosity piqued. Qingyu edged his way to the front and discovered the source of the commotion, a bulletin board displaying an astonishing announcement. Effective immediately, the current Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, will resign from his position to be succeeded by Namikaze Minato as the 4th Hokage. Qingyu slowly recited the notice, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Today marked the momentous occasion of Naruto's father assuming the role of Hokage. He recalled that when Minato became Hokage, Rin had already passed away, and Kakashi had made a special visit to the cemetery to share this joyous news with the deceased Rin and Obito. A sigh of relief escaped him. It seemed the ripple effects of his small butterfly wings had yet to manifest, and events continued to unfold as originally scripted. Should he partake in the festivities? Experiencing such a significant moment firsthand seemed rather tempting. Just as his thoughts began to wander, the dormant dog system reactivated once more. Ding! A bronze-level self-sabotage quest has been issued. Quest title: The Center of Attention Description. Raise your voice in dissent during the 4th Hokage's inauguration ceremony and proclaim, "I want to be Hokage." How could these mere mortals ever comprehend your grand ideals? Let them tremble. Task rewards: Bronze Chest X1. Beginner Skill Card X1. Task Failure. To live is glorious, to die is magnificent. Go forth in peace. I shall lead you into battle. Gonlin. Upon reviewing this task, Qingyu nearly shouted every greeting customary among the people of Zan in his mind. That wretched system! If you wish for my demise to be swifter, then just say so. It is evident that on such a momentous day, should a rogue emerge to disrupt the proceedings, particularly one opposing the ascension of Minato to the position of Hokage, it would incite a chaos beyond imagination. One might not have enough lives to spare. Moreover, it is infuriating that such a perilous task is merely rated as bronze by the system, only one tier above an ordinary task. Does this dog system harbor some misapprehension regarding the severity of self-destructive missions? If a bronze-level task poses such a grave threat, what then of those of a higher caliber? Must one confront the tailed beasts head-on, or endure the wrath of the Otsutsuki? Forget it for now. I ought to contemplate what my last words should be. With a heavy heart, Qingyu trudged toward the Hokage building, feeling despondent and akin to a soulless automaton. At this juncture, there were no alternative paths available. His youth and the talents he had deliberately showcased served as his only shield. It is often said that children speak without restraint, and given the fourth S nature, you should not be so quick to end his life. Curse it! I shall inevitably fall victim to this wretched system. At noon, throngs of people gathered around the Hokage building. Sarutobi and other high-ranking officials of Konoha stood atop the building, awaiting the commencement of the ceremony. Below them, Kakashi and a cadre of ninjas stood at the forefront, followed by the civilians who had come to witness the occasion. Arriving early, Qingyu found himself in a favorable position, nestled between the two groups. At last, he beheld the idiot Kakashi whom Obito had long fixated upon, not to mention the Azure Beast guy, who had nearly delivered a decisive blow to the narrative. The familiar attire stirred a flicker of excitement within Qingyu. But as he recalled the foolish act he was soon to undertake, his enthusiasm dissipated, leaving him shrouded in a cloud of despondency. Silence. The clamor of the crowd swiftly faded. An unfamiliar figure began to loudly proclaim the illustrious achievements of Namikaze Minato and his contributions to the village. Qingyu understood that this was a ploy to bolster Minato's reputation, ensuring all were aware that the incoming fourth Hokage was no fool, but rather entirely deserving of the position. Additionally, it sought to quell the dissenting voices within the village and ultimately intimidate external adversaries. Though Qingyu had long been aware of the fourth S prowess, experiencing it firsthand, while listening to the accounts of the Yellow Flash's formidable exploits, ignited a fervor within him. This was especially true for those ninjas who were already aligned with Minato and the civilians who revered him. Once the recitation concluded, Minato's standing reached an unprecedented pinnacle. At that moment, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, solemnly removed his Hokage hat and approached Minato Namikaze. From this day forth, the new Hokage shall be Minato Namikaze. Wait a moment, I object. Suddenly, a youthful voice resonated in the serene atmosphere. Who is it? Has someone lost their mind? Even Danzo would not dare to voice opposition at such a moment. How audacious to disrupt the ceremony in front of so many. After the initial shock, countless individuals began to frantically search for the source of the dissenting voice. Even the third and fourth Hokage, who were poised to conduct the transfer of power, cast curious glances into the crowd. Chapter 18. The young master is the future fifth Hokage with a sudden commotion. The people surrounding Qingyu recoiled in terror as if they had encountered the source of a plague, fearing they might be splattered with blood at any moment. The once crowded area abruptly transformed into a vacuum, at the center of which stood a diminutive figure. To be honest, under the unwavering gaze of so many elite jonin, including the second Hokage, it would be a lie to claim he was unperturbed. However, there was no turning back once the bow was drawn. There was still a glimmer of hope in completing the mission, but failure would surely lead to certain death. For the sake of his own survival, he had no choice but to dance on the brink of peril, testing his limits with reckless abandon. Thus, he compelled himself to regain his composure and boldly fixed his gaze upon the third and fourth Hokages above. Where did this child come from, babbling nonsense? Someone, apprehend him. Wait a moment. In an instant, Minato appeared before Qingyu as if he had teleported, intercepting the jonin who was about to strike. Minato then revealed a warm, gentle smile and kindly inquired, "Could you please tell me your name?" Qingyu Shigong. Qingyu? A lovely name indeed. Now, might you share with us why you oppose this? Taking a deep breath, Qingyu realized he had wagered correctly, and the moment to showcase his acting prowess had arrived. Gathering his courage, he shouted, Because I am the one destined to become Hokage. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the air. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted. My apologies, I couldn't contain myself. Haha. What an amusing little rascal. You remind me of my own mischievous son, who loudly proclaims his ambition to become Hokage every day. To dare voice such aspirations in this setting takes extraordinary bravery. This child is truly remarkable. Indeed, the formerly tense atmosphere transformed into a light-hearted banner, resonating with laughter as countless individuals found joy in the audacious declaration of a small child. Some offered mere jests, others good-natured teasing. But many simply regarded it as the innocent folly of youth. After all, countless children dream of becoming Hokage. Yet this little one was the first to boldly declare it before such an assembly. Even Minato, who had rushed down personally, wore a bemused expression, contemplating that if he were to have children in the future, they must not behave in such an embarrassing manner. I believe that one day you will indeed become Hokage, continuing to protect the people of Konoha, but not just yet. You are still too young. As he spoke with a mix of exasperation and affection, he playfully ruffled Qingyu's hair. Upon hearing the notification that his task had been accomplished from the system, a great weight lifted from Qingyu's heart. Seizing the opportunity, he reluctantly replied, "Very well, I shall not argue further for now, but do remember to leave the position of 5th Hokage for me when I grow up." As the tender words of Aoi Sakamori echoed once more, the laughter within the crowd grew louder. Could there be anything more amusing than a 5-year-old aspiring to compete for the title of Hokage against the legendary Golden Flash, even reserving a seat for the 5th Hokage? Perhaps within a day, the name Aoi Sakamori would become renowned. Yet, Aoi himself bore an unspoken burden, without the guise of youthful innocence. His life would undoubtedly be at stake. Thus, even if it meant enduring humiliation, he vowed to persevere, tears welling in his eyes. All right, let us seal this promise. Future 5th Hokage. Observing the outstretched pinky of Minato, Aoi felt a fleeting moment of exasperation, but he feigned joy and intertwined his pinky with Minato's, of course. The 4th Hokage. Following this brief interlude, Minato swiftly returned to the pinnacle of the Hokage building, determined to continue the unfinished ceremony. Nevertheless, many gazes lingered on Aoi, their thoughts a mystery. Throughout it all, Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained a serene demeanor, likely contemplating the repercussions of this farce and its potential impact on Minato's reputation. Yet thus far, Hiruzen was quite satisfied with Minato's handling of the situation, deeming the outcome acceptable. Once this incident spread, it might provide a more visceral understanding of Minato's approachable nature. However, despite this, Mikawa, I demand an explanation, casting a discreet yet piercing glance at the sweating Mikawa in the crowd. Hiruzen donned a renewed smile and handed the Hokage's hat to Minato. This time, dissent was absent, and everything proceeded smoothly. As Minato began to deliver his speech, the restless Aoi could no longer contain himself and stealthily slipped away. Observing his departure, Mikawa clenched his teeth and quietly exited as well. Although such behavior was somewhat disrespectful to the 4th Hokage, he could no longer suppress his urge to reprimand that little rascal. The weight of Sarutobi's meaningful gaze left him shivering. He had never anticipated that on the very first day of being forced into the role of the boy's guardian, that brat would create such a colossal mess. Had it not been for Minato's magnanimity, choosing not to quarrel with the child, Mikawa's esteemed position as a special Genin would likely have come to an end. If I don't make you pay for this today, I might as well retire to the countryside and farm. He vowed fiercely in his heart, then swiftly pursued the direction Aoi had taken. Meanwhile, avoiding the throng, Aoi slipped into a dango shop and began to tally the gains from this endeavor. Having invested so much effort, he hoped for a worthy return. Rubbing his hands together, he promptly opened the bronze treasure chest containing his task rewards. In an instant, a multitude of postures, nay, knowledge, flooded into his mind, illuminating the essence of the fundamentals of naval physical training. How fortuitous, indeed. Just as he was pondering how to enhance his physical strength, this compendium perfectly addressed his deficiency in that regard. By diligently adhering to the scientific training methods outlined within, his physique was destined for remarkable improvement. Perhaps this reward may not be the finest treasure within the bronze chest, yet it undeniably suited him best. He then turned his attention to the rudimentary skill card, which proved to be a valuable asset for upgrading skills. Having long harbored curiosity about how to elevate those LV0 abilities, he finally grasped the answer. It appears that to expedite his ascent in strength, one must embrace a more reckless pursuit of danger. Chapter 19. The Uchiha youth who adored 3 color dumplings upon counting. He realized that he currently possessed 3 abilities in need of enhancement: inferior self-healing body, thorned halo, and hardening. All 3 abilities resided at LV0. With both thorned halo and hardening capable of indirectly augmenting his offensive capabilities, while the efficacy of inferior self-healing body left much to be desired. Therefore, after careful contemplation, he opted to utilize this rudimentary skill card on hardening, as his character was designed to embody the potential of an exceptional talent as an unreliable and recklessly daring undercover agent. It was essential to retain a few trump cards. Consequently, he decisively upgraded the hardening skill to LV1, and seizing an opportune moment when no one was watching, he subtly activated the ability to assess its effects. The results were astonishing. Although only a single level had been upgraded, LV1, hardening, represented a remarkable qualitative leap from LV0. Initially, LV0 hardening could only envelop the skin of one hand, yet at LV1, Qingyu was able to instantaneously cover both arms with the ability, and the hardness exhibited a significant increase. This enhancement was nothing short of extraordinary. However, just as he reveled in his newfound power, a sudden wave of fatigue washed over him, prompting him to hastily deactivate hardening. While the improvement in ability was evident, the toll on his stamina had also escalated considerably. Given his still undeveloped physique, which had not undergone formal training, it was apparent that he could not sustain this for long. He estimated that with his current condition, he could manage a maximum of 5 seconds of this ability before succumbing to exhaustion. Yet, despite this predicament, he felt a surge of confidence about his future, trusting that once he mastered the Navy body refinement techniques, this dilemma would surely be resolved, liberating him from the moniker of King of the Barbarians. Just then, the 3 color dumplings he had ordered were served. "Enjoy your meal." Qingyu felt so ravenous that he could devour an entire cow, and he promptly seized a skewer of soft, fragrant 3 color dumplings, consuming them all in one bite. Remarkably, these dumplings were indeed delectable. Even someone like Qingyu, who had been steeped in the culinary delights of the great Chinese culture on Earth, could not help but develop a fondness for this snack. Moreover, they were reasonably priced. A skewer of 8 dumplings cost around 5 yuan, making the occasional indulgence quite harmless. In the blink of an eye, he had devoured 4 out of 5 skewers. Just as he lifted the last skewer to his mouth, he unexpectedly noticed a child of similar stature outside the shop, intently watching him devour the dumplings, swallowing hard a few times. Given Qingyu's nature, he would typically ignore such occurrences and would certainly not exhibit any benevolence. Nevertheless, he noticed the family crest on the child's clothing, which looked particularly familiar. Staring at the crest resembling a folding fan, he was instantly taken aback. This was Uchiha? But surely, a clan of such prominence could not be so impoverished as to be unable to afford even 3 color dumplings? Qingyu hesitated for a moment, but was inexplicably compelled to approach with the last skewer of tricolored dumplings in hand. "Do you want to eat?" he asked. "No, I'm not hungry at all." Gula, just after the young Uchiha boy unwittingly declined, his stomach audibly protested. The two exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew decidedly awkward. Qingyu noticed the other's face redden almost instantly from the nape of his neck to his forehead. What an adorable little imp. So unlike the somber and brooding members of the Uchiha clan, who seemed perpetually displeased. As the boy appeared ready to escape the uncomfortable situation, Qingyu promptly shoved the tricolored dumplings into his mouth and then dragged him back to the dumpling shop. "Sister, let's have 5 more. No. Make it 10 skewers of dumplings." The middle-aged woman, hearing Qingyu's sweet call, instantly broke into a crescent-eyed smile and hurried off to fulfill the order. Meanwhile, the visibly bewildered Uchiha boy wanted to protest, but couldn't bring himself to spit out the dumplings, ultimately settling beside Qingyu with a reluctant compliance. Thank you for the dumplings, but I must return home, otherwise my father will be angry." After silently consuming the dumplings Qingyu had given him, the Uchiha boy spoke, fidgeting slightly. "So you think I could finish 10 skewers on my own?" Qingyu replied, feigning innocence. He could easily tackle 10 more if his wallet allowed. However, He had only brought 200 ryo, and the 15 skewers had already cost him 120. He needed to keep some money for himself, after all. Upon hearing this, the Uchiha boy hesitated but chose not to be rude by leaving immediately. Besides his family, he had never been treated to dumplings by anyone else before. Usually, people would avoid him simply because of the clan emblem on his attire. Even when reckless children dared to confront him, they would swiftly find themselves bested, leaving him with a perpetually expressionless, aloof demeanor that frightened others away. Today, however, he had rushed out to witness the inauguration of the fourth Hokage and had forgotten to bring any money, which explained his pause at the stall. He had not expected this boy, who was nearly his age, to be unafraid of him and even treat him to tri-colored dumplings. This experience stirred something different within him, and the facade of indifference he usually maintained crumbled the moment his stomach rumbled. Moreover, it was worth noting that tri-colored dumplings were his favorite food. By the way, I don't know your name. I'm Shigong Xingyu, 5 years old, and I was recently brought back to the village as a war orphan. Xingyu broke the silence, initiating conversation. After a moment's hesitation, the Uchiha boy replied, I am Uchiha Itachi, the same age as you, also 5 years old. Upon hearing the other party refer to themselves as a war orphan, Itachi had already discerned the reason behind their lack of fear towards him, which brought a sense of relief to his heart. Furthermore, having accompanied his clan to the battlefield at the tender age of 4, he had witnessed the brutalities of war firsthand. Therefore, he felt a deep sympathy for Aoi's experiences, believing there might be numerous shared topics of conversation between them. However, what Itachi remained unaware of was that, as he began to open up, Aoi was rendered almost speechless, stunned by his name. Uchiha Itachi? Chapter 20. The great and mighty Itachi Xingyu never anticipated that the child he had casually lured into the dumpling shop with a mere skewer of 3-color dumplings would grow to become the renowned Itachi. Initially, he paid no heed, but upon closer inspection, he noticed the distinct hollows beneath Itachi's eyes, a hallmark of his identity, coupled with his fondness for 3-color dumplings. All the characteristic traits aligned, save for his aloof countenance. What's the matter? Seeing Itachi momentarily lost in thought upon hearing his name, Xingyu felt a twinge of curiosity. Oh, nothing much, just found your name somewhat peculiar. Huh, just jesting. Xingyu attempted to veil his awkwardness with a forced smile. Yet Itachi's slight frown revealed that his unease had not gone unnoticed. Suddenly, Itachi exclaimed, I remember now. You are the one who publicly opposed the 4th Hokage during the inauguration, vowing to become the 5th Hokage, Shigong Xingyu. Itachi had found the name familiar, but his focus had been elsewhere, on the war orphans, and he had not pursued the thought. Now, recollection dawned upon him. Be discreet. Lower your voice. I fear retribution. Xingyu's heart raced momentarily before he relaxed, covering Itachi's mouth and glancing around cautiously. Itachi signaled his understanding, then brushed Xingyu's hand away, gazing at him with the intrigue reserved for rare creatures. Ahem, children speak without restraint. Besides, if one harbors no dreams, what distinguishes them from a mere salted fish? Don't tell me you've no desire to become Hokage. Dreams. Hokage. Itachi's expression momentarily clouded with confusion. He understood that, burdened by the Uchiha lineage, he could never aspire to such heights. His dream of fostering peace between the Uchiha and the villagers felt nearly unattainable. Upon regaining his composure, he found himself envious of Xingyu, who, as an ordinary citizen, boldly articulated his aspirations and diligently pursued them. Here come the dumplings. The extra 2 skewers are on the house. Thank you, sister. Oh my, what a sweet tongue you have. I wonder how many hearts you shall captivate when you grow up. At that moment, the shopkeeper brought forth the 3-color dumplings. Having rewarded Xingyu's charming demeanor with an unexpected treat, it would have been even better if she had refrained from pinching his cheeks in delight. Dig in. Don't hold back. Xingyu rubbed his cheeks, grasping a skewer in each hand, rapidly indulging himself. To be honest, the few skewers he'd consumed earlier barely staved off hunger, leaving him ravenous. Itachi, momentarily distracted from his thoughts by Xingyu's enthusiastic feasting, felt a surge of urgency and promptly took a skewer for himself, savoring the delightful taste. Delicious. They say that growing boys can impoverish their fathers. In a whirlwind, the 12 skewers of dumplings were devoured by Xingyu and Itachi, leaving nothing behind. The weasel. having never experienced such wild indulgence before, began to let loose, imitating Qingyu's mannerisms, skillfully wielding food in both hands, and even appearing reluctant to stop. Should I get some more? Qingyu, feeling a twinge of sympathy, stole a glance at his own wallet before feigning generosity. However, the weasel's sense of propriety was evidently not as robust. His actions today had already crossed the line. If his father were to find out, punishment would undoubtedly ensue. Thus, he knew he must return promptly. Thank you for the hospitality, but I really must head home. If convenient, could you share your address with me? Next time, I shall treat you to some dumplings, the kind that are quite filling. After a rough calculation of his accumulated pocket money over the years, the weasel confidently made this statement. Qingyu's eyes lit up instantly. It was indeed worthwhile to cultivate a connection with this formidable figure, after all. For the next decade or so, the weasel would be exceptionally powerful. Maintaining a bond might serve him well in the future, potentially preserving his own life. As for the eventual defection years down the line, Qingyu believed the village would not outright erase him simply due to his amicable relationship with the weasel. Unless Danzo ascended to the position of Hokage, which would be a different level of brutality. However, necessary investigations and surveillance were to be expected, yet the cost of such measures was trivial compared to the potential benefits. Additionally, his undercover identity was rather precarious. Once the weasel joined the Akatsuki in the future, he might discover Qingyu's true allegiance. If that were to happen, their friendship could be jeopardized, and there could be threats to his life. It seemed essential to ensure that Obito kept this secret upon their next meeting. It was best if no one else knew, thereby minimizing risks. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qingyu promptly replied, "Of course, no problem. I reside at XX in the civilian district. If you can't find me, just call my name loudly." "All right, I'll remember that. Until next time," he said, watching as the still youthful weasel swiftly disappeared into the crowd. A wave of melancholy washed over Qingyu. This cursed mission, this wretched system, ugh. Just as he cursed the system's entire lineage in a fit of frustration, he intended to settle the bill, only to find himself lifted off the ground. "Who dares to ambush me? Do you even know the width of the path you tread? I am the 5th Hokage, appointed by the 4th. If you dare lay a finger on me, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, Lord Minato would sever your head. Did fear grip you? If so, you better set me down this instant." Suddenly, as he raged, Qingyu was struck dumb. Upon turning around, he recognized the person who had hoisted him aloft. "S-san, Sana Jonin? If I said I was just joking, would you believe me? How about I treat you to the 3-colored dumplings here? I must say, they are absolutely delicious." Observing Sana's face, as dark as a pot's bottom, Qingyu realized he was likely in for a stroke of misfortune. And indeed, calamity awaited. Disregarding his incessant complaints, Sana resolutely grasped him and prepared to depart. However, at that moment, the lady from the dumpling shop, whom Qingyu affectionately referred to as the beautiful sister, suddenly stepped forward to obstruct their path. Upon witnessing this, Qingyu's eyes brimmed with tears. Indeed, true love exists in the world, and genuine feelings are ubiquitous. If only today you could rescue me, I would willingly offer my visage for your whims. You may mold it as you please. Even if it means succumbing to a grand demise, I would embrace it with joy. Yet, amidst Qingyu's fervent anticipation, the dumpling shop lady boldly proclaimed, 3-colored dumplings. 8 taels per skewer. Please settle the bill. Chapter 21. A misunderstanding, all just a misunderstanding. It has become evident that the one who truly narrowed the path was none other than Qingyu himself. Although the jonin of the Sana village had paid for the last 10 skewers of 3-colored dumplings, the dark expression on his face was far more daunting compared to the 80 taels saved. After being dragged home, the Sana jonin slammed the door shut and dramatically placed a valuable treasure on the table. Qingyu swallowed hard, gazing at the kunai on the table, and forced a laugh, saying, "Can we not discuss this civilly? Why must it resort to weapons? How did I express myself before I left? Just one day has passed, and you have created such a significant mess. How am I to explain this to Lord Hokage?" In a fit of anger, Sanha grasped the kunai and, with escalating fury, plunged it into the table, causing Qingyu to wince. He couldn't afford to replace a damaged table. It was all a misunderstanding. Besides, would Lord Hokage truly stoop to squabbling with a child like me? I assure you, there will be no next time. When it comes to backing down, Qingyu knew he had to concede. He didn't believe his newly acquired, hardening ability could withstand the kunai in Sanha's hands, especially not with a mere level 1 skill. Clearly, Qingyu's thick-skinned bravado was causing Sanha's muscles to twitch in irritation. Yet he could not bring himself to bully a child. However, the third Hokage still required an explanation of, were it not for Lord Hokage's magnanimity. Do you think you would have the chance to walk out and enjoy dumplings? Perhaps a stay in prison would be more fitting. Tomorrow, you will accompany me to apologize to Lord Hokage. Upon hearing this, Qingyu visibly relaxed. It was merely an apology, after all. It wouldn't cost him anything significant. However, before he could fully revel in his relief, Sanha's subsequent words extinguished his joy. Moreover, considering the trouble you've caused, your allowance for next month will be halved. If you wish to avoid hunger, you will remain at home obediently. Should there be a next time, even if Lord Hokage spares you, I shall deal with you myself. With that, Sanha scoffed, withdrew the kunai, and turned to leave, entirely disregarding Qingyu's crestfallen expression. Apologizing in person was trivial, at most a waste of time. But a halved allowance was a severe blow. How could one survive on a mere 500 taels for a month? Would he have to resort to instant noodles and expired milk like the future Naruto? On the bright side, considering the initial 1,000 taels given by Sanha, coupled with the fact that a significant portion of the month had already passed, he could manage to avoid starvation if he spent wisely. Perhaps Sanha had calculated this before imposing such a punishment. How prideful of him. Moreover, if worse came to worst, when Itachi came looking for him, he could always rely on the affluent Uchiha clan. Surely, they wouldn't quibble over a few thousand taels. With that thought, Qingyu's mood brightened again, and he began to ponder what he would have for dinner that evening. A classic case of remembering only the pleasures while forgetting the pain. On the other side, the third and fourth Hokage were in the midst of transitioning responsibilities, while also providing guidance to the newly appointed Naruto, striving to illuminate and invigorate the village of Konoha. However, upon witnessing the mountain of paperwork piled high on the desk, Watergate was utterly taken aback. The alarm bells of trepidation began to toll vigorously within his mind. Is this all there is? Certainly not. What lay before him was merely a portion of the most pressing and urgent matters awaiting his attention. Once he addressed these, an assistant would be assigned to organize the remaining tasks for him. Sarutobi smiled benevolently, resembling a kindly old grandfather. Yet, upon hearing this, Watergate felt an overwhelming urge to tear at his hair in despair, wishing he could abdicate his position immediately. Little did he know that the responsibilities of the Hokage were indeed so formidable. Sarutobi chuckled knowingly, thinking to himself, "You wonder how I aged so swiftly? It is now time for you young ones to experience this burden, each of you clamoring to become Hokage. Little do you realize the true weight of the role." At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. "Come in," Watergate called weakly. Entering was Mihara, who had intended to greet the newly appointed fourth Hokage. But upon tiptoeing in, he found himself unable to see past the towering stack of documents to the figure of Watergate seated behind them, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. "Ah, Mihara, what brings you here? Inspecting the Hokage's duties, I presume? I must commend you for your efforts," he said with a chuckle, revealing the third Hokage's penchant for dry humor, which caused Mihara's face to flush crimson. "My apologies, Lord Sarutobi. That rascal Ao has been thoroughly reprimanded by me, and I've even halved his allowance for next month. He understands his mistake and will come to apologize to Lord Watergate tomorrow," Sarutobi replied. "That boy is destined to be the fifth Hokage. You must guide him well. Should that impudent child fail to ascend to the position, the blame shall rest heavily upon your shoulders." In truth, Sarutobi was not genuinely upset. Having lived a long life, he was beyond petty grievances with a mere child. Meanwhile, Mihara stood there, flustered and at a loss for words, devoid of any sense of humor. Sarutobi mused that perhaps his twilight years would not be as idyllic as he had envisioned. Just then, Watergate finally emerged from behind his desk, inquiring with curiosity, "Mihara, is that child yours?" Mihara hesitated before instinctively glancing at the retired third Hokage, who urged him to speak plainly. "Just answer the question. I am merely an old man now. You are the Hokage. You must clarify this." After receiving a nudge from Sarutobi, Mihara began to sweat profusely and hurriedly recounted the details concerning Au and their relationship. Finally, upon seeing Watergate still smiling and not angered by his previous disrespect, he managed to exhale a sigh of relief. Mikawa vowed that he harbored no intention of disrespecting Lord Tsunade and held the Hokage's esteemed identity in high regard. However, his recent instinctive actions were undeniably inappropriate. Had he encountered someone less forgiving, it is likely that resentment would have lingered for quite some time. How unfortunate. Nevertheless, I did not dwell on the matter, so there is no need for further punishment or apologies. Furthermore, having just assumed the role of Hokage, I find myself in need of guidance in many areas, and I would greatly appreciate the presence of talented individuals like yourselves to assist me. Therefore, I humbly seek your continued counsel, esteemed Janine Mikawa. Chapter 22. A slightly dangerous undertaking. As Mikawa stepped out of the Hokage's office, he felt a lingering sense of dizziness. He could hardly believe that his disrespectful actions had been so easily forgiven by the fourth Hokage, who had humbly sought his counsel on multiple occasions. To be honest, although he was no longer a child swayed solely by loyalty, he was still profoundly impressed by the fourth's demeanor and expansive spirit. Indeed, having such a Hokage was a true blessing for the Hidden Leaf Village. As Mikawa left the Hokage building, he instinctively glanced upward, unwittingly adding himself to the ranks of Watergate's staunch supporters. Inside the Hokage office, Sarutobi, who had witnessed the entire exchange, couldn't help but reflect on how choosing Watergate as Hokage was perhaps one of the wisest decisions of his life. Teacher Sarutobi, shall we begin? Watergate inquired. No, I have nothing left to teach you, for you will undoubtedly surpass me as Hokage, fourth Hokage. Sarutobi shook his head, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, before departing without a backward glance, leaving Watergate there with a bemused expression, as if struggling to comprehend the situation. In the ensuing days, everything remained remarkably tranquil. No enemy ninja dared to cause trouble in the Hidden Leaf, and the common folk found it difficult to access information regarding such matters. Furthermore, Mikawa did not fulfill his promise to take Watergate to apologize. He hadn't even shown his face, leading Aoi to wonder if Mikawa was involved in some extramarital affair. Additionally, the anticipated invitation from Itachi to share some dango never materialized, leaving Aoi uncertain whether Itachi had simply forgotten or if there was some other reason for his absence. Nevertheless, Aoi did not squander these days. He invested a significant portion of his savings into purchasing equipment necessary for physical training. It must be noted that such items were considerably more expensive than food. Had it not been for his charm and the recent buzz surrounding the young boy challenging the fourth Hokage for his position, which had made him a topic of conversation among the villagers, he might have truly faced a dire financial situation. As for the scornful glances directed at him by certain individuals, he paid them no mind. True strength does not afford one the luxury of belittling others. Only those who lack the courage to voice their own ambitions, losers, and the weak, resort to mockery. Such individuals are hardly worthy of consideration. On this particular day, Aoi continued his regimen, diligently following the Navy body training method to strengthen his physique. To be frank, he had always found the extreme training methods of Guy and Lee to be beyond human endurance. A normal individual attempting such a regimen would likely find their body unable to cope and collapse. Even if one were to endure, they would probably be left with a multitude of hidden injuries. Do not speak of exhibiting the formidable prowess akin to that of Kai. Merely engaging in combat without sustaining bodily harm should be regarded as a cause for celebration. On Earth, very few martial arts luminaries enjoy a peaceful conclusion to their careers, with many relegated to a life reliant on wheelchairs. Although many occurrences in the world of Naruto defy scientific explanation or conventional logic, Aoi believes that employing a more scientific and methodical approach to unlocking the vast potential of the human body is undoubtedly a safer endeavor. Perhaps this training method yields results at a slower pace compared to extreme physical exertion, yet it equally minimizes bodily harm. Upon completing his training drenched in sweat, Aoi found himself with some residual energy for further exertion. However, he refrained from continuing and instead opted for a refreshing bath and hydration to relax his body. The text on the foundational principles of the marine body conditioning method suggests that the effects would be enhanced with the addition of medicinal baths and massages. Yet, lacking the financial means to procure the herbal remedies listed or to hire someone for a massage, he had no choice but to settle for a simpler routine. Additionally, Since adopting this training method, his already considerable appetite had been thoroughly awakened, leaving him perpetually unsated. Thus, after his training sessions in recent days, he devoted the remaining time to seeking employment. Although the concept of child labor is virtually non-existent in this world, considering Kakashi became a Jonin at the tender age of 12. Commencing his work immediately after graduating from the Ninja Academy, if there were any laws safeguarding minors, Naruto would be the first to face severe consequences. However, the opportunities available to a 5-year-old are exceedingly limited, and the notoriety of being the 5th Hokage often led others to jest at his expense, making them hesitant to offer him work. Nevertheless, fortune favored the diligent, and after several days of setbacks, he managed to secure a temporary position. His next endeavor was to earn a living. The Hokage Rock, typically devoid of visitors, had recently become bustling with activity due to the inauguration of the 4th Hokage, Minato. A multitude of craftsmen had been summoned to prepare for the addition of the 4th's likeness alongside those of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Hokages. Although Aoi lacked the capability to contribute to such monumental tasks, various menial jobs awaited attention. One such task involved clearing fallen rocks from beneath the Hokage Rock. This was considered a relatively hazardous job, albeit with limited danger. As always, responsibilities entailed waiting for the craftsmen to complete their work during the day before he meticulously cleared the debris from the ground. While it was physically demanding, it did not interfere with his daytime training, and the occasional falling stones served to hone his reflexes, even if he could not evade them. He was equipped with inferior self-healing body and hardening abilities for protection, allowing minor injuries to heal swiftly. After a day of trial, Aoi's performance successfully convinced the supervisor in charge to allow him to continue working there. As for his remuneration, it was settled on a daily basis, amounting to 200 ryo, excluding meals and accommodation. Converting this, it equated to approximately 120 Chinese yuan per day, a substantial sum for a 5-year-old child. Were it not for the inherent dangers associated with this job, coupled with the fact that it would be unnecessary to enlist ninjas for such tasks, he would not be privy to this wealth. 200 taels a day amounts to 6,000 taels a month. How he wished this employment could endure indefinitely. As Qingyu toiled, pushing a small cart and ceaselessly transporting stones, such thoughts inevitably crossed his mind. After all, as an adult soul, relying on welfare was quite a source of embarrassment. Self-sufficiency was undeniably the ideal. Yet, it was evident that this line of work could not last long, at most. The craftsmen would likely finish their tasks within a month. However, by that time, perhaps he would discover a more effortless and lucrative opportunity. Overthinking and preoccupying himself with distant possibilities was not in his nature. He preferred to take one step at a time and see what lay ahead. Chapter 23. The unforeseen calamity as night descended. Qingyu finally managed to clear away all the remaining stones and dirt, clutching the small amount of money he had earned, and returned home with a silly grin. It was truly remarkable that a transmigrator, especially one endowed with a golden finger, could find himself in such a predicament. If he were to encounter a senior transmigrator, he would likely bow deeply and apologize, saying, "Forgive me for bringing shame to our ranks." In truth, Qingyu did not wish for such a fate, but he was burdened with a system that seemed perpetually bent on self-destruction. If he wished to avoid flirting with death, he had no choice but to rely on himself. He merely hoped that this troublesome system would refrain from causing too much chaos until he had mastered his survival skills. That would be a blessing indeed. Upon returning home, he first glanced at the small contraption he had fashioned, inspired by various films and dramas, ensuring that no one had entered his room during his absence. Sighing in relief, he proceeded to wash up and prepare for sleep. He remained uncertain whether placing a single hair on the floor would truly serve its purpose, for in this world, the esteemed ninjas had numerous tricks up their sleeves for stealthy entries. Nonetheless, his primary concern was not with the ninjas, but rather with the common folk who might engage in petty theft. After all, the civilian district lay far from the bustling streets, populated by a diverse array of characters. Who could say if anyone had taken an interest in him during this time? While theft would be a nuisance, the potential for harm was far more alarming, leaving him with no recourse to seek justice. Thus, he exercised caution in his endeavors. After his bath, he carefully concealed the money he had earned that day and surveyed his scarred hands. as well as the bruise on his right shoulder from an unfortunate encounter with falling debris, letting out a sigh. It was no easy feat to earn a little money. Fortunately, his inferior self-healing body would come into play, or he would likely be unable to work the next day. Time for sleep. After guzzling down a large carton of milk, Qingyu let out a satisfying burp and promptly drifted off into slumber. Meanwhile, a figure stood outside his window, illuminated by the moonlight, gazing inside with a complex expression. If Qingyu were to awaken at that moment, he would see the elusive Jonin of the Sana clan, who had remained silent for several days, pondering something inscrutable. What Qingyu remained unaware of was that the Jonin had not undertaken any missions recently. Instead, he had been observing from the shadows, taking note of the mockery and jests directed at Qingyu, as well as his repeated failures to find work. In truth, had the Jonin not hesitated several times before mentioning this situation to the fourth Hokage, the task of clearing the debris would never have fallen to a mere 5-year-old child. For the Hokage, it was but a matter of a few words. The Jonin's efforts extended beyond mere observation. Each day, he would arrive at the Hokage rock before Qingyu, shattering the larger stones to facilitate the boy's task of clearing the area. Otherwise, given Qingyu's limited strength, he would hardly be capable of such arduous labor. Unbeknownst to Qingyu, he believed himself fortunate, having encountered kind-hearted individuals while steering clear of any immovable predicaments or significant dangers. Meanwhile, the seasoned shinobi from the Sarutobi clan found himself perplexed by his unexpected concern for a mere child, one who bore no relation to him. Initially, when the third Hokage had entrusted him with this task, he had been filled with disdain, even daring to openly contradict the third, contemplating abandonment of the mission. Yet now, he realized that he need not partake in such duties. As long as Qingyu did not stir up trouble as he had previously, they could both lead their separate lives. Thus, he mused, perhaps I have indeed lost my wits. In an instant, the figure of Sarutobi vanished, his sigh carried away by the wind. On the following day, an early rising Qingyu did not immediately commence his training. Instead, he gathered a substantial sum of money to embark on a grand shopping expedition. After all, his appetite seemed to grow each day, compounded by the need to expend energy to hasten the healing of his wounds, leaving the household supplies nearly depleted. Fortunately, he still possessed some culinary skills to whip up simple home-cooked meals, or else his expenditure in this regard would have doubled, a fact for which he was immensely grateful. However, just as he prepared to step outside with his money in hand, he was taken aback by an unexpected visitor awaiting him outside. Itachi, what brings you here? I mean, why are you only just arriving? I've been waiting for you for several days. Standing outside and glancing about was none other than Uchiha Itachi, whom Qingyu had deemed a potential ally in the future. To be honest, Itachi's absence over the past few days had led Qingyu to mistakenly believe that the invitation had merely been a polite gesture. Ah, I knew it. I almost thought you were avoiding me to avoid treating me to food. As Itachi greeted him, Qingyu interrupted him cheerfully, taking the liberty of draping an arm across Itachi's shoulders as they made their way outside. Itachi appeared somewhat taken aback by this overt display of camaraderie. He hesitated briefly but, concerned about injuring Qingyu or giving rise to misunderstandings, ultimately acquiesced and followed along. It must be said that Itachi was remarkably mature for his age. Possessing a delicate and sensitive nature, overly considerate of others' feelings while neglecting his own, he harbored all his burdens internally, leading to a suffocating weight of responsibility at such a tender age. Qingyu's presence had inadvertently provided him with an outlet for relaxation, a channel to express himself, a realization that even Itachi had yet to fully comprehend. As Qingyu and Itachi departed, linked in their camaraderie, two members of the Uchiha clan swiftly emerged. The clan leader remarked that since Itachi returned home last time, something seemed amiss. It appears the source of this disturbance lies with that common boy. Well, you continue to follow him. I shall return to report to the clan leader. Humph. How could a distinguished member of the Uchiha clan associate so closely with such a peasant? In my opinion, he ought to be eliminated at once. Putting an end to the matter. After all, he is merely a commoner. Although such words were spoken, with the new Hokage now in power, the clan leader and others are plotting a significant operation. Should anything go awry, even 10 of you would not suffice to rectify it. So refrain from acting impulsively until I have consulted with the clan leader. The two exchanged glances and then promptly commenced their separate tasks. Chapter 24. Sutsuki Itachi, have you brought enough money? Itachi, feeling a tinge of anxiety, squeezed his little wallet. This time, he had withdrawn all his accumulated pocket money, amounting to around 5,000 ryo. He was uncertain whether this sum would suffice. This 5,000 was, after all, painstakingly saved from his meager allowances. Though he hailed from a prestigious clan where many expenses were covered, his personal funds were not as abundant as one might presume. The Uchiha family maintained strict financial discipline, and he often had to purchase additional items such as shurikens, which significantly drained his funds. Thus, the life of a wealthy heir was far removed from his reality, especially since he was not from the Akimichi clan. Well, it should be enough. All right, with your assurance, I feel a bit more at ease, for I possess quite the hearty appetite. Observing the gleaming eyes of Aoi, Itachi suddenly felt the urge to flee. What if he fell short and was unable to settle the bill? That would indeed be a disgrace for the Uchiha name, and even confinement would seem lenient. Nevertheless, he clenched his teeth and nodded, adopting a demeanor of unyielding determination. Meanwhile, Aoi, who discreetly observed everything, began to chuckle inwardly. Who would have imagined that the future illustrious and formidable Itachi would be so endearing in his youth, fretting over the adequacy of his wallet? Aoi was certain that if he captured this moment on film, he could extract a hefty sum from Itachi in the future. Of course, doing so would merely narrow the path ahead. One must tread carefully to protect one's own life. They returned to the same dango shop as before, and upon entering, the proprietress immediately spotted the duo, her eyes lighting up with recognition. What would you two little guests like to order? Please drop the little from your address, auntie. Also, make it 50 skewers of 3-color dango. I shall cover the bill. Aoi harbored a grudge regarding the humiliation he had suffered during their last visit, and thus, he refrained from calling her sister, opting instead for auntie, elongating the syllables for emphasis. Indeed, upon being addressed as auntie, the proprietress's smile froze, and with an irritable hum, she retreated to her tasks. Muttering under her breath, kids these days are hardly charming at all. Humph. I shall not stoop to engage with someone as fixated on profit as you. With a cool toss of his hair, the two found a small table nestled in a corner. At that moment, Itachi appeared to be calculating the cost of 50 skewers of 3-color dango. 50 multiplied by 8, totaling 400 ryo. Fortunately, it seemed manageable. Aoi noticed a palpable sigh of relief wash over Itachi's face, likely thankful to avoid the indignity of washing dishes here. Immediately, he wore a mischievous grin and casually remarked, "Let's start with 50 skewers of dango to whet our appetites, and afterward, we can indulge in some ramen. I've heard of a famous place called the Chiraka Ramen that I've yet to try. Those 50 skewers of 3-color dango are merely an appetizer?" Itachi's eyes widened in surprise, and once again, he began to fret over whether he had enough money to cover the total expenses. His concern was not about the amount itself, but rather the embarrassment of falling short. Qingyu, with an understanding smile concealed beneath his demeanor, felt a surge of amusement. He was not so lacking in decorum as to ruthlessly exploit a mere lamb for profit. Rather, he found the prospect of teasing the future Itachi to be delightfully amusing. After all, such expressions from Itachi would be a rare sight in the future. The 50 skewers of meat did not keep them waiting long, soon arriving at their table. However, unlike their previous visit, this time they ordered 50 skewers without any complimentary offerings. Humph, a poor review indeed. I shall indulge. With hands clasped in prayer, Qingyu immediately began to feast, stuffing his mouth with the tricolored dumplings. His energy had been thoroughly depleted, compounded by the fact that he had not eaten breakfast, leaving him ravenous, practically on the verge of starvation. Naturally, he had no intention of holding back. Itachi, startled by Qingyu's even more exaggerated eating habits this time, quickly joined in the frenzy of consumption. Within just 5 minutes, the 50 skewers had vanished. Itachi began to suspect that Qingyu was merely whetting his appetite. Boss, another 50 skewers. Itachi began to feel a twinge of anxiety. After the next 50 skewers were devoured, a satiated Itachi, clutching his wallet, hesitantly inquired, Another 50 skewers? Absolutely not. Let's go to another place. After consuming a staggering 100 skewers without any complimentary items, Qingyu resolved never to patronize this establishment again. Humph. At the checkout, their total came to 800 taels, roughly equivalent to half a month's living expenses for Qingyu. Such extravagance. Now, where to next? Ichiraka Ramen. Of course. I've been here for quite some time and have yet to visit. By the way, do you know where it is? Itachi, somewhat bewildered, nodded. Are we really going? Aren't you still hungry? Of course. If I don't devour at least 3 bowls, I shall demonstrate my acrobatic skills with a handstand. With that, they set off, leaving Itachi in a state of confusion as they made their way to Ichiraka Ramen. At this hour, the establishment was blissfully deserted, providing them with the entire venue to themselves. Welcome. What can I get for you too? Upon entering, the cheerful owner, with his signature squinting smile, greeted them warmly. Indeed. This is the place. Qingyu glanced up at the price list adorning the wall. Regular ramen was priced at 60 taels, specialty ramen at 70, vegetable ramen at 65. Pork chop ramen at 60, special char siu ramen at 75, egg ramen at 65, sauce ramen at 90, rice at 15 taels, and so forth. With a clear idea in mind, Qingyu promptly placed his order. I would like a bowl of specialty ramen, a bowl of pork chop ramen, and a bowl of special char siu ramen with extra char siu. What would you like? The startled Itachi instinctively asked. Are you really going to eat all of that yourself? Fear not. Since I ordered it, I shall surely finish it. Wasting food is a disgrace, wouldn't you agree? Sir? The owner, still wearing his cheerful expression, gave a thumbs up, seemingly in complete agreement with Qingyu's sentiment. However, the absence of his daughter left Qingyu with a hint of disappointment. After all, she was quite beautiful. Then, I shall have a bowl of vegetable ramen. Very well. That makes 4 bowls of ramen. Please wait a moment. Once they had placed their orders, the owner of the ramen shop transformed, exuding an aura reminiscent of a master of the craft. It is no wonder that in a past life, many claimed that the owner of Ichiraku Ramen was the ultimate boss, with the legend of Otsutsuki's Ichiraku widely circulated. However, it remains a mystery when the grand ramen eating competition began. Aoyuki recalls that in the future, Hinata would achieve an astonishing victory with a record of 46 bowls, earning her the title of Queen of the Competitive Eaters. The second and third places, defeated by Hinata, were none other than Akimichi Choji and Choza. Truly, what a disgrace for the Akimichi clan. From that moment on, if anyone dared to claim that the Akimichi family had the greatest appetites, Aoyuki would swiftly deliver a slap in response. Thus, in the world of Naruto, Aoyuki's modest appetite pales in comparison, merely ranking at the level of a younger sibling. Chapter 25. Danger Approaches. Slurp. Slurp. Ah, delightful. While Itachi had barely finished his bowl, Aya had already devoured 3 large bowls with great enthusiasm. To be honest, since arriving in Konoha, this was the first time he felt truly satiated. Not only was the ramen from Ichiraku incredibly chewy, but the broth was exceptionally delicious, and crucially, the portions were generous. Moreover, perhaps out of consideration for their youth, the owner quietly added an egg to each bowl of ramen and even gifted them 2 small side dishes, which was truly commendable. No wonder so many people adore this place. Naruto had even become a lifelong patron of Ichiraku. Noticing that Itachi had nearly finished his meal, displaying his generosity, pulled out his wallet and slapped it on the table, exclaiming, "Let's settle the bill." Itachi paused for a moment, hastily swallowing the remaining ramen. Hadn't they agreed? Haha, I was just teasing you. Besides, you did treat me to 100 skewers of dango. If I were to allow you to pay for these bowls of ramen, what would that make me? If you consider me a friend, let's not dwell on such trivial matters. Uncle, let's settle the bill. The owner of Ichiraku looked at him, somewhat surprised, then revealed his characteristic squinty-eyed smile, giving him a thumbs up. A total of 270 ryo. Thank you for your patronage. It cheerfully paid the sum and pulled the finished Itachi out of the shop. Meanwhile, the owner began to tidy up the table and couldn't help but sigh. The current generation is truly remarkable. What's the matter with you? You've been hesitant to speak since earlier. Did you eat something that didn't agree with you? Itachi clearly had much to articulate, but he found himself at a loss for words. The mention of friend by Au had stirred something deep within him, making him realize his own yearning for companionship. However, the members of his clan would never approve of him befriending an ordinary commoner. If his family were to discover this disgraceful association, He could only imagine their reaction, which would inevitably endanger Ao. Thus, he hesitated, caught in a dilemma. It's nothing. Just a bit overindulged. By the way, didn't you say you needed to do some shopping? It's a good opportunity to get some exercise. Itachi smiled, deftly shifting the topic. He did not wish to burden Ao with his inner turmoil, preferring instead to maintain the status quo, as he was accustomed to bearing all burdens alone. Unable to fathom Itachi's true thoughts, Ao decided to let it go and cheerfully led the future Itachi to the market. He had quite a list of items to purchase, including 500 pounds of rice. Without Itachi's assistance, he doubted he could manage to carry it all back. With a large load on their backs, they were nearly invisible amongst the crowd, making them the most conspicuous children in the vicinity. In the past, Itachi would have likely fled from such unwanted attention. However, after interacting with the carefree Ao a couple of times, he had learned to disregard the curious glances from others. Although still somewhat embarrassed, he persevered and walked alongside Ao all the way home. Thank you. You have truly been a tremendous help today. Without your assistance, I would have struggled to carry everything back alone. After setting down the items, Qingyu stretched his limbs and expressed his gratitude to Itachi. Over the past few days of training, his physique had noticeably improved, and he felt considerably stronger, a progress that filled him with joy. It's nothing. I'm glad to be of assistance. As a token of my appreciation, would you care to sample my culinary skills later? Upon hearing Qingyu mention food, Itachi's expression shifted instantly. He genuinely felt unable to eat anymore. Perhaps next time, I should be heading back now. I have training this afternoon. How diligent you are. I shall not keep you any longer. Will you return in the future? Itachi hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded, replying, if the opportunity arises, I shall return. Provided you do not insist I consume so much. Goodness, even the great Itachi has his limits. Qingyu chuckled, clearly taken aback, then added with a hint of resignation. Rest assured, I cannot afford to eat like this daily. When you visit next, I would like to seek your guidance on certain matters. At this, Itachi visibly relaxed. No problem then. Farewell. As Itachi departed with a lightness in his step, Qingyu couldn't help but smile. He sensed that Itachi harbored many thoughts within. However, at the tender age of 5, Itachi had yet to fully develop the reclusive demeanor he would later exhibit. A glance at Itachi's brief life reveals that his emotions were deeply internalized. Aside from the guilt he felt towards Sasuke, he cherished the bonds with his comrades. Even after joining the Akatsuki, his charismatic presence continued to captivate his teammates. Even rogue ninjas like Hoshigaki Kisame would risk their lives to protect him. And Kisame's unwavering respect for Itachi remained until his dying breath. When Itachi learned of Kisame's demise, he could not suppress a single tear. Some individuals are inherently extraordinary, leaving an indelible mark wherever they go. After a moment of reflection, Qingyu gathered his belongings and stepped outside, prepared for today's training. Regardless, it was all merely a routine for physical conditioning, and he harbored no fear of others observing him. Suddenly, however, he sensed danger. A prickling awareness coursed through him, causing his hairs to stand on end. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a clumsy roll to evade the ambush. 3 shuriken were embedded in the ground where he had just stood. A figure appeared before Qingyu, seemingly surprised that such a young child possessed such keen instincts. Although the attack had been a casual strike, lacking precision, the threat it posed was palpable. Upon noticing the prominent clan emblem on the stranger's attire, Qingyu felt a chill run down his spine. Had he not dodged in time, injury would have been inevitable. How shameful it was for a member of the Uchiha clan to personally assault a mere child and resort to such treachery. Who are you? As a ninja, how can you attack a civilian without fear of retribution from Lord Hokage? Qingyu shouted loudly, hoping to attract the attention of others, while crossing his arms in front of him, poised to defend against any impending attack. He understood that if his opponent were to unleash their full strength upon him, it would lead to his inevitable demise. Moreover, turning to flee would be the most foolish course of action. At this moment, he could only hope that his adversary would hesitate, for if word spread that the Uchiha clan had targeted civilians, it would undoubtedly backfire on them. Not to mention, the Uchiha were responsible for the police force in Konoha, tasked with maintaining order and stability within the village. If the situation escalated, it would turn into a spectacle of self-sabotage, and one could only anticipate the ensuing drama. Chapter 26. Do you really think I am easily frightened? One may indulge in a variety of foods, but one must not speak carelessly. I have come merely to issue you a warning. Some individuals are not of the sort you can associate with. Were it not for the chief's leniency, do you truly believe you could stand here conversing with me? The haughty Uchiha cast a disdainful glance at Qingyu. A heaviness settled in Qingyu's heart. He had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from the Uchiha merely for having met Itachi twice. This infuriating attitude was utterly displeasing. At that moment, the system inexplicably chimed in. Ding! A bronze-level self-destructive mission has been issued. Mission title: Who do you think you are? Description: Fight to the bitter end. Stand your ground. Can you truly tolerate such arrogance? Teach him a lesson. Ensure he bleeds at the very least. Mission reward: Bronze chest X1. Basic skill card X1. Exceeding completion grants additional rewards. Mission failure: If you can't even handle a minor character, then death is a blessing. It would be peaceful. Qingyu observed his opponent with a fluctuating expression. From the prior words exchanged, it was not difficult to discern that the Uchiha wished for him to maintain distance from Itachi. In simpler terms, he was deemed unworthy of being in proximity to the son of the Uchiha clan leader. This visit was primarily a warning, likely prompted by the realization that he had made a name for himself under the fourth Hokage, hence the lack of more aggressive tactics, aiming to intimidate him into retreat. If he chose to cower at this moment, perhaps the Uchiha would let the matter slide, out of respect for the fourth. However, should he opt for confrontation, it seemed inevitable that even if he escaped this ordeal, future troubles would abound. Yet he was not one to be easily intimidated, even without the system's mission. He had no intention of backing down. Merely a pawn, indeed. How audacious. You little brat, what are you staring at? Do you wish to lose those eyes? I merely wanted to see what a dog that barks so loudly looks like. Seeking death. Uchiha Han's expression darkened as he stepped forward, prepared to teach this insolent child a lesson. Although clan leader Fugako had not explicitly stated how to proceed, only uttering a vague acknowledgement, Han presumed that Fugako was too restrained to voice his desires directly. Thus, he took it upon himself to deliver a warning, lest the clan leader's child be led astray. Now, with an additional reason to act, being scorned by a mere child, he was not one to tolerate such disrespect. At most, he would break a few limbs, allowing the boy to live. After all, he was a nin of the Uchiha clan, even without the Sharingan. He was not to be compared with ordinary ninjas, especially when dealing with a mere 5-year-old child, a feat that should be effortless. Little did he realize, however, that his presumptions about the clan leader's intentions were misguided. Not every Uchiha shared his lofty arrogance and foolishness. Meanwhile, Qingyu was acutely aware of the contempt reflected in his opponent's eyes. Underestimating is advantageous. The more one disregards him, the more likely his schemes will succeed. What do you intend to do? Qingyu retreated step by step, feigning fear. Uchiha Han, oblivious to the ruse, seemed to relish the sensation of bullying the weak. With a sudden force, Qingyu was sent flying by Uchiha Han's swift kick. Although he had discreetly braced his arms, hardened to absorb some of the impact, and his opponent refrained from using lethal force, the blow still surged his blood and left him in considerable pain. Unbeknownst to him, after delivering that kick, Uchiha Han experienced a sudden sharp pain in his foot, akin to kicking a cactus and getting pricked by numerous thorns. However, this discomfort dissipated quickly, and he dismissed it without further thought, spitting out blood. Qingyu realized that his LV-0 Thorn Halo had indeed failed to inflict any substantial damage on his adversary, but felt no disappointment. With great difficulty, he uttered, "The Hokage will not spare you." Uchiha Han initially believed that his kick had sufficiently punished the boy, yet he was taken aback when Qingyu invoked the Hokage's name as a threat. Nevertheless, rather than feeling apprehensive, Uchiha Han grew furious at the repeated mention of the Hokage. It seemed the boy had not had enough of his lesson. As he slowly approached Qingyu, Uchiha Han first knocked him to the ground with a punch, then, like a malevolent spirit, began to deliver brutal kicks to the boy's frail form. He carefully controlled his strength, ensuring it was painful enough to cause immense suffering without inflicting fatal harm. Meanwhile, curled on the ground, Qingyu did his utmost to shield his body, gritting his teeth as he awaited the opportune moment to strike back. He knew he had only one chance. Failure would spell danger. Thus, he had to endure. And endure once more. It is often said that those who are harsh on themselves are more likely to succeed. For if one dares to be severe with oneself, they will be even harsher towards others. After delivering a barrage of kicks, Uchiha Han grew weary facing a silent child and found the situation increasingly tedious. He bent down, intending to lift Qingyu for a final warning. However, at that moment, gritting his teeth, Qingyu summoned every ounce of his strength and launched a sudden attack. His hardened right fist struck fiercely towards Uchiha Han's throat. Uchiha Han was visibly startled by this unexpected turn of events, but being a genuine nin, he quickly regained composure and, noticing that Qingyu's punch lacked finesse and was merely a surprise attack, he sidestepped to evade the blow. Although he successfully dodged the punch, Uchiha Han was filled with rage, nearly being struck by a mere child. If word of this spread, he could only imagine the ridicule he would face. Determined to alleviate his frustration, he resolved to teach the boy a severe lesson. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that the little spirit wielded a kunai in its left hand, aimed directly at his head. Had he been facing a typical adversary, he would undoubtedly have been drenched in cold sweat, for this signified impending death. However, the opponent was merely a small spirit, and he possessed the confidence to evade the attack. Then, the gun fired. A resounding bang echoed. The kunai, dubbed the Desert Eagle, emitted a wisp of azure smoke. The kunai, which Uchiha Han had dismissed, almost instantaneously pierced through the palm of his hand, which had reached out like a ghostly apparition before plunging directly into his eye socket. Ah, my hand, my eye. Blood streamed from his palm and eye socket, while Uchiha Han let out a ghastly wail. Observing his pitiful state, Qingyu, gasping for breath on the ground, could not help but reveal a trace of regret. P.S. To my dear readers, your support has been extraordinary. Within just one day, we ascended to the pinnacle of the app's new book category, securing the first position, 5th in the fanfiction new book category, and 9th among all signed authors' new books on the platform. You can now see us featured prominently on the homepage. However, many formidable figures are still lurking behind us, so I humbly implore everyone to continue casting your votes for me, to see just how far we can go. Achieving such results under pressing circumstances is indeed a remarkable miracle. I am astounded. Additionally, I wish to express my gratitude for the generous rewards from my supporters. And I shall temporarily note the additional updates as well. Special thanks to my friends who contributed. Your kindness is immensely appreciated. Chapter 27. Escalation of Conflict. Though not a legitimate Desert Eagle, the kunai launched from such a close range still possessed formidable penetrating power. Had it not been for Uchiha Han instinctively raising his hand to shield himself, Qingyu was confident that this strike would have pierced through his skull rather than merely blinding one of his eyes. After releasing the kunai provided by the system, Qingyu grit his teeth and swiftly rose from the ground, then staggered towards the 3 kunai that Uchiha Han had initially discarded. In a direct confrontation, it was evident that he stood no chance against a genuine nin. Uchiha Han suffered significant injury, primarily due to his overconfidence and his failure to anticipate that Qingyu concealed such weaponry. It was this unexpected turn of events that led to his substantial misfortune. However, once he recovered from the pain and unleashed his true prowess, Qingyu's survival would be precarious. Thus, to avoid his own demise, Qingyu had no choice but to wish for Han's end. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Closer. Qingyu reached out desperately for the kunai embedded in the ground. If he could reload, he would possess the means to counterattack. Yet, at that moment, a shadow suddenly enveloped him. Alarm bells rang in Qingyu's mind, compelling him to abandon the seemingly accessible kunai and leap sideways with all his strength. Just as he evaded, a figure descended from above, delivering a devastating punch to the ground. It was Uchiha Han, who had recovered from his agony. Had Qingyu not dodged in time, that blow would have surely been fatal. Clearly, after enduring the torment of injury and blindness, Uchiha Han's hatred for Qingyu had entirely clouded his judgment. All thoughts of Hokage and clan leader were cast aside. His singular focus now was to take the other's life. Witnessing Qingyu evade his assault once more, the infuriated Uchiha Han wasted no time in forming hand seals. Si, Wei, Shin, Hai, Wu, In. Although his speed in performing the seals was significantly hampered by an injured hand, the intense anger and hatred propelled him towards completion. Fire style, great fireball technique. In a fit of rage, Uchiha Han unleashed not only ninjutsu but did so with all his might. A colossal fireball hurtled towards Xingyu with a deafening roar. To be honest, in his previous life, while watching anime, Xingyu had always thought this technique was slow and easily avoided, with merely average destructive power. Yet, at this moment, as he faced it firsthand, he was horrified to realize that what he once deemed slow and easy to dodge was, in truth, inescapable due to its vast area of effect. While this C-rank ninjutsu, a level accessible to CH Nin, may not possess cataclysmic might, he felt the palpable threat of death looming. The thought suddenly struck Xingyu. If struck head-on, he would perish. He sprinted desperately backward, hoping to escape into the safety of the house. Perhaps with his inferior self-healing body and hardening, he could salvage his life. Indeed, even in such dire straits, he did not relinquish his hope for survival. The commotion in the civilian district was substantial. Even C-rank ninjutsu had made an appearance. If he could just delay for a little longer, reinforcements would surely arrive. If he could endure until then, even the Uchiha clan would hesitate to strike him again. He could do it. As he encouraged himself, his expression twisted with ferocity as he leaped toward the window. He could already sense the intense heat behind him, accompanied by the faint scent of something singeing. In that moment of near death, a furious roar echoed through the air. Water release. Water chaos wave. A torrent of water erupted like a waterfall, instantly colliding with the massive fireball. Both were C-rank ninjutsu. Yet their opposing natures meant that the outcome hinged solely on the strength of the user and the amount of chakra they possessed. It was evident that the newcomer was far more powerful than Uchiha Han. The water release technique swiftly engulfed Uchiha Han's grand fireball, sending plumes of steam billowing into the air. Having dashed into the house, Kyuingi finally relaxed as he realized he had been rescued, collapsing wearily onto the ground. Had help not arrived, he would have genuinely questioned the responsiveness of Konoha. Who dares to obstruct Uchiha business? Seething with frustration at having his decisive blow thwarted, Uchiha Han began to bellow like a madman, leveraging the Uchiha name as a shield. Perhaps the Uchiha surname could indeed intimidate many, but not the newcomer. Uchiha? Such audacity. A mere CH Nin dares to openly attack civilians, and against a child no less. Even if the Uchiha clan leader were present, I would not hesitate to subdue you on the spot. The newcomer was none other than AJ Nin from the Mikawa clan, who had sensed the disturbance of battle nearby and rushed over. However, he was taken aback to find a member of the Uchiha clan attempting to kill Kyuingi, even resorting to ninjutsu. Though he was merely a special J-Nin and nominally Kyuingi's guardian, and despite being a civilian ninja, he stood undeterred by the Uchiha's might. Well, now it seems even the most insignificant wretches dare to bare their teeth at the Uchiha. I shall see how you intend to deal with me. Just as his words fell, 4 or 5 figures descended around him, ordinary ninjas and Uchiha clan members who had come to assess the situation, as the Uchiha clan also bore the responsibility of maintaining order. What is happening? Your eyes. Who did this? Upon seeing his kin arrive to investigate, Uchiha Han's confidence surged. However, when questioned about his blinded eyes, a twitch of discomfort crossed Uchiha Han's face as he hesitated to divulge the truth. Revealing the reality of his situation might jeopardize his chances of receiving assistance from these clan members, as he had acted on his own accord. Upon contemplating this, he was disinclined to escalate the situation further. However, his haughty disposition rendered him unable to utter words of concession. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon Sanha and feigned a fa of defiance, coldly inquiring, "What now? Do you still wish to engage?" Sanha merely snorted disdainfully, eschewing further dialogue, and commenced forming hand seals, responding to the challenge with decisive action. Did he believe this matter could be resolved so easily? Absolutely not. Observing that the opposing party was poised for conflict, the arriving Uchiha clan members would not back down nor neglect their kin. Without hesitation, they drew their shurikens, some of them also beginning to weave hand seals, just as the internal strife within the village was on the verge of reaching its zenith. 2 figures adorned with animal masks abruptly positioned themselves between the factions, proclaiming loudly, "The Hokage commands. Cease hostilities immediately and return all individuals at once." Chapter 28. Fugaku takes action. The sudden intervention of the Umbu signified that this matter had come to the attention of the Hokage. In the public eye, no one dared to question the Hokage's authority, not even the begrudging Uchiha clan. Consequently, a conflict that had just escalated quickly subsided, with both parties unwilling to resist as they followed the Umbu personnel away. Simultaneously, the severely injured Aoi was escorted by an Umbu member for treatment. As for the remaining matters, they would be left to the Hokage's judgment. On the other side, Itachi, in a good mood upon returning home, was immediately summoned by Fugaku Uchiha. "Father, I have returned." Itachi respectfully knelt beside Fugaku. "I heard that you left early this morning. Whom did you meet?" Fugaku's opening words made Itachi's heart sink. He dared not conceal the truth any longer and replied honestly, "It was a common child, after the Hokage's inauguration ceremony." After explaining the circumstances, Itachi noticed his father's grave expression and hastily added, "Father has taught me to be grateful and to keep my promises. I have now repaid my debt of gratitude and will not cause trouble again." Although he had promised Aoi that he would visit again, Itachi resolved to bury that friendship deep within his heart to avoid implicating the other party. Seeing Itachi's good attitude in admitting his mistake and his lack of concealment, which aligned with the information he had gathered, Fugaku chose not to be excessively harsh. "Yes, I am aware of this matter, and you have done well. However, remember that you are the future leader of the Uchiha clan. Revitalizing our clan is your mission. Rather than wasting energy on irrelevant matters, you should invest your time in diligent practice. Do you understand?" Evidently, Fugaku held a poor initial impression of Aoi due to the latter's disruptive behavior during the Hokage's inauguration, especially since he had a decent rapport with Minato and disliked seeing Itachi associating with someone who loved to boast and create chaos. In contrast, Aoi, elsewhere, had misjudged the reason. "Yes, father. Go now and spend some time with your mother." Itachi nodded in agreement and exited with a somewhat heavy step. Shortly after his departure, a figure arrived bearing troubling news. Clan leader Uchiha Han took it upon himself to confront that boy and has now been captured by the Umbu. Several clansmen who were drawn into the incident were also taken. "I fear that Danzo may seize this opportunity to make trouble for us. I implore you to issue a command." Outrageous. Fugaku's countenance darkened upon hearing the full report. The Uchiha clan had no justification in this matter, and now they had been caught red-handed. How could he orchestrate a rescue? I recall that Uchiha Han has yet to awaken his Sharingan. Indeed, clan leader. Fugaku contemplated the situation and replied, "Then we must abandon him. Send someone to retrieve the other clansmen and refrain from unnecessary dialogue. Additionally, ensure that his family is compensated well, regardless of his transgressions. I, as the clan leader, hold an undeniable responsibility." And what about the Hokage? I personally went to express my contrition. The esteemed head of the Uchiha clan stepped forward, not only refraining from shielding his kin, but also humbling himself and offering ample compensation. This left Danzo, who sought to exploit the situation, to strike futilely at air. However, once this incident became public, it was bound to inflict a fresh blow to the reputation of the Uchiha clan. After all, it is an unforgivable crime for a ninja to assault civilians without provocation, regardless of the circumstances. Furthermore, Fujitaka's actions were even more drastic after Uchiha Han confessed. He swiftly dealt with the matter by executing him and, citing the need to keep the bloodline limits secrets from leaking, took the body away. Not a single strand of hair was left for Danzo, who had long harbored animosity towards them. With the individual deceased, any attempt to tarnish their name would be too late. The common folk, upon learning of this, would merely utter a curse of serves him right, with no further repercussions, believing that public opinion would soon settle. Thus, the losses were minimized. As for the discontent within the clan, Fujitaka could only endeavor to quell it. Nevertheless, after this incident, the name of Shikaku Aoi would undoubtedly resonate within the Uchiha clan, and it was likely that those who looked upon him with disdain would only increase. On the second day following the attack, in the hospital room, Aoi gradually regained consciousness. The tingling pain radiating from various parts of his body caused his delicate face to contort in distress. Awake, Aoi was initially startled, but upon recognizing the speaker, he immediately relaxed. "Am I in the hospital? And that scoundrel? listening to the fervent outcry of indignation from the young boy. The expression of Jonin Mahara grew somewhat peculiar. Whose thirst for vengeance was this? To awaken from slumber and immediately seek trouble with the assailant. One could only wonder if this child would become a menace in the future. However, upon reflecting on the injuries he bore and the suffering he had endured at such a tender age, Mihara could not help but sigh. Were he in the boy's position, he too would likely not let the matter rest. Even the medical ninja treating him remarked that she had never seen such severe injuries on a child so young. The assailant was nothing short of a beast. Truth be told, had the perpetrator not already been executed, Mihara would have been tempted to ensure the scoundrel's demise once more. He was truly beyond redemption. Enough with the curses. The one who attacked you was Uchiha Han. He not only confessed, but was also executed by the head of the Uchiha clan, so there is some closure. The Hokage has decided that this matter should be laid to rest, as further pursuit could lead to greater turmoil. Of course, the Uchiha have offered generous compensation, not only covering your medical expenses, but also providing you with 100,000 ryo as recompense. Dead. That truly is a bargain for him. Aoi pouted but understood that minimizing the matter was the most prudent course of action. For the sake of the village's stability, he had no choice but to endure the indignity. Fortunately, amidst the misfortune, he had successfully salvaged his life, completed the task assigned by the system, and vented his grievances, receiving substantial compensation in the process. Undoubtedly, following this incident, his name will become widely recognized. After all, he remarkably managed to preserve his life under the formidable hand of a Nin from the Uchiha clan, even going so far as to blind one of his adversary's eyes. Such a fierce achievement distinguishes him uniquely among ordinary individuals. Of course, legendary figures like Kakashi are not included in this comparison. One wonders, however, about Itachi. Does he know of this event? Will he allow his mind to wander, inadvertently adding to his burdens? P.S. To clarify, Han acted impulsively, while Fugaka sought to atone by directly approaching the situation, even executing a clan member in an effort to alleviate the escalating tensions between the village and the Uchiha. The Nine Tails incident was the catalyst that fully ignited these conflicts, rather than merely the initial discord. Furthermore, Danzo has perpetually sought opportunities to eradicate the Uchiha, necessitating vigilance. Chapter 29, The Slash and the Ghost. By the way, I am quite curious about how you managed to poke out your opponent's eye with a kunai. Although that fellow may not be particularly formidable, he is indeed a genuine Nin. Even with a lapse in caution, it seems improbable that a mere child could inflict such harm upon him. Mikawa suddenly turned to Au and inquired. Aya felt a jolt in his heart, then feigned a struggle to recall the incident, replying, I am not entirely certain. I was curled up on the ground, enduring a beating, but due to the peculiarities of my physique, I managed to protect my vital areas. When he bent down, I seized the opportunity to retaliate. I remember that my first counterattack was evaded, but he seemed oblivious to the kunai in my left hand, which allowed me to stab his eye. The kunai, Desert Eagle, had long since been returned to the confines of the system's space. And with no witnesses to contest his narrative, Aya fabricated a story interwoven with truth and deception, confident that no one would unearth the ruse. Upon hearing this explanation, Mikawa sensed a discrepancy yet found it plausible enough. After all, when one is engulfed in arrogance, it is conceivable that they would be unable to react in time. Moreover, this little imp possesses a plethora of cunning tactics and knows how to endure before suddenly erupting in violence. Truly, he is a promising candidate for a ninja. As for the origin of the kunai in his possession, Mikawa recalled arriving just in time to see several kunai embedded in the ground, undoubtedly flung by that Uchiha clan member. It was not beyond the realm of possibility that Au had picked one up amidst the chaos and concealed it. Mikawa instinctively filled in the gaps in Au's account. Thus, it was not hubris that was alarming, but rather the tendency to indulge in self-deception. You were fortunate this time. I happened to be nearby. Otherwise, your ashes could have been scattered in the river by now. It has only been a few days since things calmed down. Yet you managed to stir up such a significant ruckus, entangling yourself with the troublesome Uchiha clan. Are you perhaps a harbinger of misfortune? Mikawa remarked with exasperation. How was I to know that fellow would be so audacious, launching a sneak attack from behind? Besides, I did nothing wrong. This is purely an unwarranted disaster, A lamented, feeling particularly aggrieved. He truly had not anticipated that his opponent would resort to lethal force, though it was certainly related to his own reckless provocation. However, he would never admit to that. Mikawa was equally aware that this incident was indeed not Ao's fault, but what else could he say? Regardless of whether it was an unwarranted disaster, in the future, you must keep your distance from the Uchiha clan. During this interval before school starts, you must behave yourself. Endure what you can, understood? After uttering these words, Mikawa felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. Why, as merely a nominal guardian, did he find himself so burdened with concern? Aya recognized that Mikawa, a seasoned jonin, was genuinely looking out for him, even at the cost of offending the Uchiha clan. This kindness was etched in Aya's heart, and he knew there would come a time to repay it. Furthermore, the feeling of being cared for was, to be honest, quite pleasant. Thus, Aya, for once, did not argue back but nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that he understood and would refrain from causing further trouble most likely. Who would have thought that a system dwelling within him would incessantly urge him towards self-destruction? I must take my leave. Lord Hokage is awaiting my report on the mission. As for the compensation offered by the Uchiha clan, I shall temporarily hold on to it until you have recovered and are discharged. Although his tone remained frosty and his expression stern, Xingyu could discern the underlying concern. Moreover, a sum of 100,000 ryo. With this windfall, he need not worry about his sustenance for the time being and could allocate a portion of the funds to procure medicinal herbs, thus refining his foundational skills. In essence, this reckless endeavor has yielded a significant reward. Once Sana departed, Xingyu found himself alone in the hospital room. He promptly immersed his mind into the system. Having narrowly escaped death to complete the mission, and he had yet to claim his reward. Upon accessing the canine system, a flurry of notifications greeted him. Mission completion, medium, reward appropriately enhanced. Mission reward distributed, bronze treasure chest X1. Basic skill cards X3. He had blinded a Chunin in one eye and nearly incapacitated one of his hands, yet the completion rating was merely medium. The demands of this system were excessively high. Xingyu couldn't help but voice his frustration, yet his body obediently clicked open the bronze treasure chest. Opening bronze treasure chest. Acquired martial arts technique bare fist. Instantly, a wealth of combat techniques flooded his mind, and a new line appeared on his tombstone displaying bare fist LV0. As Xingyu absorbed this knowledge, he recalled that this bare fist was reminiscent of the fist from the world of Shinigami, known as Zanpakuto. The sword represents the way of the sword. The fist denotes bare-handed combat, the movement signifies Shuinpa, and the spirit refers to Kido. Although bare fist is not particularly renowned compared to the other three arts in the Shinigami realm, mastery can lead to a qualitative leap, such as the combat technique that fuses with Kido Shunko. While Xingyu lacked proficiency in Kido, the presence of the canine system made his growth seem limitless. Furthermore, even setting aside Shunko, bare fist is an invaluable martial art. For someone like him, who currently lacks offensive capabilities, this was akin to a timely blessing, allowing him to hone his body while learning martial techniques. However, he could not practice bare fist too openly. Otherwise, it would be difficult to provide a plausible explanation. Next, he turned his attention to the upgraded basic skill cards. These cards could enhance an ability to a maximum of LV3, so he needed to contemplate carefully which ability to improve. If he aimed to bolster his survival skills, then undoubtedly raising Harden to level 3 would be the most advantageous. Yet, given his current physical condition, even with Harden at LV3, he would struggle to fully utilize its potential. As for Thorn Halo, truth be told, it was rather impractical for him at this moment. Upgrading it was unnecessary, as it would only be effective once his health and defenses had significantly increased. Thus, only the inferior self-healing body and the newly acquired White Hit remained for selection. After careful contemplation, Xingyu clicked on one of the abilities. Chapter 30. The cool exterior and kind heart of Sanha, the inferior self-healing body, has been directly upgraded to LV3, resulting in a remarkable increase in recovery speed from twice as fast to 4 times as fast. This enhancement in self-healing capabilities is quite impressive. It implies that injuries that would typically take 3 days to heal can now be mended in just a few hours. Furthermore, The inferior self-healing body possesses the ability to repair internal injuries to a certain extent, making it exceptionally suitable for his upcoming training period, thus significantly saving time. Of course, the trade-off is an increase in physical exertion. However, this can be compensated for through ample nourishment, and with the 100,000 Ryo compensated by Uchiha, he has enough resources to support his training for an extended duration. Additionally, he wishes to explore whether he can enhance his abilities levels through training without relying on skill cards. If successful, he could elevate the level of White Strike, thereby conserving skill cards for other abilities. He began to experiment with accelerating his self-healing capacity. After upgrading Inferior Self-Healing Body to LV3, he noticed a significant clarity in the sensations within his body. He could feel a warm current circulating internally, and the injured areas began to tingle. However, it wasn't long before he felt an overwhelming hunger, clearly indicating that the upgraded ability demanded greater physical energy. This was undoubtedly exacerbated by the fact that he had not eaten for an entire day. Thus, he decisively halted his attempts. He merely intended to test the effects of his ability, not to reveal any peculiarities that might raise suspicion. Should he inadvertently expose himself and lead others to suspect a connection with the Senju clan, it would spell trouble. In the blink of an eye, a week had elapsed. One must admit that while the medical facilities in the world of Naruto may not seem as advanced as those on Earth, the existence of medical ninjutsu remarkably compensates for this deficiency, and its efficacy is astonishing. After a week of recuperation, Qingyu, who had nearly become moldy lying in a hospital bed, was finally permitted to leave. The somewhat elusive Santa appeared before him almost immediately. "Come, follow me to a place," he instructed. Qingyu did not refuse. He had no reason to decline, for if Sanha, a Jonin, had intended him harm, he would have perished long ago. In Konoha, if there was anyone he could temporarily trust, it would be Sanha, aside from Itachi, whom he had just met twice, and who had nearly led him to an untimely demise. Qingyu initially assumed that Sanha would take him to a more secluded location to discuss important matters. However, to his surprise, Sanha brought him to a bustling commercial street and directly entered a barbecue restaurant. After settling into a seat, Qingyu regarded him with a look of curiosity. Sanha felt somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze and, unsure of how to explain, remarked, "The hospital staff mentioned that you were lacking in nutrition. Coincidentally, I just received a payment, so I thought I would treat myself, and you as well." Upon hearing this, Qingyu couldn't help but smile. Should I simply express my desire to treat him to a sumptuous meal, without the need for such elaborate circumlocution? However, he did not expose the embellishments surrounding Sanha. So let it be as it is. The vibrant charcoal flames and the fresh beef almost led Qingyu to believe he had returned to Earth. Let us commence. Sanha directly spread the slices of meat across the grill, and soon the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, irresistibly stimulating one's appetite. Indeed, Qingyu found himself craving the meat and began to indulge without reservation. Sanha, on the other hand, consumed his meal at a leisurely pace, sipping from a small jug of wine while expertly grilling the meat to perfection. Before long, nearly 80% of the 5 portions of grilled meat had vanished into Qingyu's belly. Yet, Sanha appeared unfazed, ordering another 5 portions. As a special jonin, even with his humble origins, his annual earnings were substantial. Feasting on grilled meat daily posed no challenge. Since Qingyu relished the meal, he naturally did not hesitate to treat him generously. During the feast, he casually remarked, "To become an exceptional ninja, possessing a robust physique is indispensable. Your recent self-initiated training is commendable, yet proper nutrition must accompany it. Otherwise, your efforts will yield diminishing returns. I have petitioned Lord Hokage for a monthly stipend of 5,000 Ryo for you. However, this financial aid is not without strings. Once you graduate and attain the rank of Genin, you will need to repay this amount through mission assignments." With his mouth full of meat, Qingyu could hardly refuse such a boon, nodding eagerly in agreement. Unbeknownst to him, this so-called stipend was entirely borne by Sanha, having no connection to the Hokage or Konoha. The notion of repayment was merely Sanha's method of preventing the emergence of a freeloader, instilling a sense of urgency and ambition in him. Sanha thus toiled for the sake of an unrelated individual. Even he himself was uncertain of his true motivations. Time passed, and Qingyu consumed a staggering 20 portions of grilled meat, while Sanha gradually finished 10. After downing the last cup of wine, the meal drew to a close. By the way, your former position has been reassigned. While I do not endorse your continued pursuit of external work, I respect your independence and will refrain from further discussion. I merely hope you remember this. Although the path of a ninja is fraught with peril, it offers a degree of control over one's destiny. And wealth is more readily attainable. Thus, do not forsake the essence for trivial gains, nor squander the talents bestowed upon you by fate. Qingyu nodded earnestly and replied, I shall keep this in mind. Thank you. Having spent a considerable time in the hospital, he understood that life waits for no one, and he was mentally prepared. I have other matters to attend to, so you may return on your own. The compensation from the Uchiha has been placed at my home, and the recent security situation there has improved significantly. However, I still advise you to refrain from wandering aimlessly and causing further trouble. Otherwise, I might just have to expel you from the village. Having been acquainted for quite some time, Qingyu had already discerned that Sanya Shangren possessed a sharp tongue yet a tender heart, and he was not adept at articulating his innermost feelings. Thus, unbeknownst to him, he had developed a modicum of admiration for this unassuming middle-aged man. Were their positions to be reversed, he doubted he could perform any better. Yet, that damned undercover mission loomed over him like a thorn lodged in his throat, rendering him unable to advance or retreat, and preventing him from revealing his true feelings to anyone. At times, he pondered how he would confront Sana Shangren if his undercover identity were to be unveiled. Merely contemplating it felt as though a heavy stone had lodged itself within his heart. So what on earth is this predicament? Chapter 31. Activate the Sharingan. Itachi found himself under house arrest. Although he was unaware of the exact circumstances, the atmosphere among his clan members had been unsettling in recent days. A sense of unease gnawed at him, yet he could only suppress these feelings within, continuing his studies and training as usual. One day, Fugaku brought forth a young boy, introducing him as Itachi's new instructor. This was Uchiha Shursui, a prodigious talent within the clan, already possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan at such a tender age. After revealing Shursui's identity, Fugaku turned to him and said, I leave Itachi in your care. Do not disappoint me. Yes, esteemed clan leader, Shursui replied. Once Fugaku departed, only Shursui and Itachi remained in the training grounds. I am Uchiha Shursui. I look forward to your guidance in the future, Shursui said cheerfully, his warm demeanor and easy smile endearing him to others. However, Itachi's enthusiasm was muted as he returned the greeting calmly. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, Have you truly awakened your Sharingan, or is it the 3-tomo? Itachi's query stemmed from the fact that Shursui appeared only slightly older than himself. It was worth noting that not every Uchiha could awaken their eyes. Some individuals remained unable to manifest even a single tomo well into their 30s, rendering them not truly Uchiha in essence. In response to Itachi's inquiry, Shursui merely smiled gently before his originally warm eyes transformed into the striking crimson of the 3-tomo Sharingan. Actions speak louder than words, and the display was far more convincing than any verbal assurance. Itachi was clearly taken aback. Despite being the son of the clan leader and hailed as a genius by many, he could not guarantee when he might awaken his own eyes or evolve to the level of 3-tomo. Thus, upon confirming Shursui's abilities, Itachi began to trust in his capacity to guide him. Yet, unbeknownst to Itachi, the 3-tomo was not the pinnacle of the Sharingan. The true strength of the Uchiha clan lay within the Meijiki Sharingan. Shursui, may I call you that? Itachi inquired. As you wish. However, I think addressing each other by our names suffices. What do you think, Itachi? Shursui responded. Itachi nodded, feeling that Shursui was no longer a stranger to him. Still, Shursui noticed the turmoil etched across Itachi's face. You seem to carry many burdens. Would you mind sharing them with me? Perhaps I could offer some small advice or assistance. Whether it was Shursui's affable nature influencing Itachi or a genuine desire for clarity, Itachi found himself asking, I wish to know what has transpired in the clan recently. Why has my father forbidden me from leaving the compound? Upon hearing this, Shursui's smile faded noticeably. However, after a moment of contemplation, he decided there was no harm in divulging the matter. Thus, he recounted the incident involving Uchiha Han. who had ambushed a civilian child and even resorted to ninjutsu in an attempt to kill him, only to be apprehended by the Umbu. After the situation escalated, Fujikage, the clan leader, personally went to atone for the incident and executed the clan member responsible. Subsequently, he issued a directive restraining the clan from causing any further disturbances during this period. Perhaps this is why Fujikage has confined you. He fears for your safety should you venture outside. As Shirzue recounted the events, he suddenly noticed Itachi's complexion turning an ashen hue, seemingly struck by a profound blow. Was the child who nearly met his demise named Shirkong Aoi? The moment Itachi uttered this name, an ominous aura enveloped him, and his eyes appeared to harbor an intense yearning, as if two tadpoles were desperately attempting to break free. Shirzue's expression grew grave, for he recognized this as a sign that Itachi was on the verge of awakening his Sharingan. With just a slight provocation, Itachi could successfully unlock this powerful ability. It dawned on Shirzue that the Shirkong Aoi must hold great significance for him. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded in affirmation. In an instant, the single Tomo Sharingan manifested. Although he did not receive news of Aoi's death, the fact that, just after his departure, a clan member had killed a friend he held dear was an overwhelming shock for Itachi. Moreover, upon returning home, Fujikage immediately inquired about the incident, causing Itachi to wonder if it was an order from his own father. Amidst the tumultuous mental upheaval, Itachi's Sharingan was finally activated. Albeit not in the dual Tomo form as in the original narrative, but rather 3 years earlier than anticipated. This underscored the intensity of Itachi's emotional turmoil. Had Shirzue not revealed the truth to him at that moment, he would have remained blissfully ignorant. Throughout the ordeal, the father he revered made no mention of the events, as though nothing had transpired, even going so far as to seek out a mentor for him with apparent nonchalance. This thought pierced Itachi's heart. He had already vowed to sever ties, so why did his father persist in such actions? Is he all right now? Though gravely injured, timely intervention had spared him, and he should be recovering well. The clan leader had also provided generous compensation. After several deep breaths, Itachi managed to regain some composure, and the signs of his Sharingan gradually faded. Fortunately, Aoi had survived. Otherwise, Itachi would have borne the weight of guilt for a lifetime. The initial awakening of his eyes left Itachi feeling utterly exhausted, yet it was the turmoil within his heart that weighed most heavily upon him. Shirzue, I hope you can keep this secret for me. I do not wish to inform my father about my awakening just yet. Observing Itachi's resolute and earnest demeanor, Shirzue seemed to comprehend his unspoken thoughts and nodded silently, assuring him, rest assured, today's events will remain confidential. Thank you. Itachi appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, but the next moment, he nearly collapsed to the ground. It is normal to feel weak after just awakening your Sharingan. However, once you adapt to this newfound power, such weakness will dissipate. Let us conclude our discourse for today. I shall escort you back. It is rather amusing for Shirzue, who merely offered a few words of guidance, to have inadvertently enabled Itachi to awaken his Sharingan. This experience certainly leaves him in a state of bemusement. Simultaneously, it has piqued his curiosity regarding the individual known as Aoi-Q. As a side note, my extensive research has left me quite fatigued, primarily due to the scarcity of information on Shirzue. Furthermore, the word count exceeds limitations, so the author's remarks have been appended below the main text. Since this is a complimentary chapter, it poses no inconvenience. Those disinterested in the notes may easily bypass them. To begin, Kakashi entered the Ninja Academy at the age of 3, graduated at 5, and attained the rank of Chunin at 6, ultimately becoming a Jonin by the age of 12. Kakashi and Obito were contemporaries, with Obito being 1 year his senior, which means he likely commenced his studies at the academy around the age of 4. It can be inferred that during that wartime era, children typically began their training at the age of 3 or 4, as Rin also did. Assuming Shirzue entered the academy at a similar age, it is revealed in Itachi's true legend that he became a genin in the 46th year of Konoha. And prior to Itachi, no one had surpassed Kakashi's record for the shortest graduation time. Therefore, Shirzue must have taken at least 3 years to graduate, placing him at approximately 6 or 7 years of age in the 46th year of Konoha, and he had already awakened his Sharingan. Might Guy graduated at 7, while Yamato did so at 6. Furthermore, According to Itachi's true legend, in the 47th year of Konoha, Shisui tragically killed his dear friend, awakening his Manjikyu Sharingan. In the 48th year, a mere 5-year-old Itachi first encountered Uchiha Shisui. Some sources suggest that Itachi and Shisui grew up together, which is plausible. Yet this narrative follows the account provided in Itachi's true legend, so I urge you not to take it too literally. At this juncture, Shisui would be approximately 8 to 9 years old, 3 to 4 years older than Itachi. These figures largely align with common understanding. As for whether Shisui had attained the rank of Jonin at that time, I cannot definitively state, as Kakashi's promotion to Jonin at 12 was already legendary. If Shisui had achieved Jonin status earlier and by such a margin, it would surely have been mentioned in the original work. Yet there appears to be no reference to it. I have come across several posts claiming that Shisui was already a Jonin by the age of 7, however. I remain uncertain of the basis for this assertion. In one such post, I encountered the claim that Minato Namikaze became a Jonin at 8, which left me utterly perplexed. It is widely known that Minato graduated from the academy at 10. So, he was a Jonin 2 years prior to his graduation? What kind of academy is this? Is it akin to a prestigious institution? Moreover, in Chapter 674, it is noted that an 8-year-old Itachi, alongside Shisui, participated in a training mission, indicating that Shisui had already attained the Jonin rank by then. Thus, I surmise that Shisui likely reached Jonin status around the age of 11 to 12. I am inclined to accept the latter figure, coinciding with Kakashi's own elevation to Jonin rank. This occurred in the 51st year of Konoha, during which Shisui had not yet gained significant renown, as even the Umbu members were unfamiliar with him. In Chapter 674, when Shisui carried Itachi back, he expressed with his own words that he regarded Itachi as a younger brother and hoped that Itachi would see him as an older brother in return. This indicates that Shisui did not grow up alongside Itachi. Otherwise, such sentiments would not have been articulated. Thus, it is more plausible that Itachi met Shisui when he was around 5 years old, and they shared approximately 3 years together. Furthermore, by deducing from these reflections, it can be estimated that Shisui was born in the 39th year of Konoha, or perhaps a little earlier, coinciding with the year Kakashi graduated from the Ninja Academy. Remarkably, at the tender age of 8, he awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, an impressive feat indeed. In the 55th year of Konoha, Shisui tragically took his own life at the age of 16, having established the reputation of Shunshin Shisui during the period between ages 12 and 16. Of course, these conclusions are drawn solely from the limited information available and may not be entirely accurate. They are merely for reference within the context of this narrative. I kindly ask for no disputes on this matter. Should any knowledgeable individuals wish to correct me, please indicate your points in the comments, preferably with supporting evidence. Upon verification, I shall promptly amend my statements and express my gratitude. However, if the feedback is merely I think or I believe, I will likely disregard it, as I truly have no time for quarrels. In any case, the age of Shisui has always been somewhat of a mystery, and there is no need for anyone to take it too seriously, as it does not affect the subsequent plot. In light of the effort that the author has put into this work, may I kindly request that you show your support through recommendations, and perhaps consider adding this to your collection and investment? Chapter 32, Striving for Mastery. With the substantial compensation of 100,000 ryo from the Uchiha clan, Chinyu enjoyed a period of prosperity. He not only had ample meat to replenish his physical stamina daily, but also acquired the necessary training equipment. However, the consumption of medicinal herbs proved to be exorbitant. Although 100,000 ryo seemed plentiful, a single medicinal bath required no less than 5,000 ryo. Calculating this, 100,000 ryo would only sustain him for a maximum of 20 days, and that was under ideal circumstances. Consequently, Chinyu began to question the widespread applicability of the medicinal baths outlined in the fundamentals of Navy body training. It was unlikely that the lower-tier Navy personnel possessed such financial means. If the Navy headquarters were to foot the bill, the annual military budget would reach astronomical figures. It was possible that this regimen was tailored solely for the offspring of affluent families or military elites, gifted individuals with immense potential. This high expenditure led Chinyu to reconsider his earlier, rather mundane plan of laying low for 5 or 6 years in the Ninja Academy. After all, He had no genuine desire to infiltrate Konoha. Originally, he envisioned himself as a middle-tier ninja, a role that would shield him from critical intelligence and tasks while allowing him to avoid drawing undue attention. He even contemplated remaining a genin indefinitely. For was there not a saying that Konoha's genin were the strongest, surpassing even the Kage level? He aspired to be a genin with strength exceeding that of Kage-level shinobi, which would significantly enhance his self-preservation capabilities when undertaking the perilous missions assigned by the dog system. Indeed, before the rise of Naruto's generation of formidable youths, who would pay heed to a mere genin. In a secluded area far from the Konoha civilian district, Chinyu diligently practiced his skills against a wooden dummy. Do not misunderstand. He was merely honing his bare-handed techniques. After all, the LV0 bare-handed training had only imparted rudimentary knowledge, and how to apply it in real combat required his own efforts. Of course, acquiring additional skill cards would alter the scenario entirely. This isolated clearing was a hidden gem he discovered after extensive searching. The lack of visitors here meant he could train undisturbed, thereby minimizing the risk of exposing his bare-handed techniques. Although this martial art would eventually become known, every day he could conceal it further. When others inquired later, he could modestly reveal some talents, for martial arts had evolved from a myriad of movements and techniques, each with its unique characteristics. Even a common Konoha whirlwind would display variations in execution among different practitioners. In this way, he could easily attribute his skills to innate talent, claiming that through sheer practice, he had inadvertently developed a unique style. After all, genius often enjoys privileges. Consider the terrifying forbidden techniques developed by the second Hokage, capable of even reviving the dead. In comparison to those remarkably talented predecessors, the creation of a martial art that diverges from soft fists and hard fists, placing greater emphasis on technique, is not particularly significant. After all, there are few who genuinely regard martial arts as a lifeblood. The sounds of thuds reverberated continuously in the center of the open ground. Chinyu, drenched in sweat, diligently practiced the choreographed movements ingrained in his mind. He had no choice. His foundation was lacking, and the notion of genius was merely a facade he had constructed, having lived 2 lifetimes without ever encountering such combat. He was left with no alternative but to adopt this laborious method, mechanically imprinting these movements and techniques into his muscles before gradually assimilating them into his being, transforming them into instinctual responses in combat. Should he reach such a level, he believed that even if his basic combat rank could not reach its zenith, it would surely elevate to a commendable degree. It must be said, he possessed little talent, particularly in the realm of martial arts. After practicing for over half a month, his basic combat remained at LV0, seemingly showing no signs of progress, or perhaps the system merely did not acknowledge his efforts. However, Chinyu found this notion rather unreasonable. He did not wish to perpetually depend on the system. Thus, he was determined to prove that this path was indeed viable. Diligence could compensate for lack of talent. Individuals like Shaoli and Kai had already demonstrated that this principle was not mere empty rhetoric. Consequently, he attributed the lack of change in his rank solely to his insufficient effort. Were it not for the singularity of his life, he would have eagerly tested the limits of fate, curious to see if failing a mission would trigger the system as self-destruction and whether it would subsequently ensnare him as well. Thus, the thudding sounds that echoed today extended for yet another hour beyond yesterday's. By the time Chinyu returned home, his arms, marred with scars, weary from exertion, he collapsed onto his bed, devoid of the desire to move. Yet, in pursuit of survival in this unfamiliar world, he gritted his teeth and rose once more, adeptly boiling water and tossing packets of herbs into the bath he had procured. Once the water reached a boil, he adjusted the temperature to approximately 45 degrees. Relying on his estimation, he then submerged himself fully, relishing the process of relaxing his muscles, invigorating his blood, alleviating pain, and replenishing his energy reserves. The herbal bath described in The Fundamentals of Naval Body Conditioning was not an extraordinary remedy, nor could a few soaks result in a radical transformation of one's essence. Perhaps the system possessed such wonders, but at least this particular bath did not hold such capabilities. Its effects were limited to replenishing the body's deficiencies caused by intensive training and healing hidden injuries, invigorating every cell with vitality, An energetic and healthy physique undoubtedly represented one of the optimal conditions for laying a solid foundation. Coupled with the sporadic benefits of his LV3 inferior self-healing body, Qingyu, though not a prodigy, boasted a physical foundation that surpassed even that of some geniuses. As long as one persists over time, Qingyu is profoundly confident that his body will gradually be improved to perfection. However, the only drawback lies in the process of soaking in the medicinal bath, which is not particularly comfortable, but rather accompanied by a sensation akin to being pricked by needles. This is a normal reaction as the body absorbs the medicinal properties. Once the effects permeate, the discomfort subsides. By the time the prickling sensation diminishes and eventually vanishes, more than half an hour has passed, and Qingyu emerges from the bath feeling refreshed. Yet, almost immediately, his expression falls. Chapter 33. The easiest money to earn is from children and women. 3 days later, in the secluded little realm that exclusively belonged to Qingyu, a sudden burst of energy erupted. The young figure leaped high into the air, harnessing the strength of their waist and hips to execute a swift rotation. With a powerful kick, they struck the head of a wooden post. With a resounding thud, the sturdy post quivered violently from the force of the blow. Upon landing, Qingyu's face lit up with joy, excitement radiating from him. Just after delivering that kick, he heard the long-awaited system notification. His basic strike had successfully ascended to LV1. Remarkably, he achieved this milestone through his own diligent training, without relying on any external aid. This validated his hypothesis. He could enhance his abilities without the system's intervention. Moreover, compared to the dogged system that incessantly urged him toward peril, he relished this grounded approach. Gradually growing stronger. Although the progress was painstakingly slow, it was devoid of danger. Yet, contrary to his wishes, the dogged system was unlikely to remain so subdued. He was certain of it. Looking back at the reckless tasks he had completed, each one had pushed him to the brink of death. Success brought bountiful rewards, while failure meant scrambling to find the next opportunity for reincarnation. Perhaps before school commenced, he could elevate basic strike to LV3 or even higher. However, Qingyu's previously bright expression shifted to one of profound melancholy. The medicinal herbs he had purchased had been exhausted days prior, and the 16-day herbal bath had cost him a staggering 80,000 taels. The remaining funds had been spent on training equipment and daily sustenance, leaving him with merely 2 sets of clothes, one for today and one for tomorrow. Currently, he was left with only a few thousand taels. Purchasing more herbs was out of the question, and even affording meals had become a significant challenge. Fortunately, the beginning of the month was upon him, and the shinobi from Sanha should be delivering the relief funds, alleviating some of his immediate concerns. Money. Why was it that on Earth he worried daily about earning it, but in this world, he was still consumed by the same anxiety? Qingyu felt a wave of frustration. It appeared that regardless of where one found themselves, a lack of funds rendered one immobile. Moreover, the adage that the wealthy cultivate martial prowess while the poor pursue knowledge rang true. The costs associated with becoming a ninja were undeniably substantial. It was no wonder that commoner ninjas were often overlooked, with only rare geniuses emerging, while distinguished clans monopolized the pool of exceptional talent. Without delving into specifics, consider 2 individuals of equal potential. One enjoys a life of comfort, with ample resources for training and the luxury to focus solely on their development. The other, however, subsists on meager rations, lacking even basic nutritional support, and must ponder for ages before acquiring even a single kunai for training. What kind of outcomes could one expect from such disparate circumstances? The result is that the talents of the latter remain entirely unfulfilled, while the former can be perceived as geniuses by others. This has led to the rarity of formidable individuals among common ninjas. Of course, there are exceptions, such as the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, who nearly ascended to the position of Hokage. However, one must consider the identities of their mentors, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the illustrious third Hokage, and their companion, Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, undoubtedly a privileged individual. With such a starting point, the disparity of their humble origins is significantly diminished. Nonetheless, the efforts of Orochimaru and Jiraiya cannot be overlooked. Then there is the current fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who also hails from a common background. devoid of any notable lineage or bloodline limits. Yet, his mentor was the already renowned Sannin, Jiraiya. Furthermore, Minato's innate talent is among the finest in the entire ninja world. After the demise of the second Hokage, no one could master the Flying Thunder God technique, yet he claimed mastery, surpassing even his predecessor. During the Third Great Ninja War, he earned the title of Konoha's Yellow Flash, compelling the various ninja villages to issue orders allowing their ninjas to abandon missions and flee upon encountering him. Such extraordinary talent combined with a calm demeanor is truly rare. As for Guy, there is no need for further elaboration. He relied solely on his own efforts. Possessing the most ordinary of talents and an indomitable will, achieving what many deemed impossible through sheer determination, astonishing everyone and redeeming his father's legacy. Of course, at that time, Guy was still somewhat naive. Walking through the bustling streets of Konoha, Aoyu found himself constantly glancing around. Following the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha had re-established its dominant position, with only the Hidden Cloud village still holding out. One can say that the war had momentarily come to a halt. This had brought smiles back to the faces of Konoha's citizens, and a new wave of births was on the horizon. It seemed that everything was returning to normalcy, progressing in a positive direction. Yet, Aoyu was preoccupied with thoughts of how to acquire a substantial sum of money. Perhaps he could take a stroll around the Uchiha compound, earn some medical expenses. No. He quickly dismissed this enticing notion. After all, he had his dignity to uphold. Moreover, he feared that the system might issue a reckless task involving an assault on the Uchiha compound, or that some Uchiha might take a disliking to him and actually cause him harm. Now that would be unfortunate. The path of provoking the Uchiha was not viable, and Itachi had not made an appearance in quite some time. He must have been placed under house arrest. So what other avenues were there for earning money? He had given up on the prospect of finding a job, as a few thousand ryo a month was no longer worth his time. He had now become Shikigami. I have inflated my worth, so what? Aoyu, after toiling for an entire month and barely earning enough for a medicinal bath, he wondered what the point of it all was. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to train diligently? Or perhaps seek assistance from a jonin? This indeed presents a viable method. The shinobi of Sanha must possess considerable wealth. However, upon further contemplation, he began to shake his head. The reason was simple. The shinobi of Sanha had already extended ample support to him, even during the several occasions when he found himself in trouble. It was the shinobi of Sanha who interceded on his behalf, aiding him in extricating himself from his predicaments. Having incurred such a significant debt of gratitude, Xingyu found himself at a loss as to how to repay it, feeling too ashamed to broach the subject again. Thus, after much deliberation, it seemed that the only option left was the one fraught with the greatest risk. This involved leveraging the medicinal bath formula in his possession to generate profit. After all, he had personally experienced the remarkable efficacy of this formula. It was truly exceptional. When employed to lay a foundation for children, it would undoubtedly provide them with a head start in life. As the saying goes, earning money from children and women is often the easiest endeavor. Chapter 34. Discussing collaboration. It is often said that children and women are the easiest to exploit financially. However, there exists a paramount question. Is one destined to squander such wealth? The world of Naruto is far from the legally sound environment of Earth. It is a realm governed by strength, where might reigns supreme. For a mere child such as he, to rashly approach others for collaboration would likely result in him being unceremoniously expelled, or worse, having his formula snatched away. Perhaps even facing dire consequences to ensure silence. After all, as a war orphan, his demise would mean little to the world. The Uchiha clan is not the only one exhibiting arrogance. This reality has long deterred him from leveraging his formula for profit. Yet, he finds himself in a predicament where he can no longer afford to wait for years until he possesses the strength and confidence to monetize his creation. For by that time, it may be too late, and he might not even require such means of income. Thus, he is left with but one course of action: to seek fortune amidst peril. He must forsake long-term gains for immediate benefits and rapid enhancement of his abilities. This, indeed, is the most suitable choice for him at present. As for the potential risks and doubts this strategy may entail, he can only set them aside and endeavor to extricate himself from such concerns. But with whom should he partner? The first name that sprang to mind was that of the Jonin from the Sanha clan. He believed anyone could betray him, yet the Sanha Jonin would not. Collaborating with him could yield greater rewards. However, the Sanha Jonin, being of common birth, lacked connections, commercial acumen, and substantial capital. Most concerning was the fear that the Sanha Jonin might find himself in danger. After all, financial incentives can corrupt, if their venture were to flourish. How would a special Jonin of humble origins contend with the powerful and affluent clans? Moreover, in matters of commerce, even the Hokage could not show favoritism. Wait a moment. The Hokage. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his mind. Indeed, he could collaborate with the Hokage, or more accurately, with Konoha itself. By transforming personal interests into the collective benefit of the village, it was foreseeable that no one would dare meddle. After all, the Hokage is the paramount leader of the entire village. Those with ambitions, like the Uchiha, just look at the disarray they have descended into. Furthermore, under the protective shade of a mighty tree, one finds solace. Given the fourth Hokage's affable nature, he would be loath to present a disagreeable visage. A certain degree of profit would surely be assured. However, for the sake of safety, he resolved to involve the Sanha Jonin as a witness. For he lacked the standing to approach the busy Hokage. With clarity of thought, he felt the weight of his last remaining assets in his pocket, gritted his teeth, and plunged into the nearby herbal shop. Upon returning home, he found himself in possession of a concoction of medicinal bath materials, as usual mingled with various other herbs, and had insisted that the shopkeeper grind them all into powder as per his specifications. This batch of herbs had utterly depleted his finances, leaving him with a mere 5 taels to his name, barely enough to afford a trio of colored dumplings. If tomorrow the shinobi from Sanha fails to deliver the relief funds, he will likely find himself in dire straits. Subsequently, he meticulously mixed all the medicinal powders he would require and packaged them carefully. After all, one must always guard against potential treachery. This batch of herbs was meant for efficacy verification, and if it were to be stolen, he would suffer a double loss. He had faith in the character of the fourth Hokage, yet he remained skeptical of Danzo and his 2 advisors' integrity. At dawn the next day, Qingyu positioned a small stool at his door, anxiously awaiting the arrival of the shinobi from Sanha. However, as the morning wore on, not even a shadow appeared, which heightened his anxiety. After all, he had wagered his entire fortune for the chance to meet the Hokage and establish a collaboration. At this moment, despite feeling faint from hunger, he lacked the financial means to remedy his situation. Fortunately, the shinobi from Sanha did not keep him waiting long and suddenly appeared before him. "You were waiting for me?" The unexpected brightness in Qingyu's eyes perplexed Sanha, and he feared that the next moment, the youth might leap forward and bite him. In response to Sanha's inquiry, Qingyu nodded vigorously and earnestly stated, "I have urgent matters to discuss with Lord Hokage. I must see him now." He needed to convey a sense of urgency. Otherwise, with the Hokage's busy schedule, there would be little time for frivolities. Moreover, he could scarcely afford to wait another day. Without the medicinal baths accompanying his training, he found himself lacking vitality for the next day's regimen. His inferior self-healing physique could only hasten the healing of his injuries but could not alleviate his fatigue. "Reason," Sanha replied curtly, asserting that he could not take Qingyu to meet the Hokage merely because the youth desired it. Even for him to secure an audience with the Hokage was no simple feat. Without a sufficiently compelling reason, he would not acquiesce. Clearly, Qingyu had anticipated this. So he elaborated on the effects of the medicinal bath and crafted an irrefutable narrative to support his claims. "Are you certain this concoction is as effective as you claim?" After listening, Sanha did not dwell on the story but instead inquired doubtfully about the medicine's efficacy, skepticism evident on his face. "I am certain. I spent the entirety of the 100,000 compensation provided by the Uchiha on these herbs. If you doubt me, you are welcome to have my body examined." He was resolute in his determination to sell the formula, willing to go to great lengths. Sanha remained unconvinced but recognized that the other was not a mere child of fabrications, so he stepped forward and lightly pinched a few areas on Qingyu's body. This examination aimed to assess his skeletal and muscular condition. Generally, after prolonged and intense training, a few squeezes could reveal any hidden injuries. However, the preliminary results astonished him. Sanha had witnessed Qingyu's rigorous training sessions firsthand and had even intervened on several occasions. What surprised him was the remarkable state of Qingyu's body under such intense training. Could it truly be the result of that so-called medicinal bath? The Jonin of Sanha cast a reluctant glance at Qingyu, then spoke in a deep voice, "Strike with all your might." He wished to ascertain the progress his opponent had made during this period, should it indeed prove effective. He would even take the initiative to introduce him to the Hokage. This would be a tremendous boon for the future of the village. With a resounding thud, Qingyu unleashed his full strength, delivering a swift punch. Although he displayed no particular technique, what mattered was the sheer velocity and power, the most palpable sensations. After effortlessly blocking Qingyu's fist, the Jonin could not help but compare his opponent's recent advancements in his mind, ultimately arriving at a conclusion that left him astonished. Chapter 35. Verifying the efficacy of the medicine. Mikawa took a moment to reflect, noting a remarkable enhancement in both speed and strength compared to when he first encountered Aoyuki. At that time, Aoyuki's physical attributes were rather unremarkable, strikingly ordinary. Yet now, the transformation was unmistakable. This significant progress was undoubtedly a result of diligent training. But perhaps the medicinal bath truly possessed the miraculous qualities he claimed? Mikawa, the Jonin, began to regard this matter with earnest consideration. Before meeting the Hokage, do you truly understand the gravity of your actions? If this is merely a prank, I concede you have deceived me. However, the Hokage's office is not a place where you can recklessly act on account of your youth. Aoyuki recognized that Mikawa was both cautioning him and expressing concern that he might create a mess. Yet this time, he was filled with confidence, nodding seriously. I will take responsibility for every word I speak. Mikawa gazed at him intently, then refrained from further questioning, saying, "Follow me." In the Hokage's office, Minato was diligently reviewing documents before him. Only after assuming this position did he fully grasp the significance of the title Hokage and the immense pressure it entailed. Moreover, with Sarutobi-sensei having mysteriously vanished to enjoy retirement, he found himself without anyone to whom he could turn for advice or share the burden of stress. What? You mentioned the senior advisors of Konoha? It is better not to dwell on this. Among those who initially opposed his ascension to Hokage were these two advisors. Even now, Nara Shikaku and Mito Minma remained lukewarm towards him, seemingly still in a period of observation. As for Danzo, it goes without saying that this ambitious individual had long coveted the position of Hokage. It was a miracle he did not hinder Minato's progress, let alone offer assistance. Nevertheless, his resilient spirit allowed him to thrive under the weight of immense pressure, propelling him toward rapid growth, while he executed the responsibilities of Hokage with remarkable competence. Not only did he avoid major blunders, but he also began to cultivate his own faction. Kakashi, whose mental state had deteriorated, was directly assigned to the Umbu, becoming his trusted right-hand man. What brought him even greater joy was the realization that with each passing day, he was drawing closer to the day he would become a father. After a long day of work, returning home to share meals with his wife and the child growing within her was perhaps the happiest time of his life. If only Kushina could be a little less irritable during her pregnancy. Just as he set aside the completed documents and rubbed his temples, the door swung open, and his assistant reported, "Hokage-sama, Special Jonin Mikawa Hirohiko requests an audience. He has brought a child with him, claiming it is of utmost importance." Of utmost importance, you say? Then let them in. Very well, Hokage-sama. Though much work remained, it would be beneficial to take a moment to hear important reports from others. As a Hokage of humble origins, Minato does not carry himself with arrogance, nor does he possess the habit of looking down upon others. Furthermore, the esteemed Jonin, Mahara, has always approached his duties with diligence and maturity, truly deserving the title of a cornerstone of Konoha. It is fair to say that many individuals, like Mahara, have silently contributed to the foundation of the village. Soon, a knock echoed once more. "Please enter." As the door swung open, Mahara and Aoi finally stepped into the Hokage's office. The distinguished Jonin Mahara Hirohiko had significant matters to report to Lord Hokage. Minato greeted the two with a warm smile and a nod towards the long-unseen Aoi before inquiring, "What is the matter?" Mahara Jonin began by briefly explaining the effects of a medicinal bath, assuring its efficacy, before gesturing for Aoi to speak. Truth be told, Aoi felt a surge of gratitude. Mahara could have easily shifted all responsibility onto him, but instead, he chose to vouch for Aoi's claims, paving the way for the child's narrative and enhancing its credibility. After all, the words of a 5-year-old hold little weight compared to those of a mature adult. This also implied that if Aoi were merely playing a prank or if the concoction failed to deliver satisfactory results, Mahara would face the risk of appearing frivolous and boastful, even if he bore no formal penalties. To repay Mahara's trust, Aoi took a deep breath and began to articulate the true effects of the medicinal bath. Neither exaggerating nor being overly modest, but rather presenting the facts with clarity. He even used himself as an example to bolster his credibility, after all. Attempting to promote something he had never personally used would be quite foolish. As for how he acquired the recipe, he simply brushed over it with the remark that he found it during a flight from danger, discovered on a corpse. Given that only a handful of individuals, like Obito, were privy to his experiences during that tumultuous time, he had ample room to fabricate, with little chance of verification. Moreover, with so many lives lost during that period, the absence of witnesses posed no pressure. Minato, having attentively absorbed the accounts from the duo, did not dismiss their claims. Instead, he tapped his desk and stated, "This formula requires validation. If its effects are indeed as you describe, the village will fund its acquisition and reward you accordingly." Minato, unlike Danzo, is not a man with a blackened heart, incapable of robbing a child of their discoveries. Yet, everything must be substantiated by results. If the formula proves false, not only will there be no reward, but there may also be consequences. The trials of recent times have shaped Minato into a competent Hokage, skillfully balancing benevolence and authority. Very well, we can verify it now. I happen to have a packet of medicinal powder with me. Please summon an individual who has overexerted themselves. So we may directly observe the effects. Qingyu confidently placed a packet of medicinal powder on the table. Upon witnessing this, Mizunoto was initially taken aback. But then he erupted into hearty laughter. "I am now even more confident in your formula." The diminutive yet formidable fifth Hokage. Qingyu felt a slight blush from the teasing. Yet he recognized the wisdom in exercising caution. After all, if one were overly sensitive, how could one engage in business? Fortunately, the cheerful and optimistic Mizunoto was unconcerned with such trivialities, as long as it could be demonstrated that this concoction indeed contributed significantly to the village's talent cultivation. He would not hesitate to support it. Soon, someone was dispatched to prepare what Mizunoto had requested. Chapter 36. The man who almost kicked out the conclusion. Qingyu initially believed that finding someone who had overexerted themselves through excessive training would be a challenging endeavor. Even if someone were willing to serve as a test subject, it would require a considerable amount of time to fully deplete their physical strength. However, the reality proved otherwise. They did not have to wait long before someone was brought forth as the intended subject. To Qingyu's astonishment, the individual in question was none other than Might Guy, who regarded Kakashi as both a lifelong rival and a dear friend. Qingyu momentarily froze, clearly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that there was perhaps no one in the village of Konoha who fit the criteria of overtraining and physical exhaustion better than Guy. Furthermore, judging by Guy's thoroughly drenched attire, it was evident that he had undergone an excruciating training regimen prior to being summoned. It is essential not to underestimate Guy during this period. Although Kakashi graduated at the age of 5 and became a legend, Guy was not far behind. Having graduated from the Ninja Academy at 7, just 1 year later than Kakashi after 3 years of training. Now, at the age of 14, he was merely a nin, yet his prowess had garnered recognition from many, and it would not be long before he ascended to the rank of J-nin. Much like Kakashi, Qingyu recalled that Guy ultimately became a true J-nin at the age of 16, only 4 years after Kakashi, a remarkable achievement among his peers. It is also noteworthy that in the future, Niji would be the first among the Konoha 12 to leap to J-nin status at the tender age of 15. Alas, Niji, your fate was indeed tragic. A task now required your cooperation, which may exert an influence on your body. While this could potentially yield adverse effects, it is more likely to bring about positive outcomes. However, if you are reluctant, it is of no consequence. This is not a mandatory assignment. Minato spoke gently to Guy. If it were anyone else, they would undoubtedly harbor considerable apprehension. Yet Guy was different. The moment Minato concluded his statement, he enthusiastically gave a thumbs up, flashing a bright smile that displayed his pearly white teeth. "Leave this task to me. I have complete confidence in my body." Minato, rubbing his temples in resignation, had anticipated this response. Nevertheless, he was not overly concerned. After all, the esteemed Genin of the village would not allow Qingyu to act recklessly. Moreover, Qingyu himself had undergone this process multiple times, thus the likelihood of danger was minimal. So, let us proceed with the trial. Consequently, the group relocated to another room that had been meticulously prepared in advance. "Hokage-sama, what must I do? Should I break this wooden barrel?" Upon entering, Guy, brimming with enthusiasm, began to stretch. He had longed to join the Umbu to assist Kakashi, but the Hokage had consistently denied his requests, leaving him regretful and feeling as though he had lost a significant source of joy in his life. "No. What you need to do next is remove your clothing and remain inside for at least half an hour." Even the fearless Guy, unafraid of any peril, felt a twinge of hesitation upon hearing that he would need to disrobe, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Remove my clothing? Indeed, recently, someone has discovered a recipe for a medicinal bath that can heal hidden physical injuries, enhance cellular vitality, and replenish energy expenditure, among numerous other benefits. Although some individuals have already tested it, further trials involving a diverse group of participants are still necessary, as potential side effects may exist. Thus, you still have the opportunity to decline." It seems that Minato shares the same sentiment as the Jonin from the Three Rivers, wishing not to place undue pressure or trouble on the child Aoi, which is why the source of the recipe has not been mentioned, and participation in the testing is entirely voluntary. However, Kai was not deterred. Instead, his gaze burned fervently towards the wooden tub. Heal hidden injuries? Enhance cellular vitality? Replenish energy expenditure? Was this not a tailor-made medicinal bath for him? If this remedy proved effective, it would mean he could gain several more hours each day for training, perhaps even more. True to his nature as a training enthusiast, his immediate thought was to seize the opportunity to dedicate even more time to rigorous practice. Moreover, Kai was not oblivious to the fact that his extreme training methods could harm and exhaust his body, but he felt he had no alternative. In other areas, he lacked corresponding talents. Only hard work and sweat could not deceive him. Thus, he resolved to tread a singular path, exhausting his future for the sake of the present. He did not want to remain merely a lowly genin for the entirety of his life. Thus, with a resounding thud, Kai disregarded the presence of others and swiftly shed all his clothing before plunging into the tub. The water, approximately 45 degrees Celsius, was somewhat warm, yet it felt all the more comfortable to him. Was it simply a matter of soaking like this? Kai kept only his head above the surface, somewhat bashfully inquiring. At that moment, Minato, with a gentle smile, looked towards Aoi, signifying that he could proceed without fear of anyone intercepting the remaining medicinal powder for reverse analysis. In this moment, Aoi, touched by the fourth Hokage's goodwill, felt a significant alleviation of her concerns. She promptly handed the medicinal packet to the Jonin from the Three Rivers, instructing him to pour it all in. The Jonin, without hesitation, accepted the packet and immediately emptied its contents, the black powder, into the tub before casually tossing the remaining packaging into the nearby furnace used for boiling water. His actions not only served to avoid suspicion but also expressed his clear stance. This prompted Aoi to regard him with a softer gaze, and even Minato cast an appreciative glance in his direction. Consequently, the water, upon receiving the medicinal powder, transformed almost instantaneously into a pitch-black hue, a sight that was quite alarming. Simultaneously, Kai seemed to sense the effects of the remedy, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. "What do you feel now?" "It feels like a sharp pain akin to being pricked by needles, yet it is bearable," Kai replied candidly. Minato nodded silently. He had already been informed by Aoi about this particular side effect beforehand, thus he was not taken aback. As time lingered in anticipation, it gradually slipped away. Initially, Kai felt a sense of discomfort, yet as the moments passed, he not only acclimated to bathing in the presence of others but also grew accustomed to the pain inflicted by the medicinal bath. Slowly, he began to perceive a warm current coursing through his body, particularly in areas where lingering injuries had accumulated, radiating an intense heat akin to flames. Perhaps it truly was effective. A flicker of excitement danced in Kai's eyes. After approximately 30 minutes, the dark liquid in the wooden tub began to transform back into transparency, signifying that the medicinal properties had nearly dissipated, with a considerable portion having fully permeated Kai's body. Chapter 37. Just a little bit of what I desire. The effects of the potion had waned. It was time to emerge. Qingyu observed the now colorless liquid and nodded slowly. The outcome, whether success or failure, would soon be revealed. With a resounding thud, Kai, invigorated by his revitalized body, erupted into exuberant cries, unable to contain himself as he leaped from the wooden tub, splashing water everywhere. I feel an abundance of strength coursing through me. I could perform 1,000 push-ups. If I cannot, I shall frog jump around the village 1,000 times. As Kai stood there, brimming with enthusiasm and exclaiming wildly while surrounded by an array of training aspirations, 3 distinct lines of exasperation appeared on the foreheads of the onlookers. First, put on your clothes. Eventually, it was Minato who could no longer bear the sight. He tossed Kai's discarded garments towards him. Startled, Kai realized he was entirely unclothed and hastily donned his attire, hurriedly retreating behind the tub in a fluster. That previous scene was indeed quite the eyesore. Let us return for now. Once Kai had finally dressed, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he emerged awkwardly. Minato couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head before leading everyone back to the Hokage's office. Now, tell me, how do you feel specifically? Kai enthusiastically gave a thumbs up, revealing his pearly whites, which even glimmered under the sunlight. It's simply magnificent. Though there was a slight discomfort during the process, it was nothing to worry about. I meant the specific effects. Minato replied, somewhat exasperated, glancing at the overly zealous Kai. I can't articulate the specifics, but I can feel a warm current flowing throughout my body. Areas that would occasionally ache now radiate heat, and once it concluded, I felt an overwhelming surge of power. Most of my previously expended energy has been replenished, and my body feels as light as a feather, as if I could leap even higher. I am eagerly looking forward to a new round of intensive training. Although Kai struggled with precise terminology, he candidly shared his sensations, all the while jumping in place, nearly colliding with the ceiling, as if to convince the Hokage of his enthusiasm. After briefly noting Kai's experiences, a bright smile spread across Minato's face. It seemed this remedy truly had a tangible effect. Straightforward Kai would not embellish the truth. Moreover, the bath had alleviated the lingering injuries that had long plagued Kai's body, a testament to its worth. All right, Kai. You may leave now. Someone will inquire about your experiences again shortly. Just be honest in your recounting. Yes, Hokage-sama, but, Kai rarely felt bashful. The last time was when he had been seen in the nude. Minato, noticing he still lingered, grew curious. Do you have something else to report? Lord Hokage. That medicinal bath was truly exceptional. I am eager to know where I might procure it. Watergate cast a bemused glance at him, responding, not just yet. But in due time, it should be available for public purchase. You will soon find out. Kai, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret, as such a concoction was an essential item for someone with his fervor for training. He yearned to acquire 1,000 packets to stockpile at home. However, with the Hokage's words, he refrained from pressing further and obediently took his leave. Once Kai departed, the Hokage's office was left with only Watergate, along with the Jonin from Sanda and Aoi. I am now convinced that the item you brought truly possesses remarkable qualities. Now, let us address the matter at hand. What is it that you desire? Or rather, what do you wish to exchange for this formula? Ninjutsu? Training resources? Or perhaps currency? Personal sentiments aside, when it comes to the interests of the village, he must first and foremost act as Hokage. Watergate's expression grew serious as he turned his attention to Aoi, for he recognized that this diminutive figure was the one truly in command. His countless experiences in the throes of battle had taught him never to underestimate someone based on their youth. No one could guarantee how many lives the seemingly innocent child had taken. After all, how did Kakashi ascend to Jonin status at the mere age of 12? At this moment, Watergate placed Aoi on an equal pedestal. Aoi, perceiving this shift in Watergate's demeanor, felt no hint of condescension or indifference, which was of paramount importance. Nevertheless, he had never intended to extract excessive benefit from this medicinal bath formula. As the saying goes, one should not seek profit at the expense of their life. Knowing when to advance and when to retreat was his current shield. Thus, he presented the collaboration he had meticulously considered, stating, "I wish to present this medicinal bath formula as a gift to the village." Watergate, though mentally prepared for various outcomes, was momentarily taken aback by Aoi's sudden display of selflessness. Had it not been for the meticulous precautions he had previously undertaken, he might have been completely deceived. With a smile that hinted at both amusement and incredulity, Watergate gazed at Aoi, remarking, "If you were truly this generous, then why all the previous caution?" "Well, I acknowledge your desire to contribute to the village, but it is not the way of Konoha to take something from a child without recompense. So tell me, after all this circumlocution, what is it you truly seek?" A friendly warning. Next time, I may take you seriously. Caught off guard by Watergate's directness, Aoi felt a flush of embarrassment, and with a hint of shyness, he replied, "I genuinely wish to contribute to the village. However, if Lord Hokage feels it is inappropriate, may I propose a few modest requests?" Watergate couldn't help but be amused by the intriguing young lad and nodded, saying, "Very well, what are your modest requests?" Qingyu understood that after such a lengthy endeavor, the moment of reaping the rewards had finally arrived. Thus, she feigned a sense of bashfulness and spoke, "Actually, it's nothing much. Just, could the monthly allowance be increased a bit? Additionally, could there be more resources allocated for cultivation? And as for the medicinal bath formula I have contributed, I do not wish for any monetary compensation, but could I be provided with a sufficient supply? It need not be excessive, 2 doses daily would suffice." Furthermore, originally, Shuimin thought this child was quite sensible, but as Qingyu's demands grew increasingly numerous, her initial shyness transformed into palpable excitement, causing his countenance to darken progressively. Chapter 38. You may earn a modest profit, but I shall never suffer a loss. Is the recipe of paramount importance? It is significant, yet it is also insignificant. Its significance lies in the fact that it shatters the proverbial glass wall, representing creativity. If I refrain from sharing it, you shall remain forever oblivious. Conversely, its insignificance stems from the notion that possessing a recipe alone is futile. The true value lies in the product that is concocted. To create such a product, one requires not only the recipe but also every single ingredient it entails. Both elements are indispensable. For instance, the medicinal bath formula discovered by Qingyu from the complete fundamentals of Navy body forging is utterly worthless if he lacks the funds to procure the medicinal materials. It would merely be a scrap of paper. Should he be financially endowed, he could certainly relish it in solitude. However, the dilemma is that he is impoverished. Were it not for the perilous confrontation with the Uchiha, which yielded him a compensation of 100,000 taels, he would not even be able to afford a single set of medicinal materials, let alone utilize them. Thus, exchanging this formula for every resource at his disposal is the wisest and most prudent course of action. He incurs no loss while acquiring numerous valuable assets, earning the goodwill of many, including the Hokage, thereby amplifying his significance and stature. Simultaneously, he seizes the opportunity to align himself with powerful allies, deterring the Uchiha from seeking retribution against him. The advantages are truly boundless. Yet, he became somewhat complacent until he noticed the increasingly dark expression on Minato's face, prompted by a cough from the Jonin of the Three Rivers. Perhaps my requests are a tad excessive, while the demands themselves are relatively minor. The sheer volume, amounting to over a dozen, has left me quite overwhelmed. Consequently, Minato cleared his throat, intending to curtail Qingyu's discourse. I acknowledge your requests, but I can only promise you a certain quantity of training resources each month. Anything beyond that is unfeasible. As for the supply of medicinal baths, that request is reasonable and can be accommodated, yet it shall be limited to 1 packet per day. You have mentioned that prolonged usage may lead to resistance. It is advisable to utilize it only once daily, a fact you surely remember, do you not? What more could Qingyu say? He could only lament his own indiscretion and nod in resignation. Although most of his conditions had been lightly dismissed by Minato, the fundamental baseline remained intact. The monthly allocation of training resources alone would save him several tens of thousands of taels, with the prospect of earning even more as time progresses. And as for the supply of medicinal baths, it not only alleviated his immediate predicament but also saved him an additional 15,000 taels each month, an astronomical sum for him. It is worth noting that even a diligent Jonin from the Three Rivers earns merely 3 to 4 million taels annually, and that is through the perilous undertaking of missions. Yet he need do nothing, receiving annually over 200,000 taels worth of training resources, including medicinal baths, without effort. Truly delightful. Of course, the profits from this venture extend far beyond these figures. But what of it? He is merely a child, unable to consume such a large piece of cake. It would be far wiser to share it, thus allowing himself to indulge without the risk of overindulgence. Moreover, he bears no burdens, as the likes of Hokage are there to shield him from the weight of the world. Greed is indeed the original sin. Nevertheless, with a resolute spirit, Qingyu ardently contended. The additional portion I seek is meant for Jonin Mikawa, who has aided me tremendously. I have long wished to repay him silently standing nearby, resembling a wooden statue. Jonin Mikawa trembled slightly upon hearing these words, yet maintained his stoic demeanor, retorting coolly, I do not require it, however. Sensing that his icy tone might be misconstrued by Qingyu, he hastily added an unnecessary clarification. My physical skills are quite average, and I seldom utilize such medicinal materials. There is no need for the village to incur expenses on my behalf. His words were indeed sincere. Being nearly 40 years old, his physique had long since solidified. And as a ninja not particularly skilled in physical techniques, his daily training was merely perfunctory, rendering the medicinal baths unnecessary for his enhancement. Ultimately, the herbal baths offered by Qingyu were most suitable for young children in their foundational stages, followed by physical practitioners like Guy, providing minimal benefit to others, though not entirely devoid of value. A diligent figure like Jonin Mikawa, who devoted his life to the village, would not squander resources for such trivial gains. It transcends mere goodwill. It is a matter of principle. Meanwhile, Minato contemplated seriously. Clearly, Qingyu's intention to repay Jonin Mikawa resonated profoundly with him, altering his perception of the young boy. He is a child who understands gratitude, though his propensity for trouble is somewhat pronounced, and he possesses a tendency for vindictiveness. He is, indeed, a good child. Coupled with his admiration for Jonin Mikawa, who is also one of their own, he reached a decisive conclusion. Well, since Jonin Mikawa does not require this reward, let us consider an alternative. In the name of the Hokage, I permit you to select one ninjutsu from the village's archives for your learning. How does that sound? Are you satisfied with this reward? This course of action did not set a precedent, as numerous ninjas in the village had similarly been granted the opportunity to learn corresponding ninjutsu as recompense for their significant contributions. After all, at the level of Jonin, wealth is no longer their primary pursuit. At this juncture, the vast array of ninjutsu compiled by the various ninja villages became particularly relevant. Of course, certain perilous forbidden techniques and the secret arts of prominent clans would be excluded, and S-rank ninjutsu were exceedingly rare. However, among the multitude of techniques, even those ranked A and below would be more than sufficient. Upon hearing this news, Jonin Mikawa was momentarily taken aback. He had previously selected ninjutsu, but those instances were rewards earned through arduous tasks. Yet this time, merely guiding the way and exchanging a few words had garnered such a reward, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Although Sanda Shangren possesses a rather rigid disposition, he is by no means a fool. The art of ninjutsu is something that no one can ever have too much of, and it serves to enhance one's own prowess. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, he found himself unable to voice a refusal to such an enticing offer. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that his current fortune was entirely due to the presence of Qingyu by his side. This sensation was quite peculiar. It was akin to offering unreciprocated assistance to a destitute vagabond, only for the following day to have that very vagabond knock on your door, presenting you with a box filled with gold bars, and then, as you stood there in astonishment, bashfully uttering, "Thank you." Chapter 39. Iron Gates, Iron Windows. Iron chains within the confines of the Hokage office, Minato sat in solitude, his eyes closed, lost in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly opened his eyes and summoned his assistant. Inform the two advisors, and Danzo, that a meeting will commence in 1 hour. Additionally, dispatch a small team of Ombu to reinvestigate the annihilation of Orange Village. No suspicions should be overlooked. Yes, Lord Hokage. Once the assistant departed, Minato turned his gaze to the window, murmuring to himself, "I hope my worries are unfounded." Clearly, the sudden emergence of the medicinal bathing formula had raised his suspicions. Though not inherently distrustful, he deemed it prudent to exercise caution for the sake of the village's safety. What transpired during the meeting remained a secret known only to its participants. However, Danzo, having received a warning, appeared somewhat brooding. He acknowledged his propensity for ruthless tactics. Yet a mere formula was insufficient to stir his interest, particularly as he had no need for it. Once the village commenced sales, he would naturally receive an ample share, and perhaps leverage the opportunity to request additional funding. Such a mutually beneficial arrangement posed no reason for his opposition, though he felt a twinge of annoyance, as the credit for this achievement would ultimately belong to Minato. As for the young one who provided the formula, Danzo dismissed him entirely from his thoughts. Perhaps it was mere fortune that he stumbled upon it, or perhaps he harbored ulterior motives. Either way, it was of no concern to Danzo. Should the investigation yield no issues, all would be well, but if complications arose, even better. This would present him a chance to strike. Before embarking on any venture, Danzo meticulously assessed the associated risks and potential gains. If the outcome proved worthwhile, he would undoubtedly take the plunge. At this moment, however, the young one held no value in Danzo's eyes. Neither the formula submitted to the village nor the bloodline limit that failed to pique his interest warranted his engagement. Moreover, Minato and the retired Sarutobi would certainly not permit him to act recklessly. For the position of Hokage, he required a period of low-profile patience, awaiting the opportune moment. Meanwhile, Aoi, having exited the Hokage building and bid farewell to the Jounin Maharu, began to meander through the village. Clearly, the day's acquisitions had uplifted his spirits. As he wandered, he unknowingly found himself near Hokage Rock, having traversed the bustling streets, raising his gaze to behold the colossal and exquisitely crafted statues of the Hokage. Including the recently completed statue of the fourth, an unusual sentiment stirred within him. This iconic structure of Konoha served as both a landmark and a spiritual anchor. For the villagers, merely glancing upward at this sight seemed to instill a profound sense of motivation. Although he was not a true denizen of Konoha, and had arrived with ulterior motives, each time he stood beneath those statues, he was compelled to reflect deeply. Had it not been for the infernal beginning and the meddlesome canine system, perhaps one day he too could etch his likeness upon this monument for future generations to admire. Merely contemplating this notion sent shivers of excitement coursing through him. Little did he know, as if sensing his current state of mind, the mischievous dog system reared its head once more to create chaos. Ding! A bronze-level self-destructive quest has been issued. Quest title: The Fifth Hokage Approaches. Quest description: Leave a statue of yourself upon the Hokage Rock for the world to behold. Action speaks louder than thoughts. Young one, be brave and embark on this endeavor. Quest requirements: the statue must exceed passing standards at a minimum scale of 1, and bear the inscription "The Fifth Hokage, Konoha's Aoi," has arrived, ensuring that at least 100 souls witness it. Quest deadline: 7 days. Quest rewards: Bronze Treasure Chest X1. Beginner Skill Card X1. Quest failure: Iron gates, iron bars, iron chains. What the actual hell? He merely fantasized for a moment, and the canine system decided to thrust upon him such a perilous task. Engaging in unauthorized defacement of the Hokage Rock is a grave offense. Do not be deceived by Naruto's carefree scribbles in the original story. He was the son of the fourth Hokage. He had the protection of Hiruzen. Otherwise, how could the punishment possibly be so lenient, merely requiring the cleaning of one's work? It is utterly ludicrous. Try it with another individual, and they would find themselves languishing in confinement. Yet, this was not the most daunting aspect for Aoi. After all, he had recently provided a significant contribution to the village with his medicinal bath formula. And given his tender age, Minato's character would likely treat the matter lightly, dismissing it as mere childish mischief. At worst, he might be confined for a few days before being released. However, the gravest concern lay in the sculpture. How on earth was he to etch his likeness in full view of the public? Even crafting a mere one scale seemed utterly impossible. Each day, the village's patrol teams conducted routine inspections of the Hokage Rock, for it was a symbol of Konoha and must not be tarnished. Perhaps if he simply painted it, he could exploit the element of surprise, but to sculpt, he would be apprehended in an instant. To make matters worse, the dog system had audaciously shortened the time limit. He needed to stealthily carve his image upon the Hokage rock within 7 days without drawing any attention. Inscribe that preposterous declaration and attract at least 100 spectators to witness this absurdity. Surely, I must be losing my mind. As Aoi grappled with the daunting nature of this task, he became frantic, tugging at his hair in despair. What on earth was he to do? Just as he was on the verge of exasperation, a familiar voice echoed from behind him. Isn't this little Aoi? What brings you here? You've arrived a tad too late. The statue of Lord Fourth is already completed. We merely await the final days to observe its stability. If you seek work, you have come to the wrong place. An elderly man, donned in simple attire and carrying a toolbox, greeted Qingyu with a cheerful smile. Grandpa Shansha? I'm not here looking for work. I merely happened to pass by, Qingyu replied, slightly embarrassed. This venerable elder was actually the craftsman supervisor who had initially permitted him to clear the debris in this location. And thus, Qingyu held profound respect for this kind-hearted and enthusiastic old man. However, his mind was presently a chaotic whirlwind, preoccupied with thoughts of subterfuge and deception, rendering him somewhat distracted. Since you're merely passing through, what do you think of the statue of the fourth Hokage? Spare me the flattery and speak candidly. Grandpa Shansha inquired, his tone reminiscent of a child showcasing a new toy. What else could Qingyu say? He enthusiastically gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, It's simply perfect. Truly magnificent. Both the composition and the attention to detail are impeccable. It's nothing short of a masterpiece. Ah, more flattering words to amuse the old man, he thought. Well, I must be on my way. When you have the chance, do visit an old fellow like me. I can't promise much, but I can certainly introduce you to some odd jobs to earn a living. Yes, I'll remember that, Grandpa Shansha. If I have time, I'll definitely come by. As he watched the old man energetically depart, Qingyu couldn't help but chuckle, despite his apparent indifference to compliments regarding his craftsmanship. It was clear that he relished the praise, with his feigned nonchalance failing to conceal the pride and satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. A rather cantankerous old man. However, reflecting on Grandpa Shansha's earlier words, a sense of urgency began to swell within him. Perhaps he had less than 7 days left. For once the finishing touches were complete, all the ropes and cables hanging from the Hokage rock would be dismantled. Thus, he needed to act swiftly, leveraging the current conveniences to complete his task before the final work was concluded. Additionally, he felt a flicker of inspiration regarding how to tackle this seemingly insurmountable challenge. It seemed that a visit to Grandpa Shansha was indeed imperative. Chapter 40. The plan unfolds smoothly upon receiving a spark of inspiration. It became imperative to swiftly confirm several foundational conditions for completing the task. Without pausing to return home, Qingyu hastily dashed back, clutching the monthly assistance funds bestowed upon him by the esteemed shinobi of the Three Rivers. His first stop was a dye shop, where he engaged in thorough discussions with the proprietor, ultimately reaching a satisfactory agreement on his inaugural business transaction. Following this, he procured strong adhesive, fabric, and various other supplies, awkwardly draping them over himself before making his way home. Upon arriving, before he could even catch his breath, his stomach rumbled audibly. It dawned on him that after such a hectic day, he had neglected to eat. Thus, he promptly stowed his acquisitions and ventured out for a quick meal, subsequently stocking up on provisions. Once these tasks were completed, he retrieved the assortment of items he had previously purchased and began to fervently toil away. The next day, after enjoying breakfast and stretching his limbs, Qingyu made his way to the place where the old man worked at the foot of the mountain. Not far from Hokage Rock, there existed a designated area for craftsmen to store their tools and take respite. As expected, the elderly gentleman was seated inside, savoring tea and relaxation. Tasks such as final inspections no longer required his direct oversight, as other diligent craftsmen were responsible for thorough checks. Naturally, should any issues arise necessitating rework, he would readily assume responsibility. Grandfather, I've come to see you, Qingyu exclaimed. Oh, it's young Qingyu. Come, sit down and enjoy a cup of tea. This is a rare treat bestowed by Lord Hokage. Consider yourself fortunate. The old man beamed, momentarily taken aback before joyfully beckoning Qingyu over. Individuals of his advanced years often cherished lively company, particularly the presence of children, as they reminded him of his own youthful days. Qingyu, feeling at ease, reciprocated the warmth of the encounter, understanding that the more relaxed he appeared, the more delighted the old man became. In essence, the key was to indulge in food and drink when offered, patiently engage in conversation, and this approach proved unfailingly effective. True to form, the old man grew increasingly fond of Qingyu, generously presenting an array of delectable treats and regaling him with tales of his past exploits. Qingyu refrained from immediately divulging his intentions, instead patiently conversing with the elder, often adopting the role of a quiet listener or a silent gourmand. Before long, an hour had slipped by. Feeling it was time to shift the conversation, Qingyu, seizing the moment when the old man expressed fatigue and thirst for tea, donned an expression of admiration to convey his interest in sculpting and sought to learn some techniques. Enthralled, the old man, oblivious to Qingyu's ulterior motive, beamed with appreciation, and with renewed enthusiasm, retrieved several practice stones and a complete set of tools, eager to impart his knowledge. After all, it is quite rare to encounter a child interested in his craft, and given that he found Qingyu quite pleasing, he naturally did not mind taking on the role of a teacher. In fact, if Qingyu were to demonstrate a talent for carving, he would even consider taking him on as a disciple for further cultivation. Thus, one was earnest in teaching while the other was diligent in learning. Before long, Qingyu grasped certain techniques and emerged as a novice, successfully carving a small figure under the guidance of the elderly master at the foot of the mountain, albeit with a rather grotesque and unrecognizable appearance. No matter, diligence can compensate for lack of skill. With more practice, you will improve. As a beginner, you have done remarkably well, the elderly master comforted him gently, perceiving Qingyu's slight despondency. Simultaneously, he sighed inwardly, lamenting the rarity of a child so genuinely interested in carving, yet regrettably lacking in innate talent. Despite his disappointment, the elderly master relinquished the thought of taking him on as a disciple. Grandfather at the foot of the mountain, could you lend me some tools? I wish to practice more at home after this, Qingyu said, his stubbornness shining through as he quickly overcame his earlier frustration. Witnessing this scene filled the elderly master with warmth, and he readily agreed. No problem, I have plenty of tools here. I will prepare a set for you shortly. Take them home and remember to practice diligently. Thank you, grandfather. If there are any other issues, please let me know as well. Under the encouraging gaze of the elderly master, Qingyu, with a hint of shyness and yearning in his expression, ventured to ask, may I visit the Hokage Rock in the coming days to observe how everyone else works? The elderly master paused, seemingly taken aback by Qingyu's request. While it was not troublesome, he worried about the potential for unforeseen incidents. The carving work has concluded now. Even if you go up there, you won't see much. Moreover, in our line of work, it is crucial to avoid lofty aspirations. It would be wiser to wait until you have established a solid foundation before observing such grand sculptures, he advised earnestly. I am not being overly ambitious, I simply wish to broaden my horizons. One day, I will carve my own likeness upon it. I am destined to be recognized as the future fifth Hokage by Lord Hokage himself. Qingyu exclaimed with fervor, his face flushed, suppressing the urge to retch from excitement. Perhaps it was also due to a sense of embarrassment after all. Fulfilling the task set by the dog system was no easy feat for him. Nevertheless, this melodramatic declaration had the desired effect, as the elderly master's gaze towards him transformed. After a moment of careful consideration, the elderly master spoke slowly. It is not impossible to grant your request, however. We must establish 3 ground rules. Abide by the rules and be obedient. You will do as instructed, and absolutely refrain from touching anything off limits. If you can adhere to these conditions, I will allow you to go up. Agreed. Qingyu nodded vigorously, suppressing his excitement. Thus far, everything had proceeded smoothly. Not only has he acquired fundamental knowledge of sculpture and gained proficiency with the sculpting tools, but he has also successfully sown the seed of ambition within himself. I shall carve my own likeness upon Hokage Rock, once the mission is accomplished. The testimony from the venerable elder at the base of the mountain will be of paramount importance, significantly alleviating the weight of pressure upon him. Ultimately, he has managed to persuade the elder to permit him to ascend Hokage Rock with honor. With this newfound identity serving as a guise, the likelihood of success in his endeavor has markedly increased. Coupled with the preparations he has previously undertaken, Qingyu cannot help but feel a flicker of hope. Victory seems to beckon him. Of course, it is prudent not to celebrate too soon, nor to rush. He must first patiently maintain his role for a couple of days. allowing everyone to acclimate to his presence before proceeding further. Chapter 41. What happened to the rock face? In the following 3 days, Qingyu appeared to be wholly engrossed in the art of stone sculpture. Each morning he engaged in training, while afternoons were spent seeking wisdom from the old man at the foot of the mountain. Whenever possible, he accompanied other craftsmen to the Hokage Rock, observing firsthand their inspection and finishing processes. At night, he returned home to chisel a couple of stones for practice. For the system, he was bound to demand a level of completion. He mused that, at the very least, he ought to carve something resembling a human figure. As for the presence of a child among the craftsmen, it naturally piqued the curiosity of some. This initially caused him a moment of anxiety. However, the old man at the foot of the mountain adeptly dispelled their concerns with a few casual remarks, which meant that Qingyu's presence was no longer incongruous. As long as he refrained from any peculiar behavior, most would simply overlook him. From the old man, he learned that the finishing work would conclude the day after tomorrow, followed by a modest unveiling ceremony, with many expected to attend. With the convergence of favorable circumstances, Qingyu resolved to seize the opportunity and complete his audacious endeavor within the remaining 2 days. As night deepened, Qingyu, equipped with tools and stones, made his way to the base of the Hokage Rock. He skillfully utilized the equipment left by the craftsmen, stepping onto the scaffolding to reach a blank rock face beside the fourth Hokage. After 3 days of observation, he had determined the optimal carving location. As long as fortune did not conspire against him, he believed he could remain undetected until the unveiling ceremony. Without further hesitation, he set down his belongings and began to carefully chisel the stone, although the night air occasionally echoed with the sound of clinking tools. The distance from the villagers' homes and his cautious approach ensured that any minor noises would likely go unnoticed. He worked in intervals, pausing at the slightest rustle, always ready to implement Plan B. Tonight, the craftsmen were celebrating, and most were in a deep slumber, their residences sufficiently far away. Should anyone approach, Qingyu would be quick to react. An hour passed, as he surveyed the rock face, now taking shape under his skilled hands. A sense of relief washed over him, prompting him to hasten his efforts while remaining vigilant. The thrill of clandestinely committing such an act was exhilarating. Qingyu felt his adrenaline surge, a sensation so intense it threatened to overwhelm him. 5 hours later, dawn approached. Qingyu finally set down his tools, gazing with mixed emotions at his creation. It was undeniably hideous, crooked and jarring to the eye. Yet, it could still be discerned as a human figure, complete with features. And that sufficed for now. Time was too short for revisions, so he resolved to let it stand as is, hoping it would meet the necessary standards. Qingyu sighed, then promptly retrieved the paint and brush he had prepared in advance, swiftly inscribing a bold line of characters upon the statue. Without hesitation, he produced a substantial piece of fabric, deftly applying strong adhesive to several corners on the back of the cloth, and proceeded to affix it directly onto the rock wall, thereby completely concealing his masterpiece. He left a slender strip of fabric trailing down for easy manipulation later on. Upon completing this task, Qingyu surveyed the somewhat smooth rock face before him, a satisfied expression gracing his features. It is worth noting that to achieve a hue identical to that of Hokage Rock, he had nearly been dismissed by the shop owner. Reluctantly, he resorted to a monetary strategy, persuading the shopkeeper to assist him in mixing the exact color at thrice the usual price. Indeed, he devised a cunning plan to obscure his statue with a cloth of the same color. As long as rain did not fall or a craftsman did not happen to glance this way, he anticipated no significant issues. The location he selected was the result of careful observation over the past few days, a site where few would venture to inspect. He had effectively minimized the risk. Having completed all he could, the remainder was left to fate. Thus, Qingyu immediately began to tidy up the scene, for it is said that details determine success or failure. Any oversight could render his efforts futile. Furthermore, he meticulously cleared the debris beneath Hokage Rock, confirming there were no oversights before wearily returning home just before dawn. As for the tools of his trade, he saw no need to destroy them, for it was utterly pointless. He intended to make headlines at the unveiling ceremony in 2 days. By then, even the spirits would know of his actions. Thus rendering concealment unnecessary, he would simply speak the truth. After a fitful sleep lasting the morning, Qingyu rose, neglecting even a meal. and made his way directly to Hokage Rock. The plan had progressed to 90% completion. All that remained was to avoid detection over the next 2 days and ensure a sufficient gathering on the day of the reveal. Although it was merely a superficial endeavor, he anticipated a considerable turnout to witness the event, at least 100 spectators, he hoped. His immediate task was to keep a watchful eye on the craftsmen, ensuring they did not notice this minor flaw on Hokage Rock. Ah, it's Qingyu. They say the finishing touches are the most tedious. I wonder why you insist on sharing our misery. As Qingyu appeared, one of the craftsmen, already familiar with his presence, greeted him with a cheerful smile. Honestly, with this time, you could gather a few friends for a drink. It would be paradise. Haha, you drunken fool, don't corrupt the youth. Qingyu skillfully exchanged greetings with each craftsman while, much like the previous days, trailing behind them to inspect the surroundings. Such work requires only a single execution each day. Thus, as long as today's and tomorrow's routine inspections proceed without incident, one can consider it a successful evasion of scrutiny. In truth, as the concluding tasks have progressed, all minor issues have already been identified and resolved. The next couple of days will likely be spent with a mindset of seeking out any deficiencies, ensuring that the meticulously sculpted statue has not suffered any weather-induced cracks or flaking. Typically, works overseen by the venerable elder from the foot of the mountain do not encounter such unforeseen mishaps, which has led to a general atmosphere of relaxation among the workers. However, it is at this juncture that an unexpected event transpired. It is often said that one fears what may come to pass, with a gentle breeze rustling through. One of the artisans suddenly gasped in surprise, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. How could the previously smooth rock face just move? Chapter 42. The unveiling ceremony. Qingyu had been attentively observing the movements of those around him. Thus, when someone glanced towards the rock wall and emitted a gasp of surprise, he immediately tensed, fearing discovery, while his mind raced to devise a remedy should he indeed be found out. What is the matter? What did you see? The earlier exclamation had undoubtedly piqued the curiosity of those nearby. After a moment's hesitation, one person spoke up. I believe I just saw that section of the rock wall ripple like water for a moment. Really? Is that even possible? Surely, you must be mistaken. How could a rock wall move? Let me take a look just then. Amidst this precarious moment, a piercing scream echoed through the air. The craftsmen, drawn by the scream, all turned to witness Qingyu precariously teetering on the edge of the suspended platform, clinging desperately to it with both hands, appearing in grave danger. Quick, save him. Alert those below to lower the platform immediately. Panic ensued, including among the two who had initially noted the anomaly. They abandoned their observations of the rock wall and only breathed a sigh of relief once Qingyu was safely rescued. Let us go. We should descend as well. That impudent boy really knows how to stir up trouble, almost causing a disaster. However, one of them remarked, I glanced over there, and the rock wall was not moving at all. You must be suffering from a hangover from last night's revelry, leading to your hallucinations. Perhaps it was indeed my eyes playing tricks on me. The individual cast another glance at the rock wall, confirming its stillness, and chose not to dwell on it any longer, joining his companion in wrapping up their work before descending. Meanwhile, having safely landed, Qingyu let out a tremendous sigh of relief. He had narrowly escaped disaster. However, his relief was premature. Just as he had begun to accept the concern and reprimands from those around him, the elder from the mountain, having rushed from below, unleashed a torrent of scolding upon him. If something had gone awry, I would never forgive myself. Qingyu recognized the validity of the elder's anger, understanding it stemmed from genuine concern. Thus, he dared not utter a word, bowing his head in silence. As the scolding continued, the elder's emotions gradually calmed. Since you are unharmed, you may return home. No need to come tomorrow. Practice your skills at home. What? Qingyu was taken aback. If he were not present tomorrow, who would keep watch over the others? Today, his presence had been pivotal in maintaining their ruse. But if curiosity struck tomorrow, it would all unravel. In a state of urgency, he implored, Please, I must go back up. The unveiling is tomorrow. I wish to witness it. Humph. You may only observe from below. Do you understand? The elder's heart softened slightly, and he begrudgingly conceded to Qingyu's request. Yet Qingyu found himself in a state of discontent. The same tactics would likely no longer prove effective. However, without witnessing the situation firsthand, he could not bring himself to engage in other activities with ease. Thus, he had no choice but to proceed as such. The following day, Qingyu arrived earlier than usual at the base of Hokage Rock, observing the artisans as they conducted their final inspections. Among them was the individual from the previous day who had almost caused his mission to fail, making him the focal point of Qingyu's scrutiny. Each time someone approached the smoother section of the rock face, his heart would leap in trepidation. Thankfully, the prior day's incident had indeed been an anomaly. The location he had chosen had largely gone unnoticed, with the attention primarily directed towards the completed statue of the fourth Hokage. Moreover, the individual in question seemed to have dismissed the incident, believing it to be a mere trick of the eye. Thus, fortune had supplanted misfortune, and at last, during the final inspection, they passed. Qingyu watched as a massive crimson curtain was draped over the statue of the fourth Hokage, finally allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. As for the remainder, it would hinge upon the unveiling ceremony the next day. However, considering the magnitude of the trouble he had caused, it seemed unlikely that the Jonin below would spare him. It would ultimately depend on the mood of Lord Hokage. Speaking of which, Minato must be in high spirits lately. After all, he was soon to become a father, and surely he would not stoop to quarreling with a child. As the day progressed, the statue of the fourth Hokage was fully completed, shrouded beneath a vibrant red curtain. Even before the designated hour of 10 in the morning, a throng of villagers, their faces alight with enthusiasm, began to gather near Hokage Rock, eager to witness this momentous occasion. Although they had seen the statue in its various stages of completion, this would mark their first glimpse of the finished masterpiece. More importantly, it was the atmosphere, the very embodiment of their collective spirit. While the turnout for this event was not as extensive as during Minato's inauguration as Hokage, there were still several hundred attendees, including a number of ninjas who happened to be off-duty and could attend the ceremony. Among them were the spirited Might Guy and the Jonin Mikawa, who had just returned from a mission the day before. Amidst the gathering of civilians, Mikawa spotted Qingyu, who was peering anxiously from the crowd, seemingly lamenting something. Sensing that he was being scrutinized, Qingyu instinctively glanced around and met the serious gaze of Jonin Mikawa. The thought of the audacious act he was about to undertake conjured a vision of Mikawa's impending dismay. Thus, after a few awkward chuckles, he promptly shrank back into the gathering, vanishing from sight. For reasons unknown, Mikawa suddenly felt a profound sense of foreboding. Could that rascal be about to create yet another calamity? This notion surged unbidden into his mind, growing ever more insistent, refusing to be cast aside. "Don't frighten yourself," he admonished inwardly. "No, it is merely an unveiling ceremony. What could that rascal possibly accomplish?" The tension within Sanha, the Jonin, began to dissipate somewhat. Yet an unsettling feeling still enveloped him. No, I must keep a watchful eye on him. However, just as Sanha had resolved to locate Qingyu and maintain his vigilance, the moment for the unveiling arrived. "Commence!" With the authoritative command from the elder at the foot of the mountain, he led the team of craftsmen in a vigorous tuck. Instantly, the enormous crimson cloth cascaded down, revealing the statue of the fourth Hokage that had been concealed beneath it. It must be said that each generation's Hokage statue is a masterpiece, undeniably lifelike. Even Sanha, who was poised to take action, found himself captivated by this spectacle. Chapter 43, A Deathly Inscription on the Forehead. The crowd gathered to witness the spectacle, each face illuminated with excitement and reverence. For this was the fourth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, the very guardian deity of Konoha. The seeds of the will of fire instantaneously took root in the hearts of countless individuals. Even Aoi, who had stealthily crept beneath Hokage Rock while the audience was engrossed, had to concede that Konoha was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of mental fortitude within the entire ninja world. To put it plainly, their brainwashing techniques were unparalleled. Thus, he resolved to add a touch of flair to this unfolding drama, tightening his grip on the slender fabric he had previously left behind. After testing its resilience, he felt a surge of relief, confident that with his current strength, he could easily tear the entire length of the cloth. Yet, at that very moment, he sensed a piercing gaze fixed intently upon him. Turning around, he found the face of A.J. Nin from the Mikawa clan contorted in rage. A murderous glare locked onto him. In that instant, their eyes met, and through this silent exchange, they gleaned each other's intentions. The Mikawa J. Nin conveyed, "Whatever you are planning, Cease this instant. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise. Aoi's retort was equally defiant. No one can thwart my reckless pursuits. Their brief exchange of glances abruptly concluded. Foreboding not at the Mikawa Jainin, who could no longer contain himself, with a swift movement, he lunged forward, racing towards Aoi's location, intent on halting his impending actions. Yet it was already too late. Without hesitation, Aoi yanked downwards with force, causing the adhered side of the cloth to burst free. The sturdy fabric did not tear, but rather displaced the topmost layer of cloth. While the crowd's attention had been fixated on the statue of the fourth Hokage, a portion of their gaze was suddenly drawn to the scene beneath Hokage Rock, where a child clutched something mysterious. What? Whose child is this, straying over there? Many spectators harbored this initial thought. However, those still in awe of the fourth statue were astonished to witness a section of the rock wall beside the fourth suddenly being unveiled, revealing something concealed within. It appeared to be another human-shaped statue, albeit considerably smaller and crudely crafted compared to the figures of the former Hokages. Yet, this was not the most shocking revelation. What truly startled the onlookers, even instilling a sense of dread, was the vivid green paint sprawling across the statue, emblazoning a bold inscription, Fifth Hokage, Aoi Shikigami. Presenting. A villager who murmured the words aloud was instantly struck dumb, his face betraying sheer terror. Who on earth could have done this? Had they lost their senses? Were they courting death? It was not until the earthy yellow cloth floated gently down from above, landing before the astonished crowd, that they finally snapped out of their stupor. The entire scene erupted into chaos, as if a kettle had boiled over. Who was responsible for this? Who had dared to commit such an act? Who, pray tell, is this Shikaku Aoi? Someone, please, apprehend him. This is blasphemy. He must be dealt with severely. The perpetrator must be captured and imprisoned for a lifetime. Wait a moment. Why does this name, Shikaku Aoi, sound so familiar? I recall now. Was he not the audacious child who boldly proclaimed his desire to become the fifth Hokage during Lord Minato's inauguration ceremony? Upon your mention, I too remember. This child possesses remarkable audacity to engage in such deeds. The villagers gathered here were all aflame with indignation, vociferously demanding justice for the offender. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind this entire debacle, Shikaku Aoi, found himself akin to a frightened quail, being unceremoniously hoisted by the furious Jonin Mikawa. There was no escape. The moment he yanked down the entire fabric meant to cover his misdeeds, he was seized. Resistance? Pray, do not jest. A Chunin had nearly dispatched him 10 times over. Did he truly believe he could withstand a Jonin? Even if Mikawa, out of some misplaced sentiment, chose to spare him, the other ninjas present would never let him off the hook. At least he possessed the wisdom to recognize his predicament. Thus his only recourse was to adopt a contrite demeanor, to apologize where necessary, and to accept his punishment. After all, the notification of task completion had already sounded. As a competent scapegoat, whatever consequences awaited him, he would bear them. Ahem, there was no evading the repercussions. Did he truly wish for death? If so, he need only speak the words, and Mikawa would gladly oblige. With a countenance as dark as the bottom of a pot, Mikawa held him aloft, spewing forth indignation. Simultaneously, his other hand instinctively clutched his heart. Though he suffered no cardiac ailments, he felt perilously close to illness. This rascal had only been in Konoha for a few months. Yet he had managed to instigate such chaos. He even dared to carve his likeness upon the Hokage rock, leaving behind a death wish in bold letters. Yet, that was not the most outrageous act. The height of his audacity lay in his brazen unveiling of a statue alongside the fourth Hokage. This was no mere folly. It was as if his forehead bore the inscription of death. Such a commotion, what fortitude must one possess to endure this? Others may remain oblivious. But Mikawa could feel his heart weakening, as if he might succumb to a fatal rage at any moment. Gazing upon Mikawa's increasingly contorted visage, Aoi felt powerless to argue. Offering only an awkward smile, he recognized that he had indeed crossed a significant line this time, even exceeding the previous incident at the Hokage's inauguration. Yet, what recourse did he have? Life was difficult. It was the insistent demands of that infernal system that drove him to such actions. Alas, he could not explain, and thus remained silent, for anything he uttered at this juncture would be met with reproach. Mikawa, was this child truly the criminal? At this moment, The other ninjas present also came to their senses, swiftly gathering around the jonin of the Mikawa clan. Their expressions dark as they cast disapproving glances at the small demon he held in his grasp. The situation had unfolded in such a manner that, given Qingyu's apparent lack of rebuttal, it was clear that there was no room for luck in this affair. Therefore, the jonin of Mikawa grimly stated, "It must be the result of his good deeds. However, this is not the time to assign blame. We must first calm the villagers and guide everyone away from here. As for what follows, that shall be left to the Hokage to handle personally." The assembled ninjas glanced at the agitated villagers and silently nodded in agreement, commencing their efforts to disperse and reassure the crowd. Minimizing the impact was their foremost priority. Chapter 44, Imprisonment or Exile at this moment. The priority was to mitigate the impact, a consensus shared among the multitude of ninjas. After all, the perpetrator had already been apprehended, leaving no possibility of escape. The subsequent handling of the matter was merely a matter of words. Consequently, they busied themselves with explanations to the villagers, attempting to dissuade them from lingering in the vicinity. Meanwhile, others, armed with the previously torn red cloth, nimbly ascended to the Hokage rock, obscuring the area adjacent to the 4th Hokage's statue, as well as the glaringly provocative 5th Hokage statue. It was evident that this makeshift cover would remain in place until the area was entirely rectified. Below, the elder and the craftsman gazed in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of disbelief and indignation directed at the instigator of this chaos, Aoi, particularly the elder, whose emotions were a convoluted blend of complexity and bitterness. He had never anticipated that the issue would not stem from the 4th Hokage statue, but rather from the seemingly barren rock face beside it. Although Aoi had previously expressed a desire to carve his own likeness into the stone, the elder had dismissed it as mere childish whimsy, offering only a faint smile. Who could have foreseen that this little rascal would take it to heart and actually execute such a plan, all while under their very noses? They had scrutinized the site for days without a hint of the ruse, utterly embarrassed by their oversight. Simultaneously, the significant incident unfolding here was swiftly communicated to Minato through the umbu. What? Someone has privately carved their own likeness and left behind such a statement? Are you certain? Even Minato, known for his composure, was rendered speechless, disbelief etched across his face. Indeed, the jonin from the 3 rivers had apprehended the culprit, and others were striving to soothe the villagers to diminish the negative ramifications of this event. Oh, Shikigami, how could it be him again? Minato felt a throbbing headache, almost questioning whether this name was inherently antagonistic to him. From the day he assumed the role of Hokage, this little rascal had given him a rude awakening, subsequently entangling himself with the Uchiha, only to redeem himself slightly by presenting a medicinal bath formula. And now Kakashi, what do you think I should do with him? Kakashi, standing before Minato and donning an umbu mask, spoke without hesitation. To vandalize the Hokage rock is a grave offense. I suggest immediate imprisonment or exile. Kakashi's stance was unmistakably firm. There would be no leniency for this transgression. The age of the offender was utterly irrelevant in his considerations. Offending the Hokage was, in itself, an unforgivable act. Upon hearing this response, Minato felt no surprise. First came the death of White Fang, followed by the tragic demise of Obito and Rin. This series of calamities irrevocably transformed Kakashi into a different person, more reclusive and indifferent, prioritizing the ninja code and the completion of missions above all else. In an effort to help Kakashi emerge from his despair, Minato arranged for him to join the umbu, positioning him as his right-hand man in hopes of aiding him in forgetting his anguish. However, in retrospect, it seems that this initiative may have been premature. Although Kakashi exhibited some changes in his new role within the umbu, the air of detachment surrounding him remained profoundly intense. Was this punishment excessively harsh? After all, it was merely a child's prank. You had previously been tasked with re-examining his past experiences and should understand that children who undergo abrupt and severe emotional turmoil often act out in unfamiliar environments, predominantly seeking attention and affection, albeit concealed beneath their actions. Furthermore, I believe the ramifications of this incident may not be as dire as they appear. The previous situation was resolved quite effectively, and the villagers seemed untroubled, even resulting in a host of enthusiastic children clamoring to become Hokage. Since the onset of war, the village has not witnessed such vitality in quite some time. As anticipated, Minato did not seem to regard this issue as particularly grave. Moreover, the punishments of confinement and exile appear rather cruel for a child not yet of school age. With Minato, both the teacher and Hokage, expressing this sentiment, what recourse did Kakashi have but to remain silent? Nevertheless, determining the appropriate punishment for Aoi, as well as pacifying the villagers' anger, posed a significant dilemma. A lenient approach would be inadequate, while a severe one would be equally inappropriate, leaving Minato in a state of considerable vexation. He resolved to set the matter aside for the moment. Go, bring him back. I shall handle this personally. Yes, Lord Hokage. It did not take long for the grim-faced Jonin, Miharu, to enter the Hokage's office, leading the apprehensive Aoi. Lord Hokage, the offender has been brought before you. Furthermore, I implore you to impose punishment upon me. I have betrayed the trust of both the third Hokage and yourself, resulting in this significant debacle, and I must bear the brunt of the responsibility. Upon entering, Miharu released Aoi and solemnly accepted the majority of the blame. Though his heart was heavy with anger, he would not turn a blind eye out of a sense of duty, such as the mark of a true man. Aoi, however, resolutely interjected, Lord Hokage, the entirety of this incident is solely my fault, and it bears no relation to Jonin Miharu. In fact, he endeavored to prevent my actions. He did all he could. Even if he cannot emerge as a virtuous figure, he will not drag down someone who sincerely cares for him. That is his principle. Thus, while I may plead for leniency on his behalf, I will not allow him to bear the burden of my actions. Additionally, he felt a significant degree of confidence that his life was not in jeopardy. As long as his life was preserved, this reckless endeavor would be deemed a success. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that his utterance, Sankawa has already done his utmost, only deepened the scowl on Sankawa's face, pushing him to the precipice of rage. Ready to strangle him at any moment? You certainly know that I have made every effort to prevent this. Sankawa seethed internally, fully aware that such actions would surely lead to calamity. Why proceed with such recklessness? The phrase "you have already done your utmost" struck a painful chord, amplifying his frustration. Meanwhile, Mizukage observed the scene with an amused expression, finding entertainment in the father-son display of filial piety. He genuinely dismissed the chaos stirred by Qingyu, perceiving it as trivial. After all, it was not as though a statue of the previous Hokage had been destroyed. That would constitute a true disaster. Chapter 45, The Moment of Acting Skillfully. Although I do not intend to impose severe punishment, it is imperative for Minato to make this scoundrel aware of the gravity of his actions. This lesson must serve as a reminder. Otherwise, who knows what chaos might ensue in the future. This time, he carved his own likeness on the Hokage rock without permission. If this matter is brushed aside lightly, what has to stop him from setting fire to his office next time? With this thought, Minato's expression turned serious. It was time for him to showcase his acting skills. Before your arrival, I consulted others' opinions. They unanimously believe that the repercussions of this incident are exceedingly severe and warrant stringent punishment. You may choose between imprisonment or exile. Imprisonment? Exile? The expression of the Jonin from the Mikawa clan immediately shifted. He had not anticipated such a harsh penalty, albeit it was somewhat within reason. He instinctively wanted to plead on behalf of Aoi, even if it meant sharing some blame. However, the calm demeanor of Minato stifled his words. Ultimately, he could not voice any defense. Wrongdoings must be met with accountability and acceptance of consequences. There is nothing further to discuss. Thus, the Mikawa Jonin sighed, standing aside with his eyes closed. Regardless of the outcome, he lacked the standing to persuade the Hokage to reconsider. Yet deep down, he hoped Aoi would opt for exile. Although leaving Konohagakure would significantly impact his future life, with him around, he could surely help Aoi find a place to settle down. He had done his utmost, alas. However, contrary to expectations, Aoi, after a moment of calm contemplation, inquired with a steady voice, how long would the imprisonment last? And to where would I be exiled? It wouldn't be too long, perhaps 3 to 5 years before you could emerge. As for the location of exile, considering your contributions to the village, you have the liberty to choose, provided it is far from Konohagakure. Aoi, furrowing his brows, failed to notice the slight upward curve of Minato's lips at that moment. What choice will you make next? I am quite curious. Yet unbeknownst to Minato, for Au, the choice had never truly existed. First and foremost, preserving his life was paramount. Secondly, due to the undercover mission, choosing exile could potentially signify the failure of his task. Thus, only one path remained: imprisonment. 3 to 5 years felt excessively long. And Minato's stance contrasted sharply with his prior expectations. Was the value of the previous arrangement not substantial enough? Regret began to seep in. Had he prepared more thoroughly? Perhaps a few months in confinement would suffice, leaving no lasting harm. Now, however, the situation had become complicated. "Lock me up," he declared. Minato was clearly taken aback. The implications of his previous statements should have been evident. Exile, in essence, was merely a means to allow him to continue his life in a different location, a concession, indeed. A wise individual would understand the appropriate choice. Yet the scoundrel opted for the most arduous path. The prison of Konoha is far from a pleasant place. Few who enter emerge unscathed, and many years of youthful vitality are squandered within its walls. Why is this so? One must understand that a 5-year incarceration could irrevocably alter the course of one's life. Would it not be preferable to seek a fresh start elsewhere? With growing curiosity, Minato inquired further. It is for no reason at all. A true man does not flee. Such actions are the mark of a coward. Since I have erred, I must not evade the ensuing responsibility, regardless of the severity of the punishment. What are 3 to 5 years in the grand tapestry of life? They will pass in the blink of an eye. When I emerge, I shall be the new 5th Hokage, Akiyu fervently declared, brimming with youthful ardor. Having already stumbled, it is imperative to mitigate losses. Not only must I avoid the impression of cowardice, but I must also align myself with the so-called will of fire, striving to enhance my reputation. In this way, I can establish myself as a reckless youth, perpetually proclaiming aspirations of becoming Hokage. Should I later find myself in further predicaments, others will accept it as customary, thus providing a protective layer to my undercover identity. Perhaps, after a time behind bars, Minato might suddenly recall me and decide to release me. Such a possibility is not beyond the realm of reason. As Akiyu's exuberant proclamations echoed in his ears, Minato found himself not offended, but rather intrigued by this impetuous young man. Even confined for 3 to 5 years, Akiyu's dream of becoming Hokage remained unwavering. He did not flinch. Suddenly lost in thought, Minato realized he had been captivated by Akiyu's unexpected display of passion. Akiyu, in that moment, embodied the fearless spirit of the unencumbered. For those without shoes fear not the barefoot. After all, the situation could hardly worsen from here. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door, and the Umbu members investigating the matter returned. "Lord Hokage, we have clarified the entire situation. The perpetrator, Akiyu Shikami, acted alone, and all tools used in the crime have been located within his home. We have traced the source to the merchants involved, who were unaware of Akiyu's intentions for the purchases. Additionally, Mr. Yamashita wishes to meet with you to offer his apologies." Regaining his composure, Minato nodded. "Allow Mr. Yamashita to enter. Furthermore, escort the two of them to the adjacent lounge. They are not to wander." The latter statement was directed pointedly at Akiyu, which rendered him exceedingly awkward. It is often said that one inevitably becomes what they once despised. Indeed, the boy who had once loathed unruly children now found himself compelled to adopt the guise of one, which was profoundly vexing. As Jainin Mikawa and Akiyu were led away by Umbu personnel to await further instructions, the elderly Yamashita made his entrance into the Hokage's office. "Lord Hokage, as the leader of the entire artisan team, I bear an undeniable responsibility for the recent events. Had I been more vigilant during the concluding stages of the work, the unfortunate incident we faced today could have been averted. The fault lies solely with me, and I humbly request your judgment." If Au were present at this moment, he would surely notice that the old man from Yamanaka typically employs crude expressions such as "I" and "this old man" in conversation. Yet now, before the Hokage, he adopts a more refined self-reference, indicating his advanced age, clearly appealing to sentiment and subtly reminding the other party of his status as an elderly man. Although Minato remains unaware of these nuances, he has no intention of holding Yamanaka or the other artisans accountable. Their culpability is non-existent. They are craftsmen, not scouts. And considering the innovative nature of Ayu's plan, it is entirely understandable that they were unable to detect any anomalies. Chapter 46. A thorn. After soothing the elder for quite some time, Yamashita seemed to feel somewhat reassured and made various promises to repair Hokage Rock as swiftly as possible, ensuring that no further mistakes would occur. Ordinarily, it would have been time for Yamashita to take his leave. However, after a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and spoke. Actually, that child Aoi may have acted impulsively. Though he has committed an unforgivable act, I hope Lord Hokage can show leniency. He then proceeded to recount to Minato how Aoi had been learning stone carving from him in recent days, along with the impassioned words Aoi had shared. It was then that Minato realized that the mischievous boy harbored such aspirations. Not only did he wish to become the fifth Hokage, but he also desired to carve his own likeness into Hokage Rock. A smile involuntarily crossed Minato's face. He began to ponder Aoi's intentions and motivations behind such actions. Regardless of how loudly one proclaims their ambitions, the dream of becoming Hokage remains, for most, an elusive aspiration. Perhaps this young man, fearing he might not achieve his goal, sought attention in this manner to solidify his resolve. After all, why else would he choose to reveal everything on such a day? Minato could not help but recall the decisions and words of that mischievous boy. It seemed that Konoha had indeed welcomed an extraordinary little rascal. Having made up his mind, Minato first bid farewell to Yamashita before turning to the adjacent room, where he encountered the stern-looking Jonin Mahara and the carefree Aoi, who was indulging in oranges. Just now, Yamashita came to plead your case, Minato announced upon entering. Moreover, I have given it careful consideration, and perhaps the previous punishment was indeed a bit severe. Therefore, I have decided to impose a different consequence. Aoi was taken aback by Minato's words. Yamashita had defended him? This left him with a complex expression, as he had essentially exploited the elder for his own benefit, even bringing about considerable trouble. Yet, the fact that Yamashita was willing to advocate on his behalf left him feeling indebted. What punishment? Aoi did not feel elated. Instead, his mood darkened further. First, you must personally clean up the mess you made and then apologize to each villager. Can you manage that? Aoi nodded, and then, considering your sincere attitude towards acknowledging your mistakes and the significant contribution of submitting the medicinal bath formula to the village, I have decided to reduce all your previously stated conditions by half. Does that sound acceptable? Aoi shook his head. Just having to make such efforts to avoid 3 to 5 years of imprisonment was already a considerable relief. If it were anyone else, they might have completely erased his contributions, dismissing him with a mere equivalence of merit and demerit. Retaining even half of the benefits was indeed a generous offer from Minato. However, he could not help but feel a pang of regret over the sacrifice he was forced to make. However, the subsequent words of Minato caused his eyes to brighten. Ultimately, you must guarantee that you will never engage in similar actions again, unless you truly become the Hokage. Under such conditions, I can take charge. And the half of the resources that were cut will still be dispersed on time, as if the village has lent them to you. Once you are capable of repaying this debt, it will be converted into monetary compensation through tasks completed. Qingyu could not help but feel invigorated. Minato's approach was akin to raising the bar only to lower it again. He had merely rephrased the matter, circling around it to reach a conclusion. Moreover, there was an explanation for the outside world. The monthly penalty of over 1,000,000 ryo was sufficient to offset his transgressions. Once he became a ninja and exerted himself to undertake more missions, it would not be long before he could repay the debt, imposing no pressure on him whatsoever. In terms of his punishment, what he truly lost was merely some future wealth, yet he successfully evaded a calamity. It was simply perfect. How could one refuse such an arrangement? Upon hearing this, the elite Jonin, Sanha, visibly relaxed, likely exhaling a sigh of relief in his heart. Simultaneously, he began to ponder whether stricter supervision was needed to prevent this troublesome lad from sneaking out to cause more chaos. All right, this matter concludes here. I have numerous official duties to attend to, so I shall not delay you further in educating your child. Minato departed. But his final words left Qingyu in a state of shock, as he observed the increasingly sinister smile of Sanha approaching him while stretching his limbs. Qingyu couldn't help but mentally exclaim, "What the? Minato, you tricked me. I was wrong. I truly acknowledge my mistakes. Please don't, see. Gong. Qing. You. I have tolerated you for long enough. Don't you dare run. Meanwhile, Minato, who had begun working in the adjacent office, heard the commotion and the pitiful cries from next door, which brought a smile of delight to his face. He even reminded others not to disturb them. Oh, what splendid weather it is outside. After emerging alive from the Hokage building, Xingyu felt fortunate for his resilience. Having narrowly escaped the wrath of the fearsome Jonin Sandha, though he lamented the loss of his handsome visage. Alas, what a waste of breath, while I still have time. I must make haste. The now visibly relieved Sandha urged him on. Unable to resist, Xingyu followed closely behind like a defeated rooster. Their destination was Hokage Rock, where they needed to swiftly remove the unsightly work of a certain someone, while also apologizing to all the craftsmen, especially the old man at the foot of the mountain. Xingyu felt immense guilt and could only contemplate how to make amends for this favor. Once the Hokage's announcement regarding his punishment was made public, they would also have to apologize to each villager and clarify matters with the shopkeepers who had been inexplicably troubled. After completing these tasks, he would require Sandha's guidance in drafting a succinct letter of assurance and an IOU. Only after this step would the fifth Hokage Rock incident be considered truly concluded. Certainly, this is contingent upon the absence of any further complications, such as his reckless behavior or the emergence of a troublesome individual akin to Uchiha Han. This is not a case of paranoia, but rather a necessity to remain vigilant. However, what Xingyu is oblivious to is that with the presence of Shui, who is both mentor and friend, Itachi is no longer blind and deaf. He frequently receives information from Shui about the outside world, particularly concerning a certain individual. Thus, even if he cannot venture outside, Itachi has exerted his influence. At the cost of revealing his Sharingan, he successfully persuaded his father to refrain from exacerbating the situation. In truth, Fugaku had almost forgotten about Seigo Xingyu, were it not for the fact that this incident had escalated considerably. Moreover, he is not as inept as Itachi fears. In fact, the situation is somewhat perplexing. Up until this moment, Itachi remains unaware that the clan member who confronted Xingyu acted independently and not at Fugaku's behest. After all, there has been a persistent lack of open dialogue between father and son. Itachi fears the answer he cannot accept, while Fugaku, with a clear conscience, is unaware that Itachi has misinterpreted his intentions. Misunderstandings, it seems, form gradually over time. Chapter 47, The Eye of Perception in the ensuing days. The Hokage's office issued a formal announcement regarding the recent incident, rephrasing the narrative and detailing the penalties imposed on the instigator. The hefty fine, amounting to several million ryo, elicited gasps of astonishment and delight from the public. Such a severe punishment aligned with the populace's expectations, providing ample release for their pent-up anger and dissatisfaction. Furthermore, the farce atop Hokage Rock had been thoroughly resolved, and the perpetrator, a mere child, had gone door to door to offer apologies. Consequently, the tumult and repercussions stemming from the affair gradually subsided. However, the name Qingshan Qingyu once again became the focal point of conversation among villagers and numerous shinobi during their leisure. After all, a real man bold enough to commit such an act had yet to be encountered a second time. Meanwhile, our protagonist was contentedly ensconced in his home, relishing the rare opportunity for a low-profile existence. Alas, each time he stepped outside, he was met with curious glances and whispered conversations, which rendered the sensation of fame quite unpleasant. Most disheartening was the fact that, unlike terrestrial celebrities, this notoriety brought him no tangible rewards. Otherwise, he could have embarked on a career as an idol. After all, even notoriety can be a form of fame. Additionally, he remained at home to delve into the newly acquired reward. From the bronze chest, he had obtained a peculiar item known as the Eye of Perception. Relic, Eye of Perception, effect, senses all strong life forms within a radius of 100 meters, capable of providing feedback on malevolent intentions to a certain extent. Due to the vague description of its effects, he dedicated his leisure time, apart from his regular physical training and practice of unarmed combat, to thoroughly investigate this item. As the name suggests, the Eye of Perception was indeed a lifelike eyeball. However, once activated, it could seamlessly merge with any inanimate object, remaining undetectable to the naked eye. As for whether special abilities like the Byakugan or Sharingan could discern the Eye of Perception, Xingyu was uncertain, as he had yet to find an opportunity for experimentation. Regarding the term strong life forms, he lacked a definitive understanding. Nevertheless, based on the feedback received post-activation, he concluded that strong life forms referred to creatures such as cats, dogs, and larger beings, including humans, while excluding insects, bacteria, and plants. Upon utilizing the Eye of Perception, he felt as though he had attained a divine perspective, akin to activating a radar with X-ray vision, enabling him to discern the locations of all strong life forms within a 100-meter radius and assess their strength through the amplitude of their life signals. The ability to provide feedback on malevolent intentions was particularly intriguing. Thus, he ventured to crowded areas for experimentation. Ultimately, the conclusion drawn is that as long as someone harbors a degree of malevolence towards him, it can be perceived by the Eye of Perception, which immediately relays this information to his mind, marking it distinctly in red, while all else appears in white. It is akin to a living radar in a video game. However, the drawbacks are equally apparent. Firstly, the range of the Eye of Perception is limited to a mere 100 meters. In the world of ninjas, having an enemy approach within 100 meters is tantamount to stepping right into the gates of the underworld. Compared to the reconnaissance capabilities of the Byakugan, it is decidedly inferior. Secondly, the Eye of Perception is stationary. Once deployed, any attempt to relocate it results in an immediate loss of effectiveness. Moreover, should the user stray beyond the confines of the Eye of Perception, it too becomes ineffective. This undeniably diminishes the utility of the Eye of Perception, relegating it to the role of a fixed early warning system, capable of detecting whether others harbor malicious intent against him. The silver lining, however, is that the Eye of Perception imposes no limitations on usage. It can be utilized repeatedly without incurring damage, as only the objects it is attached to can be destroyed. Furthermore, with but a thought, he can instantly summon it back to his eyes, albeit without directly triggering its effects. In summary, the Eye of Perception proves to be quite beneficial for him. With this tool, he no longer needs to worry about being surveilled. Anyone who approaches will be detected instantly. Additionally, he can clearly discern who harbors ill intentions towards him and scheming thoughts, allowing for preemptive precautions. Once he thoroughly comprehends the operational nuances of this device, Xingyu abandons his seclusion at home and makes his way to the Special Supplies Distribution Center in Konoha. This location is ordinarily accessible only to certain privileged groups, such as direct members of the Hokage's Umbu or those requiring specific items with a stamped authorization from the Hokage. After all, certain elite units enjoy enviable benefits, with many resources provided at no personal expense. The various expenditures of the Umbu are, in fact, covered by the Hokage and the village. Xingyu's presence here is not due to his affiliation with the Umbu or any other special department. He merely seeks to collect his monthly training supplies and medicinal baths. Just days after his significant upheaval, Konoha's exclusive apothecary began mass selling the medicinal bath powders he had supplied. The price? A staggering 10,000 ryo per set. It is utterly outrageous. When he concocted the medicinal formula, it cost him no more than 5,000 ryo per set. The excess amount was merely due to his purchase of some ineffective herbs to mislead others. A product retailing for less than 5,000 ryo is being sold by Konoha at a shocking price of 10,000 ryo, with no room for negotiation. The price has more than doubled. Can anyone truly afford such exorbitance? Indeed, there are buyers. Moreover, the sales are remarkably brisk. The reason? The Hokage himself, Minato, has publicly endorsed the product, guaranteeing its efficacy. Moreover, it remains a mystery how the higher-ups of Konoha managed to reach a consensus with the prominent clans, Uchiha, Hyuga, Inuzuka, Yamanaka, Aburame, Akimichi. Each esteemed family has issued exorbitant orders while extolling the virtues of the offerings. It seems as though a tense atmosphere has been meticulously crafted, suggesting that if one does not partake, they shall be left behind. If one refrains from purchasing, their offspring will inevitably falter at the starting line. How much wealth do the common folk possess? It appears that the Konoha elites have fixated on the affluent clans from the outset, in their quest to cultivate exceptional talent. Having already expended such vast sums, they surely cannot be miserly with this modest investment. Indeed, After numerous families experienced the benefits of the medicinal baths provided by Konoha's upper echelon, they found themselves vulnerable, with few willing to risk being left behind. As for those who sought to compel the formula's owner to disclose the recipe, or who wished to seize a share of the bounty, they certainly existed. Then, Minato stepped forward. Who in their right mind would dare to provoke the Hokage over mere monetary concerns? Are they tired of living? Chapter 48. When in doubt, use explosive tags. Although the specifics of the agreement reached between the prominent clans and the higher-ups of Konoha remain shrouded in mystery, it was evident to Aoi that the clans had made considerable sacrifices, as indicated by the previous notification from the Jonin of the Sana clan, informing him that he could collect supplies. This casual mention allowed Aoi to infer the gravity of the situation. Furthermore, the Jonin mentioned that the discount on medicinal baths would still be calculated based on the original price, urging him to keep this information confidential for his own protection. It was clear that if the news of his role as the formula provider were to leak, not only would his life be in jeopardy, but he would also be unable to continue his monopolistic venture. As the saying goes, severing someone's means of livelihood is akin to slaying their parents. If his business were to falter, would the higher-ups of Konoha simply let him go? At that point, he would be truly surrounded by enemies. Even Minato would find it challenging to speak on his behalf. Aoi understood the seriousness of the matter and recognized why he had been summoned to this secluded location to collect supplies. Its privacy required minimal interaction. "I have come to collect the supplies," he stated as he entered a specialized, sealed room, addressing the narrow window. He then handed over a small scroll provided by the Jonin of the Sana clan. The individual inside likely took a moment to verify its authenticity, as there was no immediate response. Once confirmed, they handed him a piece of paper and a pen. Upon examining the list, Aoi noted the extensive array of supplies available for collection, ranging from basic kunai and shuriken to explosive tags, smoke bombs, various military rations, antidotes, and training equipment. He was allowed to collect no more than 10,000 ryo worth of training materials each month, which was quite substantial for him at this stage and would suffice. Before arriving, he had already contemplated what items he wished to exchange. His gaze settled on the section for explosive tags, and without hesitation, he circled that line and boldly wrote the words "all exchange" without specifying a quantity. With each explosive tag priced at 300 ryo, he could acquire 33 tags without any immediate cost, although half of the amount would need to be repaid later, merely a trivial matter. During his earlier viewing of Naruto, he had been astounded by Konan's monetary prowess, as she could unleash 6 billion explosive tags at will, an impressive feat indeed. In future encounters with foes, he could also draw inspiration from this, overwhelming them with a barrage of explosive tags. Even if they didn't perish, they would surely be left in a vexing predicament. The process of gathering supplies consumed some time, yet Aoi swiftly received a scroll containing all the month's provisions, along with the special scroll he had previously submitted. However, a sense of melancholy washed over him. Devoid of chakra and unable to perform ninjutsu, even retrieving items felt beyond his reach. This was truly a disheartening situation. It seems I must trouble the Jonin of the Three Rivers once more. Speaking of which, should I commence my chakra training now? There appears to be no necessity to wait until the school year begins next year. With a plan forming in his mind, Chi-Tion discreetly concealed the scroll before turning to leave. One might speculate that even the individuals inside could not have anticipated that the one coming to collect supplies would be a mere child devoid of chakra. With a resounding thud, the Jonin of the Three Rivers assisted in extracting all the provisions sealed within the scroll. Upon discerning the items that Chi-Tion had exchanged, his face involuntarily twitched. "You have converted all your shares into explosive tags? Are you aware of how perilous these are? Can you even utilize them? What exactly do you intend to do with such items?" It was hardly surprising that the Jonin was on edge, his words laced with fervor. After all, every escapade that Chi-Tion had embarked upon recently had left him in a state of sheer fright, even hinting at the onset of a potential heart ailment. Should this reckless lad decide to detonate explosive tags at someone's home or, heaven forbid, obliterate the Hokage rock, the Jonin would have no choice but to strangle him personally and then atone for his sins with his own demise. Yet, in response to the Jonin's somewhat excessive agitation, Chi Tian first placed the packets of medicinal baths in the back before feigning innocence, saying, "I've heard that explosive tags are particularly powerful and quite expensive, so of course, I had to choose them. Besides, I wouldn't know how to use them, nor could I, but you, Jonin of the Three Rivers, could put them to good use." The Jonin, initially poised to explode with rage, found himself momentarily at a loss as he gazed at Qingtian's innocent smile. "You mean to say, this is for me?" Chi Tian nodded vigorously, even adopting a bashful demeanor. The Jonin's ire dissipated almost instantly, his gaze awkwardly shifting elsewhere. I don't require such things. I am a dignified Jonin. However, the power of these tags is indeed commendable for self-defense. Since you've exchanged for them, you may keep them. Use them if danger arises in the future." The Jonin's insincere words nearly provoked a laugh from Chi Tian. At last, he was no longer worried about the boy causing calamity with explosive tags. Of course, if the Jonin were to take these tags, Qing Tian would not grieve their loss. In comparison to the multitude of favors the Jonin had rendered him, a handful of explosive tags was trivial. "By the way, may I begin learning chakra now? Otherwise, I won't even be able to open a scroll. I can't keep troubling the Jonin of the Three Rivers to run here every time." Observing that the Jonin had accepted his gift and appeared to be in a good mood, Qing Tian seized the opportunity to express his desire to learn how to extract chakra. Had he broached this subject from the outset, the Jonin may not have acquiesced, especially after witnessing that stack of explosive tags. He likely would have refused outright. However, at this moment, after careful consideration, the Jonin thought it inconsequential to teach him how to extract chakra. By the time the next academic year commenced, the offspring of the various clans would have already mastered these skills. Should Chi Tian face bullying, one could only wonder what astonishing actions this young rascal might undertake. Upon this thought, the shinobi of the Three Rivers instinctively cast a glance at the neatly arranged explosive talismans on the table. Suddenly, an image flashed through his mind. Qingyu, in a moment of desperation at school, pulling out a handful of explosive talismans, ready to face his adversaries in a bid for mutual destruction. A shiver ran down the shinobi's spine. He could not allow this reckless youth to bring such perilous items to school. Thus, he immediately adopted a serious demeanor and stated, "It is permissible to teach you in advance. However, you must assure me that under no circumstances will you take explosive talismans to school, nor shall you use them against your classmates. Of course, should you encounter danger or face malevolent individuals, you may employ them." Qingyu promptly nodded in agreement, his eyes lighting up at the first part of the statement, scarcely paying heed to the latter words. Chapter 49. On this day, the haunting fear of being overshadowed by a prodigious genius resurfaced in his mind. Chakra, an energy resulting from the perfect amalgamation of various energies within the human body, could be extracted from every cell through diligent training. Reflecting on the teachings imparted by the esteemed Jonin of the Three Rivers, Qingyu embarked on a new phase of cultivation in the solitude of his home. In his understanding, chakra represented a synthesis of physical and mental energies, while the art of senjutsu required the inclusion of natural energy. Despite the limitations of his natural aptitude, perhaps due to his transmigration, his mental fortitude proved to be considerably enhanced. Coupled with his relentless training during this period, he swiftly grasped the key to extraction, coaxing tendrils of chakra to emerge, albeit with reluctance. At the conclusion of a taxing day of practice, Qingyu exhaled deeply, reflecting upon the minuscule amount of chakra coursing through his meridians, shaking his head in dismay. Although he was unaware of the chakra growth others experienced through their own diligent training, he surmised it could not be inferior to his own. Those of average talent might never touch the threshold of a Jonin, suggesting that those who ascend to such heights must possess extraordinary abilities in some respect. Despite the portrayal of Jonin as mere cannon fodder in the later stages of the Hokage saga, their standing within the major ninja villages remained formidable, and their numbers were not as abundant as one might imagine. Qingyu speculated that without the aid of a certain system, achieving the rank of special Jonin in this lifetime would be a considerable feat. This realization left him in a state of melancholy, for he had no desire for self-destruction. Yet life seemed to compel him down a darkened path. The following day, Qingyu continued his training in his exclusive domain, as he had done on countless occasions. Having mastered the method of chakra extraction, he found himself with yet another task to diligently pursue each day. Nevertheless, he labored tirelessly without complaint, finding enjoyment in the process. In stark contrast to his previous existence on Earth, where he toiled endlessly for mere survival, devoid of dignity, he began to relish his current life. Although this world was fraught with peril, where a moment's carelessness could result in the loss of life, the tangible sense of reward for every effort invested was undeniably captivating. With a resounding crash, the wooden training dummy, subjected to his relentless strikes, finally succumbed to the pressure, breaking in two. Qingyu withdrew his gaze with dissatisfaction, for this entailed the need to procure a replacement. Nonetheless, through his unwavering dedication, he had become proficient in the majority of techniques associated with his training. While he still displayed a degree of rigidity, lacking adaptability, he was confident that with a little more time, he would elevate his skills to a higher echelon. He still retained the novice skill card obtained from the last task, not in haste to utilize it. Moreover, after mastering chakra, a sudden thought struck him. Since both are forms of energy, could chakra potentially replace spiritual power, thereby enhancing the potency of white fighting or even inducing a qualitative transformation? Unfortunately, his current chakra reserves were insufficient to manifest any tangible effects, leaving him to await future opportunities for experimentation. The wooden training dummy had already been thoroughly exhausted, prompting Qingyu to decide to return home early today and commence his chakra cultivation. However, before he did so, one more task awaited him. Having observed for quite some time, he finally spoke. "Come out." In an instant, a figure materialized not far from him, their gaze reflecting a mixture of surprise and admiration. Yet, upon recognizing the familiar clan emblem adorning the newcomer, Qingyu's brow furrowed slightly. Uchiha? In his mind, the Uchiha clan was synonymous with a fractious spirit, housing both individuals of remarkable prowess and charisma, as well as those who were utterly foolish, individuals whose brains seemed to have been squished by some unseen force. Initially, he harbored a semblance of goodwill due to Itachi, but after nearly falling victim to the treacherous hands of Uchiha Han, that goodwill evaporated entirely. Of course, the malodorous fish and rotten shrimp that spoiled the broth were not exclusive to the Uchiha. Such occurrences were ubiquitous, and this incident would not tarnish his perception of Itachi. Yet, he remained uncertain about the nature of the Uchiha before him. If this individual were yet another source of trouble, it would indeed spell disaster. This area was generally devoid of passers-by. While it offered him significant convenience, it also implied that no one would be around to aid him in a pinch. "Please do not misunderstand," the newcomer explained with a gentle demeanor. "Though I am also of the Uchiha clan, I am not here to cause you any trouble. In fact, I merely happened to pass by on a mission and was drawn by the commotion." Upon hearing this, Qingyu's stern expression softened somewhat, only for him to promptly react. "You know who I am?" "Certainly, the future 5th Hokage. I am not only familiar with your name, but have taken the liberty to learn everything about you." Being directly addressed as the future 5th Hokage was rather embarrassing, and a hint of awkwardness flashed across Qingyu's face. "Learn about me? What? Do you wish to avenge that Han fellow?" No. I simply inquired about you out of curiosity since Itachi often asks about you. Frankly speaking, I do not hold any affection for Han. That incident was, in a sense, his own doing." "Itachi? I still do not know your name." Qingyu expressed surprise, realizing that the individual before him was acquainted with Itachi, and it seemed their relationship was quite amicable. "Apologies, I neglected to introduce myself. I am Uchiha Shisui, currently responsible for guiding Itachi in his training." "Uchiha Shisui?" Qingyu's eyes widened in astonishment at the revelation, while Shisui's face bore a trace of regret. Goodness. However, upon further reflection, it made sense, aside from Shisui. Itachi had no other friends within the Uchiha clan. This individual is undeniably a prodigious genius. Not only has he awakened the kaleidoscopic Sharingan at a tender age, but he also possesses the godlike ocular technique known as Kodo Amatsukami. Alas, his life was tragically cut short. Those who fall under the dark gaze of that malevolent old man, Danzo, seldom meet a favorable fate. Why do you regard me with such an expression? Have you perhaps heard my name? It seems I have heard someone mention that you are a genius of the Uchiha clan, Qingyu remarked ambiguously. A genius? I wouldn't quite say so, in my eyes. Itachi is the true genius, Shisui admitted, scratching his head in slight embarrassment. Could you please refrain from such modesty, esteemed one? Both you and Itachi are indeed geniuses among geniuses. I implore you, show some leniency. Qingyu gazed at the bashful and humble Shui, feeling his composure fray. Have you ever considered the feelings of ordinary individuals like us, you veritable prodigies? Chapter 50, Konoha. Shui, lacking any pretense, possessed a remarkably cheerful and optimistic disposition. In contrast, Aoi adhered to the principle of reciprocity, believing that while one should treat others with respect, one must also be prepared to repay even the smallest kindness with great generosity. This fundamentally shaped his character. Consequently, he and Shui found themselves surprisingly compatible, sitting together on the ground and engaging in conversation about their mutual concern for Itachi. Itachi has been quite worried about you, Aoi remarked. However, he has been unable to come out lately, so he has asked me to gather information on your behalf. Upon learning of the troubling events within the clan, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and self-reproach. Yet, Itachi is the type of person who keeps everything bottled up inside, reluctant to share his burdens with others. Shui refrained from mentioning Itachi's awakening of the Sharingan due to these events, believing it best for Itachi to reveal such matters himself. Furthermore, he suspected that, given Itachi's nature, he would never disclose the truth in this lifetime. Rest assured, I maintain a clear distinction. Itachi is Itachi, and others are others. However, knowing his character, it is likely he will intentionally distance himself from me in the future. Frankly, he overthinks everything. It was not his fault, yet he shoulders the blame. Next time I see him, I will have to give him a good talking to. Aoi, with a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, expressed his annoyance. Yet a radiant smile adorned his face. You truly understand Itachi, despite having known him for such a short time, Shui remarked, marveling at Aoi's insight. Some people become friends at first sight, while others may never attain that level of camaraderie, regardless of the time spent together. It ultimately depends on compatibility, Aoi mused. His casual demeanor striking Shui with unexpected profundity. Shui found himself captivated by this perspective, recognizing that the intricacies of human emotions are far more complex than mere duration of acquaintance. By the way, when you return, please convey a message to Itachi. Tell him that once his house arrest is lifted, if he does not come to find me immediately, I shall go directly to the Uchiha compound to seek him out. There is no need for further elaboration. You should understand. You truly are something else. If Itachi hears that you intend to visit him at the Uchiha compound, he will likely flee in the night. Shui chuckled, albeit reluctantly acknowledging the simplicity of Aoi's plan. Given Itachi's disposition, he would undoubtedly comply. Indeed, one must employ a more forceful approach with a reserved individual like him. Otherwise, he may evade me entirely, Aoi declared, a hint of pride gleaming in his expression. Shui joined in the laughter, realizing that he had never considered that someone could exert such influence over Itachi. Their visit had not been in vain. Thus, these two mischievous souls engaged in fervent discussion on how to transform Itachi's brooding nature, even conjuring vivid images of Itachi's bewildered and wry smile, their excitement palpable. You are quite the character. I shall certainly put this to the test upon my return. Shui, feeling a sense of satisfaction, regarded Itachi as a younger brother. And what could be more entertaining than playfully outsmarting one's own sibling? You are quite impressive. It is no wonder that you have garnered recognition from that fellow Itachi. The two exchanged a light fist bump and shared a knowing glance, bursting into laughter. Do you come here to train every day? Your recent display of taijutsu seemed rather atypical for the Leaf Village style. Aoi nodded nonchalantly, stating, it's merely something I've been practicing out of boredom. After all, taijutsu is fundamentally about hand-to-hand combat. I'm quite adept at fighting. When I first arrived in Konoha, I had trouble with some individuals at the orphanage. I single-handedly took down 10 of them, leaving them in tears, only to find myself grounded as a result. A look of deep frustration crossed his face at the memory, eliciting a chuckle from Shui. While I may not possess the authority to critique, creating a unique style of taijutsu is no simple feat. Moreover, as you mentioned, taijutsu is meant for close-quarters combat, so merely practicing against a wooden dummy will yield slow progress. If you wish to improve rapidly, you must engage in real battles. This is the best way to unlock your potential and integrate techniques into your fighting. Otherwise, attempting to confront Itachi would prove exceedingly difficult. As his current abilities already far exceed those of a Chunin, Shisui advised earnestly. Aoi could sense the sincerity in Shisui's counsel, which indeed was quite sound. However, without the issuance of tasks from the system, he could hardly go about provoking trouble and seeking fights. Ding! A bronze-level self-destructive task has been issued. Task name, Kanoa's 100 Slashes. Task description, enact comprehensive retribution on unruly children. My mother need not worry about me getting beaten up anymore. If you want it, just say so. It's merely motivation, and here it is. Task requirements, defeat 100 individuals, aged 10 and under. Task deadline, 1 month. Task reward, bronze treasure chest X1. Beginner skill card X1. Task failure, have you heard the old saying? If you strike the young, the old will come for you. Are you afraid? Cough, cough. Cough. The sudden alert caused Aoi to cough violently. Can tasks really be generated like this, especially a bronze level one? However, upon careful consideration of the risks and the task's difficulty dread, this is going to be troublesome. He genuinely feared that by dealing with the young ones, he might attract the attention of their elders. Currently, he was no more than a genin, capable of little more than bullying his peers. It seemed he needed to contemplate this matter thoroughly. What is wrong? Why are you suddenly coughing? Are you unwell? Just swallowed wrong. I'm fine. Aoi spat out the dogtail grass he had been chewing. I must take my leave now. I shall carry your words with me, until we meet again by fate. Shisui deftly sprang to his feet, and, with a smile, vanished in an instant. At that moment, Aoi began to appreciate the remarkable prowess of Shisui's body flicker technique. He insisted to himself that he was not envious at all. He brushed off his pants and stood up, then, with a thought, retracted the eye of perception that had merged with the ground. His ability to detect the clandestine observation of Shisui stems from the feedback of the eye of perception. If the feedback indicates that the other harbors malevolent intentions, he would undoubtedly refrain from exposing the concealed motives of his counterpart. Initially, he suspected that the vigilant Jonin from the Three Rivers was engaging in covert surveillance, and he had feigned a display for the sake of showcasing his prowess. To his surprise, this act inadvertently revealed a fleeting glimpse of Shisui. Fortunately, Shisui proved to be as optimistic and affable as he remembered, easily approachable. With Itachi as a shared topic of conversation, their inaugural meeting unfolded pleasantly, leaving a commendable impression. Another significant ally has emerged. Chapter 51. Evil begets evil. To speak candidly, the task of slaying 100 individuals in the Hidden Leaf Village is both daunting and deceptively simple. This is primarily due to the fact that Aoi currently resides in a district populated by commoners, where the presence of rambunctious children is a common sight. Furthermore, the children in this area are relatively easy to manage. The proportion of families preparing their offspring for the path of a ninja is rather low. This is because becoming a ninja entails participation in warfare, fraught with peril and mortality. Additionally, the exorbitant costs associated with training a ninja are beyond the means of typical families, in stark contrast to the ninja clans within the Hidden Leaf, who often provide their children with comprehensive early education and even instruction in family-exclusive techniques before they even enroll in ninja academies. The commoners' children are left to their own devices. This reality results in a considerable number of wild and spirited children in the commoner district, endowed with commendable combat prowess, truly the ideal candidates for the task at hand. However, a dilemma arises. What to do if one should strike a child and the parents come seeking retribution? It would be unreasonable to engage the parents in a confrontation. Setting aside the question of whether one could prevail in such a conflict, it is generally accepted that squabbles among children are commonplace and rarely escalate beyond their immediate context. Yet, should one resort to violence against the parents who come to reason, it would escalate into a matter of public safety, potentially inviting the ire of the elite shinobi, who might unleash their wrath upon the perpetrator. Thus, after much contemplation, Aoi devised a plan to clandestinely strike without revealing his identity. To this end, he took the time to procure a mask and engaged in a modest degree of DIY to fashion a black cloak, though his craftsmanship left much to be desired. It would suffice for his purpose. Beware, children, your doomsday approaches. After stealthily donning his prepared disguise in a secluded alley, Aoi erupted into a sinister cackle. At the tender age of 7, Fat Tiger reigns as the king of children, or perhaps more fittingly, the bully in this commoner district. With a butcher for a father, he is never in want of food, and his physique has burgeoned rapidly, characterized by ample girth and a visage reminiscent of his father. Leveraging his physical advantage and a surplus of pocket money, Fat Tiger has successfully established dominion over the local children, amassing a retinue of followers. He derives amusement from tormenting others and even extorting their allowances. The local children, though seething with indignation, dare not voice their grievances. Those who muster the courage to inform their parents find themselves subjected to even harsher bullying and retribution, should irate parents confront him. His doting butcher father stands sentinel at the door with a cleaver in hand, exuding an aura of intimidation that effectively deters any would-be challengers. In such an environment of permissiveness and misguided understanding, Fat Tiger grows ever bolder, indulging in his whims without restraint. Wherever he roams, every child is compelled to surrender a portion of their allowance as protection money. Otherwise, they are warned to remain indoors, forsaking playtime altogether. Observing the fearful and sycophantic gazes of the surrounding children, the portly tiger felt a surge of pride as he swaggered along, leading a band of 4 or 5 followers. "Hey, you over there, little mushroom. Have you paid your protection fee today?" he called out arrogantly, while casually picking his nose, directing his attention towards a frail boy sporting a mushroom-shaped haircut. "Lord Tiger, I've already paid," the mushroom-headed boy replied timidly. The honorific title bestowed upon Tiger merely reflecting his desire for such deference, which in turn fed his sense of accomplishment. "Oh, really? What about yesterday?" Tiger pressed. "Yesterday? I stayed home all day. I didn't go out," the boy exclaimed in a panic. "Huh, so if you don't go out, you think you don't have to pay? Well, that is fine. Just don't step outside again, or don't let me catch sight of you." "The choice is yours," Tiger scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the diminutive figure before him. In truth, he had exploited the children in the vicinity excessively, leading them to avoid venturing out altogether or to sneakily play in the comfort of their homes. This behavior undeniably diminished Tiger's income, and having grown accustomed to a lavish lifestyle, he was unwilling to accept such a loss. The mushroom-headed boy was merely a scapegoat in his cruel game. "But I truly have no money left," the boy protested helplessly. With a resounding slap, Tiger sent him sprawling to the ground. His eyes scanned the area menacingly, ensuring no one dared to meet his gaze before he placed a foot upon the boy, declaring ominously, "From now on, the rules for collecting protection fees have changed. You will pay monthly. Once you've settled your dues, you may remain at home or do as you please. But should you fail to pay, this will be your fate. Attack." At Tiger's command, his cohorts eagerly advanced, ready to engage in what they deemed mere childish roughhousing. They were careful not to strike too hard, knowing that if the situation escalated, they could always fabricate an excuse. The mushroom-headed boy immediately curled up on the ground, shielding his head with his hands, bracing for the impending lesson. However, at that critical moment, a figure rushed in with remarkable speed, and before Tiger could react, a shrill cry pierced the air as the newcomer collapsed to the ground, clutching their face. "Who are you?" Tiger demanded. "I am your father," came the response from a figure adorned in an odd, smiling mask and ill-fitting black robes, who disregarded any explanations and charged into the crowd, unleashing a one-sided assault. With only 6 children in total, including Tiger and his 5 followers, they were merely ordinary kids. Moreover, the most threatening among them, Tiger, was swiftly incapacitated by a kick to the face from the newcomer, leaving him unable to rise. The remaining children stood no chance against the onslaught. Notably, the newcomer's fighting style was to strike the face rather than the rear, resulting in dire consequences for the bullies, who soon found themselves battered and bruised. Unable to rise. "Who on earth are you? Do you know who I am? How dare you strike me?" At this moment, the corpulent Tiger finally rose unsteadily from the ground, his face swollen to an alarming degree, rendering his speech somewhat slurred. "Come here, Daddy loves you." The rotund Tiger gazed at the comically dressed mysterious figure before him, who provocatively beckoned with a finger. Unable to contain his fury any longer, he let out a roar and charged forward like a wild boar. After all, he perceived himself as merely a victim of an ambush. The opponent was neither taller nor stronger than he. Why should he falter in victory? Yet, as the charging Tiger barreled toward him, The figure behind the mask remained remarkably composed. In that fleeting moment, he merely stepped aside slightly, raised a gentle hand to deflect, and then extended a leg. Chapter 52. The human punching bag and the experienced baby. With a resounding thud, the corpulent figure of Fat Tiger collapsed to the ground. His body, propelled by inertia, flew a considerable distance, and his greasy, flabby face had an intimate encounter with the earth. Observing the mission progress bar transform to 6100, Qingyu nodded in satisfaction, preparing to turn and depart. His purpose was not to act as a vigilante. He was there to fulfill a task. Nevertheless, he would not shy away from assisting others if the opportunity arose. As he was about to leave, he proclaimed, "This area is under my protection. If you dare to challenge that, bring your people tomorrow for a rematch. But if you choose to cower, go home and cry to your mother." Having said that, he strode away, shaking off the dust of the scene, leaving behind only the reverent gazes of those around him. With effortless grace, he had dispatched the bully Fat Tiger and several of his lackeys, an act that radiated charisma. The mushroom-headed boy and his companions no longer lingered, each bursting with excitement as they rushed to share the exhilarating news, eager to spread the word to every ear available. Yet, Qingyu remained oblivious to this fervor. Instead of seeking further conflict, he made his way to the training ground to continue his practice. Tasks needed to be completed, and regular training could not be neglected. The sensation of engaging in combat was indeed a stark contrast to striking a wooden dummy. The opponents had been so inadequate that he hadn't even had the chance to unleash his potential before they all fell. Thus, he uttered a wish for tomorrow, hoping they might bring him some surprises and more task monsters to vanquish, which would also yield a splendid boost in experience. Conversely, should those individuals choose to retreat home to seek comfort from their parents, he would merely consider it a misjudgment of character. After all, no one knew he had been the one to strike. And so a day passed. Fat Tiger and his gang, having been thoroughly chastised, indeed opted to swallow their pride and conceal the truth of their injuries, attributing them to a simple fall when questioned by family. However, elsewhere, the truth had already spread like wildfire, thanks to the mushroom-headed boy and his friends, garnering applause from countless onlookers. Upon learning the news, Fat Tiger's expression darkened. Yet the time for reckoning had not yet arrived. For today, he was determined to exact a severe lesson on that scoundrel. He wanted everyone to know that Fat Tiger had not been defeated. He remained the strongest tyrant in the vicinity. Thus, he gathered all his subordinates at the same location as the previous day, and in a desperate bid to overcome that mysterious adversary, he promised to distribute half of the protection money he had accumulated if they triumphed in the upcoming skirmish. This commitment made his heart ache, for it represented his last vestige of savings. Yet, in defense of his status and dignity, he was willing to risk it all. "Boss, do you truly believe that guy will show up? We have more than 20 people here. Seeing us must surely frighten him away." Fat Tiger scoffed. "If he doesn't come, we'll ruin his reputation entirely." The leader spoke the truth. Regardless of whether that fellow arrives or not, the outcome remains unchanged. "Boss, he's here." Suddenly, a figure slowly approached them. That mask, that black cloak. Indeed, it was him. Pang, who instinctively clenched his teeth, the pain on his face serving as a constant reminder of the humiliation he endured yesterday. "You actually dared to come." Qingyu glanced at the 20 or so individuals behind Pang who couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow truly surprised him. A 1 versus 20 scenario. The odds appeared overwhelmingly unfavorable. However, sometimes, the sheer number of opponents is inconsequential. Qingyu vividly recalled the shock he felt when he witnessed Ban single-handedly infiltrating the Ninja Alliance. The words "do you wish to dance as well?" sent shivers down his spine. Thus, under absolute power, numbers become irrelevant. While he did not possess the arrogance to compare himself to Ban, what lay ahead was merely a group of 20 untrained ruffians. After enduring such extensive training, if he could not defeat them, he might as well return to the countryside and farm. Without further ado, facing the numerous adversaries, Qingyu felt neither fear nor trepidation. He merely sought to charge through. "Forward! Everyone! Attack! Bring him down!" The group of over 20 rushed in. At that moment, Qingyu suddenly entered a peculiar state, allowing him to see Pang, whose contorted face through the gaps in the crowd. He felt an unparalleled calmness. and a multitude of fighting techniques began to resonate instinctively in his mind, manifesting through his body. Bang! The first assailant charging at him was swiftly taken down. He then slightly tilted his head to evade a punch from behind, countering by seizing the arm and using the opponent's momentum against him. In an instant, Qingyu found himself suspended in midair, then his legs spread wide. Spinning kick. Bang! Bang! Two unfortunate souls were struck directly in the chest, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. Meanwhile, Qingyu, still airborne, harnessed the power from his waist and swiftly rotated in the air. Windmill kick. An approaching adversary was struck on the neck, falling unconscious without uttering a sound. Simultaneously, the unfortunate individual Qingyu had grappled was hurled away, crashing headfirst into a wall. In the brief moment of their clash, Qingyu had dispatched 5 opponents. Pang Hu, hiding behind, along with those secretly observing nearby, were all utterly astonished. This was a complete one-sided annihilation. However, as he landed, Qingyu inexplicably exited that extraordinary state, feeling significantly fatigued, just as he began to feel a twinge of regret. The system's notification sound eerily rang out. The level of white fight had unexpectedly upgraded to LV2. This revelation filled him with immense exhilaration. Indeed, the words of Jishue resonate profoundly. The efficacy of relentless practice against a wooden dummy pales in comparison to the rapid progress gained from engaging with a living target. His eyes sparkled with determination as he surveyed the crowd, who dared only to encircle him yet hesitated to take a step forward. These individuals were seasoned warriors, and he understood the value of cherishing such experience. If you will not approach, then I shall advance. With a thrill, he licked his lips and let out a hearty laugh before plunging into the throng, eager to integrate all the techniques he had mastered into real combat. However, without the unique state he had previously experienced, he revealed numerous vulnerabilities. The transitions between his attacks were awkward, and he occasionally found himself flustered. Witnessing their once mighty adversary transform into a bewildered novice, the minions of Fat Tiger found their courage and launched an assault on Qingyu. Chapter 53. Reported should he activate, hardening. Qingyu possessed the confidence that none of these individuals could withstand even a single round against him. However, such an action would squander the benefits of these experienced treasures. Thus, he opted to endure several blows, steadfastly employing bare hands in combat. As a novice, the individuals before him served perfectly as human punching bags. With his ascent to LV2 in bare hands, his technique became increasingly fluid, liberating itself from rigid patterns. He began to deconstruct all the skills in his mind, instinctively adapting to various situations that arose. Bang, bang, bang. Any unfortunate soul within proximity was swiftly knocked down or sent flying. In the blink of an eye, the encirclement was shattered. Qingyu had felled 10 more adversaries, leaving only 7 or 8 remaining, along with the terrified Fat Tiger, who dared not advance another step. Amidst the chorus of wails echoing around him, Qingyu's gaze remained remarkably calm. This was merely a manifestation of his restraint. With his current strength and speed, unleashing LV2 of bare hands could have been lethal. Yet, in his pursuit of experience, he consciously avoided vital points, which undoubtedly proved more challenging and simultaneously deepened his comprehension and mastery of bare hands. Casting a glance at the task's completion rate, the corners of Qingyu's mouth curled slightly beneath his mask. Hurry up, I am pressed for time. He waved gently at the utterly terrified Fat Tiger and his companions, his tone unexpectedly gentle. Monster, run. We are no match for him. Fat Tiger, you should take charge personally. I'm feeling a bit weak in the knees. Glaring resentfully at these inept individuals, Fat Tiger swallowed hard and summoned his courage, saying, What do you want? If you leave now, I can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise what? Cry home to daddy? Spare me the nonsense and act like a man. Come on, become my experience in task completion. With a sudden charge, Qingyu darted past the others, instantly arriving before the fear-stricken Fat Tiger. Though his face remained concealed by the mask, in that moment, Fat Tiger experienced a sudden epiphany. This guy is smiling? Before he could react, Fat Tiger felt a sharp pain across his face, unaware of how many punches he had just received. Instinctively, he shut his eyes, sensing himself being propelled into the air. Finally, With a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground. Only then did he feel the agonizing cramp in his stomach. Tears and snot streamed down his plump visage. I'm done playing. I want to go home to Daddy. The outside world is too terrifying. Wah. Still poised in a kicking stance. Qingyu felt a twinge of embarrassment upon witnessing his opponent burst into tears. How utterly wasted that fierce demeanor was, concealing such fragility within. Upon glancing back, the few remaining subordinates who could still stand had already taken flight, sprinting away in haste. Would they truly escape? Having spared those unfortunate souls he had dealt with yesterday, Qingyu immediately pursued them, toppling the rest to the ground before returning with a sense of refreshment. 1, 2, 3, 20, 21, 22, 23. Oh, precisely 23 individuals, neither more nor less. With a satisfied nod, he noted the task completion rate at 23 out of 100. Clearly, the repeatedly defeated foes would not be recalculated. Yet, merely 2 days had passed, and he had accomplished 1/5 of the task, an admirable efficiency. Should he become utterly relentless and deal with all the ordinary onlookers in the vicinity, the speed of task completion would likely accelerate. However, such actions were entirely unnecessary, as they would tarnish his character and reputation. After finishing today's task, Qingyu intended to return to his training. But before departing, he needed to cast out some bait. Hey, fatty, stop crying. I have a task for you. Summarize all the ruffian factions in the commoner district like yourself. I will return the day after tomorrow to see you. Of course, he could choose to ignore it, but as long as he resided in Konoha, Qingyu would inevitably find him. Do you understand? The tear-streaked fat tiger, barely masking his pain, nodded fervently. He was genuinely frightened. More than 20 individuals could not overpower a single one, and he had been thoroughly defeated. This indicated that the two parties were not even on the same level. Moreover, the opponent had concealed their face, leaving him oblivious to their identity, even if he desired to return home and inform his parents. He wouldn't know where to seek retribution, and instead might incur further resentment. Thus, a wise man avoids immediate losses, agreeing for the time being. Furthermore, the implication of this devilish figure before him suggested that they were preparing to confront other factions as well. Fat Tiger suddenly felt a surge of relief. Yes, exactly. I cannot be the only one to suffer. None of you rascals shall escape unscathed. With that, the last remnants of his hesitation vanished. After completing a day's training tasks, Qingyu returned home, his heart sinking upon noticing the presence of Jonin Mikawa waiting outside. What have you been up to today? Jonin Mikawa inquired, his face stern, revealing no hint of emotion. Qingyu initially feared that his recent activities had been exposed, but upon reflection, he realized that he wore a mask, so no one should recognize him. Of course, this was contingent upon Jonin Mikawa not having entered the house or seen his concealed mask and black robe. I was training, he replied, observing Qingyu's sweat-soaked attire. Jonin Mikawa's expression softened slightly. Be more cautious lately. Do not wander about recklessly. Has something happened? In recent days, numerous children have been assaulted by a mysterious figure, and today, many parents have collectively reported, hoping to identify the perpetrator and seek justice. Upon hearing this, Qingyu's heart tightened momentarily, but he soon feigned indifference and remarked, Rest assured, I am not foolish. If anyone dares to trouble me, I shall cast these aside. As he spoke, he produced a stack of explosive tags from his pocket. The Jonin from Mahara could not help but twitch his facial muscles at the sight. You carry these with you at all times? Indeed, Qingyu replied. As you mentioned, times are turbulent in Konoha, and it is alarming that even children are being targeted. For safety's sake, it is wise to keep them close. This way, should the explosive tags detonate, help can arrive swiftly. The Jonin found himself somewhat at a loss for words. He had harbored doubts that Qingyu might be the mysterious figure clad in a mask and dark cloak, reported by numerous parents today, but now he found it difficult to voice his suspicions. Chapter 54. The Return of the Child Torturer. The esteemed shinobi of Sanha departed without uttering another word, yet the scrutinizing gaze he cast upon Qingyu left the latter acutely aware of his suspicion. However, it was likely that Sanha's doubts were merely intuitive, devoid of any tangible evidence. Otherwise, he would not have taken his leave so hastily. Qingyu could not help but feel a sense of relief at this realization. It seemed that the instruments of his misdeeds could no longer be concealed within his abode. The following day, Qingyu awoke and immediately activated his eye of perception. As anticipated, he detected a life form concealed in the tree to his left, pulsating with a formidable energy, certainly not a mere animal. Someone was watching him. Most likely, it was none other than the shinobi of Sanha. Without hesitation, he discarded his mask and black cloak into the furnace and proceeded to kindle a fire. Given that he was under surveillance, discretion was imperative, and he could afford to postpone his task, for time was on his side. Although his recent transgressions were not overly grave, his past misdeeds rendered him a suspect, and the medical expenses from his numerous altercations were far beyond his means to repay. Thus, he must remain incognito. Consequently, he and the shinobi of Sanha engaged in a new round of wits and stratagems. At the training grounds, Qingyu continued his rigorous regimen, sweat pouring down as he adhered to his meticulously planned training schedule. The eye of perception remained active, revealing that someone continued to persistently observe him from a nearby tree. It was not until the conclusion of his day's training, as he prepared to return home, that the presence abruptly vanished. However, upon arriving home, he found himself in the familiar setting, confronted once again by that person. Thus, he chose not to rush into fulfilling his task, even foregoing a visit to Fat Tiger. He was resolute in his belief that his adversary could not outlast him. A distinguished special shinobi, doing nothing but trailing him day after day. How long could Sanha endure this? The answer was a full week. By the 8th day, Qingyu finally lost track of his pursuer through the eye of perception, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. A week had passed, and it had indeed left him somewhat anxious. Yet, for the sake of caution, he waited an additional day. On this day, he first visited the training grounds as usual, and after confirming that no one was monitoring him, he once again ventured into the commoner district, donning a new robe and mask. As for Fat Tiger, ever since he had been thoroughly reprimanded on 2 occasions, he no longer dared to collect protection fees. The entourage of lackeys surrounding him had naturally dispersed. After all, no one wished to align themselves with a defeated leader. Fat Tiger felt both anger and helplessness. What exacerbated his anxiety was the fact that the individual who had promised to return the day after tomorrow to collect the items had yet to materialize. He watched in dismay as those fools began to assert their dominance, even plotting to encroach upon his territory, openly mocking him in the process. This was truly intolerable. Perhaps the heavens were attuned to his plight, for as he aimlessly traversed a narrow alleyway, that very person suddenly appeared before him. At long last, you have arrived. I have waited for you with such longing that I have lost my appetite for both tea and food, shedding several pounds in the process. Contrary to my expectations of encountering a fearful visage, upon our meeting, this fellow approached me with palpable excitement, his corpulent form trembling, his eyes alight with fervor. What could this possibly mean? Is it a case of Stockholm Syndrome? Quite alarming. Please refrain from addressing me as boss. I am not your superior. Do you have the goods with you? Very well, boss. Not an issue at all, boss. The items are right here, boss. With great restraint, I suppressed the urge to deliver another thrashing to him, pinching my nose as I uttered a non-committal hum and accepted the crumpled paper. Upon unfolding it, I was met with an incomprehensible mess of drawings. Never mind, just speak plainly. I discarded the ghastly sketches with a sense of exasperation, awaiting his response. Fat Tiger, brimming with enthusiasm, proceeded to divulge every detail he knew about the various factions within the civilian district, including their numbers, habitual hangouts, and frequent misdeeds, laying it all bare. The day had finally arrived. May you all feel the agony I, Fat Tiger, have endured, you rascals. I was quite pleased with this individual's perceptiveness. Yet a warning was still in order. You should have already surmised my intentions. Keep your lips sealed, or you shall face dire consequences. I will remain tight-lipped, boss. In truth, I aim to prevent those individuals from reporting this matter, but enough. I understand. You have done your best. Furthermore, refrain from engaging in such mischief at your tender age. Of all things to learn, why choose to extort protection fees? Should I discover that you are bullying the weak, bang. I unleashed a solid punch, shattering the wall. Fat Tiger was taken aback. It turned out that I had not revealed my true strength that day. I will not dare again, boss. I promised to study diligently in the art of pig farming, so that one day I may inherit my father's trade. Ah, what lofty aspirations. Keep up the good work. Suppressing my urge to scoff, I turned and exited the alley. Next, it was time for reaping experience points. Await me. Your father has arrived. Several weeks later, the mysterious devilish boy, known for targeting unruly children, re-emerged. And he wasted no time, swiftly toppling over 30 miscreants. Upon returning home, these 30-odd children cried out for their fathers, throwing the entire civilian district into disarray. The parents, incensed, nearly doubled in number compared to the last incident. The responsible ninjas were utterly overwhelmed, ultimately promising to apprehend the culprit within a week before the displeased parents departed. Not long thereafter, a D-level mission to capture the mysterious boy was posted, and soon enough, a team accepted the task. However, amidst the jubilant surge in mission progress, I remained blissfully unaware of these developments. However, for the sake of caution, Qingyu lingered in the training grounds for an additional 2 days. Upon realizing that the esteemed Jonin from the Sanakawa had not made an appearance, his heart began to stir with anticipation once more. In pursuit of clarity, he sought out the Jonin, only to learn that the latter was on a mission with no set return date. This revelation undeniably filled him with secret delight. The greatest obstacle to the completion of his task was now absent from Konoha, leaving little room for further hesitation. Presently, his task completion rate stood at 55 out of 100. He needed just over 40 more targets to unlock the coveted achievement of the Konoha 100 slaughter. With a stroke of good fortune, a single daring escapade could suffice. Even in the absence of luck, 2 or 3 more attempts would surely lead to success. Thus, Qingyu resolved to once again venture forth into the world. Chapter 55, The Advancing Irika in the Park. Irika, do you think that guy will show up again? It has been 2 days without a trace. Irika, steadfast in his resolve, replied, he will definitely appear. Over the past 2 days, I have meticulously analyzed the entire situation and discovered that his intentions are quite clear. This is not a mere impulsive act. Moreover, the gap between his 2 attacks was approximately 10 days, which indicates not only that he came prepared, but also that he is exceedingly cautious. Upon hearing Irika's analysis, his 2 teammates displayed expressions of exasperation. Surely we cannot continue waiting indefinitely? What if he has already backed off? Indeed, I still feel that this waiting strategy is unreliable. Sensei Ichiraku has left us to fend for ourselves. Faced with the impatience of his comrades, Irika began to feel conflicted, as he could not guarantee the accuracy of his deductions. Not only had they squandered 2 days without results, but the timeline for apprehending the perpetrator remained uncertain. After all, this was merely a D-rank mission. Wasting so much time seemed rather unwise. Although they had graduated from the Ninja Academy last year and proudly become lower-ranked ninjas, over the past year, they had not even attempted a C-rank mission, mostly relegated to trivial D-rank tasks like cat catching. The current assignment to capture the mysterious boy was already considered one of the more challenging D-rank missions. Nonetheless, a D-rank mission is still a D-rank mission, and their impatience was palpable. Thus, Irika gritted his teeth and declared, let us hold our position for one last day. If he does not show up by then, we will take the initiative and flush him out. The other 2 teammates exchanged glances, conceding, all right, we will trust you one last time. Let us go. With that, they decisively departed to the 2 locations where the perpetrator was most likely to appear, continuing their vigil. The Konoha civilian district may seem inconspicuous, yet it occupies a significant area. With only 3 of them, they could only select the most promising spots for their hunt. If the target appeared elsewhere, they were confident that they could create enough commotion to arrive in time. After all, they were indeed legitimate lower-ranked ninjas of Konoha. Meanwhile, on the other side, the reborn villain, the child torturer, was oblivious to the fact that he had become someone else's target. He was unaware that several cunning individuals lay concealed in the grass, waiting for him to fall into their trap. Initially, he spent a considerable amount of time scouting the area based on the intel provided by Fat Tiger. To ensure his safety, he employed his eye of perception at each location, mindful that only 2 days had passed since his last encounter, and unexpected complications could arise. His cautious approach soon bore fruit. During his 3rd reconnaissance, he discerned a figure concealed behind the flower bed to the left of a group of unruly children, emanating a significantly stronger life force fluctuation. Through repeated encounters, he had developed the ability to gauge the strength levels of adversaries based on these fluctuations. Although his estimations were not infallible, they had proven accurate in the broader context. His assessment was clear. This was a genin. Immediately, Qingyu reached this conclusion. A genin would not hide there without reason, nor would they engage in a game of hide-and-seek with these children. Exercising caution. He refrained from alerting the individual or acting impulsively. He promptly altered his direction to verify whether this was merely a coincidence or a trap laid for him. After thoroughly investigating all the locations he had initially planned to target, his expression shifted to one of concern. He had discovered 3 ambush points. The distances between them formed an equilateral triangle, allowing for mutual support and extensive coverage of the surrounding area. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he abandoned any delusions of luck. This was indeed a trap designed for him. It was inexplicable why 3 genin would foolishly hide in this location unless it was to ensnare him. Recently, he had been the only one stirring up trouble in the civilian district. Faced with 2 choices, either to engage recklessly or tactically retreat, he recognized that the latter was undoubtedly the safer option. However, he could not ascertain when the enemy might relent. If they chose to prolong the encounter, it could prove disastrous, especially with the mission deadline looming. After considerable reflection, Qingyu resolved to embrace risk for the sake of potential reward. It felt undignified to be forced back by 3 genin. His confidence in swiftly resolving conflicts and escaping unscathed fueled his determination. Thus, he circumvented the 3 central traps, making his way to the location farthest from their ambush. There awaited a dozen or so bully children, ripe for a lesson in humility. Although the prey was fewer in number, several encounters would suffice to satiate his needs. Seizing the moment, Qingyu donned his mask and black cloak, leaping forth with a decisive flourish, eschewing any preamble or dialogue, launching a fierce assault on the group of inexperienced children. In a matter of moments, their cries filled the air, pleading for mercy and vowing never to bully others again. Yet, Qingyu remained indifferent to their lamentations, only willing to relent if it meant advancing his mission progress. Once he had dealt with this group of Konoha's man-eating flowers, Qingyu vanished without a trace, leaving no remnant of his presence or name behind. Shortly after his departure, Irika and his companions arrived at the scene, their expressions darkening as they took in the chaotic aftermath. The sight of a dozen children wailing in unison was profoundly shocking, sending shivers down their spines. What troubled them even more was the fact that, despite their meticulous ambush, they still allowed their adversary to slip through their fingers. The audacity of that individual to reappear was astounding. It seemed that fortune favored him this time. Had he dared to confront me again, I would undoubtedly reduce him to a mere wreck. However, there was no need to voice such frustrations. We had arrived swiftly, and I was confident that our foe had not fled far. We must hasten to inquire about the direction in which he escaped. Irika, exasperated, sought to quell the complaints of his companions, yet a flicker of doubt stirred within him. According to his analysis, their opponent should not have materialized in this location. After all, he had deliberately chosen those 3 specific sites, as they were far more aligned with the conditions for their adversary's actions. How perplexing. Chapter 56. The Urban. No, the legend of Konoha, they said he ran that way. Let us pursue him swiftly. Go. Once we catch that rascal, we shall teach him a lesson. As they spoke, Irika and his companions hastily gave chase. The youth, adorned with a peculiar mask and clad in a dark robe, should have been easy to spot with such a flamboyant appearance. Yet, despite their relentless pursuit, they encountered no one fitting that description. At this juncture, they were acutely aware that their quarry had undoubtedly shed his disguise and melted into the crowd. Their frustration was palpable. Had they arrived a moment sooner, they would have thwarted his escape entirely. With no recourse, they stood with hands on hips, gazes slightly befuddled as they scanned the throng. Unbeknownst to Irika and his companions, the very culprit they sought was standing nonchalantly beside a lovely woman, indulging in a delectable trio of dumplings. It was only after the pursuers had reluctantly departed that a faint smile graced his lips. "Little brother, is it enough to eat? If not, I shall treat you again." "Yes, thank you, beautiful sister. You must be an angel fallen to the mortal realm, right? Oh, what an angel! Your sweet little tongue is as sticky as honey. You know just how to charm me." "It is true. My mother taught me to be honest. Beauty is beauty. One must not lie." As he spoke, Qingyu lifted his head, revealing his innocent, sparkling eyes, his cherubic face radiating sincerity, truly, charmingly naive. The enchanted woman, whose heart was aflutter, fanned herself to conceal the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, calling out to the nearby vendor, this one, and that one. Wrap them all up for me. As the adage goes, the art of playful cuteness can be most lethal. Yet, upon gazing at the array of delectable treats, Qingyu could not help but swallow his saliva. Indeed, being pampered did not seem so bad after all. Quickly, the West District has fallen again. It's in the south this time. That scoundrel, do not let me catch you. Where is he? Why has he vanished again? Oh no. We've fallen into a trap. This is a ruse to lure us away. Ah, I must slay this rogue. Calm down. In the days that followed, Qingyu appeared to have developed a taste for the thrill of the chase. Each day, he engaged in a delightful game of cat and mouse with Irika and his companions. No matter how they devised traps, ambushes, or concealed themselves, all was in vain before the eye of perception. Each meticulously chosen location was deftly evaded by Qingyu, who effortlessly collected experience points along the way. By the time they arrived, breathless and delayed, all they could do was gaze skyward in silent bewilderment. They simply could not fathom how he consistently managed to evade them perfectly and choose the most distant spots to strike. After the nerves became exceedingly sensitive, they began to suspect that the assailant might belong to the Hyuga clan. It seemed there was no other explanation aside from the Byakugan. Moreover, the opponent always employed taijutsu, a fact that further implicated the Hyuga clan, renowned for their gentle fist technique. Yet, it made no sense at all. Why would the esteemed Hyuga clan engage in such behavior? However, if they were not the ones responsible, the inexplicably bizarre actions of the opponent remained a riddle. Could it be that one among the three of them had become a traitor? That notion was even more ludicrous. What could possibly be their motive? After being toyed with repeatedly, they had not even managed to touch the hem of their adversary's garment, rendering their frustration unbearable. The opponent was evidently aware of their presence but deliberately refrained from granting them a fair confrontation, instead toying with them as if for amusement. Ultimately, the utterly exasperated Irika and his companions had no choice but to seek assistance from their leading jonin, adopting a mindset that while the mission might fail, this scoundrel must be brought to justice. However, the arrival of the jonin did not alleviate the situation, as the opponent had fled, refusing to engage further. They waited in vain for half a month, but the elusive figure never reappeared. Even the villagers, who had initially placed great hope in them, ultimately lost faith, outright forbidding their wayward children from causing any more trouble outdoors. After previous encounters, everyone understood that the mysterious boy only targeted those unruly children who enjoyed bullying others, while the well-behaved kids remained untouched. Hence, since capturing the culprit had become impossible, the only recourse was to properly educate their own children. Ironically, as the incident escalated, most of the children and parents were not frightened of the true instigator. Rather, they praised him. Those who had been bullied often idolized him. With the absence of the usual tyrants, a remarkable shift occurred among the youth, as laughter and joy filled the air. This left the parents of those still eager to amplify the incident with no grounds to do so. They became akin to rats scurrying across the street, despised by all. No matter what they said, the villagers would simply retort, "Why does your child get targeted, while ours remains unscathed?" Why? Because they deserve it. Consequently, the disgraced parents could only return home to vent their frustrations on their own unruly children. The once disobedient kids, fearing punishment outside, returned home only to face the same fate, feeling as though their lives had become shrouded in darkness. With matters having escalated to this point, the mission could no longer proceed and had to be abandoned. In truth, even without cancellation, Irika and his companions could not persist any longer. Thus, the enigmatic boy clad in a black cloak and mask became a legend in Konoha, widely circulated among the common folk, whose mischievous child, if disobedient, would be recounted as a tale, instilling such fear that the little rascals would refrain from venturing outdoors for several days. Of course, that is a matter for another time. Even Chi-Shan, who had successfully completed his task, could hardly fathom how his mundane assignment had escalated into a legend of Konoha. It was nothing short of a ludicrous jest. His absence was simply due to the completion of the mission. There was no longer any necessity to engage in such antics. Furthermore, the troublesome children had learned their lesson. choosing to remain hidden within their homes. If this affair did not come to a close soon, it was likely that it would no longer be mere Jinin awaiting him. Should Chunin or even Jonin take notice, he would undoubtedly find himself ensnared, caught in the act. Chapter 57. The Sudden Confrontation. As the bronze-level treasure chest was opened, Qingyu, who remained at home, gazed at the contents with a sense of satisfaction. At first glance, the black space-folding ninja tool pouch bore no distinction from an ordinary pouch. However, it concealed a cubic meter of folded space within, greatly enhancing its value. Just imagine how many explosive tags could fit in such a space. Cough. With this item in his possession, he could now conceal any unsightly objects with ease, alleviating the constant concern of needing to destroy evidence. Additionally, this space-folding pouch boasted another remarkable feature. With a mere thought, the desired item would manifest at the most accessible location, proving to be exceedingly convenient. There would be no more embarrassing moments of searching endlessly for a kunai or inadvertently pulling out explosive tags. The only drawback was its inability to accommodate living beings or items exceeding its internal capacity. Overall, the reward from this mission was immensely practical, justifying the risks he took during his numerous operations. As for the 2 basic skill cards accumulated from these tasks, after careful consideration, he chose to utilize them immediately, upgrading his original LV1, hardening, to LV3. Given his current physical capabilities, the LV1, hardening, was woefully inadequate. Upon elevating hardening to LV3, he could now envelop his entire body in a tough, keratinous layer with a mere thought. He even tested it with a kunai he had purchased, exerting 80% of his strength to leave only a fleeting white mark on his arm that quickly faded away. This indicated that even physical attacks from lower-ranked ninjas would struggle to inflict harm upon him. As for ninjutsu, there were no suitable references. His only encounter with an offensive ninjutsu was during the furious pursuit by Uchiha Han, which had left a lasting impression. His defensive capabilities had certainly seen significant enhancement. However, this improvement came at the cost of considerable stamina depletion. While brief usage posed no issue, maintaining this state for over half an hour began to take its toll. Nevertheless, time was on his side. He was no longer the novice who would tire merely from coating his arms with hardening. With the aid of the Navy body refinement method and medicinal baths, he believed his physical prowess would experience a remarkable leap in the near future. As time passed, another month slipped by unnoticed. The urban legend surrounding the mysterious boy showed no signs of waning. Instead, it flourished, with many parents now using the tale to frighten disobedient children. Even many children who personally experienced that great calamity spontaneously formed a support team, often donning ill-fitting, comical black robes and wearing bizarre masks with strange smiles as they wandered the streets, engaging in their own version of playing house, quarreling incessantly over who would take on the role of protagonist. The leader of this support group was none other than the once wayward but now reformed Fat Tiger, who had previously been soundly reprimanded by Qingyu on 2 occasions. Of course, none of this was known to Qingyu, and even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. It seemed that the disguise he had employed would not re-emerge in the near future. Strangely enough, despite the passage of time, the Jonin from the Mikawa clan had not sought him out again, which left Qingyu feeling a twinge of anxiety, concerned that the Jonin might be facing difficulties or encountering danger. However, the world of Jonin felt too distant for him, rendering him unable to extract any relevant information, let alone offer assistance. The sole piece of good news was that he had prudently learned how to extract chakra and activate scrolls in advance. Otherwise, he would be unable to retrieve the supplies allocated to him each month. Due to the space-folding ninja tool pouch acquired from his last mission, he had not exchanged all his supplies for explosive tags this time. Instead, he had procured additional kunai. Furthermore, he placed the long and used kunai, Desert Eagle, into his ninja tool pouch, ensuring it was loaded and ready for unforeseen circumstances. Although its power was not as formidable as one might expect, it could still provide a reasonable level of lethality at his current stage and was sufficiently discreet, making it an ideal choice for ambushes. If used skillfully, even an average Chunin could fall victim to him, as evidenced by his earlier battle against Uchiha Han. Unbeknownst to him, the cards he had accumulated gradually increased, yet this did little to instill a sense of safety within him. As time passed, the significant disaster poised to strike Konoha drew nearer. And if the flapping of this little butterfly's wings bore little influence on this day, Qingyu followed his usual routine, traveling between his home and his dedicated training ground. However, upon opening the door, he noticed a figure hesitating outside. Upon seeing this, a smile involuntarily appeared on Qingyu's face. Someone had arrived. Observing Qingyu's unchanged demeanor, Itachi's conflicted feelings began to ease, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Then, as if recalling something, Itachi continued, "Shui conveyed a message to me. The ban on my movements has just come to an end today." "I understand. Let us go," Qingyu replied. "Where to?" "To a place, the site of my first meeting with Shui." Itachi gazed at Qingyu's retreating figure. Seemingly torn between a multitude of thoughts he wished to express, but ultimately succumbed to a sigh, silently trailing behind. Soon, the two arrived at the training ground. One after the other. This place was both secluded and tranquil, however, with careful observation. Itachi could discern from the traces on the ground and the wooden training dummies that the opponent must frequently visit this location. "This is where I usually train. What do you think? Is it too rudimentary?" Qingyu inquired, as he set down the water and lunch he had brought, then began his warm-up exercises. "It's adequate," Itachi replied earnestly, though in comparison to the training grounds within the Uchiha compound, this one was indeed exceedingly simple. Nevertheless, he did not exhibit the slightest hint of disdain. It appeared that Shusui's renovation plans had likely faltered. "You still seem as dull as ever," Qingyu remarked, suddenly bursting into laughter as a thought crossed his mind. Chapter 58. The Battle with Itachi. Upon hearing the term transformation, Itachi's demeanor instantly darkened, likely recalling the relentless tricks perpetrated by Shui during this period. "So the source of all this stemmed from here?" Itachi's gaze turned somewhat hostile. "Do not look at me that way. Both Shui and I believe you have been living rather excessively repressed. Some matters have no bearing on you. Why must you impose such burdens upon yourself? Moreover, I surmise your visit today is not merely to share a meal, but rather to sever ties, to ensure I am not dragged into any further troubles. Reminiscent of our previous encounter. Am I correct?" Itachi's gaze faltered slightly. He fell silent. Observing this, Qingyu, who had been stretching, reluctantly ceased his movements. "I knew it, but never mind that. Do you recall what I said before departing that day? There is something I wish to request of you." "Yes, as long as it is within my capacity," Itachi responded with unwavering conviction. "That is good to hear. My request is quite simple. Let us engage in a duel befitting men." Qingyu's expression shifted to one of utmost seriousness. "What? A duel?" "No." Itachi instinctively began to decline, not out of disdain for Qingyu, but because his current prowess was sufficient for him to graduate directly, if combined with the Sharingan. Itachi shook his head vigorously. Noticing Itachi's reaction, Qingyu bore no resentment, for he understood that he currently stood no chance against Itachi. Yet, he proposed the challenge for a reason. With a smile, he continued, "Do you recall what Shui and I spoke of that day?" Itachi shook his head once more. "I mentioned that if I guessed your choice correctly, I would thoroughly thrash you. To prepare for this, I have trained diligently every single day. Shui told me you are incredibly strong, far beyond the likes of Uchiha Han, and I believe this to be true. However, your choice has left me quite displeased. Therefore, let us wager our fates in this manner." "Fate," Itachi murmured in confusion. "I will challenge you with my most confident physical techniques. Should you lose to me or resort to abilities beyond physical prowess, I shall claim victory. Conversely, if I emerge victorious, I kindly ask that you cease your concerns for me. The burdens I must bear, I shall bear alone. Should I lose, I will respect your choice, treating today as if you had never come, and I shall ignore you henceforth if we cross paths again, while the rules may seem unfair to you. This is my earnest request. Now, I ask you, do you accept?" Qingyu's gaze remained calm as he met Itachi's complex expression. This was, after all, the only method he could conceive to best Itachi. Itachi was a super genius, a prodigy with virtually no weaknesses. Physical techniques were not his Achilles heel. They merely appeared mediocre when overshadowed by his formidable genjutsu, dojutsu, ninjutsu, and other skills, especially considering the affliction that plagued him later on. In the original work, upon entering the Ninja Academy, Itachi was already capable of defeating seniors who were several years his elder with his taijutsu, which speaks volumes of his prodigious talent. Thus, If one were to inquire about Aoi's confidence, his response would undoubtedly be that he possesses none at all. Yet, he harbors his own pride and conviction. Even if it means dragging the confrontation out, he is determined to emerge victorious. Itachi bowed his head, lost in thought, and after a considerable pause, he softly uttered a question, uncertain whether it was directed at himself or his opponent. Must it truly be this way? Aoi sensed the confusion radiating from Itachi in that moment. Yet he was equally unwilling to allow Itachi to tread down a path of no return. Therefore, let the change commence now. I am sorry, Itachi. Aoi spoke this silently in his heart, and his expression gradually grew solemn. The wind gently rustled the edges of their garments. At that moment, a fallen leaf drifted into the intersection of their gazes before slowly descending to the ground. In an instant, almost simultaneously, Aoi and Itachi surged towards one another. One wielded the meticulously taught taijutsu of the Uchiha clan, while the other unleashed the art of Shirodai from the realm of the dead. At that moment, two distinctly different styles of taijutsu clashed with fervor. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged over a dozen blows. Although Itachi held a slight advantage in speed and strength, the upgraded Shirodai at level 3 shone brilliantly in Aoi's hands. Indeed, it was true. After more than a month of diligent training, Aoi had successfully elevated Shirodai to level 3, thereby saving the investment of 3 basic skill cards. This level 3 Shirodai, along with level 3 inferior regeneration and level 3 hardening, formed the foundation of his audacity to challenge. Furthermore, thanks to the rigorous training over the past month, his physical reserves had reached new heights, sufficient to support him through this confrontation. He could win. As Aoi perceived that Itachi's physical prowess was not overwhelmingly superior, his gaze intensified with fervor, and a spirit of combat intent began to rise within him. In the blink of an eye, he completed a counter-press, growing increasingly frenzied in his assault. In contrast, Itachi, who was not exerting himself to the fullest, began to struggle defensively. Firstly, his preconceived notions lingered on a past understanding of Aoi, leaving him unprepared for Aoi's full-throttle onslaught. Secondly, his heart was steeped in confusion, far from possessing Aoi's resolute belief of "I must win," resulting in unwarranted hesitation during the execution of his techniques. Lastly, he was utterly blindsided by Aoi's remarkable growth, which left him profoundly shocked. In the midst of their duel, particularly in the visceral exchange of taijutsu, even the slightest hesitation would be perceived as a flaw, magnified exponentially. Qingyu did not hesitate in the face of his opponent Itachi. Seizing the fleeting moment when Itachi's mindset had yet to recalibrate, he deftly aimed for the brief pause following Itachi's kick. In an instant, he executed a handstand, utilizing his legs to block Itachi's strike. This unconventional martial arts maneuver momentarily startled Itachi, causing him to lose his target. At that very moment, as he landed on one foot, Itachi was met with Qingyu's subsequent assault. In the blink of an eye, Itachi lost his balance, teetering on the brink of collapse. He inwardly cried out in alarm, "Not good," and instinctively extended his hands, preparing to flip away from the impending fall. However, Qingyu, having finally seized this opportunity, was not one to relinquish it easily. With a swift somersault, he regained his footing and targeted Itachi's unguarded chest, simultaneously enveloping his entire arm in a layer of exceptionally tough keratin. Chapter 59. One word: recklessness. Qingyu unleashed his right fist, hardened and imbued with tremendous force, striking fiercely towards Itachi's chest. In that moment, Itachi, striving to maintain his balance, lowered his hands, leaving his central area exposed, with no protection for his vital heart. Were this a true confrontation, a blow to the heart would surely be fatal. Yet, Qingyu refrained from targeting Itachi's heart, instead aiming for his chest. He was confident that this punch could shatter several of Itachi's bones, thus securing victory in this duel. However, at this critical juncture, Itachi managed to regain his composure, the Sharingan showing faint signs of activation, only to be forcefully suppressed. He understood that employing the Sharingan would signify his defeat in this contest. He could accept loss, but not in such a manner. Thus, he ceased his attempts to stabilize himself with his hands and, in a moment of desperation, crossed his arms defensively over his chest, bracing himself for the impending blow. With a resounding thud, Itachi was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. gliding across the ground for several meters before coming to a halt. Just as Qingyu prepared to pursue, he was suddenly repelled by a volley of shurikens. The use of martial arts, including weaponry, was undoubtedly permissible. With his momentum interrupted, Qingyu refrained from pressing the attack, instead standing still as he observed the somewhat disheveled Itachi rising from the ground. Itachi assessed his injuries, realizing that the force of that punch had exceeded his expectations. His outer left forearm, having absorbed the impact, was now entirely swollen and numb, even losing some sensation, and though his sleeve provided some cover, recovery would not come swiftly. Additionally, his right arm and chest throbbed with pain. Had he not chosen to block with both arms, that punch would have rendered him incapable of further fighting. Nonetheless, such an opportunity would not present itself again. In an instant, 3 shurikens were expertly caught between Itachi's fingers. Now completely composed, Itachi was determined to take this duel seriously. Meanwhile, Qingyu, gazing intently at Itachi, did not allow himself to become complacent or arrogant after landing a successful strike. He was acutely aware of his own abilities. The duel he had orchestrated was a strategic balancing act, favoring his strengths while exploiting Itachi's inability to fully unleash his true power, rendering the situation profoundly unfair. Yet, without these constraints, he would never have qualified to stand before Itachi, let alone achieve such results. Therefore, there was no cause for pride. Even when facing a severely weakened and injured Itachi, he knew he must give his utmost. Thus, he initiated the attack, forcefully propelling himself off the ground in a bid to close the distance to Itachi swiftly. Itachi, now wielding his shurikens, had undoubtedly become serious. Qingyu was well aware of Itachi's extraordinary shuriken techniques, although he could rely on his hardened state to withstand the onslaught. He understood that if he failed to close the gap for close-quarters combat, he risked becoming the one defeated in the end. Qingyu's assumptions were not misplaced. At the moment he initiated his move, Itachi swiftly flung shurikens with a single hand, unleashing a relentless barrage that seemed endless. Each shuriken appeared to be thrown in disarray, yet invariably blocked Qingyu's path as he advanced or attempted to evade. What further complicated matters for Qingyu were the shurikens that followed in quick succession. After their pursuit or collisions, their trajectories became rapid, erratic, and utterly unpredictable, making it impossible to discern where they would land. As Qingyu was forced to halt, those shurikens encircled him like a swarm, leaving him nowhere to hide, completely incapable of escape. At that moment, Itachi pinched 3 more shurikens between his fingers, not intending to strike a final blow, but rather to rescue Qingyu. For Itachi, it seemed he had effectively sealed off all avenues of escape, leaving Qingyu with no option but to endure. Yet, at that instant, Qingyu, having read Itachi's thoughts through his gaze, bellowed, "Do not underestimate me, you rascal." This caused Itachi's hand to tremble, preventing him from launching the shurikens, which now seemed unnecessary, as Qingyu was engulfed by the storm of shurikens. Initially, Itachi felt a tightening in his chest, but what unfolded before him left him utterly astounded. Hardening, he roared, activating his LV3 hardening in its entirety. Qingyu, now abandoning all attempts to evade, relied on the formidable, hardened exterior of his body, charging through the onslaught of shurikens like a bull. Countless shurikens struck him, creating a cacophony of ringing sounds, only to be deflected moments later. Though his body bore numerous white imprints, Qingyu emerged unscathed before the astonished Itachi, flashing a bright smile that revealed his pearly whites. Then, like a little monster, he charged forward with renewed vigor. Whether hardening fell within the realm of martial arts, he did not know, nor did he care. After all, he had never stipulated that he could not employ it. It may have been shameless, but if it could rouse Itachi from his stupor, he was indifferent. Fortunately, Itachi did not dwell on this point. Faced with Qingyu's aggressive onslaught and nursing an already injured arm, he chose to retreat while engaging, determined not to clash directly. Previous encounters had clearly indicated that Qingyu was currently in a unique state of enhancement, one that rendered even the high-speed shurikens incapable of breaching his defenses. With only a single shuriken in hand, Itachi knew he was not at a significant advantage. Moreover, within this peculiar state, Itachi observed that Qingyu's strength had also seen a considerable surge, reinforcing his strategy of evasion. He firmly believed that such a special state could not be sustained for long. Otherwise, Qingyu would not have resorted to it in a moment of peril. Itachi's deductions were indeed correct. In this current state, Qingyu could not maintain it for an extended period, prompting Itachi to opt for a swift resolution. Windmill. The moment Qingyu twisted in the air, his movement exuded a rugged beauty. However, in the next instant, Itachi, appearing to brace for a direct confrontation, nimbly executed a bridge maneuver, deftly evading Qingyu's powerful kick. The resultant gust of wind swept past Itachi's face. With an expression of calm determination, Itachi swiftly propelled himself into the air, delivering a heavy punch to Qingyu's face, followed by a downward elbow strike that sent the airborne Qingyu crashing to the ground. He concluded his assault with a decisive kick that sent Qingyu soaring from the earth. Yet, this seemingly fluid sequence of attacks failed to yield the anticipated results. For, at that moment, Qingyu was simply too resilient. Each strike Itachi landed felt as if it were rebounding off a solid stone, and inexplicably, a counterforce was inflicting harm upon Itachi himself. Chapter 60. The final strike of the full-force headbutt. Qingyu slowly rose from the ground, stretching his neck. Although he had the hardened epidermis as a shield during the previous blows, he still felt the sting of pain. This clearly indicated that Itachi's martial attacks were far from feeble. However, at the moment Itachi launched his assault, Qingyu activated the Thorned Halo, inflicting a double rebound damage. It was evident that Itachi's right hand was now marred with abrasions, and with his left arm hanging low, the tide of battle was increasingly turning in Qingyu's favor. While this was not an entirely equitable confrontation, my apologies, Itachi. With that thought, Qingyu charged forward once more. Itachi, wielding a kunai with one hand, remained calm and composed, meticulously observing Qingyu's every movement. Despite the dire circumstances, he harbored no intentions of breaking the rules. After all, even without the Sharingan, he could employ the body flicker technique to avoid such passivity. Itachi had understood Qingyu's intentions the moment he proposed this duel. Moreover, he found himself inspired by Qingyu's unwavering conviction. Thus, he resolved to cast aside all reservations and fight with his utmost effort, ensuring there would be no regrets or excuses. If he were to lose, perhaps it would be, as Qingyu suggested, a choice of fate. But should he emerge victorious in a desperate counterattack, it too would be fate's response. Only by giving it his all could he truly honor this genuine duel. Come, Qingyu. Come, defeat me. This time, I shall not retreat. With complete focus, Itachi calmly swung the kunai towards Qingyu's neck as he closed the distance. Initially, he had refrained from targeting a lethal point, fearing he might be unable to halt his strike in time. But now such concerns had vanished. A harsh dragging sound erupted. The sharp kunai carved a white line across Qingyu's neck. Yet, Qingyu remained oblivious, allowing Itachi to strike at his vital point, opting instead to unleash a powerful punch towards Itachi's head. Suddenly, Itachi vanished. No, he had mimicked Qingyu's initial maneuver, flipping upside down and delivering a spring-like kick to Qingyu's chin. Despite the defensive hardening, the force of the impact penetrated through the outer layer, causing a momentary blackout as Qingyu nearly lost consciousness. Simultaneously, he was lifted off the ground by the unexpected blow. Seizing this prime opportunity, Itachi propelled himself into the air, utilizing the height difference to ensnare Qingyu's neck with one hand, then executing a sudden downward throw. After observing for so long, he had evidently discerned the weakness in Qingyu's current state, the ability to inflict damage through sheer force that bypassed defenses. The true solidity lay only in the outer layer of hardened skin. The interior remained unintegrated. As Itachi's attack struck Qingyu's spine once more, the accumulated strength within him dissipated abruptly, and he nearly expelled the breath he had been holding in his chest. At this critical juncture, he bit down hard on his tongue, using the pain to awaken himself anew. He then shielded his head with his arms, bracing for the relentless onslaught of shuriken raining down like a tempest. Yet, he refused to surrender. As long as the effect of hardening persisted, he harbored no fear of such assaults in the short term. Rather, the injuries inflicted by the earlier attacks weighed more heavily upon him, leaving him somewhat dazed. Nevertheless, his resilience far surpassed that of Itachi. He could endure. As anticipated, once he gradually regained his composure, Itachi's continuous barrage began to slow, sapped of energy. Now was the moment. Having remained on the defensive, Ayu erupted into action, seizing one of Itachi's shuriken with one hand while the other lunged toward Itachi's neck. Should he succeed in his grasp, victory would be assured. Itachi, aware of his adversary's advantage, immediately relinquished the shuriken, using his right arm to deflect Ayu's reaching hand. Ayu, quick to react, discarded the abandoned shuriken and launched another assault, just as it seemed Itachi would be caught and defeated. Ayu was taken aback when Itachi's previously drooping left arm unexpectedly rose, countering his advance once more. Furthermore, Itachi's legs began to gather strength, poised to leap out of Ayu's striking range. With this newfound distance, Itachi would regain control of the situation. However, at that moment, Ayu, his eyes glinting with fierce determination, executed an unforeseen maneuver. With a resounding thud, he abandoned all pretense of strategy and instinctively launched a headbutt. At that instant, a singular thought consumed him. He must not allow Itachi to create space. Taken completely off guard, Itachi, who had been preparing to retreat, failed to anticipate Ayu's sudden charge, leaving his mind a chaotic swirl, buzzing with confusion. The legs that had been coiled to leap now buckled, devoid of further action. Seeing the unexpected success of his headbutt, Ayu rejoiced. He swiftly grasped Itachi's arms, which were poised to block, and threw his head back once more, delivering an even more forceful headbutt that struck Itachi's unprotected skull. The successive blows left Itachi momentarily stunned. Yet, he continued to struggle fiercely. Though unable to free himself from Ayu's iron grip, his legs remained unrestrained. Thud, thud, thud. Itachi unleashed a flurry of desperate kicks against Ayu, striving to compel him to relent. But Ayu grit his teeth, absorbing each strike while laughing heartily. Even if you kick me to death, I will not let go. Surrender, Itachi. This time, victory is mine. As he spoke, Ayu tilted his head back again with great force. Dazed and disoriented, Itachi felt a surge of urgency within him. He understood that should another strike land, he would surely succumb to unconsciousness. Moreover, his Sharingan was becoming increasingly uncontrollable, driven by his subconscious. Was he to succumb to unconsciousness from a headbutt and lose this confrontation, or resort to foul play and invoke other powers? Yet, both choices would ultimately lead to defeat. In resignation, Itachi ceased his resistance, his expression serene as he prepared to accept this outcome. Under the condition of refraining from employing any additional abilities, he had indeed exerted all his efforts, having exhausted even the shurikens he had brought with him. However, since this was a result dictated by fate, he was willing to seize the opportunity to resist. Itachi's gaze gradually grew resolute. Meanwhile, unaware of Itachi's unusual demeanor, Aoba roared as he unleashed his final, desperate headbutt. Bang! Chapter 61, The One I Acknowledge. Bang! Qingyu exerted all his strength for one final headbutt, only to have it effortlessly intercepted by a single hand. At this moment, the outcome was clear. Itachi, you have lost. Suddenly appearing from seemingly nowhere, Shursui blocked Qingyu's headbutt and casually patted them apart. Upon seeing Shursui finally emerge, Qingyu could not help but feel a wave of relief wash over him. He released his hardening state and plopped down on the ground, gasping for fresh air. He had long sensed the presence of someone hidden nearby, likely a member of the Uchiha clan. That is why he initially uttered some rebellious words, hoping to provoke a response. But to no avail. He speculated that the person quietly following him was none other than the concerned Shursui. His assumption proved correct. Shursui had been watching the spectacle unfold until he ultimately intervened to end the already determined duel. When Itachi recognized Shursui, he too felt a sense of relief, nearly losing his balance. The reason was simple. The previous two headbutts had inflicted considerable pain, leaving a large, alarming bruise on his forehead. As Shursui helped Itachi sit down slowly, Qingyu grinned through the pain, bursting into laughter. Shursui, did you see that? I successfully knocked down your Uchiha clan's super genius. Ha. Normally, Itachi's temperament would have led him to disregard such trivial remarks, but after this thrilling confrontation, a crack appeared in his stoic demeanor, prompting him to retort. If I were allowed to use my full abilities, you wouldn't even graze my clothing. Moreover, we agreed not to use any other powers. Yet you secretly employed your bloodline limit. Although he accepted his defeat, Itachi was reluctant to concede the matter of his respect. If he could utilize his bloodline limit, even a single Sharingan would have been sufficient to turn the tide in an instant. Qingyu merely smirked at the mention of the bloodline limit. Bloodline limit? Well, if you believe so, then so be it. I only said you couldn't use it. I never claimed I couldn't. Regardless, you lost, so handle it yourself. Itachi found himself at a loss for words, his thoughts silenced by Qingyu's audacity, leading to a newfound awareness of his opponent's boldness. As for the topic of the bloodline limit, they all tacitly agreed to refrain from further discussion. For it was undoubtedly a secret not to be shared, akin to the clan's edict forbidding the dissemination of any information regarding the Sharingan to outsiders. Observing Itachi's transformation, Shui could not help but smile, thinking, youth is truly wonderful. Tomorrow, I shall return. Additionally, I apologize. With a serious expression, Itachi addressed Qingyu, acknowledging his own perceived weakness before Shui escorted him away. There is no need for any promises or further elaboration. This single sentence suffices. Qingyu smiled joyfully for him and said, "Let us put the apologies aside. I shall await your return." Since Itachi mentioned that he would come back tomorrow, regardless of any obstacles he might face, he would undoubtedly arrive. This belief was unwavering for Qingyu. Meanwhile, Itachi, who had opted for resistance, would also have his own choices to make in the future, and he too awaited those developments with keen anticipation. After Itachi and Shui departed, Qingyu could no longer maintain the demeanor of a victor. He rushed to open the lunch he had brought, stuffing a rice ball into his mouth with his left hand and another with his right, desperately devouring them. In truth, Itachi was not the only one who appeared so disheveled. He bore significant injuries as well, and once the hardening state was lifted, an overwhelming wave of pain surged through him, nearly drowning him in agony. Additionally, the physical stamina expended during the full-force battle was far greater than he had anticipated. Although the damaged keratin layer could be repaired at any time, this was contingent upon the restoration of his energy. In other words, the more attacks he endured, the more swiftly his strength would dwindle. Coupled with the severe blows dealt by Itachi during his counterattacks, he was left with no choice but to rely on his inferior self-healing body to hasten his recovery, further depleting his stamina. At this juncture, he was already ravenous. Within less than a minute, he had forcibly consumed the dozen or so rice balls he had brought, nearly choking in the process. And he gulped down a large bottle of water just to revive himself. Yet, hunger still gnawed at him. With eyes gleaming with hunger, Qingyu glanced at the nearby tree bark and grass, uncertain of their taste. On the other side, after Shui brought the injured Itachi back to the clan, Itachi's parents, Fugaku and Makoto, hurried over upon receiving the news. "Shui, what on earth happened?" Fugaku inquired with a grave expression, observing Itachi, who was being bandaged, with injuries on his arms, forehead, and chest. He was well aware that Itachi had rushed out the moment his house arrest ended, and Shui had been secretly dispatched to protect him. After all, due to a prior incident, the clan had lost a member. If Itachi had not been confined and sought out that Sakamoto Qingyu, what would the clan members think? Yet, now that Itachi bore such serious injuries, it was inexplicable that Shui seemed to have emerged unscathed. Were it not for his trust in Shui, he would have lacked the patience to inquire further. At that moment, before Shui could respond, Itachi, who was receiving treatment, spoke first. "It's not Shui's fault. It was I who sought out Sakamoto Qingyu for a duel." A duel? Fugaku was no stranger to the name Sakamoto Qingyu, as this individual had caused the loss of a clan member. However, why did Itachi hastily seek out this person for combat? Had they not shared a good relationship? Itachi had even approached him regarding the incident at Hokage Rock, requesting that he avoid any complications, and it was on that day that Itachi had revealed his Sharingan to him. Fugaku was acutely aware that it was this individual who had instigated Itachi's dissatisfaction towards him. Otherwise, such a significant event as the awakening of the Sharingan would not have been concealed. Itachi would have undoubtedly conveyed this splendid news to him at the earliest opportunity. Furthermore, how could that young boy possibly stand a chance against Itachi? Was Itachi merely allowing him to strike without making any effort to defend himself? As Fugaku pondered the implications of these matters, he heard Itachi speak again. "We engaged in a pure taijutsu confrontation, and the outcome was my defeat. I did not hold back. Rather, I exerted my utmost effort. This serves as ample evidence that my father's prejudgment is erroneous." He is indeed worthy of standing by my side. I have not squandered my time or energy on those who can merely glimpse my back. I am aware of your lofty expectations for me, which is why I find myself in greater need of companions. And Shikamaru Aoi is precisely the individual I have chosen to acknowledge as such. Chapter 62. Awareness of one's own deficiencies as Itachi's resounding words echoed through the room. Mikoto instinctively glanced at her husband, a wave of concern washing over her. In her recollection, this marked the first occasion Itachi had openly confronted his father, even asserting that his father was mistaken. Surprisingly, however, Fugaku did not erupt in fury. Instead, he maintained a composed demeanor and turned his gaze towards Shursui, pondering whether Itachi's claims were indeed true. Had he truly been bested by a peer? Shursui sighed inwardly, aware of Itachi's intentions, and spoke up. Indeed. The conditions of the duel stipulated that both parties could only employ taijutsu. When the opponent launched their final strike, I intervened, but by that point, Itachi's chances of turning the tide were already bleak, unless he chose to disregard the rules. Thus, according to the terms of the duel, Itachi did indeed lose. Moreover, the opponent seemed to possess a unique bloodline limit, capable of forming a remarkably hard keratinous membrane on their body for protection. Fugaku, whose expression had already soured, momentarily froze upon hearing that this young opponent was also a bloodline limit user, and a defensive one at that. What kind of bloodline limit? He inquired. Though uncertainty clouded his thoughts, it appeared to be undocumented, possibly a novel and undiscovered bloodline limit. Upon hearing this, Fugaku's countenance softened. In his view, being defeated by a war orphan residing in the commoner district was vastly different from losing to a prodigy endowed with a bloodline limit. The former would lead to profound disappointment in Itachi, while the latter provided ample justification for the defeat. Furthermore, a mere contest of taijutsu could not serve as a definitive measure of skill. Itachi's true talent lay in his understanding of ninjutsu and genjutsu, compounded by the awakening of his Sharingan at the tender age of 5. Had this incident not occurred, Itachi's performance would have appeared impeccable in Fugaku's eyes. However, the prospect of a potentially new bloodline limit prompted Fugaku to instinctively adopt the perspective of the clan leader. After weighing the implications extensively, two paths lay before him. The first was to continue to draw a line, particularly after the previous incident involving that fool, Uchiha Han, which had undoubtedly created an irreconcilable rift between the parties, complicating matters for the clan. The second path, Fugaku regarded Itachi, who wore a serene expression, and let out a heavy sigh inwardly. Very well, very well. I do not wish to hear such words again. The Uchiha clan does not welcome that young boy. Fugaku's words caused a heavy weight to settle in Itachi's heart. Despite his efforts to choose the most suitable phrasing, could he still not gain his father's approval? Yet, when Fugaku turned to leave, his next remark brought a smile back to Itachi's face. However, since you have shown the resolve to bear the weight of the clan's fortunes, you need not report to me regarding the company you choose to keep. Of course, the condition is that I do not wish to hear the word failure again. You may lose, but you must never lose to any peer. Do you understand? Yes, father. Fujiwara departed, and after expressing her concern for Itachi, Mikoto went to nurse the newly born Sasuke. The room was left with a somewhat invigorated Itachi and Shursui. It was truly unexpected that you would approach the matter from this angle. Nonetheless, I must congratulate you for clearing the obstacles within the family, Shursui remarked with a smile. Itachi offered a faint smile in return, choosing not to elaborate further. Why would Fujiwara oppose Itachi associating with Ayo? There are likely two primary reasons. Firstly, Fujiwara held a rather unfavorable impression of that young rascal named Ayo, vehemently disapproving of Itachi's friendship with such an individual. Secondly, Fujiwara harbored great expectations for Itachi, wishing for him to refrain from squandering time and energy on frivolities. Moreover, not everyone is worthy of friendship with one's son. Considerations of wealth disparities, social status, and power gaps must all be taken into account. Think about it. Can a prodigy hailing from a noble lineage truly befriend an impoverished commoner? Even if such a friendship were feasible, how long could it endure? When one individual stands high above, while the other has been mired in hardship since birth, can the latter's mindset maintain equilibrium over time? Conflict, it can be said, is inevitable, possibly even giving rise to animosity. Fujiwara, drawing from such experiences, thus forbade Itachi from wasting time and energy on such matters. For some individuals might not even be visible in their shadows, let alone discuss camaraderie. However, Itachi's determination and the events of today have led to a shift in his perspective. Since the other party is indeed extraordinary, possessing the qualifications to stand by Itachi's side, nurturing them into an ally is not out of the question. At the very least, it could hardly be considered a waste of time and energy. Furthermore, the outcome of the recent competition between Au and Itachi has, to some extent, influenced Fujiwara's perception of that young lad. It must be said, Itachi's gamble this time was astute. Had he attempted to persuade Fujiwara with notions of friendship and bonds, he likely would have faced an even longer period of confinement. A person is only deemed worthy of attention when they possess a certain value. History has shown this to be true. Had it not been for the incident involving Uchiha Han, perhaps Fujiwara's stance would have been more favorable. Yet, given that events have unfolded as they have, Fujiwara must consider the sentiments of the clan. Thus, while Itachi can forge alliances as the leader of the Uchiha clan, he cannot lower himself to do so. Moreover, only those prodigies who have matured can truly be regarded as geniuses. Those who falter along the way are mere fools. At present, Au from the Shikami family is merely perceived by Fujiwara as a mischievous young rascal. Au ultimately could not bring himself to gnaw on tree bark or graze on grass. After enduring hunger and returning home, he immediately changed into clean clothes and rushed to Ichiraka ramen, indulging in a hearty meal. However, the price was a significant depletion of his wallet, and it seemed he might truly have to resort to eating dirt in the near future. As he stepped outside, the warm greetings from the kindly uncle behind him made him shudder involuntarily at the thought of returning again. Come back again? If he were to return a few more times, he might very well find himself stuck washing dishes. Reluctantly, he hurried home, hastening the healing of his wounds while preparing a medicinal bath to replenish his depleted energy. The battle he had today with Itachi proved to be immensely rewarding. His understanding of the concept of unprovoked strikes deepened significantly. The experience gained from this encounter far surpassed that of thrashing 100 unruly children. It is no wonder that Shursui had advised him to engage more in combat and not to confine himself to solitary training. Such wisdom holds considerable truth. However, through today's confrontation, he also recognized many of his own shortcomings, particularly in terms of speed. He lacked effective means to close the distance to his adversary. Had Itachi not been bound by many limitations on his abilities, he might well have been mercilessly outmaneuvered, a realization that left him quite helpless. Chapter 63, a painful yet joyful experience. The resounding echoes of intense combat reverberated beneath the tranquil sky. On the training ground, the figures of Qingyu and Itachi intertwined in a dance of skill, engaging in close-quarters combat. Despite their tender age, they exhibited an extraordinary prowess. It had been precisely 10 days since Qingyu had defeated Itachi. True to his word, Itachi endured the pressures from his clan, while Qingyu, understanding the situation, refrained from probing further. Itachi's presence indicated that the other members of the Uchiha clan would not trouble him in the immediate future. Since that day, Itachi, still nursing his wounds, had boldly proposed another sparring session. This time, however, the rules transcended mere taijutsu, evolving into a genuine duel. Coincidentally, Qingyu was eager to gauge Itachi's strength during this period and sought to gain invaluable experience from the encounter, thus he readily acquiesced. The outcome of this duel, however, was starkly different. Itachi, unleashing his full potential, utterly overwhelmed Qingyu, even while injured. Throughout the encounter, Itachi deftly employed fundamental techniques such as the body flicker technique and shuriken techniques, leaving Qingyu scrambling and fatigued for nearly 80% of the time. Qingyu was unable to land a single successful blow against Itachi, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion in an exceedingly frustrating defeat. Although the techniques of hardening and white strike boasted practicality, they were rendered futile in the absence of an opponent to strike. For the first time, Qingyu realized the sheer absurdity of the body flicker technique. Without the aid of perception eye, he remained blissfully unaware that his all-out assaults were merely striking a wooden post or a mere clone. It dawned on him that Itachi's earlier words, spoken after his prior defeat, were not born of resentment or an inability to accept loss, but rather a straightforward acknowledgement of reality. He truly was clumsy enough to not even graze the hem of Itachi's garment. Particularly striking was Itachi's remarkably calm and meticulous fighting style, which stood in stark contrast to Qingyu's more reckless approach. From the very moment the battle commenced, Itachi seemed to have scripted the entire encounter, maintaining an iron grip on the situation, leaving Qingyu feeling not only awkward but also profoundly distressed. It was akin to a cicada larva ensnared in a spider's web. The more it struggled, the quicker its demise. Following his effortless defeat at Itachi's hands, Qingyu experienced a fleeting sense of despondency. He had believed himself to be formidable, tirelessly training and benefiting from his unique advantages. Yet in the presence of a true genius, he felt utterly insignificant. It must be said that Itachi, in fully unleashing his capabilities, had imparted a valuable lesson, awakening Qingyu to the realization that, in comparison to the truly exceptional individuals, he was far from strong indeed. He was pitifully weak. However, Qingyu was not disheartened by this revelation. Though feelings of disappointment and resentment surged within him, they simultaneously ignited his fighting spirit. As someone willing to toil and bleed, why should he be inferior to others? Thus, Qingyu's penchant for self-imposed challenges erupted forth. He requested Itachi to dedicate 1 to 2 hours each day for practice together. Initially concerned that Itachi might fall into despair, he was relieved when he heard this request, and promptly agreed. As long as he completed his original training tasks on time, Itachi could freely allocate the extra time, and practicing together was certainly beneficial. Most importantly, his father would no longer confine him and granted him a degree of freedom, which was splendid. Thus, in the days that followed, every morning, Itachi would set aside time to meet him punctually for their battles. After their sparring sessions, he would return to the Uchiha compound to continue his training under Shirsue's guidance. Although his days appeared busier, for some reason, Itachi began to relish this fulfilling lifestyle. The thought of creatively tormenting Qingyu each day brought a satisfied smile to his face even in his sleep. Indeed, 10 days had passed, and Qingyu had endured 10 consecutive days of defeat, accumulating a record of 11 battles with 1 win and 10 losses. That solitary victory was merely a result of an unfair match where the rules were not in Itachi's favor. However, after acclimating to Itachi's overwhelming prowess, Qingyu experienced significant progress, almost ascending to new heights daily. Coupled with unwavering training and the support of medicinal baths, he felt on the verge of a breakthrough. Konoha Whirlwind. Windmill. Bang. After executing 2 remarkably similar taijutsu techniques, Qingyu kicked apart Itachi's shadow clone and swiftly retreated without hesitation. As expected, 3 rows of shurikens seamlessly embedded into the ground. Had he reacted even slightly slower, he would have had no choice but to activate hardening to endure the onslaught, resulting in needless exhaustion. Just as Qingyu regained his footing, a stone behind him suddenly erupted in a cloud of white smoke. Itachi, having stealthily transformed and ambushed this spot, silently thrust a kunai towards Qingyu's back while simultaneously pulling a transparent thread taut with his other hand. The shuriken that had been spinning in the air came whistling towards him. The pincer attack effectively sealed off all of Qingyu's escape routes in an instant. This sense of being trapped in a quagmire was not new to Qingyu, but now, no matter the situation, he remained composed and calm. No longer like a rampaging bull crashing into obstacles. Hardening. In response to the dual assault, Qingyu immediately activated hardening on his back. Then, with a powerful thrust of his legs, he deliberately collided his back against Itachi's kunai. The sharp blade failed to pierce Qingyu's hardened skin. Instead, Itachi was propelled backward, losing his balance. Seizing the opportunity, the relentless Qingyu grasped Itachi's shoulders, using his hips and waist to exert force, executing a heaven and earth throw that sent Itachi soaring into the air, colliding precisely with the incoming shuriken. And thus, Itachi was left resembling a porcupine. Yet, in the face of this scene, Qingyu remained entirely vigilant, for the figure of Itachi could not possibly be his true self. In the next moment, with a resounding bang, the Itachi that had been pierced like a hedgehog transformed into a mere wooden stump. As he warily scanned his surroundings, he finally caught sight of the real Itachi concealed among the trees. However, his realization came too late, for Itachi had already formed the final hand seal. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. This was the first time Qingyu had witnessed Itachi employ a C-rank jutsu, and he instinctively muttered an expletive under his breath. Without a second thought, he turned and fled. Subsequently, like the seeds of the phoenix flower that scatter upon impact, the flames erupted from Itachi's mouth, immediately spreading in all directions. Chapter 64, Narrow Victory. Though the Phoenix Fire technique is a C-rank ninjutsu reserved for CH Nin, it shares its foundation in fire release with the Great Fireball technique, both of which belong to the Uchiha clan. In the original narrative, Sasuke was instructed in the Great Fireball technique by Fyaake even before entering the CH Nin Academy. After ascending to the rank of Genin, both the Great Fireball and the Phoenix Fire techniques became his signature skills. Itachi, however, demonstrated a potential that evidently surpassed Sasuke's at the tender age of 5. He had already surpassed Genin-level prowess and could effortlessly wield a C-rank ninjutsu such as the Phoenix Fire technique, truly a prodigy among prodigies. At times, the starting point in life is simply incomparable. Some individuals spend their entire lives journeying towards Rome, while others are fortunate enough to be born within its very walls. In contrast to ordinary ninjas, Itachi's starting point was the C-rank ninjutsu, readily accessible to him. More importantly, he possessed not only immense talent, but also an extraordinary work ethic. One might wonder, does this not instill fear? To which Aoi's response would resoundingly be, others may fear, but I do not. Whether due to a lack of chakra or a deliberate restraint. The number of fireballs pursuing Aoi was not particularly daunting, thus granting him an opportunity to evade. After all, he was no longer the novice who could not even dodge the lethargic Great Fireball technique. Sensing the heat behind him and calculating the right moment to dodge, Aoi found himself entering a state of clarity akin to enlightenment. The suffocating feeling of being trapped vanished in an instant. One by one, he deftly evaded the fireballs. Even perceiving the shurikens concealed within the Phoenix Fire technique, effortlessly dodging them as if performing a waltz. Though the battle was undeniably fierce, the term elegance seemed fitting to describe Aoi's remarkable demeanor, as if he had awakened some primal instinct. Even Itachi, who had unleashed his ninjutsu, was momentarily taken aback by this individual's prowess. As the onslaught concluded, surrounded by flames, Aoi instinctively channeled chakra to invigorate his body, launching himself towards Itachi with a sudden burst of energy. Witnessing Aoi charge directly at him, Itachi, whose chakra reserves were dwindling, could not help but smile wryly. In the script he had meticulously crafted, he had anticipated that upon completing the hand seals and executing the Phoenix Fire technique, the confrontation would conclude. Moreover, he had concealed several remaining shurikens within the ninjutsu for added assurance. Yet, Aoi's unexpected surge disrupted his carefully laid plans. Not only did the substantial chakra expenditure yield no results, but it also depleted his supply of ninja tools, thwarting his ability to continue his evasive tactics. Relying solely on body flicker technique, he found himself at a loss against Aoi. It was precisely because Aoi's progress had been so rapid that Itachi found himself compelled to resort to alternative ninjutsu today. The outcome, however, was far from what he had envisioned. Truly, the cycle of cause and effect manifests with unerring precision. Utterly disinclined to engage in a fierce top-lane 1v1 showdown with Qingyu, Itachi let out a resigned sigh, his demeanor transforming into one of utmost seriousness. Sharingan, activate. Upon beholding the ominous glint in Itachi's eyes, Qingyu should have been taken aback, for in his recollection, Itachi had not yet successfully awakened his Sharingan at this juncture. Yet, the peculiar state he found himself in rendered him remarkably unperturbed, devoid of any emotional turbulence. Charging forward. Harden. Strike. The Itachi attempting to defend himself was instantly propelled away. This sensation, it wasn't a mere clone, nor had it morphed into something else. Was it the real body? However, simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of peril surged from behind his head. This is bad. Harden. Ability activated to its fullest extent. Qingyu instinctively pivoted and executed a spinning kick. Yet, he merely sliced through Itachi's illusory form, striking nothing but air. It was an illusion. Recalling the gaze they had shared earlier, clarity dawned upon Qingyu. But it was too late. Under the influence of the hypnotic abilities of the Sharingan, he completely misjudged Itachi's true position. At that moment, Itachi, standing right beside him, had concentrated the remainder of his chakra with pinpoint precision into his right hand, and then delivered a powerful blow to Qingyu's ribs. With a resounding thud, unable to mount any defense, Qingyu was sent spiraling into the air, crashing heavily to the ground, blood immediately escaping his lips. Upon inspecting the area on his waist where Itachi had struck, he discovered that the hardened layer had been utterly shattered. LV3, hardened, had failed to withstand that punch. Qingyu, emerging from his peculiar state, was left in a state of disbelief. Just 10 days prior, Itachi had struggled to breach his defenses, nearly being knocked unconscious by a headbutt. How had he suddenly become so formidable? Had he taken some sort of enhancement? Reluctant to continue the confrontation, Qingyu braced himself against the persistent ache in his waist, managing to rise, while simultaneously dispelling harden. How did you achieve that? The duel had concluded, and Itachi, now devoid of chakra, exhaled in relief before approaching Qingyu and inquiring, "What do you mean? Those eyes of yours from earlier, and the final strike that shattered my defenses." The former was a rhetorical question from Qingyu, while the latter was his burning curiosity. Itachi pondered momentarily before responding. "That was the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan, possessing some extraordinarily unique abilities. Just now, I utilized these eyes to disrupt your movements, leading you to make a critical misjudgment. As for the final blow, I concentrated all my chakra into a single point and detonated it instantaneously, releasing it in totality, which resulted in such destructive power. Achieving this requires an exceptionally precise control over chakra." While Itachi could not elaborate further on the Sharingan, he felt no hesitation in imparting the details of the technique he had just employed. Upon hearing Itachi's explanation, Qingyu could not help but display a faint smile tinged with bitterness. He never anticipated that this fellow had been holding back all along. Had Itachi employed this technique on that fateful day, perhaps even that meager victory would have been rendered non-existent. Such a feeling of defeat is truly beyond words. Sensing Qingyu's discontent, Itachi offered a comforting explanation. "I only recently mastered this technique. If we were to compete solely in taijutsu, you would still emerge victorious." This scene resembled that of a top student, having narrowly missed a perfect score, patting the shoulder of a struggling classmate, reassuringly stating, "It's all right. I didn't do well either." What difference does it make? Rather than receiving solace, Qingyu found himself even more disheartened. At times, without exerting oneself, one remains oblivious to the vast chasm separating them from genius. Unbeknownst to him, Itachi's sentiments were not dissimilar at that moment. In Itachi's eyes, the rapidly improving Qingyu was indeed a worthy adversary, deserving of earnest regard. It is worth noting that in the end, he had even resorted to utilizing the Sharingan, ensuring that he did not disappoint his father's expectations. Itachi couldn't help but muse that he must strive even harder in his training. Chapter 65. The Unparalleled Great Ninja. Let us not dwell on Itachi's resolute decision to double his training efforts for the sake of maintaining a future of unbroken victories. Meanwhile, Aoi, who had nearly succumbed to psychological trauma from his recent ordeal, was examining the notifications from the combat system that he had previously overlooked. During this intense period of confrontation, the level of his White Strike ability had finally ascended to LV4. This was undoubtedly exhilarating news. Without Itachi's assistance in practical training, the prospect of elevating White Strike to LV4 would have seemed an insurmountable task. This also subtly affirmed that the development of White Strike could not solely rely on solitary practice. It was through engaging in formidable and high-pressure battles that breakthroughs became attainable. After all, this was a technique forged through relentless combat rather than mere performance art. However, to unleash the true potency of White Strike, one must possess a harmonious balance of physicality, strength, speed, and agility. The foundation of taijutsu is not merely a collection of techniques, but rather these fundamental attributes. Otherwise, one risks becoming a mere spectacle easily dispatched with a single blow. It is no wonder that Guy is so fervent about foundational training. Enhancing physical qualities such as strength and speed can render even the simplest techniques immensely powerful. Aoi gradually came to this realization. The relentless pursuit of technique was but a distraction from the essentials. Thus, he resolved to increase the intensity of his foundational exercises in the coming days, allowing the enhancement of White Strike to unfold naturally. Additionally, There was that peculiar state he had entered during battle. Initially, he dismissed it as mere coincidence, but upon reflection, it seemed that he experienced an elevation in white strike each time he emerged from this state of enlightenment. He could not ascertain whether this was a latent potential inherent in his body or a unique ability bestowed upon him upon his arrival, or perhaps a special state that emerged following breakthroughs in white strike during combat. Perhaps he could explore the possibility of consciously invoking this state in the future. Aoi was uncertain of the underlying cause, yet he decided to dedicate some time to experimenting with it. After all, fortune could favor the bold, and he might just stumble upon another ace up his sleeve. Let us conclude today's duel here. We shall devote the remaining time to mastering the body flicker technique. Once you have thoroughly grasped it, I will teach you how to manipulate chakra with precision. Itachi's words snapped Aoi back to reality, and he nodded, beginning to diligently practice the body flicker technique under Itachi's guidance. Truth be told, Itachi had anticipated that Aoi would swiftly master these foundational ninja arts. After all, to Itachi, these techniques were akin to the simplest form of education, so elementary that they paled in comparison to throwing shurikens. Yet, as days passed, Aoi's proficiency in the body flicker technique remained dishearteningly inadequate, as though his talent lay elsewhere entirely. Moreover, Qingyu's chakra reserves are rather meager. Even if he were to learn the hand seals and the flow of chakra for the Phoenix Fire technique that Itachi previously executed, he would still be unable to unleash it. It is quite the predicament. Had he been under the tutelage of another instructor, they might have already given up on this laggard. However, Itachi did not waver. He taught with unwavering diligence. So much so that even someone as thick-skinned as Qingyu felt a tinge of embarrassment, often bringing a few skewers of three-colored dumplings to the training ground as a token of appreciation for Itachi's unwavering support. Alas, even if this body possesses limited talent, mastering the fundamental three-body technique is essential. Otherwise, he would risk failing to graduate from the Ninja Academy. As for Shuriken, he struggled immensely, barely managing to hit a stationary target, let alone performing intricate maneuvers like Itachi. Thus, he chose to abandon Shuriken altogether, for aside from a select few, most would not consider it a primary means of attack, rendering his lack of proficiency inconsequential. Since his innate abilities and current options lie in physical techniques, he resolved to invest wholeheartedly in that path. As for the future, that can be addressed in due time. After all, he possesses a unique advantage. When talent is lacking, one can rely on fortuitous interventions. He will surely carve out a singular path as a ninja that belongs to him alone. In the training ground of the Uchiha compound, Itachi continued to sweat profusely upon returning home. Typically, he would be practicing with shuriken at this hour, yet today he focused on honing his physical skills. After observing for some time, Shisui waited until Itachi finally paused for a breather before inquiring who emerged victorious in today's duel. Itachi remained silent, sipping water to replenish his stamina. Noticing Itachi's state, Shisui surmised that Itachi must have triumphed, albeit not without difficulty. Otherwise, given his understanding of Itachi, if the opponent had won, Itachi would certainly acknowledge it. It seems Qingyu must have provided quite the challenge today. Otherwise, why would Itachi choose to practice physical techniques at this hour? The latter thought remained unspoken. Itachi nodded in affirmation but refrained from further comment. At that moment, Shisui, as if speaking to himself while leaning against the wall, remarked, "In this world, everyone possesses their own strengths, and it is a matter of recognizing them in due time. Itachi, do you realize? Your talent is unparalleled. It seems no challenge can thwart you. Ninjutsu, Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, even your thrown shuriken, all manifest with such grace. However, time is finite. While I understand your desire to enhance your physical prowess, you must also introspect whether becoming a ninja who specializes solely in physical combat is truly the path you wish to pursue. Do not overlook your true aspirations because of Qingyu, and do not harbor resentment simply because his physical abilities surpass yours. Itachi, your future is destined to be that of a singularly great ninja." After Shisui concluded his words, he departed, leaving Itachi to gaze ahead, lost in contemplation. Was he pondering the path he was destined to tread? A singularly magnificent ninja. After a while, having regained considerable stamina, Itachi resumed his training, focusing once again on taijutsu. Yet, Upon completing his final set of exercises, he retrieved shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, and in the blink of an eye, he had lodged a shuriken into the red center of each cleverly positioned target. Observing from the shadows, Shursui noted that Itachi had finally ceased his futile obsession and rediscovered his true purpose, prompting a joyful smile to grace his face. Itachi, you will undoubtedly become a uniquely great ninja. I have unwavering faith in you. Chapter 66. The sudden appearance of the masked man. It seems that Itachi, no longer fixated on physical techniques, has become even more formidable. Do not inquire further. The subsequent period saw Qingyu subjected to even harsher trials. In each confrontation, Itachi exerted his full strength, withholding nothing, even employing the Sharingan, a technique he had once been compelled to use as a commonplace method, occasionally unleashing it upon Qingyu, leaving him bewildered and exasperated. Despite the formidable prowess of his level 4 White Strike, Qingyu found himself utterly countered by Itachi's fighting style, necessitating significant sacrifices to gain fleeting advantages through his physical abilities and martial arts, all while remaining cautious of Itachi's concentrated chakra release. As for the daily practice of the body flicker technique, best left unmentioned. Nonetheless, under Itachi's relentless tutelage, Qingyu's strength steadily ascended. Regrettably, in the face of such a merciless opponent, he was unable to relish the joy of his growing power, occasionally plagued by self-doubt, wondering if he was, perhaps, too weak. Had it not been for the harsh realities he faced prior to his transmigration, even his optimistic disposition might have succumbed to despair. Then, one day, he inadvertently overheard Itachi mentioning his recent attempts to develop new genjutsu, subtly expressing a desire to use him as a test subject. The rationale being that victories had not come as easily as before. So, was he seeking to enhance his own strength? Qingyu was left utterly bewildered. WD and MD. Not as easy as before? Is that even a coherent thought? Does my pride count for nothing? Have you considered my feelings in this matter? It was merely routine sparring. Must you take it to such extremes, employing the Sharingan, no less, and now venturing into new genjutsu? Is the torment you inflict upon me not sufficient? You are truly something else, Itachi. I had considered you a friend, yet here you are, betraying my trust. Just wait. When the day arrives that I have mastered unparalleled skills, it will be your turn to face judgment. Uchiha Itachi, this grudge shall not be forgotten. We shall see. And so, days filled with purpose passed one after another, until it was already October. Within the Hokage's office, Minato summoned Kakashi, who was stationed in the Umbu. You have done well to protect Kushina all this time, Minato said, a warm smile gracing his face. As a female Jinchuriki, the chakra used for sealing would shift to the fetus during pregnancy, thereby weakening the seal on the tailed beast, to prevent any unforeseen complications. Kakashi had been covertly guarding Kushina while undertaking his missions. Now, 10 months had elapsed, and Kushina had successfully reached her due date. However, the moment had not yet arrived. During Kushina's delivery, the third Hokage's direct Umbu would serve as her bodyguards, so there was no need for concern. This was an important matter that the third Hokage personally discussed at his home last night. Given that Lord Mito nearly allowed the Nine Tails to break free from its seal during childbirth, the stakes are extraordinarily high, necessitating an approach marked by utmost caution. In fact, even the location of the delivery has been secured within a barrier situated outside the village, with all personnel and items meticulously prepared. Although Minato did not explicitly articulate these concerns, Kakashi refrained from probing further. Thus, I shall return to execute my duties within the Umbu. Since the deaths of Obito and Rin unfolded before his eyes, Kakashi, while not succumbing to the extremes that Minato feared, has indeed adopted an exceedingly indifferent demeanor, engaging in little beyond his missions. Minato then remarked, "There is no need to rush. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest." After Kakashi departed in silence, Minato felt a pang of sympathy for his disciple, alongside a profound sense of helplessness. Yet, upon reflecting on his imminent fatherhood, a radiant smile of sheer joy illuminated his face. Gazing out the window, he mused contentedly, "What splendid weather we have today at the training grounds." Today saw only Aya pouring forth his sweat in solitude. Itachi had claimed that his parents were away, thus he needed to return home to care for the baby, leaving hastily after a brief visit. Indeed, that foolish little brother, the future Uchiha Sasuke, often referred to as the second pillar. Au held little fascination for the overly dramatic Sasuke. Yet Itachi's evident obsession with his younger sibling often dominated their conversations, leaving little room for other topics. It is perplexing what such excitement could stem from a mere 2-month-old infant. What? You inquire if A2 is envious of Sasuke? Huh. He does not comprehend the notion of being envious of a child. It is utterly inconceivable. Nevertheless, he has entertained the thought of teasing Sasuke in front of Itachi on more than one occasion. Almost laughed out loud. Wiping away the drool that had escaped him, he had concluded a round of training and began to quench his thirst. Suddenly, a voice emerged behind him. Freezing him in place, your transformation is astonishing. Who? Au spun around, instinctively adopting a defensive stance. Obito? The figure that had materialized behind him prompted the name to escape his lips. Clad in a dark cloak and wearing his signature single-eyed mask, Obito began to speak. I have long since abandoned that name. Now I am Uchiha Madara. Startled, Au immediately relaxed his stance and activated his eye of perception to survey his surroundings. Although he was well aware that Obito's sudden appearance indicated he had already scouted the area, a sense of unease lingered within him. Through the eye of perception, he discerned that within a 100-meter radius, only he and Obito were present, which allowed him to exhale in relief. He then recalled his undercover identity. Truly, what a predicament. By the way, what date is it today? During this period, he had been engrossed in rigorous training and sparring, evidently losing track of time, almost neglecting a significant event looming on the horizon. Now that Obito had suddenly appeared, did it not signify that the great event was about to commence? Contemplating this, Qingyu instinctively swallowed hard, his mind a tumult of confusion. On one hand, there was Obito, who offered him a chance for mercy, and on the other, there was Minato, who had treated him with kindness. How was he to choose? It was enough to drive one to madness. Chapter 67. Retribution must be paid. Kindness must be returned. It seems you have adapted well to life here. Observing Qingyu's persistent silence and the changing expressions on his face, Obito seemed to imply something with his remark. A chill ran through Qingyu's heart, as he could not decipher Obito's current attitude towards him. It is crucial to note that the darkened Obito harbors no concern for how many lives are lost, nor does he care about who perishes. Their significance is negligible. Should his response fail to satisfy, even the remnants of their past bond would be of no assistance. Thus, he reluctantly spoke. Konohagakure is indeed commendable. But my home is not here. I yearn for the nostalgia of those earlier days. His little scheme appeared to bear fruit, as Obito fell silent for a moment. Those months had been the darkest for Obito, and Qingyu had remained by his side throughout, fostering a certain camaraderie. Not to mention, after Obito had contemplated sparing him, Qingyu had accrued a significant amount of goodwill by choosing the perilous path of an undercover agent in Konoha, largely spurred by a mission from the dog system. Yet, Obito remained oblivious to this. Such knowledge constituted Qingyu's leverage. As expected, after a brief silence, Obito's tone softened somewhat, acknowledging Konoha indeed possesses a unique approach to nurturing talent. I must admit, your rapid improvement is quite remarkable. How have you achieved this? Was it a test or genuine ignorance? Qingyu's gaze flickered before he decided to speak candidly. With White Zetsu present, gathering intelligence was exceedingly effortless, and there was no need for deception in such matters. Thus, he succinctly recounted his experiences over the past 10 months and activated, hardening, to enhance his persuasiveness. The bloodline limit he had never encountered, the self-created martial arts. After listening to Qingyu's narrative, Obito was lost in thought. It was quite a while before he spoke in a deep voice. Now, attack me with full force. Qingyu understood that Obito sought to validate his true strength. Consequently, he summoned all his energy, maintaining the fully activated state of hardening, showcasing the fruits of his recent training. LV4, and he could even feel the impending ascent to LV5. His basic unarmed combat unleashed astonishing power. Coupled with daily medicinal baths and the self-repair of inferior self-healing body, his physical capabilities had undergone a tremendous transformation. Strength, speed, and stamina no longer hindered his ability to unleash his full potential. Furthermore, nearly daily sparring sessions with prodigies like Itachi had sharpened his skills, Thus, when Xingyu unleashed his full might like a thunderclap, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Obito's eyes. This strength clearly surpassed that of an ordinary genin. Obito immediately assessed him with such a judgment. However, this was not the end. As he dodged and countered, evaluating Qingyu's martial prowess, he suddenly struck, sending Qingyu flying with a punch. There was no alternative. The peculiarities of Obito's Sharingan abilities rendered him nearly impossible to defend against. Qingyu initially aimed to exploit the apparent weakness displayed by Obito, but unexpectedly passed through the illusion, only to find himself hurled away before he could comprehend the situation. As he rose from the ground, believing the probing session had concluded, Obito's figure materialized before him, accompanied by the chilling directive, maintain this state. Before Qingyu could fathom the reason behind this, agony surged through his body. Obito was launching a relentless assault. What madness is this? Qingyu found himself bewildered, even doubting whether Obito had lost his mind and intended to beat him senseless. Tentatively, he attempted a few counterattacks, but Obito shamelessly activated his abilities, rendering Qingyu unable to touch him. Curse be this. After several futile attempts, Qingyu, enduring the pain coursing through him, exerted every ounce of energy to mend the shattered layers of his defense, astonishingly managing to endure. Yet, Obito, seemingly oblivious to Qingyu's plight, only intensified his assault, even resorting to shurikens and moderately potent ninjutsu to bombard him. This is utterly outrageous. Just as Qingyu felt he could no longer withstand the onslaught, Obito surprisingly ceased his cruel tactics, offering a commendation, an intriguing bloodline limit. Upon hearing this, Qingyu nearly succumbed to darkness. So, this relentless beating was merely to assess the strength of his bloodline limit? What a travesty! Were it not for the overwhelming strength of this rascal Obito, Qingyu would have relished the opportunity to sink his teeth into him. Despite Qingyu's fierce, gritted expression, Obito feigned ignorance and calmly stated, "Tonight, I shall obliterate Konoha. Shortly, White Zetsu will escort you from this place." Qingyu's gaze instantly sharpened. He discerned the palpable aura of murderous intent woven into Obito's words. Could today be the fateful day? Was a massacre imminent? The offer to take him away seemed a silver lining, indicating that Obito still cared for his safety. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared before him so candidly. Furthermore, it appeared Obito did not require his assistance, at least not at this juncture. This, too, was a piece of good news. Additionally, the absence of the Jonin from the Mikawa team had initially caused him concern, but now he fervently hoped that they would not return at this critical moment. Otherwise, that would spell disaster. However, the thought of countless innocents losing their lives tonight cast a shadow over his heart. Though he was now aligned with Obito, his conscience remained untainted, unlike the darkened Obito. Perhaps in the future, he would become a heartless fiend, viewing human lives as mere trifles. Yet, at this moment, he was not prepared to embrace such a fate. As for the notion of hindrance, could he possibly prevent Obito from seeking vengeance against Konoha? Absolutely not. Would it be of any consequence to remind Minato to exercise caution? What good would it do? Setting aside the question of who would heed his words. In the original narrative, despite the meticulous defenses and barriers established, they were ultimately shattered effortlessly by Obito, leading to the successful release of the Nine Tails. In the face of Obito's formidable abilities, no amount of guardianship holds any significance. Thus, this is not merely a matter of offering reminders, it is a question of futility. For even with foreknowledge, one cannot obstruct the course of events. Furthermore, his position does not permit such actions. Nevertheless, he still yearns to attempt to alter the course of certain events as a means of reciprocating the leniency shown to him by the fourth Hokage. The inability to thwart Obito, the ineffectiveness of his warnings, these are inconsequential. The crux lies in his attitude. Gratitude must be repaid. Vengeance must be sought. Even in the guise of an undercover agent, he remains a man of principles. The fates of others in Konoha are of no concern to him. He cares only for the seemingly aloof yet genuinely warm-hearted Jonin, Kakashi, and his first friend since arriving in Konoha, Itachi. He longs to repay the kindness extended to him by Minato, who has been willing to overlook his transgressions. Even if his efforts ultimately yield no change, at the very least, he will not harbor contempt for himself. Thus, his resolve gradually solidifies. No, I choose to remain. Should your plans falter, we can still pursue our objectives in due time. Konoha is not so easily destroyed. Chapter 68. Donning the thickest armor and enduring the harshest strikes. Obito fell into silence once more, then slowly spoke. You will die. Leaving now would be the wisest choice. Yet, Chingyu feigned nonchalance, replying, perhaps, but if Konoha is truly destined for destruction, I believe I can escape in time. However, should an unforeseen circumstance arise that allows Konoha to endure, my presence here would hold greater significance. Consider it an additional layer of assurance. I wish to test my resolve. Obito's gaze turned perilous as he retorted, do you believe I will fail? Perhaps it is merely intuition. I sense that Konoha will not fall so easily. Otherwise, you would not have waited until now to appear. Perhaps aware of Obito's sentiments towards him, Chingyu was not deterred. Rather, he seemed to embrace a newfound freedom. His words pierced Obito deeply, provoking him to press a sharp wooden spike against Chingyu's throat. Shall we test whether your bloodline limit can withstand my wood release? Of course. It cannot. Faced with the threat of death, Chingyu ought to have been filled with dread. Yet, inexplicably, his instincts assured him that Obito harbored no murderous intent at this moment. As anticipated, upon noticing Chingyu's calm demeanor, Obito gradually retracted his technique. Remember, Madara entrusted your life to me. Thus I can reclaim it at any moment. After a moment of contemplation, Chingyu replied, that is precisely why I stand here and choose to remain. You are not yet prepared to annihilate Konoha. This time, Obito did not react with extreme fervor. Instead, he coldly stated, if you wish to remain as a sacrifice, then so be it. After tonight, Konoha will undoubtedly cease to exist. Shall we wager? Chingyu suddenly interjected. Wager on what? I propose to stake my life as the bet, determining whether Konoha will still stand after today. If I lose, then all shall be forfeit. However, should I miraculously prevail, I will continue to fulfill my duties, but I will require a promise in return. What kind of promise do you seek? I need the right to act freely, along with ample trust, until the opportune moment arises or my identity is revealed. This was Chingyu's means of securing an escape route, while also providing an excuse for actions that Obito might not comprehend in the future. Otherwise, not only would he fail as an undercover agent, but Obito might very well be the first to extinguish his life. Alas, how arduous it is for me. After hearing his demands, Obito did not dwell on them too long. After all, it was only natural for an undercover agent to be concerned for their safety. And the choices one could make without revealing their identity were understandable. However, to be frank, from the very beginning, Obito had never truly regarded Chingyu as a spy. In fact, he didn't even consider him a significant pawn. However, with Chingyu having stated his position, what more could he say? Perhaps. After relinquishing thoughts of certain failure, Obito's tone remained indifferent, awaiting the outcome. Yet, it would be prudent to speak only after ensuring your survival. Chingyu understood that Obito had indeed acquiesced, and his heart felt considerably more at ease. Subsequently, Obito's figure began to distort, vanishing instantaneously from his sight. Obito, you have grossly underestimated Konoha and the so-called will of fire. With unwavering confidence in his victory, Chingyu mused internally. For him, the stakes of the gamble had become trivial, as he could not possibly lose. Unless, at this moment, Pain was lying in wait outside the village, ready to unleash Shinra Tensei and Deidara's explosive techniques. Or perhaps Madara had been resurrected through Edo Tensei, wielding his Susanoo in a frenzy. Yet, was that even plausible? At this juncture, the fate of Yahiko remained uncertain. It is worth noting that when old man Madara perished, Yahiko was still very much alive and had no concern for Obito, the imposter bearing Madara's name. This implies that the Akatsuki organization was likely in a nascent phase. Straying from the point, Chingyu shook his head, casting aside these irrelevant considerations, and began to deliberate seriously on his next course of action. In a remote yet fragrant corner of Konoha, a figure knelt before a gravestone, carefully placing a bouquet of flowers. I am sorry for not visiting you in such a long time. I swear, I have not forgotten you. There is something I wish to share, though it remains confidential for now. Minato-sensei's child is about to be born, destined to thrive in an era of peace. If only we could have been born later. After a moment of silence, he rose, deciding to relay this good news to Obito. I must take my leave now, Rin. Once Kakashi had finished paying his respects at Obito's grave, leaving behind a bouquet, Obito, who had been lurking behind a tree, finally emerged. He approached his own grave, furiously tearing apart the flowers placed there and casting them into the air. However, he did not treat Rin's grave with the same disdain. Kakashi, I shall never forgive you in this lifetime. This night, Konoha shall be obliterated by my own hands. Upon uttering these words, Obito's figure once again dissipated from the spot. Having encountered everyone he wished to see, it was time to commence his actions. Meanwhile, Chingyu, returning home in tatters, immediately activated his inferior self-healing body ability, hastening the recovery of his wounds. Although they were merely superficial injuries and Obito had held back, he needed to be in optimal condition to face the impending calamity. Thus, he rummaged through his entire food supplies, eating while gritting his teeth, preparing to soak in a medicinal bath to replenish his lost stamina. At the same time, he began to examine the hidden cards at his disposal. Just then, he was startled by a notification sound from the system, which he had previously overlooked. Upon clicking it, he was taken aback to discover that his hardening ability had astonishingly upgraded to LV4. Reflecting on the past, it was likely during the time when Obito had mercilessly tormented him that he had neglected this development. But what could have triggered this upgrade? Was it the pain he endured? Chingyu pondered. Over the past few months, he had emerged battered after each encounter with Itachi, and prior to that, he had suffered a severe beating. Perhaps the normal condition for the upgrade of hardening was simply withstanding attacks. The logic was entirely sound. As the saying goes, one must don the thickest armor and endure the harshest blows. Is this not precisely his current predicament? Chapter 69. Despicable means as night descended. Chingyu meticulously packed all his belongings into his ninja tool pouch. It was nothing extraordinary, merely the medicinal bath packets and some leftover money, along with exchanged shuriken and explosive tags. A cubic meter of space was more than sufficient. After all, he was uncertain whether this place would survive the night, prompting him to take timely precautions. Hastening through the streets, his hurried steps were in stark contrast to the joyous laughter of those around him. Suppressing the urge to shout, he quickly distanced himself from the bustling city center, making his way towards Hokage Rock. If Obito were to succeed as he did in the original narrative, the Nine Tails would soon descend upon Konoha, and the closer one was to the center, the more perilous it became, for Obito aimed to obliterate Konoha with the Nine Tails unleashed. Thus, he resolved to evade this imminent calamity, the most severe and unforeseen disaster, while ensuring his own safety. Only by surviving could he hope to take action amidst the chaos. Were it not for his gratitude towards Minato for his repeated leniency, he might have fled far away, returning only after the Nine Tails had been sealed. Yet now, he chose to take a gamble. Such was his resolve. At this moment, outside a cave in Konoha, an array of Umbu guards stood vigilant, and to further secure the area, a barrier unit had meticulously established the strongest and most impenetrable defenses. After all, the possibility of the Nine Tails breaking free from its seal and rampaging was the worst-case scenario, and thus, extreme caution was warranted. One could say that it was a genuine effort to ensure not even a fly could penetrate the perimeter. However, in this world existed a formidable ability known as space-time ninjutsu, rendering such barriers nothing more than a jest. Observing from the shadows, a solitary eye watched them, as if gazing upon a gathering of the deceased. It hurt so much. Within the warm confines of the cave, Kushina's anguished cries echoed. No matter how resilient a woman may be, facing the hellish ordeal of childbirth often strips away her usual composure. The pain was beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. This suffering epitomized the greatness of motherhood. This is the first time I've seen Kushina scream in such agony. Is she truly all right? Beside Kushina, Minato, dressed in casual attire, suspended his hands gently over her abdomen, striving to reinforce the seal of the Nine Tails within her, while softly reassuring her, of course, everything is fine. Your primary focus should be on safeguarding the Nine Tails seal. Meanwhile, Sarutobi's wife, Bawako, who was attending to Kushina's delivery, could hardly wipe the sweat from her brow as she exasperatedly remarked, "But Kushina, Seeing his wife in such distress, Minato was filled with deep concern. As the fourth Hokage, you mustn't panic. Biwako interrupted Minato's worries, her irritation apparent as she was once again distracted. At that moment, Minato felt the intense struggle of the Nine Tails within Kushina, the formidable power causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. He had no choice but to reinforce the sealing technique, unable to spare a moment for conversation. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until he heard the exuberant shout from Biwako. Push harder. It's almost here. Soon, a resounding cry of a newborn echoed throughout the cavern. Quick! Hot water. Kushina, having successfully given birth, collapsed weakly onto the bed, her clothes drenched in sweat, yet tears of joy cascaded down her cheeks. Thank you, Minato. Congratulations, it's a healthy boy. The newborn, freshly cleaned, bore Minato's golden hair and large eyes reminiscent of Kushina's. The profound connection rooted in their bloodline filled their gazes with boundless affection. Naruto was the most precious gift bestowed upon them by the heavens. However, more pressing matters awaited. Once Biwako cradled little Naruto away from Kushina, Minato, suddenly invigorated, slammed his fist into his palm and declared, "All right, now I must ensure the Nine Tails is completely subdued." Only by successfully re-establishing the seal could they achieve a truly satisfactory conclusion. Yet, at that moment, calamity struck. With two thuds, Biwako and her assistant, Taro, let out a single scream before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The newborn Naruto was snatched away by a mysterious figure wearing a one-eyed mask. The fourth Hokage, Minato, had left the side of the Jinchuriki. Otherwise, the child's life would last but a minute. The mysterious individual was none other than Obito, seizing the moment to capture the Nine Tails. As for the Umbu guards outside, they all met a grim fate at his hands. Not a single sound escaping their lips throughout the ordeal. How had this man managed to bypass the barriers so stealthily? Minato's expression turned grave as he stared at his adversary, his mind racing to devise a plan to rescue his child. It seems you care little for your child's survival. Then, suddenly, Naruto, swaddled in his blanket, was hurled into the air by Obito, who followed suit with a leap. A kunai materializing in his hand aimed directly at the infant. In this precarious moment, Minato vanished from his original position. With a swift motion, he reappeared, cradling Naruto just before he hit the ground. Yet, devoid of his hostage, Obito showed no signs of regret or disappointment. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Truly, the yellow flash was remarkable, but what would unfold next? Just as Obito finished speaking, Minato noticed 3 explosive tags affixed to Naruto's blanket, now activated and emitting a blinding light. To protect Naruto and prevent harm to the weakened Kushina nearby, Minato instinctively employed the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish from the scene, swiftly shedding Naruto's swaddling clothes in the process. He then leapt forward with great urgency, cradling Naruto in his arms. A thunderous explosion resonated behind them as the wooden cabin was engulfed in flames. Fortunately, Naruto emerged unscathed. Minato, unfazed, extracted a small splinter of wood that had lodged itself in his calf due to the blast. Given the perilous circumstances, this was the best outcome he could have achieved. However, he had also inadvertently placed Kushina in a perilous situation. It was imperative that he return swiftly. Kushina was in grave danger. In the next instant, Minato's figure vanished once more. Before he could rescue Kushina, he needed to secure Naruto in a safe location. Chapter 70. The Invasion of the Nine Tails. On this night of the full moon, those with keen instincts sensed an ominous presence permeating the air. In a deserted alley, a figure suddenly materialized, unhesitatingly striking the ground with a single hand. Summoning technique. With a thunderous sound, a multitude of incantations spread across the ground, and an immense shadow emerged from the swirling smoke. In an instant, the surrounding buildings crumbled into ruins alongside the colossal form. As the smoke dissipated, the grotesque visage of the Nine Tails was reflected in the eyes of countless onlookers. Fear and overwhelming dread rapidly enveloped the atmosphere. Thus, let the suffering commence. Attack, Nine Tails. With a mere thought from Obito, the Nine Tails, under the influence of the Sharingan, unleashed an earth-shattering roar, sweeping everything in its path with a single swipe. Showcasing unparalleled destructive power. What is that monstrous creature? Run for your lives. Who will save us? Why has the Ninetales appeared in the village? Panic engulfed the entirety of Konoha, engulfed in flames, destruction, and death. This moment felt so achingly close. Aoi, positioned near the outskirts of the village, witnessed the brutality and rage of the Ninetales firsthand. The devastation wrought by an unchecked tailed beast was vividly illustrated before him. In mere moments, the strongest of the tailed beasts had obliterated everything within its vicinity. There was no need for the formidable tailed beast bomb, with just a few swipes. No one could withstand its might. Structures crumbled like paper at a mere touch. It is no wonder that the Ninetales invasion incident became a nightmare for all survivors. Even Naruto, the host of the Ninetales, was loath. Now that the Ninetales had reappeared, it was evident that this sequence of events had not been altered. Perhaps I can truly do something. Aoi forced himself to remain calm, taking several deep breaths. Then gritting his teeth as he stepped toward the most perilous location, the lair of the Ninetales. The most dangerous moment had passed, and he believed that a multitude of ninjas would soon arrive to thwart the Ninetales. He felt that if he remained cautious and kept a safe distance, with his level 4 hardened, misfortune would not befall him. Aoi never considered himself a good person, for generally, virtuous individuals do not survive long. Yet, at this moment, for the sake of his own principles, he was willing to take risks, even though he knew he could offer little assistance, lacking any genuine assurance. He chose to act, solely to quell his conscience. Meanwhile, a multitude of ninjas recklessly charged toward the Ninetales, not to defeat it, but to buy precious time, enabling the endangered civilians to escape safely. As the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, donned his armor anew, he hastened towards the scene. Curse be the Ninetales. Now is the moment to unleash my fervent energy. Bring it on. I shall be your opponent. Do not act rashly, Guy. Just as Guy assumed a battle stance, ready to confront the Ninetales, Kakashi sought to restrain him. The Ninetales was unlike any other foe. Should Guy act impulsively and engage the beast, the consequences would be dire. Thus, for the sake of protecting the village, a strategic approach was imperative. At that moment, a serious-looking Jonin suddenly shouted, "Halt. You must gather at the assembly hall immediately." Why? This is an order from Lord Third. An order from Lord Hiruzen? Let us go, Guy. Not only Kakashi and Guy, but nearly the entire younger generation of ninjas in Konoha received the same command. The intent was clear. They wished to prevent unnecessary sacrifices here. If the youth were to perish, who would safeguard the future of Konoha? Thus, despite their fervent pleas for battle, they were compelled to remain at the assembly hall. Perhaps one day, when they are no longer young, they too will make the same choice and comprehend the profound significance of this moment. Meanwhile, as Aoi advanced toward the very heart of the Ninetales rampage, the palpable terror deepened with each step. Debris threatened to crush him from above at any moment, casting a shadow over his life. Afraid? How could he not be? A voice within him incessantly murmured, "Enough. If you go further, you shall surely perish." Consequently, his feet gradually came to a halt. At that instant, a series of thunderous roars echoed in his ears. The vast structures, in the hands of the Ninetales, appeared diminutive, akin to mere toys, flung aside at will, crashing to the ground and claiming the lives of many unprepared souls. Yet, the valiant ninjas guarding the village exerted every effort to shield the populace. The wreckage descending from above was demolished by the collective strength of many ninjas, while the Akimichi clan, utilizing their augmented forms, stood resolutely at the forefront. Countless bodies, having bled in the skies to halt the Ninetales, lay scattered. Do not falter. Even if we cannot vanquish the Ninetales, we must strive to buy time for the villagers to seek refuge. We must hold our ground here. Witnessing the chaos before him, Aoi pondered. What truly is the will of fire? What compels so many to march toward death with fervent cries? A dozen ninjas charged in a desperate assault, merely earning less than 10 seconds of reprieve. On average, a single life yielded less than a second of time. Was this truly worth it? Yet, as he witnessed countless civilians gradually escaping the area most ravaged by the Ninetales, thanks to the selfless sacrifices of the Konoha ninjas seeking refuge in shelters, he pondered the true essence of their noble demise. Death does not signify an end. Rather, it embodies a legacy. The old leaves may wither, but new seeds shall take root in the earth. Where the leaves dance, the fire shall continue to thrive. The flames ignited by the fallen leaves will persist in illuminating the village, nurturing the budding of new foliage. This embodies the true spirit of the will of fire. Qingyu was profoundly moved by the spectacle before him. Having spent nearly 30 years in peace on Earth, he had felt a surge of passion and been moved to tears by the soldiers' unwavering commitment to defend their nation, albeit only through various media. However, now he was experiencing a scene akin to that firsthand, witnessing blood and death, fire and sacrifice with his own eyes. The overwhelming force of this encounter rendered him momentarily incapable of thought and speech, leaving him feeling extraordinarily insignificant. Chapter 71. A hero in a second. Will you choose to be a coward for a lifetime, or a hero for a fleeting moment? For reasons unknown. These words abruptly surfaced in the empty expanse of Qingyu's mind. Clearly, the ninjas, fully aware of their inevitable defeat, yet refusing to retreat, had all opted to become heroes for that brief second. Perhaps they had anticipated this moment long before they chose the path of a ninja. To die fighting for the protection of their homeland was, for them, a worthy cause. Run. Suddenly, a shout jolted Qingyu from his daze. He then beheld the shadow casting over the ground ahead, witnessed the rapid descent of a severed portion of a house, and saw the elderly man from the foot of the mountain stumble and fall. In that instant, he perceived the calmness in the man's eyes as he faced death. And he also noticed the Konoha ninja behind him, eyes wide with desperation, shouting something but unable to reach him in time. With a thunderous crash, Qingyu felt as if something within his mind had suddenly detonated. When he regained his senses, it was as if his body moved of its own accord, propelling him forward with astonishing speed. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. Save the man, and he was certain he could make it in time. With a resounding thud, Qingyu leaped onto the ground with all his might, racing towards the falling debris before it could strike. Hardened, fully unleashed. Boom. Another deafening roar echoed. Without obstruction, the fragment of the house plummeted, shattering and sending debris flying. The span from Qingyu standing in place to his dash for rescue, culminating in being engulfed by the ruins, transpired in the blink of an eye. The ninja who had shouted the warning, witnessing the entire ordeal, bit down on his lip in anguish, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He had not anticipated that his instinctive cry would not only fail to save a life, but would also cost another. This time, that of a young boy. Why didn't you run? Why didn't you run? He roared internally, expending every ounce of strength in his heart. There could have been one more life saved. If only he had noticed sooner, cursed fate. Yet, just as he clenched his fists, ready to rush to another location for rescue, a sudden rustling sound reached his ears. That was, "Get up." The center of the debris erupted. A small figure broke free from the layers of wood that had pressed down upon him, struggling to drag the unconscious person lying beneath him out into the open. Upon witnessing this, the ninja was first struck with disbelief. Then, as if awakening from a trance, he rushed over to assist in the rescue. No time for words. The person is alive, just unconscious. Hurry and save him. In the final moments, having successfully rescued the elderly man from the foot of the mountain, Qingyu quickly assessed the man's condition, and without the luxury of politeness, he shouted urgently. Due to his still-growing physique and limited defensive area, he could only brace himself against the ground at the moment the house collapsed, striving to shield the upper body of the elderly gentleman below, particularly his head. Fortunately, the old man was of advanced age and modest height, and most of the fallen structure was merely wooden, thus his life was preserved beneath the wreckage. However, his legs were clearly crushed, and he lost consciousness from the pain. Without prompt medical attention, it was uncertain whether his legs could be saved, which contributed to his anxiety. Thankfully, the ninja who arrived shortly thereafter recognized the urgency of the situation. Without hesitation, he hoisted the elderly man and prepared to carry him to safety. Yet, before departing, he inquired with concern, "How are you? Is your injury severe? We must leave this place swiftly, it is far too perilous." At that moment, Qingyu, who had released his hardened state, was acutely aware of the intense pain coursing through his body, with streaks of blood trickling down his forehead. The previous incident had indeed been perilous. Simultaneously, he felt fortunate that it was merely a wooden structure that had fallen. Had it been a stone edifice, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Nonetheless, despite his lingering fear, he harbored no regrets about his selfless act. After all, The elderly gentleman had shown him kindness, even willing to advocate on his behalf after he had erred, oblivious to the peril he himself had narrowly escaped. Although he no longer sought to learn the craft of stone sculpting from him, he had always cherished this debt of gratitude in his heart. Therefore, he did not regret his actions. Instead, he felt an immense sense of relief. However, in light of the other's goodwill, he chose to decline assistance, for he had more pressing matters yet to attend to. Do not concern yourself with me. The elderly gentleman is the chief artisan, having made significant contributions to the village. If you delay any longer, his legs may be beyond saving. To emphasize the importance of the elderly man's status, Qingyu felt compelled to highlight his identity, hoping to instill a sense of urgency in the ninja. After all, with so many injured, the limited medical resources would likely not extend to an old man of little renown. This was not mere alarmism, but rather a rational matter of prioritization. Upon hearing Qingyu's words, the ninja clenched his teeth, no longer hesitating, and promptly evacuated the elderly gentleman from the battlefield. However, before departing, he cast a lingering glance at Qingyu, seemingly intent on remembering him. How extraordinary it was that a mere child of 5 or 6 years could rise to the occasion and save a life in such a dire moment. Moreover, despite his own injuries, he remained considerate of others. What remarkable potential had this boy's family nurtured? Curse be it. In his haste, he had forgotten to inquire the child's name. The ninja felt a twinge of regret, yet he could not shake the feeling that the boy seemed familiar, as if he had encountered him before and left an indelible impression. The minor incident occurring in the vicinity of Qingyu, although profoundly shocking to the ninja involved, was of little consequence in the grand scheme of Konoha. The rampage of the Nine Tails continued unabated, with countless casualties arising every moment. Waves of ninjas launched relentless, desperate assaults from various directions, employing an array of jutsu, shurikens, and explosive tags as if they were mere trifles to be cast away. Yet, despite their unwavering bravery and willingness to fight to the death, none of these attacks inflicted even the slightest injury upon the Nine Tails. If anything, they only served to exacerbate its fury. It was akin to a swarm of flies buzzing incessantly, unyielding and irritating beyond measure. However, their sacrifice did indeed buy precious time, preventing the Nine Tails from unleashing its devastation upon other regions. In this light, their valor was not entirely in vain. Chapter 72, The Golden Level Reckless Task. As the Nine Tails rampaged uncontrollably, leaving the gathered ninjas utterly helpless, Qingyu's mind was suddenly interrupted by the alert chime of the dog system. Ding! Golden Level Reckless Task has been issued. Task name: Withered Blossom, Scattered Wounds. Description: How could one resist cherishing such an adorable little fox? Fear not, I assure you. The Nine Tails truly possesses a blossom. Serious face. Task requirements: Execute the Blossom Explosion technique on the Nine Tails, inflicting a certain degree of damage. No need to flaunt your sewing skills. Time limit: 3 hours. Task reward: Golden Treasure Chest X1, Advanced Skill Card X1, or Intermediate Skill Card X3. Task failure: Yum. You may not be adorable enough to fill the gaps. Qingyu was momentarily stunned, his mouth agape, feeling a sense of disillusionment that rendered even his curses lackluster. It was a feeling akin to no effects XK to give. This was utterly damn. If he could mitigate the risks of a bronze-level reckless task with certain strategies, this newly issued golden-level task left him blinded, devoid of any semblance of a successful outcome. From the analysis of task rewards, it became evident that there was a level distinction between bronze and golden tasks. He had never even attempted a silver-level task. Yet here he was, inexplicably thrust into a golden-level task. Was it a death wish? To explode the Nine Tails blossom? How absurd to even issue such a task. Adorable little fox, open your eyes wide and see the monstrous creature before you. At this rate, would I eventually become the man who could withstand the tailed beast bomb? Huh? Dog system, stop playing dead. Come forth and explain yourself. Faced with the persistently unresponsive dog system, Qingyu felt utterly defeated, despite the alluring prospect of a golden treasure chest and those skill cards. Could he truly accomplish this? Was he really expected to wield a toothpick for such delicate work? He instinctively glanced at the kunai in his hand, a bitter smile creeping across his face, especially since this task required him to inflict a certain degree of damage while executing the blossom explosion. Although the method of damage assessment remained unclear, It was unlikely that a sudden jab at the Ninetales blossom with a kunai would count as completion. This was truly maddening. Qingyu took several deep breaths, striving to quell his surging frustration, and began contemplating the feasibility of accomplishing the task. At that moment, the fourth Hokage, Minato, finally appeared on Hokage Rock, having settled Kushina and Naruto, who had been separated from their tailed beast, albeit somewhat belatedly. Almost at the very moment when Minato appeared before the Ninetales, the beast, sensing his presence, ceased its relentless assault on the flies and turned its crimson gaze toward him. Filled with murderous intent. Has it noticed me so soon? Bearing the name of Hokage and tasked with the duty of safeguarding my family in the village, I can no longer allow you to wreak havoc upon it. With a resolute conviction, Minato, undaunted, met the frenzied stare of the Ninetales from a distance of several thousand meters. Suddenly, the Ninetales opened its mouth wide, and a swirling mass of chakra, white, representing the light, and black, embodying the darkness, began to coalesce rapidly in a ratio of 2:8 within its maw. After a process of mixing and compression, it instantly formed a super-dense spherical energy orb. This was the infamous tailed beast ball, renowned for its devastating power, capable of obliterating entire mountains in an instant or annihilating a shinobi village in the blink of an eye. Even under the relentless assault of numerous Leaf Village ninjas, the Ninetales had refrained from unleashing the tailed beast ball, seemingly clearing all obstacles with mere physical strikes. Yet, upon detecting Minato, the Ninetales unhesitatingly released the tailed beast ball, revealing its instinctual trepidation toward him. Faced with the roaring onslaught of the formidable tailed beast ball, Minato did not falter. He immediately began to weave hand seals, gripping his kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, seemingly preparing to confront the tailed beast ball head-on. However, just as the tailed beast ball was about to collide with Hokage Rock, a flurry of intricate seals manifested in the air and devoured the energy sphere whole. The space around them warped. The tailed beast ball gradually vanished, appearing as if Hokage Rock had swallowed it. In truth, it was Minato's temporal barrier at work, a grand manipulation of space built upon the foundation of the Flying Thunder God technique. Even the colossal tailed beast ball was rendered impotent against the pull of spatial forces. Then, from a distance of 10,000 meters away from the Leaf Village, a tremendous explosion erupted. Despite the vast separation, the shockwave from the explosion reached them, demonstrating the sheer magnitude of its power, akin to a nuclear detonation. Even Minato, who successfully relocated the energy, couldn't help but glance in astonishment. The explosion's force was astonishingly immense, necessitating careful consideration for future relocation sites. Moreover, he needed to promptly inform the third Hokage of the situation. As Minato prepared to teleport once more, a dark hand stealthily approached him from behind with alarming speed. Sensing the danger, Minato instinctively swung his kunai, aiming it at the assailant behind him. However, his strike met only empty air, as the kunai passed harmlessly through the assailant's head, only for Obito to seize his wrist in pursuit. "Your opponent is me, and it ends here." With Obito's words echoing, an invisible force of spatial distortion instantly enveloped both him and Minato. He intended to forcibly draw Minato into his Kamui dimension. At this critical juncture, sensing impending danger, Minato swiftly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, disappearing in an instant. Leaving behind Toby, who muttered in frustration, he actually flew away, quite nimble indeed. "It seems I must act more swiftly next time to absorb you the moment I touch you." With that, Toby resumed his pursuit of Minato. As long as he could neutralize Minato, the greatest threat, no one would be able to contend with the rampaging Ninetales. However, Toby, who believed himself to be on the verge of victory, underestimated his former mentor and the profound resilience and determination of Konoha. Just as Ao had told him, Konoha was not so easily obliterated, and Toby had not prepared himself adequately for the challenge ahead. Chapter 73. Desperate. Flee. Help. Do not approach. With the water gate no longer drawing the animosity, the Ninetales resumed its rampage through the village, causing the once invigorated shinobi to wear expressions of grave concern. Though the exact nature of the calamity remained elusive, they could not mistake the temporal barrier created by the fourth Hokage. Yet, why had he suddenly vanished? Now was not the time to ponder the reasons, Without the fourth Hokage as their anchor, they had to shoulder the responsibility of halting the Nine-Tails' destruction of the village. A series of anguished cries echoed. "Irika, are you all right?" In the ruins not far beneath the Nine-Tails, Irika's mother, Hailey, sacrificed her life in a desperate bid to protect her child. "Mother, father, mother," she. Upon witnessing the grievous wound that exposed the bone, Irika, sheltered in his mother's embrace, cried out in distress. However, the father he had always revered did not turn back. Instead, he remained fixated on the rampaging beast, his eyes reflecting a tinge of sorrow. Why had he run out from the refuge? "Leave mother to father. You must escape." "No, I do not wish to abandon you." Children should not act recklessly. Protecting children is the duty of parents. One corner, unable to wipe the blood from his face, abruptly turned and spoke with an unwavering tone. At that moment, a rescue ninja swiftly scooped up Irika, retreating from the heart of the battlefield without a glance back. Throughout this ordeal, Irika's face was streaked with tears. His desperate cries to stay behind echoed in vain as he could only watch his parents, battered and bruised, once again charge towards the Nine-Tails. "Captain, let us confront the Nine-Tails as well." Clad in their guard uniforms, numerous Uchiha clansmen gazed upon the devastation of the village, no longer able to contain their desire to fight. For generations, since the era of the second Hokage, the Uchiha clan had endured suspicion and exclusion from the village's higher echelons, accumulating countless grievances over the years. Nevertheless, Konoha remained their village. Their home lay within its bounds. Thus, even knowing it could lead to their demise, they would not harbor a shred of fear, for they too were Konoha ninjas. However, the closed-eyed Fugaku firmly declined. "No, the police force is tasked with protecting noncombatants. This is an order from the village." At that moment, Fugaku's heart was equally tumultuous, for he sensed the village's distrust in the orders he received. Yet, an order is an order. Their duty remains paramount. Hence, he could only lead his clan away from the battlefield, striving to ensure the safety of noncombatants. However, what he remained unaware of was that the command relayed to him did not originate from the current Hokage, Minato. The true source of this directive remains a mystery. If Aya were to witness this scene, his perception of the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly shift. Although there are individuals within the Uchiha, like Kanna, who exhibit arrogance and twisted hearts, there are also those who embody the will of fire and are deserving of respect as genuine ninjas. Regrettably, their fervent zeal appeared utterly impotent beneath that trivial command. He ran, evading, skillfully avoiding the gaze of all around him. Without wasting energy to hasten his recovery, Aya began to circle behind the Nine-Tails. To avoid the embarrassment of falling before he had even begun, he had to maintain a relatively safe distance, taking a wide arc to approach the beast. A single misstep could result in him being crushed into a pulp by the Nine-Tails' mighty paw. Simultaneously, he needed to steer clear of the busy rescue ninjas, lest he be whisked away from the battlefield. After all, such a perilous locale was no place for a mere child. Thus, amidst the chaos of this brutal battlefield, he was compelled to expend additional time concealing himself. Just then, a long, thick staff suddenly soared through the air, not only striking the Nine-Tails with force, but also sending its enormous form crashing out of Konoha, shattering the outer walls. After sacrificing numerous ninja lives, the third Hokage, Sarutobi, had finally completed his jutsu. The Rui Jingu Bang, summoned from the summoning beast Enma, successfully drove the unsuspecting Nine-Tails out of Konoha. At last, it was expelled from the village. "Do not relent. Continue the assault." With a fierce shout from Sarutobi, countless ninjas immediately pursued, intent on confining the Nine-Tails within the surrounding forest, denying it any further opportunity to wreak havoc upon Konoha. An array of explosive tags and various elemental jutsu detonated upon the Nine-Tails, and while this still failed to inflict substantial damage, it effectively drew the creature's attention, buying precious time. At this moment, the legendary Sannin were absent from the village. The fourth Hokage, Minato, was missing, and Danzo led the route, merely spectating. The Uchiha clan was firmly constrained by a command, leaving only the third Hokage, Sarutobi, and his Umbu as the primary forces. Yet, their capacity was limited to temporarily suppressing the Nine-Tails, buying time without any definitive means to seal it. Thus, while Saratobi appeared outwardly composed and commanded effectively. Internally, he was filled with anxiety. Minato, where are you? Why do you not yet appear? Until now, apart from a select few directly involved, no one else truly understood what had transpired, nor did they have clarity on Tobi's whereabouts. However, the three tomos spinning within the Ninetales' crimson eyes were enough to leave Saratobi and others with unsettling conjectures. Hopefully, it was not as he feared. On the other side, Qingyu, who had painstakingly concealed himself near the Ninetales, found his composure shattered by this sudden upheaval, nearly uttering an expletive in frustration. However, expelling the Ninetales from the village was fundamentally a positive development, compelling him to once again hurriedly scurry away. For if he delayed, not only would his mission fail, but he would also miss the chance to see Minato one last time, thus forfeiting any opportunity to repay his kindness. Therefore, despite the heightened peril posed by the Ninetales, he had to take the risk. Damn it! If the golden treasure chest yielded nothing of worth, he vowed never to undertake another task again. After a vehement curse echoed in his mind, Qingyu swiftly navigated through the collapsed breach in the city wall, endeavoring to remain hidden while hastening towards the location of the Ninetales. Chapter 74. The Chrysanthemum Explosion Technique. Prepare. Truly worthy of the fourth Hokage. I never expected you to injure my hand and sever my control over the Ninetales. However, the Ninetales shall eventually be mine. I am destined to unify the world. Meanwhile, in another battlefield far from the Ninetales, the confrontation between Obito and Minato has reached its conclusion. Although Obito's abilities are exceedingly bizarre, he ultimately faltered in the contest of speed, receiving a direct blow from Minato's Rasengan to his back, even shattering his artificial arm. Yet, this injury was far from fatal for Obito. The true reason for his retreat lay in the fact that at the moment Minato struck him with the Rasengan, he had inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique's coordinates upon his back, signifying that he could no longer escape Minato's pursuit during this battle. After much contemplation, Obito chose to withdraw, leaving behind a chilling declaration. He was acutely aware that with his departure, this operation had been utterly thwarted. The brief time afforded was insufficient to obliterate Konoha, and once Minato was free to act, the greatest threat posed by the Ninetales would vanish. Konoha has truly survived. A shadow flickered in Obito's eyes as he recalled Qingyu's unwavering words earlier in the day, predicting his failure. Were they not prepared for the destruction of Konoha? How intriguing. Let me see what you will do. As Obito's figure twisted and vanished, Minato, with a grave expression, murmured to himself, that feeling. It did not seem like a lie. In an instant, he too disappeared from the spot. In the forest outside Konoha's walls, Saratobi led numerous ninjas, desperately holding the Ninetales at bay, though the cost was an incalculable sacrifice. Composite Ninja Technique. Earth Dragon Flame Flow. Faced with the overwhelmingly powerful Ninetales, Saratobi had lost count of how many times he had employed this high-cost composite ninjutsu to divert the beast's attention for rescue. The power of the Earth Dragon Flame Flow was commendable, eliciting furious roars from the Ninetales. However, unbeknownst to them, the Ninetales had regained its agility and ferocity after breaking free from the Sharingan's control. In an instant, the Ninetales opened its mouth wide, an immense amount of chakra rapidly coalescing. That beast was still not finished. Saratobi, attempting to halt the Ninetales, suddenly felt his legs weaken, collapsing to one knee. The repeated use of such intense ninjutsu had drained his chakra reserves, and his age made it increasingly difficult to endure in this fierce battle. Clearly, the moment the tail beast bomb was unleashed, death awaited everyone present. What to do? At that moment, Qingyu, having stealthily circumvented to hide behind a tree near the Ninetales, found himself bewildered. Although he had managed to slip in unnoticed due to the multitude of ninjas focusing their attention on the Ninetales, it was now on the verge of unleashing the tailed beast bomb. Should he run? Whether he fled or remained, death seemed inevitable. It was a gamble. As the direction pointed towards Saratobi and others, with the tailed beast ball directed at them, and the Ninetales itself acting as a barrier, ensuring that the explosion may not reach him. However, at that moment, a colossal figure descended from the heavens, delivering an unforeseen blow to the unsuspecting Ninetales, crushing it beneath its weight. This immense figure was none other than Gamabunta, summoned in this critical moment, and atop its head stood the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. It was the fourth. Minato, you have finally arrived. Even Saratobi could not help but feel a surge of energy. Yet, Aoyu was an exception. The scene unfolding before him resonated deeply, for he had awaited this moment for a long time. Seizing the opportunity while everyone's attention was diverted towards the Ninetales and Minato, he dashed forward without hesitation, propelling himself through the air and activating his hardening ability. He firmly grasped one of the Ninetales' tails, pinned to the ground. With Gamma bonus suppression, he was untroubled by the fear of being flung away by the Ninetales. Even if it noticed him, the beast would likely regard him as merely a tiny insect. In the next instant, the massive form of the Ninetales vanished from sight. After careful deliberation, Minato ultimately decided to expend a substantial amount of chakra to relocate both the Ninetales and the tailed beast ball it had yet to unleash, transporting them deeper into the forest, far from Konoha and Saratobi, to prevent collateral damage. Minato, has he moved the Ninetales? Saratobi, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, wore a look of hesitation and confusion. Then came a resounding boom. A distant mountain was instantaneously leveled by the tailed beast ball. The immediate crisis had been averted. Yet the threat posed by the Ninetales lingered. Just as the Ninetales was still reeling from the events, Minato had already activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more, bringing Kushina and the infant Naruto from their home. We must quickly erect a barrier. Minato gasped, utterly exhausted, yet his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. The continuous use of the Flying Thunder God technique and the space-time barrier, combined with the perilous battle against Obito, had pushed Minato to the brink of his limits. However, at that moment, Kushina, having lost her tailed beast and with her life ticking away, mustered her strength to assert, "I can hold on a little longer." As her words fell, 5 golden chains erupted from her body, piercing the earth before suddenly breaking through the surface, ensnaring the recently risen Ninetales in an instant. As her life neared its conclusion, Kushina, relying on the Kiamuri sealing chains, effortlessly subdued the seemingly invincible Ninetales in the blink of an eye. No matter how fiercely the Ninetales roared and struggled, it could not break free from the seemingly delicate golden chains. This was a true demonstration of one force overcoming another. Behind the Ninetales, Aoyu, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, was genuinely astounded. After all, he had witnessed the third Hokage, accompanied by numerous ninjas, utterly powerless against the Ninetales, resorting only to sacrificing lives. Yet, what had just transpired? The exceedingly weakened Kushina effortlessly subdued the Ninetales with a single move, employing a natural suppression that rendered the beast incapable of resistance. Indeed, the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan truly proved to be the bane of tailed beasts. Initially, he intended to persuade Minato not to sacrifice his beloved Aoi, but upon glancing up at the defenseless and enticing form of the Ninetales, a bold idea suddenly struck him. Goodness, is this not an invitation to commit a crime? Darn it. He resolved to seize the moment. Gritting his teeth, Aoi felt there was no better opportunity than the present, and thus he assumed a stance, preparing to unleash an attack on the Ninetales. Chapter 75. Explosion is Art. Kushina's adamant and sealing technique not only instantly subdued the Ninetales, but also erected a barrier, preventing those within from escaping and those outside from entering. At this moment, Kushina, facing imminent demise, had resolved to perish alongside the Ninetales. By restraining the Ninetales, she could delay its revival for a while longer. With the last remnants of her chakra, this was the solitary course of action available to her. It was evident that Kushina, once a Jinchuriki, intended to employ her final chakra to execute a sealing technique, dragging the Ninetales down with her. The death of a Jinchuriki would result in the simultaneous disappearance of the tailed beast. However, the beast would not truly perish. It would eventually revive in some distant corner of the world. This was undoubtedly a desperate measure, for once the Ninetales returned, it would unleash even greater chaos, yet at this moment, it seemed the only way to halt its rampage. All she longed for was to see Naruto grow up. As Kushina uttered these words, gazing lovingly at Naruto for one last time, Minato felt his heart shatter rapidly, his face etched with sorrow. He swiftly made a reckless and irrational decision, gradually replacing his grief with determination. He could not accept Kushina's choice. He would not allow her to depart in solitude. Just as he prepared to voice his resolution, he suddenly sensed an unfamiliar chakra pulsating vigorously. Instinctively, he cast a sharp gaze but was obstructed by the immense form of the Ninetales. Yet he was certain someone was behind it. Was it that mysterious individual? No, it felt different from that person. The instant it took to appear and shift the Ninetales was fleeting, but if it wasn't that enigmatic figure, who else could silently breach the adamant sealing barrier and enter? Could it be someone who had always been there? A coincidence? Or a premeditated scheme? Minato's expression grew grave as he called out loudly, "Who is there?" At this moment, Aoi, who heard Minato's call, was unable to respond in time. He was all in, lacking the strength to speak. Confronted by the alluring presence of the Ninetales, he had to inflict sufficient damage. Thus, he immediately recalled the chakra explosion technique taught by Itachi. By meticulously concentrating all his chakra into a single point and then unleashing it in an instant, he aimed to achieve maximum power. The principle of this technique was not overly complex, but achieving such precise control was no easy feat. Fortunately, his natural mental prowess granted him a significant advantage, allowing him to grasp it quickly. Even Itachi was astonished by his talent in this regard, finding it vastly superior to his own abysmal shadow clone technique. However, in the realm of practical combat, this was Qingyu's inaugural experience. One might argue whether it could truly be classified as combat, for at this moment, the Ninetales was nothing more than an immobile target, allowing him to gather his strength without interruption. Thus, he maintained a state of complete hardening and recalled the techniques Itachi had imparted to him, gradually concentrating the chakra from his entire being into his right arm. Initially, the process proceeded smoothly, yet when he attempted to amass a greater quantity of chakra, he encountered a significant dilemma. The meridians in his right arm were incapable of accommodating the influx of chakra that flowed from his body. If one were to liken the meridians to water pipes, some being thick and others thin, it follows that the volume of water that could traverse them would vary accordingly. Unfortunately, his innate talent was rather ordinary, and persisting in his endeavor resulted in excruciating pain akin to tearing in his right arm. Should he continue to disregard this warning? He risked rupturing the pipe entirely, rendering his right hand useless. Yet, having come this far, he felt a sense of reluctance to concede. Therefore, to enhance the likelihood of completing his task, he swiftly stuffed his ninja tool pouch into his right hand while bending his legs to gather strength. Just then, he heard Minato's cautious inquiry, but he had no time to respond. If he lost his momentum now, all would be for naught. Boom. Qingyu propelled himself towards the Ninetales like an arrow released from a bow. At that moment, the Ninetales, restrained by the diamond lock, seemed oblivious to the insignificant pest behind it. However, in the next instant, Qingyu roared as he unleashed the exploding blossom technique, driving his entire right arm through the beast. The chakra amassed in his right fist erupted instantaneously. Yet, the anticipated effect failed to materialize. The notification tone from the system indicating task completion did not sound. The amount of chakra he had unleashed was utterly insufficient to make an impression on the Ninetales. Had he failed? No, not yet. After a brief pause, Qingyu planted both feet firmly on the Ninetales' rear, then violently extracted himself, swiftly retreating. Simultaneously, boom, the culmination of months of preparation. Over 100 explosive tags detonated within the body of the Ninetales, creating a cataclysmic explosion. The Ninetales, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events, trembled violently and let out an enraged roar. Yet, regardless of how fiercely the Ninetales struggled, it was rendered impotent beneath the golden chains. Its fury transformed into a futile rage. This was the clever stratagem Qingyu had devised in a moment of inspiration. After all, given his limited offensive power, it was quite challenging for him to inflict substantial harm on the Ninetales. However, one must remember, when faced with uncertainty, resort to explosive tags. Many ninjas, who previously found themselves at a loss against the Ninetales, relied on a combination of kunai and explosive tags to elicit even the slightest discomfort, thereby diverting its attention. Moreover, explosive tags possessed considerable power. Not only Nin but even those of the Hokage level could easily find themselves at a disadvantage, especially when caught off guard. Thus, Qingyu clutched the spatial ninja tool pouch tightly in his hand, leveraging the successful breakthrough of needlework to spill out all the explosive tags contained within. He firmly believed that the simultaneous detonation of over 100 explosive tags within his body would be sufficient to incapacitate the Ninetales. Even though the Ninetales was not a true biological entity, it possessed corresponding biological characteristics. Otherwise, the original narrative would not have featured Naruto's victory over the One Tail. Witnessing the Ninetales, with thick black smoke billowing from its rear and struggling incessantly, while hearing the familiar and delightful notification of task completion in his ears, Xingyu nearly felt euphoric. However, the intense pain radiating from his bloodied right arm abruptly grounded him in reality. Although he had barely completed the task by exerting every ounce of his strength along with a sprinkle of luck, only he truly understood the magnitude of the risks involved. He was nearly overwhelmed with anticipation to check the rewards, yet he felt it prudent to first clarify the situation. Chapter 76. What should I use to save you upon witnessing Xingyu emerge in a state of bewilderment from behind the Ninetales? A multitude of questions began to swirl in Minato's mind, especially after the shocking explosion that had just erupted from the beast. "Who are you?" Minato inquired, his expression a mixture of surprise and caution. Xingyu, taken aback by the question, quickly deduced that Minato might be overly wary. After all, it was indeed peculiar for him to be in this place, raising suspicions that he could be an enemy disguised by transformation techniques or other abilities. However, how could he possibly prove his identity? It was rather amusing to find oneself confronted with such an existential dilemma. Not only in his previous life but also within the world of Naruto, how can you prove that you are truly you? "I am Shikami Xingyu, Lord Hokage," he declared. "What medicinal herbs are required for the medicinal bath?" Upon hearing Minato's inquiry, Xingyu noticeably relaxed, effortlessly reciting the entire formula. This revelation eased Minato's tension, as the knowledge of such specifics was scarce and unlikely to be possessed by an adversary. Thus, it seemed that Xingyu's identity was genuine. However, Minato's brow furrowed again. "How did you come to be here?" Anticipating this question, Xingyu presented his premeditated response. "Grandfather Yamashita was nearly harmed by this creature, so I wanted to lend a hand. I quietly approached from behind the beast, but inexplicably ended up here when I tried to grab its tail." Had it been anyone else of his age uttering such words, Minato would have dismissed them outright. Yet, recalling the trouble Xingyu had previously stirred, one could hardly overlook his audacity. Now, he was intentionally provoking the Ninetales. Was he not concerned for his own life? Given the persona Xingyu had established during this time, Minato found it hard to disbelieve him. The evidence lay starkly before him. Is grandfather Yamashita all right? Not well. He may never stand again. Minato fell silent for a moment before asking again, what was the cause of that explosion? "Oh, that? I used all the explosive tags I had accumulated over the past few months. I gave that creature a good hit." To avoid raising Minato's suspicions, Xingyu feigned a demeanor of nonchalance, as if to say, "It was nothing, but do praise me." Minato, caught between laughter and exasperation, could hardly find words to respond. If explosive tags were truly effective, Konoha would not have suffered so many casualties. Nonetheless, Xingyu's audacity was undeniably precious in Minato's eyes, after all. While most would instinctively flee in the face of a tailed beast, Xingyu exhibited a courage that was rare, akin to that of a 5-year-old child. Of course, it could also be perceived as an extreme form of recklessness. Had even a slight misfortune occurred, his name might very well have appeared on the list of casualties and missing persons following this day. At this moment, Minato found himself devoid of the inclination or time to impart any further lessons. With a resigned shake of his head, he uttered, "Do not act so recklessly again." Before turning his attention away from Xingyu and directing a gentle gaze towards Kushina, he spoke softly, "Kushina, I shall utilize your remaining chakra to allow you to see the grown-up Naruto once more. I will take care of the Ninetales. Although I am not the Jinchuriki, I possess the Shiki-Fujin technique. Such formidable power cannot be restrained through mere physical means, nor can it be addressed strategically. If the Jinchuriki is absent before the Ninetales is revived, it would disrupt the delicate balance of tailed beasts among the various ninja villages. Therefore, I shall permanently seal away half of the Ninetales using Shiki-Fujin, while the remaining half will be sealed within Naruto through the 8 trigram seal, making him the new Jinchuriki to continue safeguarding Konoha. I understand what you wish to convey. But today I have confirmed the existence of the world transformation and the calamities that accompany it. as spoken of by Jiraiya-sensei. The masked man who attacked you will undoubtedly unleash a storm of bloodshed, and the one capable of stopping him is this child. This child, named by Jiraiya-sensei, will become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and pave the way for the future. Somehow, I am unwavering in this belief. As Minato concluded his resolute statement, Qingyu's previously vague memories began to crystallize. Minato could have chosen not to sacrifice himself, yet for the sake of Kushina's final wish, to prevent the village from losing the Nine Tails and thereby maintaining the balance of the tailed beasts, he chose to sacrifice himself for the greater good. This realization profoundly shocked Qingyu, yet he struggled to comprehend Minato's decision. Thus, before Minato could initiate the sealing technique, he called out urgently, "Wait. Using the Shiki-Fujin technique will lead to death, correct? Have you considered this child's perspective? Isn't it more important to have parents by his side than to save the world?" Observing Qingyu's sudden surge of emotion, Minato paused momentarily before recalling Qingyu's status as a war orphan. It was only natural for someone so young to have lost their parents and to be stirred by such a scene. However, at that moment, Kushina, who had been enduring her own anguish, erupted as well. "Naruto is our child. Why must he bear such a heavy burden right from birth? And why resort to Shiki-Fujin? Is it merely to grant me a fleeting glimpse of Naruto as he grows? For such a brief moment, why must you sacrifice yourself? My greatest wish is for you to be by Naruto's side, to protect him as he matures and to ensure his happiness. Why? For the sake of the balance of tailed beasts, the nation, and the village, must such a significant sacrifice be made?" Tears streamed down Kushina's cheeks. A poignant outcry from a mother. The silence enveloped Minato, and Qingyu also refrained from further speech, for he found himself in agreement with Kushina's sentiments. The life of Minato holds far greater significance than sacrificing himself for the sake of some trivial balance of tailed beasts. This is evident not only for the infant Naruto but also for the nation and the village. Minato's importance is beyond question. Even without the Nine Tails, Konoha remains formidable. The village's dominance has never relied on the pursuit of tailed beasts. However, Minato has already done all he could. Kushina has articulated all that he wished to convey. And now, all that remains is to observe Minato's disposition. If he persists in his desire for death, then no one can save him but himself. This is precisely the source of Qingyu's profound helplessness at this moment. How can one rescue a person who yearns for death? Chapter 77. Forbidden Technique. The Sealing of the Corpse Demon. To Kyuingi, Obito's essence was not inherently malevolent. However, he found himself ensnared by both Madara and Black Zetsu as mere pawns, leading to a rapid erosion of his humanity. Kyuingi yearned to liberate Obito from this lamentable fate, yet he currently lacked the strength to do so. In this world, weakness is tantamount to original sin. Until he possesses sufficient power for self-preservation, he would never dare to provoke Black Zetsu, setting aside whether Obito would even believe the preposterous truth he might convey. Black Zetsu would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him, perhaps even distorting the narrative to his detriment. He could not gamble on whether Obito would choose to trust him or the so-called avatar of Madara, Black Zetsu. Thus, he resolved to remain in the shadows until he could grow stronger. Moreover, to be candid, the fate of Konoha held little significance for him. He had been in this world for scarcely a year and had spent less than 10 months in Konoha, knowing only a handful of people. To claim a deep emotional bond with Konoha would be utterly absurd. The few individuals he genuinely cared for were limited, with the most significant being the Sannin, particularly Itachi and the elder Yamashita. These individuals had shown him kindness, and true to his nature, he would eventually repay this debt. Which is why he risked his life to save the elder Yamashita. Next in importance were the fourth Hokage, Minato, who had been exceptionally tolerant of him, and Shirzue, with whom he shared a pleasant rapport. Kyuingi would forever cherish the goodwill shown to him, and this formed the bedrock of his principles. Hence, he stood here, undeterred by the immense risk of being struck down by the Nine Tails or being scrutinized by Minato and others. Regardless of the outcome, he merely wished to make an earnest attempt, not for the sake of Konoha, but simply to reciprocate Minato's kindness and understanding over this period. Yet at this moment, what he could do or say was of no avail. The only one who could save Minato was himself. Ignoring the ferocious gaze of the Nine Tails, Kyuingi calmly awaited Minato's final decision. Life or death rested solely in Minato's hands. Then, with a grave and resolute expression, Minato spoke. For the sake of the nation, for the village, for peace, sacrifice is inevitable. If others can face death to stop the Nine Tails, then, as Hokage, I shall not falter. Let us not forget, we are all ninjas. A heaviness settled in Kyuingi's heart. Indeed, persuading Minato seemed an impossible endeavor. Then, Minato shifted his tone, gazing tenderly at Kushina, and continued, "Moreover, as long as I am alive, I cannot lose to you. Though your time as a mother has been brief, the legacy you impart to Naruto transcends my capabilities. This is your duty as a mother. My choice to act is not solely for you, it is also for Naruto. To willingly embrace death for my son is the last obligation I can fulfill as a father. In this way, I shall not be defeated by you. We can finally be together forever, Kushina." As Minato and Kushina gazed into each other's eyes, understanding the depths of their feelings, Ayu found himself utterly perplexed by their choice. Yet, he could palpably sense the unwavering love shared between the couple, as well as their profound affection for Naruto. Rather than merely surviving and selfishly cherishing the happiness of growing up alongside Naruto, Minato chose the greater good, opting to accompany his wife on the path to the afterlife. This was something that Ayu, who fundamentally misunderstood the essence of love, found utterly inconceivable. Naruto would become an orphan like me, devoid of familial affection, destined to endure an excruciating childhood, despised by the villagers. Is this truly acceptable? Aya could not restrain himself from speaking out. Minato turned to him, offering a gentle smile. "Thank you for your concern. You are a good child. However, I believe that even if Kushina and I cannot be by Naruto's side, Lord Jiraiya will take good care of him and protect him. I also trust that you will look after Naruto and ensure he is not bullied, correct?" Aya longed to express that they were being overly naive, that the torment of Naruto's childhood was beyond their imagination, but he could not voice such sentiments, and moreover, Minato had begun forming hand seals. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, Sarutobi had arrived with the Umbu, yet they were unable to breach the barrier and could only wait anxiously outside. What is that little brat up to? In this seal, could it be that Minato intends to confront the Ninetales on his own? Sarutobi was taken aback, observing the unfolding situation within. As Minato completed his seals, a phantom of the Shinigami materialized behind him, holding a string of prayer beads in one hand and clutching a short blade in his mouth. Is this what the world calls the Shinigami? Ayu murmured to himself. Upon witnessing Minato cast the Shiki F gene, the Ninetales, which had been fixated on Ayu, flashed with intense fury and a profound sense of resentment. After finally seeing the light of day, it was first controlled by the Sharingan, then assaulted by an insufferable brat-s explosive tags. And now Minato sought to seal it away permanently with the Shiki F gene. Given the Ninetales' vengeful nature, it had already marked everyone within the barrier as its enemies, including that mysterious masked man, Obito. Cursed fourth Hokage, I shall have my revenge one day. At that moment, Minato softly uttered, "Seal." The Shinigami summoned behind him reached through his chest with its right hand, transforming into a chakra hand that lunged directly at the Ninetales. Faced with the Shiki F gene, even the Ninetales possessed no means of resistance. A spectral soul of the Ninetales was forcibly extracted and swiftly drawn back into Minato's body, manifesting a circle of sealing formula upon his chest. His body was paralyzed. As Minato forcibly sealed half of the Ninetales within himself, his expression contorted in agony. The mere presence of half of the Ninetales chakra weighed so heavily upon his body that it was beyond his capacity to endure. It is simply unfathomable how Kushina managed to fully seal the Ninetales within herself. The beast, having lost half of its chakra, immediately diminished in size, resulting in a golden chain that failed to retract in time, cascading down to the ground. Yet, this minor incident went entirely unnoticed by anyone present. Next came the 8 trigram seal. Watergate, barely emerging from a state of paralysis, promptly summoned the altar designated for the ritual and placed the now quiet Naruto, who had ceased to wail, upon it. Upon witnessing this, the Ninetales nearly succumbed to a complete loss of reason. Chapter 78. The final counterattack. How dare they attempt to seal me once more, especially within the body of that little brat. Infuriating. The Ninetales roared furiously within, consumed by rage. Die. At this moment, the newfound space afforded by its shrunken form became the prelude to what was to come. The Ninetales lunged forward, claws outstretched. Oh no! Minato and Kushina instinctively rushed towards Naruto, desperate to shield him. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Minato, striving to protect Naruto, was struck by the Ninetales' claws, which sliced a deep and lengthy gash across his back. However, the true target of the Ninetales was not Naruto. It was merely a feint, as it aimed for that little brat who had humiliated it endlessly, determined to eliminate him even if it meant being sealed again. As the Ninetales' claws suddenly appeared before him, Qingyu's mind went blank. Yet, months of relentless combat had honed his instincts. A layer of hard, keratinous armor enveloped him almost instantaneously. And with all his might, he attempted to evade to the side, but it was still too late. With a sickening thrust, one of the Ninetales' elongated claws pierced through him, slicing through the left side of his waist. Yet, in that critical moment, thanks to the scant time he had managed to gain, Kushina succeeded in once again subduing the rampaging Ninetales. Had she been a mere instant later? Or if Qingyu had not instinctively used hardening to protect himself and move, he would have been cleaved in two. Clinging desperately to the Ninetales' sharp claw, Qingyu coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had anticipated that completing this task would earn him the Ninetales' ire. But he never imagined that in its final act of vengeance, the creature would choose to kill him over Naruto. Naruto was undoubtedly its greatest threat. Eliminating him would have temporarily averted the risk of being sealed anew. Yet, the Ninetales chose to strike at him instead. This clearly indicated the immense hatred Qingyu had engendered through his previous actions. Contemplating this, a weak, bitter smile crept across Qingyu's face. Although he had narrowly escaped death, he had paid a grievous price, and his survival remained uncertain. However, he refused to surrender. Instead, he promptly released hardening and activated the restorative effects of inferior regeneration with all his strength. If he could just hold on until Minato successfully sealed the Ninetales, there was a chance he could survive. Endure, he urged himself. He must hold on. The 8 trigrams seal. Qingyu felt his consciousness beginning to fade, as if he could hear Minato's voice, along with others. Had they succeeded? Would they manage to endure until Konoha's rescue arrived? If they were too late, would he have another chance to traverse time once more? With such absurd thoughts swirling in his mind, he ultimately found himself standing in a pool of blood, closing his eyes as his consciousness slipped into darkness. The Ninetales has been successfully sealed away. However, the survivors of Konoha find no solace in this victory. The Ninetales invasion has inflicted profound wounds on the entire village. 2 of the most prosperous districts lie in ruins, countless lives have been lost. And the extent of the devastation is truly harrowing. The death of Kushina, the host of the Ninetales, alongside the loss of their 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, has left an indelible mark. The impact of losing such a formidable leader is self-evident. Furthermore, concealing such a monumental event proves to be utterly impractical. Almost immediately upon learning of Konoha's grievous injuries and the loss of its Jinchuriki and 4th Hokage, the Cloud Village began to stir, probing the borders of the Land of Fire. Despite Konoha's overwhelming advantage in the Third Shinobi World War, this latest calamity has obliterated all the advantages gained during previous conflicts. Fortunately, the Land of Water is embroiled in civil strife, rendering it preoccupied. Additionally, both the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind have long since signed peace treaties and are in a state of recuperation, thus lacking the military capacity to launch an offensive against Konoha. In response to the aggressive posturing of the Cloud Village, Konoha maintains a calm restraint while hastily mobilizing its available forces to retaliate. As both sides remain uncertain of each other's true capabilities, only minor skirmishes ensue. This suits Konoha, which is focused on rebuilding and mitigating the impacts of the recent disaster. However, the sacrifice of the 4th Hokage necessitates the election of a new leader capable of guiding the village. In this context, Danzo, who has long coveted the position, becomes increasingly active, even openly opposing Sarutobi Hiruzen's return to the Hokage seat during meetings. It is clear, however, that Danzo, having done nothing during the Ninetales invasion and merely spectating from the shadows, lacks the qualifications for such a role. When Sarutobi indicates his intention to serve only as a transitional leader until a 5th Hokage is elected, Danzo resorts to more extreme measures, attempting to assassinate his old friend en route to meet the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Ultimately, Kakashi's timely intervention thwarts his plot. Murdering a Hokage is a capital offense. However, Sarutobi decides once again to show leniency towards Danzo. Subsequently, during a meeting, Danzo leverages the upper echelon's apprehension towards the Uchiha clan, claiming that the Sharingan was responsible for controlling the Nine Tails. He successfully persuades the higher-ups, including Sarutobi, to relocate the devastated Uchiha clan to the outskirts of the village. Thus, the long-simmering tensions erupt into open conflict. The Uchiha clan, forced to move to their new quarters, finally recognizes that Konoha's leadership has never trusted them, or perhaps never intended to. Disappointment, frustration, and anger coalesce into a seed of resentment that takes root within their hearts. Faced with the inquiries of his clansmen, Fugaku appears to have succumbed to a profound disillusionment with Konoha. Moreover, coupled with the sacrifices of Watergate and Kushina, he found himself in a position where he could hardly discern whom to trust within the upper echelons of Konoha. It is likely that even Obito, the mastermind behind the entire Nine Tails invasion, did not anticipate that his actions would not only fail to obliterate Konoha but would also propel his own kin into the abyss. However, for Obito in the present moment, even if he were to become aware of this, it would hardly weigh on his conscience. He might even secretly incite further turmoil. He has grown indifferent to the fates of his own teacher and mentor, so how could he possibly care for mere clansmen? Should he be able to instigate a rebellion among the Uchiha clan, causing Konoha to descend into internal strife, he would likely relish such a spectacle. Chapter 79, S.C. Chardinger's Zampicut. 1 month later, in a hospital room in Konoha, having narrowly escaped death during the Nine Tails incident, Aoi swiftly finished his lunch and set the empty bento aside, gazing vacantly out the window at the scenery. On the very day he regained consciousness, he fortuitously encountered the return of the weary Jonin Mikawa, who had just completed a difficult mission. After learning of all that had transpired during his absence, Mikawa's mood grew notably heavy and complex. However, upon discovering that Aoi had nearly lost his life and was now recuperating in the hospital, he donned a reluctant expression and took it upon himself to care for Aoi, ensuring that he received 3 meals a day personally delivered by him. Of course, this also came with a considerable amount of lecturing. After all, luck played a significant role in Aoi's survival. Even Aoi himself only learned the full extent of the situation from the third Hokage after awakening. Following Minato's successful sealing of the Nine Tails along with a portion of his own chakra and Kushina's remaining chakra within Naruto, he used the last remnants of his life force to activate the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting Naruto back to Konoha for timely medical attention, thus saving Aoi's life. Unfortunately, this left Minato insufficient time to relay any final messages to the gathered crowd, and he departed this world with a smile. Thankfully, Kushina entrusted Naruto to the esteemed third Hokage before her passing, also leaving with a smile. Upon learning of these events, Aoi was left in awe of his own fortuity. Given the unexpected circumstances at the time, it would have been difficult for anyone else to survive. One could say that the combination of his inferior regeneration and hardening abilities afforded him a slender chance at life. Moreover, had Kushina delayed the suppression of the Nine Tails even slightly, or had Minato failed to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to bring him back for treatment, Aoi might not have had any opportunity to endure. Even the medical ninjas attending to him initially held little hope for his recovery. Yet they were subsequently astonished by his tenacious vitality. However, only Aoi understood that this was not a manifestation of tenacious life force. It was merely the accelerated recovery effect of his LV3. No, it should now be LV4, inferior regeneration. The severity of his injuries had prompted a full activation of his self-healing capabilities, resulting in an unanticipated upgrade, even without a skill card. This unfortunate turn of events turned fortuitous, revealing to him the requirements for upgrading this ability, accumulating experience through continuous injuries, preferably of increasing severity, while fully activating his regenerative powers. In this context, hardening and inferior regeneration proved to be a perfect match. One required enduring damage to enhance, while the other needed healing wounds to progress, thus complementing each other. Furthermore, this near-fatal injury illuminated for Aoi the realization that although inferior regeneration could not grant him any limb regeneration or similar overpowered abilities, It could indeed afford him ample time and opportunities for self-rescue or awaiting rescue, prompting him to regard this ability with newfound significance. Overall, one could assert that his recent endeavor was a resounding failure. Not only did he fail to persuade Minato, but he also found himself indebted to the couple, a fact that elicited a wry smile of helplessness from Qingyu, who was momentarily lost in thought. This debt of gratitude seemed impossible to repay directly to the parties involved, as all that remained of Minato and Kushina was the chakra sealed within Naruto. Thus, after much contemplation, Qingyu resolved to channel this gratitude towards Naruto himself. Moreover, in his final moments, Minato had entrusted him with the care of Naruto, imploring him to shield the boy from harm. It was a wish that Qingyu felt compelled to honor, ensuring his own peace of mind. Of course, he remained uncertain about the potentially detrimental actions he might take against Konoha in the future. Yet, as he had stated, he was a principled undercover agent. Furthermore, one must acknowledge that principles and personal loyalties need not be at odds, even if his true identity were to be unveiled and misunderstood. Having clarified the path he wished to pursue, Qingyu focused his thoughts and activated the tombstone set by the dog system, once again reviewing his near-fatal rewards from this perilous mission. Upon completing this reckless task, he was astonished to discover that the reward from the golden treasure chest was, in fact, a blade. Relic, SC Chardinger's Zampicut, Ability 1, Shirkai upon unsheathing the sword. There exists a 1 in 1,000 chance to randomly ascertain its true name. Duration, 1 hour. Cooldown, 24 hours. Note, shallow strikes do not require a cooldown. Ability 2, Bankai. Building upon the Shirkai, there exists a 1 in 10,000 chance to further discern the true name of its physical manifestation, allowing for brief manipulation. Duration, remaining Shirkai time divided by 3. Cooldown, 24 hours. Ability 3, Sealing, while in a sealed state. Effects 1 and 2 can incrementally increase the base probabilities by 1 point per hour. Stackable. Note, once the Zampicut is unsheathed, the sealing effect is nullified, and accumulated probabilities reset. Evaluation. You can never truly know if the sword you draw next is merely a standard shallow strike or a Zampicut capable of Bankai. To be candid, although the term relic felt somewhat jarring and almost offensive, the SC Chardinger's Zampicut undeniably filled him with immense delight. After days of meticulous study and analysis, he arrived at the following conclusion. Upon unsheathing the sword, there exists a certain probability of randomly discovering the true name of a specific Zampicut, thereby enabling its Shirkai for combat. Should the Shirkai prove successful, there remains a chance to further execute Bankai. However, should the initial attempt fail, he would merely draw a common shallow strike devoid of any abilities. Given the 1 in 1,000 probability for Shirkai and 1 in 10,000 for Bankai, this reward indeed presents a rather perilous gamble. However, the ability of encapsulation significantly diminishes the uncertainty akin to a lottery, even offering an alternative mode of utilization. According to the description of encapsulation, as long as it remains in use and retains its encapsulated state, it accumulates a base probability increment every hour, with effects that can stack. What does this imply? It suggests that after a span of 41 days and 16 hours, one can achieve a 100 Shirkai. After 416 days and 16 hours, one can attain a 100 Bankai. While it may seem that a considerable amount of time is required, what if one does not strive for absolute certainty? A probability of 70 to 80% makes failure quite unlikely. Even a slightly lower probability can still be worth a chance. Chapter 80, Strengthening. To become stronger than anyone else. This, SC Chardinger's Zanpakuto, if wielded skillfully, will undoubtedly propel Qingyu's actual combat power to unprecedented heights. After all, in the realm of Soul Reapers, the abilities unleashed upon the activation of a Zanpakuto are remarkably diverse. Some are immensely powerful, while others are comparatively weak. And there are those endowed with extraordinarily unique and game-breaking abilities, such as Aizen's Mirror Flower, Water Moon. This is merely the Shirkai form of the Zanpakuto. The Bankai form is even more formidable, amplifying one's strength by at least 5 to 10 times, if not more. It is truly worthy of being a reward obtained from a golden treasure chest. If it weren't for the considerable uncertainties and the limitations on usage time and probabilities, Qingyu would deem this, SC Dinger's Zanpakuto, utterly invincible. Nonetheless, even now, it can still serve as his greatest trump card. During the period following his successful Bankai activation, he will temporarily ascend to the ranks of the powerful, allowing him to effortlessly eliminate several Jonin by surprise. Moreover, as he is about to enter the Jonin Academy, he has ample time to accumulate the effects of sealing, which genuinely excites him for the spectacular moment when this Zanpakuto first draws blood. From this moment forth, he is no longer merely a punching bag. As for the other skill card rewards, after much contemplation, Qingyu decided to invest in the future by selecting the advanced skill card. Although choosing 3 intermediate skill cards would swiftly enhance his current strength. Considering his imminent entry into the Jonin Academy, he feels remarkably secure during this period, rendering a rapid power boost somewhat insignificant. Additionally, he has already discerned the conditions necessary for enhancing the abilities of inferior self-healing body, hardening, and white strike. He can utilize this time to improve his skill levels through his own efforts. Clearly, regardless of the ability, the rate of enhancement slows down as one progresses. He can certainly wait until one of these abilities reaches level 6 before employing the advanced skill card to maximize his benefits. Most importantly, the golden level death-defying task has indeed intimidated him. He would prefer to undertake 3 silver level death-defying tasks than to endure another golden level one, making this advanced skill card all the more precious. After a brief respite, Qingyu sat up on the hospital bed, lost in thought. Regarding his presence at the scene of the nine-tail sealing, he recounted the events in their entirety to Tsurutobi Hiruzen, deliberately omitting the segment about Ibido. Coupled with timely medical intervention that successfully preserved the old man Yamashita's legs, the testimony of that ninja, and Kushina's dying words, as well as Minato's actions. In short, his suspicions have been thoroughly dispelled. The higher-ups of the Hokage had no choice but to accept his account, albeit reluctantly. After all, Kushina had relayed Minato's words in her final moments. Though somewhat reckless, she was indeed a good person. Even the 4th Hokage and his spouse have spoken on the matter. What can others do? Even Aoi himself is unaware that, due to a series of beautiful misunderstandings, he has become an extraordinarily unique presence in Konoha. With this amulet in place, one can confidently assume that as long as he does not destroy Hokage Rock or cause chaos in Konoha, Sarutobi will likely turn a blind eye. After all, this individual was saved by Minato with his last breath. It would be unthinkable for them to bury him again. Consequently, all medical expenses are waived, and the supplies previously promised by Minato are distributed punctually, with conditions remaining unchanged. This time, even the 2 senior advisors and the usually taciturn Danzo have refrained from voicing any opinions, likely deeming it unnecessary to waste time on a mere child, especially since the costs are negligible. While Aoi was lost in thought, his mind wandering through the cosmos, a sudden knock at the door jolted him from his reverie. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Upon the door's opening, a bright smile lit up Aoi's face at the sight of the visitor. Itachi, I was just planning to visit you after my discharge, you rascal. I came to see you. Apologies for taking so long. Itachi, relieved to see that Aoi was not genuinely upset, approached and placed the flowers and the dango he had specially bought on the bedside table. Oh, you even brought gifts. How delightful. Aoi disregarded the flowers and immediately popped the dango into his mouth, exclaiming, still tastes fantastic. You bought so many? You should have some too. There's no need to be polite. Itachi managed a weak smile and shook his head, his demeanor suggesting he was not in high spirits. Noticing this, Aoi paused in his actions and recalled what the Jonin from the 3 Rivers had mentioned, frowning slightly. What's wrong? Are you still worried about the Uchiha's relocation to the village's outskirts? You know about that too? Itachi nodded somberly. His mature mindset would never regard this as a mere relocation, and the dissatisfaction among clan members had become almost palpable. Even his father's occasional smiles had vanished. The entire Uchiha compound had begun to envelop itself in a strange, heavy atmosphere. Itachi had only been allowed to venture out today, and he had come here, as Aoi was his only friend, aside from Shursui, with whom he could genuinely relax. Observing Itachi's troubled expression, Aoi set down the bare pen in his hand and spoke earnestly. This isn't much of a secret. The entire Konoha is aware. So, what are you really worried about? Naturally, it's the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha. With family on one side and the village on the other, how could someone with Itachi's character not feel apprehensive? Yet, how to articulate this sentiment? Watching Itachi struggle in silence, Aoi found himself exasperated. Why does he always keep everything bottled up? However, it seems that the weasel is acutely aware of all your concerns. After carefully organizing his thoughts, he spoke. I can surmise what troubles you. But do you not believe it is a waste of time? Given your current state, even in the face of the worst possible outcome, what can you truly alter? Thus, rather than spending your days fretting over pressures that do not belong to you at this moment, it would be far more beneficial to focus on self-improvement. Ultimately, it is your strength that serves as your greatest ally, ensuring that when you resolve to undertake a particular endeavor, you will not find yourself utterly powerless. Imagine, if you will, possessing strength surpassing that of anyone else, eclipsing even your entire clan and the collective might of the Leaf Village. At that point, you would have the freedom to act as you wish, and the principles you champion would flow unimpeded. Chapter 81. The pinnacle of undercover. Upon listening to Qingyu's earnest persuasion, Itachi felt as though he had been introduced to a new realm, momentarily taken aback. Before Qingyu articulated these notions, he had never encountered the concept of the supremacy of strength, particularly in the land of fire, which venerates the will of fire. He had never envisioned that such a path could exist, one where absolute power could forcibly suppress the dissenting voices of an entire clan and even the village of Konoha, and where one could rely on martial might to impose their ideals, thereby achieving a harmonious coexistence between the Uchiha and the village. Could this truly be possible? Could I genuinely accomplish such a feat? Itachi felt an unsettling dissonance, yet he found himself ensnared in contemplation, captivated by Qingyu's words. Observing Itachi's rapt attention, Qingyu could hardly contain his delight. To be candid, he was not entirely deceiving. The rules of this world dictated that the strong devour the weak, and the weak prey upon the powerless. Konoha was originally established under the aegis of the first Hokage, but what was its foundation? Was it love? Was it an appeal for peace? Hardly. It was predicated upon the absolute suppression of power, the invincible might resulting from the collaboration of Hashirama and Madara. Absent such unparalleled strength, no amount of rhetoric could halt the wars, nor unify the clans into a cohesive nation. Consider how the current 5 great shinobi villages rose to prominence. Did they not flourish by consuming surrounding smaller factions, gradually expanding until they attained their present stature? Reflect upon the 3 great shinobi wars. Were they not ignited by the thirst for resources and population? What should one do when the smaller fish can no longer satisfy their appetite? Naturally, one must set their sights on larger prey. Therefore, all proclamations are but empty words. One may chant slogans as they please, but only strength holds true significance. In this world, the weak possess no rights. Their lives can be extinguished without consequence. Aside from family and friends, who would seek vengeance on their behalf? Who holds the authority or obligation to safeguard the interests of the powerless? It is merely a matter of each tending to their own affairs. Take, for instance, the small village where Qingyu originated. When war erupted, they could only struggle for survival in the crevices, neither daring to provoke others nor to reveal their existence. Yet, what was the outcome? They were obliterated simply for being an eyesore. Who could they rely upon to voice their grievances and seek justice for the innocents who perished? Could they depend on Konoha? Were the innocents slain by Konoha's shinobi any fewer in number? This is the stark reality of the shinobi world. Thus, the counsel that Qingyu offered Itachi was not mere deception, but rather a profound insight gleaned from his near brush with death. Without sufficient strength, one could be struck down at any moment by a falling rock while walking down the street. Given Itachi's exceptional talent, why should he bear the burden of patricide, matricide, and the slaughter of his kin throughout his life? Why not explore this alternative path? Though some would ask you, if Itachi had indeed matured in time to subdue the entire Uchiha clan, compelling the higher echelons of the Hokage to yield after weighing the pros and cons, what would harmonious coexistence matter? If all else fails, he could lead the Uchiha clan away from Konoha. There are numerous paths to choose from. Why select the most arduous one? This was the paramount advice Qingyu wished to impart to Itachi. Have you come to an understanding? Itachi lifted his head, hesitated for a moment, and replied, "Not yet. I need to reflect deeply, for what you propose is exceedingly challenging, and I lack the confidence to achieve it. Fear not, time is ample, and you may ponder at your leisure. Should you encounter further dilemmas or matters that leave you indecisive, remember to seek me out. Avoid embarking on endeavors that may lead to regret." At that moment, Itachi experienced a peculiar sensation, as though Qingyu had perceived the entirety of his life and glimpsed his fate. Yet, such an absurd notion seemed impossible. Itachi earnestly nodded, sat quietly for a while, arranged a time for their next meeting, and then departed. As he watched Itachi's retreating figure, Qingyu found himself withholding a statement he dared not voice, that perhaps he could lend assistance, and together they might not only succeed but might even ascend to that esteemed position. However, fearing the potential for embarrassment and recognizing that such sentiments were ill-timed, he refrained from expressing them. What is the pinnacle of being an undercover agent? Undoubtedly, it is to spend 3 years and then, through sheer happenstance, become the Hokage. Obito, who harbored a singular desire to obliterate Konoha, the greatest obstacle, likely never contemplated such an outlandish possibility. Though the challenge is monumental, Qingyu is indeed willing to attempt it, and he is not without allies. Itachi, his clan members, and the future transformed Akatsuki. Alas, the road ahead is long and fraught with burdens. With a silent sigh, Qingyu began counting the days until his discharge from the hospital. A week later, owing to the advancements in medical ninjutsu and his own regenerative abilities, Qingyu finally received permission to leave the hospital a little over a month after nearly perishing. Or rather, it was under his strong insistence that the Jonin Mikawa was compelled to escort him out, despite wearing a sour expression in celebration of Qingyu's discharge. Mikawa treated him to a feast at a barbecue restaurant, resulting in Qingyu once again indulging to the point of discomfort. Upon returning home, Mikawa first returned the medicinal bath and supplies he had collected for Qingyu before continuing. Due to the recent Nine Tails invasion incident, many areas of the village are currently undergoing reconstruction, including the destroyed Ninja Academy. Furthermore, a number of students have been listed among the deceased, causing many to abandon the perilous path of becoming a ninja. Thus, the Hokage has decided to commence enrollment for the next academic year on January 5th, after the academy has been rebuilt. While Mikawa chose not to elaborate further, Qingyu comprehended the implications of his words. January 5th of the coming year? Very well, I understand. Please assist me with the registration, Qingyu stated nonchalantly. Regardless of the circumstances, he would not relinquish his aspiration of becoming a ninja. Although the choice to live as a commoner appeared to offer safety, along with the protection of the Konoha ninjas, it merely meant entrusting one's life to others. Reflecting on the tragic event in the original story when pain attacked and countless innocents perished, he certainly did not wish to surrender his fate. Have you made up your mind? Once you enter the Ninja Academy, unless you graduate, do not even entertain the thought of dropping out? The Jonin Mikawa rarely exhibited such sternness, evidently disheartened by those who opted to withdraw upon encountering danger. Rest assured, I am determined to become the Hokage, Qingyu declared. Chapter 82. The importance of Obito as he unwrapped the bandages from his body and gazed into the mirror at the unsightly, thick, and lengthy scar that marred his waist. Qingyu appeared remarkably composed. In truth, the self-healing capabilities of his inferior body could have effortlessly erased this blemish. However, he chose not to do so, instead opting to keep it as a constant reminder of the perilous nature of this world. Furthermore, he had just learned from the Jonin of the Three Rivers that the demise of the fourth Hokage, coupled with the devastation wrought by the Nine Tails assault, had inflicted significant losses upon the village. As a result, the borders of Konoha had become increasingly unstable, leading to multiple skirmishes with the invading ninjas from the village hidden in the clouds. Fortunately, these conflicts had yet to escalate into a full-scale war, but it was merely a matter of time. Should Konoha show any sign of weakness, the Cloud Village would undoubtedly reveal its sharp fangs. Had it not been for his care, the Jonin of the Three Rivers would have departed for a mission long ago. Now that Qingyu had been discharged from the hospital, and matters concerning the Ninja Academy had reached a resolution, the Jonin would soon begin the countdown to leave the village and re-engage in this ongoing tumultuous war. Regarding this, Qingyu made no attempt to dissuade him. Despite the inherent dangers of such a departure, it was the fate of a ninja, an inescapable reality. Thus, he could only advise the Jonin to exercise caution, as he was of little help. Remarkably, amidst the destruction surrounding them, his own abode had miraculously escaped unscathed. Just as Qingyu was preparing to grant himself another day of respite before resuming his training the following day, the ever-alert eye of perception suddenly detected an unusual life force pulsating from behind him. Who could it be? His senses had sharpened considerably since their last encounter. Upon hearing Obito's familiar voice, Qingyu turned expressionlessly to face him. Obito, who had come to visit immediately after Qingyu's discharge, was donned in his customary black cloak and single-eyed mask. However, his tone was surprisingly calm, devoid of any fury over the failure of his plans to obliterate Konoha. After all, having narrowly escaped death at the hands of the Nine-Tails monster, one must remain vigilant lest they become oblivious to their own demise. Qingyu casually shifted the conversation away from the topic of his injury. Catching a glimpse of the unsightly scar on Qingyu's body, Obito nodded in rare agreement. Acknowledging that this brush with death had indeed matured him considerably. Let us return to the matter at hand, Obito began. You did not risk infiltrating Konoha merely to commend me, did you? Risk? He scoffed. There is no place in this world I cannot access, and should I wish it, no one can prevent my passage. His tone dripped with disdain. Yet he soon found such self-aggrandizement dull and shifted his focus. I have returned to Konoha primarily to discuss certain matters with you. Moreover, in this wager, you have emerged victorious. I was indeed unprepared to completely annihilate Konoha. However, I assure you that I shall not commit the same error a second time. And Konoha will ultimately be swept away. To his astonishment, Obito acknowledged his own mistakes, yet what truly occupied Qingyu's mind was whether Obito would honor his promise. In other words, had he indeed acquiesced to my demands? I too am curious about the surprises you can bestow upon me. Upon hearing Obito's words, Qingyu felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he inquired, "Is there something you wish to disclose to me? Are we collecting intelligence?" "No," Obito replied. "Since I have granted you the right to act freely, the course of your actions henceforth is entirely your prerogative. Should I require your assistance, I will reach out to you in advance. You may choose to accept or decline based on your own judgment and capabilities. However, when I deem the time ripe, it will also signal your departure from Konoha, a moment of triumph for you." Qingyu nodded, indicating his understanding. Frankly speaking, he had not anticipated Obito would place such trust in him, bestowing upon him considerable autonomy, including the option to decline tasks he was reluctant to undertake. This undoubtedly afforded him greater maneuverability. Furthermore, as someone poised to infiltrate the role of Hokage, he was unwilling to jeopardize his identity for trivial intelligence, which was hardly worth the risk. Moreover, with the adept White Zetsu collecting information, his involvement in such minor affairs was unnecessary. Then, Obito continued, "In addition, I shall impart some information to prevent you from making erroneous judgments. Soon, an organization known as Akatsuki will emerge within the ninja world. I intend to use this organization to secretly amass strength in preparation for my forthcoming plans. You need not concern yourself with the specifics at this moment. It suffices to know that this Akatsuki is not your enemy. Should anyone cast doubt upon your identity, or if you encounter obstacles that you cannot eliminate personally, you may entrust this organization to resolve those issues." At this revelation, Qingyu confirmed that Obito genuinely harbored high hopes for him, not only granting him maximal freedom of action, but also willing to employ the yet-to-be-established Akatsuki to covertly assist him. Who could withstand such a proposition? With the Akatsuki shielding him from scrutiny, his strength would remain unquestioned, and suspicion would not fall upon him. However, what catalyzed such a dramatic shift in Obito's demeanor? Was it solely due to the failure of the plan to destroy Konoha? He believed the answer was more complex. Little did Qingyu know that Obito had been lurking in Konoha for over half a month, uncovering much of the intrigue that unfolded after his retreat. Realizing that Qingyu had fully gained the trust of the higher echelons of Konoha, even possessing the deceased Minato and Kushina as his amulet. Thus Obito, who initially underestimated Qingyu's potential, recognized its manipulability and began to reassess his value. Moreover, granting freedom of action and offering assistance when necessary posed no significant loss for Obito. Even if he were to lose the gamble, it would merely entail a slight expenditure of effort. If fortune smiles upon the gamble, at a pivotal moment, this nail, represented by Qingyu, could very well become the decisive blow or the game-changing ace. This is the true reason behind Obito's audacious venture to meet Qingyu. Very well, however. I require absolute confidentiality regarding my identity. No one must know of our connection. For every additional person privy to this knowledge increases the risk. Furthermore, what method shall I employ to communicate with you? Once Qingyu was assured that Obito's proposal would yield nothing but benefits for him, he fortified his own security measures. Chapter 83. A mess of chaos. I am aware of the point you mentioned. As for the matter of communication, I shall instruct Baiju to leave a clone at the location of our last meeting. Should you have any messages to convey, simply inscribe them on a note and bury it in the earth. With Baiju's clone serving as the intermediary for information transmission, the speed, security, and discretion of this method are assured. However, Qingyu soon considered that placing the communication point there might also be a means of monitoring him, for that location is one he frequents almost daily. Furthermore, Baiju could utilize his daily training to gauge his progress and strength. It is not that Qingyu is overly paranoid, believing there are always schemers wishing to harm me, but rather that he must contemplate various possibilities. After all, the individual standing before him is no longer the spirited and cheerful youth who assists the elderly across the street, but rather a ruthless puppet master, filled with despair towards this world. Yet, despite these thoughts, refusing is impractical and could arouse suspicion. Thus, Qingyu nonchalantly replied, "Very well. If there is news to inform me, let Baiju place a leaf beneath my bed. Upon seeing it, I will seek him out." This was a precaution considering the possibility of him not visiting the training grounds, and naturally, Obito had no objections to this plan. Strive to enhance your strength. You are still too weak at present. I eagerly anticipate the day we meet again. Before his words could fully resonate, Obito had already distorted and vanished from sight. With the departure of Obito, the tension that had gripped Qingyu finally dissipated, leaving him utterly fatigued, as though he had just endured a fierce battle. The pressure exerted by Obito had been overwhelming. Moreover, he was entirely at a loss regarding Obito's stance. The sensation of his life being completely beyond his control was indeed disheartening. Consequently, he refrained from suggesting a day of rest, and instead dressed promptly, making his way directly to the training grounds. Unbeknownst to him, his desire to grow stronger had intensified fervently. Equally eager for strength was another individual, Itachi, who had previously been ensnared by Qingyu's persuasion. Particularly now, the atmosphere within the clan had grown increasingly peculiar, with each clan member exhibiting unmistakable anger upon their faces. Yet, the nearly 4-month-old Sasuke provided him with considerable solace. Despite Qingyu's incessant teasing about his brother complex, was it not right to reserve the best for his younger sibling? Just as Shisui regarded him as a brother, Itachi aspired to be a good older brother, serving as an exemplary figure for Sasuke. If being a brother complex meant that, then so be it. Qingyu was undoubtedly envious of his bond with a sibling. Once Sasuke matured further, Itachi would take him out, allowing that fellow to experience a taste of envy. With these thoughts in mind, Itachi trained with renewed vigor. Little did he know, however, that his spontaneous desire would inadvertently cast a shadow over Sasuke's childhood for the rest of his life. Oh, and I nearly forgot to mention, he had also enrolled in the Ninja Academy set to commence in January. He could no longer bear to wait. In this world inhabited by ninjas, the pace of reconstruction can be described as remarkably swift. Although the night when the Ninetales wreaked havoc inflicted profound pain and loss upon the Hidden Leaf Village, the areas that were devastated have been rapidly rebuilt at a pace visible to the naked eye. The survivors, though unable to forget the lingering scars of that night and the terror it brought, must inevitably look forward and strive to live on. Thus, it was not long before the village regained its former appearance, albeit with noticeably quieter streets. Furthermore, with the invasion from the Cloud Village, an atmosphere of tension has enveloped the Hidden Leaf, leading to a significant decline in patrons at the usually bustling taverns and other establishments by night. Faced with such circumstances, the villagers can only pray each day, hoping that this resurgence of conflict will soon come to an end. Yet, it is evident that such hopes are but a luxury. Almost daily, countless ninjas, resolute in their mission, head to the front lines to engage in fierce and life-and-death battles with the Cloud Ninjas who have journeyed far to invade the borders of the Land of Fire. Simultaneously, numerous bodies draped in white cloth are transported back to the Hidden Leaf for burial. This, however, represents merely a fraction of the sacrifices, as many more bodies remain unclaimed, either consumed by beasts or taken by the enemy, for the allure of bloodstained spoils is indeed tempting, albeit the opportunities to seize them are scarce. Nevertheless, it is said that a dying camel is larger than a horse. Despite the diminished advantages of the Hidden Leaf, the surviving ninjas are all seasoned elites, battle-hardened through numerous trials. Provided the invading Cloud Ninjas lack the overwhelming power to decisively crush the Hidden Leaf, the conflict will likely devolve into a war of attrition. In such a scenario, the Hidden Leaf, fighting on its home turf, holds a distinct advantage. The long journey from the Land of Lightning complicates their supply lines and logistical support, making it exceedingly difficult for them to sustain their efforts. Therefore, every ninja stepping onto the battlefield is unwaveringly convinced of the Hidden Leaf's eventual triumph, their morale soaring high. Within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi, having resumed the position of Hokage, found himself massaging his temples in response to the internal and external predicaments facing the Hidden Leaf. His decision to step down had not solely been to appease the other great nations. Rather, he genuinely felt overwhelmed by the circumstances. After Minato's ascension, progress had been promising. Yet the sudden upheaval had completely disrupted everything, dragging the Hidden Leaf, which had been poised for recovery, back into the quagmire of war. At this moment, Sarutobi harbored a deep resentment towards the Land of Lightning for exploiting the situation, yet he felt powerless to act, as the Hidden Leaf was indeed at its most vulnerable. Fortunately, the other three great nations are likely to be in an even worse state than the current Hidden Leaf, unable to spare any resources to further complicate matters. Otherwise, an invasion from all four nations would leave the Hidden Leaf with little means to defend itself. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Hokage-sama. The Land of Lightning has rejected our peace proposal and has made numerous unreasonable demands. With that, a scroll was presented to Sarutobi. Upon reading the peace negotiation demands from the Land of Thunder, Sarutobi was infuriated and slammed the scroll onto the table. The audacity of the Cloud Village was utterly intolerable. He ordered a decree. From this moment forth, the Hidden Leaf Village shall enter a state of heightened war readiness. If the Land of Thunder insists on pursuing conflict, then let them witness the response of the Leaf Ninja. After unleashing his fury, Sarutobi chose not to attend to the mountain of bureaucratic affairs but instead made his way to the adjacent room. There, he gazed at the small Naruto, who was nursing heartily, and sighed deeply within. Minato, you have truly left me with a formidable mess to manage. Chapter 84. The Ninja School reopens on January 5th, the 49th year of Konoha. The day marked the reopening of the Ninja School following its reconstruction. Upon entering the classroom, Shingyu immediately spotted Itachi, who was on the brink of an emotional explosion, desperately enduring the situation. A group of precocious young girls surrounded him, vying for proximity. This scene could only be described as a frenzied spectacle, reminiscent of bees drawn to blossoms, as Itachi's striking appearance proved irresistibly captivating to the infatuated girls. Shingyu found the situation amusing and averted his gaze, opting not to greet Itachi or alleviate his burden, and prepared to settle into the last row of the classroom. However, Itachi, not being blind, certainly noticed Shingyu's presence. Having endured the incessant buzzing of the girls, Itachi abruptly stood up and made his way toward the back. His sudden movement captured the attention of the enamored classmates, and when they witnessed the handsome Itachi confidently approach the last row and sit beside another male student, their hearts shattered in dismay. Yet, one girl soon observed, "Hey, have you noticed that boy next to Itachi is quite handsome too?" A chorus of agreement followed, echoing sentiments of his undeniable masculinity. "Well, I declare that Itachi is now yours. I prefer the one beside him. He exudes a sense of safety." "Yours? Huh. Itachi was always mine. If it weren't for your interference, I would be the one sitting next to him now. You must be dreaming. By the way, don't you think there's a certain chemistry between those two?" One girl whimsically remarked, her thoughts wandering into whimsical territory. The others turned to see Itachi and the boy beside him engaged in hushed conversation. Although the scene was visually pleasing, they could not allow such a splendid opportunity to be squandered, immediately casting glares at the girl who had suggested the notion. Startled, the girl quickly covered her mouth, her survival instincts kicking in. In truth, Qingyu was silently condemning Itachi for attracting unwanted attention, blissfully unaware that his own appealing visage had also incited the admiration of the enamored girls. Why did you have to sit over here? And you? Why pretend not to see me? What do you expect? With a swarm of queen bees buzzing around you, I would have to be mad to venture closer, Qingyu retorted, irritation evident in his tone. Itachi was momentarily at a loss for words before changing the subject. I can't believe we've been placed in the same class. Indeed. What a coincidence. Might I request you to shift a bit further away? I would prefer not to offend the entire class of girls on the first day. As he spoke, Qingyu cast another glance at the girls, continuing, Did you notice how their gazes have shifted toward me? They are likely plotting how to eliminate me to seize this spot. Qingyu believed wholeheartedly in her own imaginative constructs. Yet the glances directed at her conveyed meanings far beyond her comprehension. It suddenly troubled Itachi. He was at his wit's end and pondered whether she could enlighten him on how to distance herself from them. It's quite simple. Just give them a good thrashing. After all, united, they are no match for you. What are you hesitating for? Strike them, Qingyu urged with mischievous intent. Upon hearing this, Itachi felt a fleeting temptation. But it quickly dissipated. One need not ponder the implications. It was clear that, given his nature, he could never resort to violence on the very first day of school simply because he was surrounded by female classmates. What's the matter? Afraid? I've provided you with a brilliant idea, yet you lack the courage to act. You might as well endure it, she teased. Itachi glared at his mischievous friend, thinking how utterly ludicrous her suggestion was. Look around at those boys. Each one is seething with rage directed at you. If glares could kill, you would be in pieces by now. Congratulations, on the very first day of school, you've successfully become the foe of every boy in class. And it's highly probable that you won't make another friend until graduation. Despite being subjected to her teasing, Itachi found himself surprisingly unperturbed. Friendship was not something he desperately sought, nor could it be forced. Moreover, you did mention we are friends, correct? Gazing into Itachi's sincere eyes, Qingyu abandoned her playful banter and nodded, albeit perplexed. And then, there was nothing further. After an inexplicable query from Itachi, the conversation came to an abrupt halt. I was bracing myself for the heartache of lending you money. The ambiguity of the situation was indeed vexing. We are friends, and then what? What comes next? You're not looking to borrow from me, are you? I have money. Why would I need to borrow from you? Or do you possess greater wealth than I? Qingyu took several deep breaths, striving to quell the emotional turmoil inflicted by Itachi's soul-searching question. Damn, being wealthy is so impressive. Isn't it? Hey, why aren't you leaving? There won't be any seats left soon. After regaining her composure, Qingyu observed the classroom nearing capacity and urgently implored, harboring a sense of foreboding. As anticipated, no matter how she urged, Itachi remained seated, akin to a ninja from Deaf Ninja Village, eyes closed in meditation, feigning ignorance. Itachi had resolved that this burden would not rest solely upon his shoulders. Furthermore, Qingyu had repeatedly told him that friends are meant to share both joys and sorrows. In that case, let us bear it together, my dear friend. With his eyes still shut, Itachi allowed a faint smile to grace his lips before reverting to his tranquil demeanor. Even Qingyu could not have predicted that at this moment, Itachi would exhibit such unabashed cunning. You, of all people, should avoid becoming a nuisance to others. It's not your character. Have you any idea that you've shattered your own persona? Qingyu raged silently within, yet faced with Itachi's impenetrable demeanor, he found himself at a loss. Fine. If you refuse to leave, then I shall take my leave. Damn it. If I cannot confront you, can I not evade you? Just as Qingyu prepared to rise and shift his position, Itachi, as if foreseeing his every move, stealthily and malevolently pressed a finger firmly against his waist. Caught utterly off guard, or perhaps simply unable to fathom that Itachi would strike at such a moment, Qingyu felt as though he had been struck by lightning and promptly plopped back down into his seat. As fate would have it, the teacher arrived just then. Gazing at the smirking Itachi, Qingyu gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well, do not regret this. I shall repay this grievance sooner or later. Let us see." Chapter 85. For those with delicate stomachs, soft meals are best. Although the concept of a ninja school may sound prestigious, it merely imparts the most fundamental knowledge. The instructors, typically just middle-ranking ninjas, are hardly exceptional in either appearance or skill. It is rather understandable. Those with promising futures as ninjas would not squander their time teaching a group of unruly children about chakra training and the basics of ninjutsu. The true growth phase for a ninja occurs after graduating from the ninja academy, transitioning into a lower-ranking ninja, and embarking on missions as part of a team. However, this does not diminish the importance of learning at the academy. For most, establishing a solid foundation during this period is essential. Yet, the material being presented by the teachers is, at this moment, exceedingly dull for Itachi and Qingyu, especially for Itachi, who, despite his apparent engagement, is utterly disinterested and instead practicing his stances in silence, much to Qingyu's realization. It is no wonder that in the original narrative, a person as unassuming as Itachi is so eager to graduate, he likely perceives it as a waste of time and, perhaps, a source of annoyance. Qingyu shares a similar perspective. With the dog system as his unique advantage, he is well aware that he is unlikely to follow the traditional path of a ninja. Therefore, the teachings at the academy hold little allure for him. He would much prefer to engage in a sparring session with Itachi instead. Furthermore, although remaining at the ninja academy could offer a stable 6 years, for Qingyu, whose mindset has drastically shifted, this time has lost all significance. Aspiring to become Hokage is no trivial pursuit. It demands immense renown, commensurate strength, and substantial contributions, each element indispensable. Only by possessing these 3 qualifications can one secure a ticket to contend for the position of Hokage. Indeed, it is merely a ticket. Actual ascension to Hokage requires robust support from behind the scenes. The reason Minato, born of common origins, could disregard opposition from the higher-ups to become the 4th Hokage is the backing of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Additionally, being the disciple of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, afforded him this opportunity. Without such support, even the most significant contributions or fame would be futile against the barriers erected by the Konoha elite. Is the position of Hokage truly accessible to anyone? Such notions are mere fantasies for children. Thus, Qingyu intends to expedite his graduation from the academy, aspiring to break records alongside Itachi and enhance their reputations as geniuses. Subsequently, he plans to diligently undertake missions, balancing debt repayment with the embellishment of his own credentials, if necessary. Once the Akatsuki organization gains strength, he could leverage its intelligence and resources to significantly boost his contributions. Yet, even with these achievements, he still faces a formidable challenge: his identity. For a commoner to aspire to the Hokage title is an endeavor fraught with insurmountable difficulties. What of his own situation? The war orphans brought back from afar. Just those 4 words suffice to convey everything. For Konoha, he can hardly be considered the most trustworthy insider. Serving as a jonin is acceptable. Even joining the Umbu is a trivial matter, but aspiring to become Hokage? It is likely that even Sarutobi would have reservations and would not acquiesce. After all, not everyone possesses the breadth of mind akin to Minato. Moreover, coincidentally, the formidable obstacle hindering his ascension to Hokage is the very same colossal boulder obstructing Itachi's path: Uchiha. Just these 3 syllables are enough. Even if Itachi were to single-handedly annihilate the other 4 great nations, it is improbable that Konoha would allow him to take the reins. When Senja Hashirama sought to bestow the title of the first Hokage upon Madara, he was thwarted, highlighting the immense resistance present. One could speculate that if ever faced with the choice of placing him and Itachi side by side for the role of Hokage, Aoi would consider his own chances even greater than Itachi's. Such is the harsh reality. It can currently attest to the rather awkward standing of the Uchiha within Konoha. However, should he and Itachi join forces upon maturation, perhaps there lies a possibility worth exploring. The morning passed in tedious monotony, and during the lunch break, Aoi was just about to shamelessly mooch off Itachi's bento. Suddenly, an unnamed female classmate, her cheeks flushed, hurried over with a clatter, extending an invitation to Itachi to share her meal. With nefarious intent almost reaching for Itachi's bento box, Aoi frantically gestured, urging Itachi to accept the offer. For if that were the case, he could indulge in Itachi's meal all to himself. Alas, being the sole occupant of his household, he had no one to prepare bento for him, and he was too apathetic to exert effort on such trivialities. The 2 rice balls left over from last night had already been devoured en route to the Ninja Academy. Thus, Aoi envisioned a splendid scenario where Itachi would partake in the classmates' generosity while he savored Itachi's. No. Rather, he would assist in conserving food to prevent waste. However, to his dismay, Itachi, with his typically unyielding demeanor, declined. Sorry, I prefer to eat alone. With that, he exited with his bento, seemingly in search of a tranquil spot to enjoy his meal. Yet, before departing, he cast Aoi a glance, conveying a message that seemed to suggest, if you wish to eat, then come along. Left with nothing, Aoi felt a wave of disappointment. Though in comparison to the heartbroken female classmate, he did not find himself in too dire a situation. At that moment, the tearful classmate won, suppressing her emotions. Softly inquired, Aoi, would you like to eat? Instinctively, Aoi was inclined to nod. Though he harbored no interest in this young girl, food was innocent. A bento box of such considerable size was clearly far too much for the petite girl to consume alone. Rather than see it go to waste, he thought it better to bear that burden of indulgence himself. No wonder the fortune teller before my journey often remarked on my digestive issues and suggested I was suited for a life of ease. Initially, I thought the old blind man was merely jesting at my expense, but upon reflection, I realized I misjudged him. Qingyu seemed to have convinced himself as he once again extended a sinful hand, beyond his own control. Just as he was about to grasp the enticing bento box, a figure suddenly interposed itself before him. It was none other than Itachi, returning unexpectedly. Come with me, he commanded, and before Qingyu could react, that rascal had seized him and pulled him away. Watching the delectable bento slip from his grasp, Qingyu felt a wave of despair wash over him. Why deny yourself the chance to enjoy a life of ease while not allowing me to experience it? Qingyu lamented, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. P.S. I humbly seek your support through recommendations. Additionally, for those wishing to join the chat group, you may find it temporarily inaccessible due to an unfortunate malicious report that rendered it unsearchable. Currently, entry is only possible through a QR code. I have submitted an appeal. Should it be successful, I will notify everyone. You may also try searching for it. If you succeed, that will indicate a successful appeal. If recovery proves impossible, a new group will be established for everyone to join. Lastly, to the one who reported us, may your family find happiness, health, and joy. Cherish these moments, for you may not have the opportunity in the next life. Thank you all for visiting Qimao to read books for free. Qimao offers free novels for a century. A plethora of authentic literature awaits your exploration, and your comments in support of this work are always welcome. Chapter 86. The inability stems from insufficient strength. Outside the teaching building, beneath the grand tree by the swing, the soft rice was no longer available. Yet a substantial portion of Itachi's bento had found its way into Qingyu's stomach. 2 words, truly delightful. It was a pity, however, that the heartfelt bento offered by a female classmate had gone to waste. After today, it seemed unlikely that there would be another opportunity to indulge in such benevolent offerings from female classmates. What a shame, what a pity. Reluctantly placing the empty bento box down, Qingyu returned it to Itachi, displaying not a shred of embarrassment on his face. Itachi, too, took it in stride, fully aware of Qingyu's circumstances. After all, it was merely a meal. So, do you have any plans? Itachi inquired, hesitating for a moment before asking. Qingyu paused. What do you mean? The future? Itachi nodded slightly, then shook his head. I don't intend to waste too much time here. I wish to graduate as soon as possible. I've given considerable thought to what you said last time, and I find it quite reasonable. Regardless of what I aspire to do in the future, I must possess sufficient strength to support it. Moreover, I have already learned everything the ninja school has to offer. Wasting 6 years here would be exceedingly foolish. So I wanted to hear your thoughts. How many times had Itachi sought his counsel and shared his worries? Qingyu felt a surge of delight within, convinced that his initial efforts to influence Itachi were yielding some results. Otherwise, the original Itachi would likely have graduated long ago without any awareness of this. Oh, What a coincidence. After attending classes all morning, I was also contemplating the prospect of graduating early. You know, my path diverges from that of ordinary ninjas, Qingyu remarked. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Itachi felt an inexplicable lightness in his heart upon hearing Qingyu's words, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Is that so? Perhaps after graduation, we might find ourselves in the same class. Qingyu chuckled, though he quipped, I have no desire to serve as your shield any longer, unless you understand. For the first time, Itachi rolled his eyes and retorted, from now on, I shall take care of the bento. Deal. Qingyu promptly agreed, fearing a change of heart from Itachi, but added, however, the matter of class assignments post-graduation is uncertain. Do you have confidence? As long as we both apply for early graduation together, we should have a significant chance of being placed in the same class. Very well, but if anything goes awry, do not accuse me of breaking my promise. Agreed. Having concluded this topic, the two boys, both of similar age, sat beneath the tree gazing at the sky. Itachi felt a fleeting sense of distraction, as if he had been evolving into someone slightly different from his former self. Yet, for some reason, this transformation did not seem unpleasant. Moreover, having a friend to share laughter and sorrow with, that feeling was indeed wonderful. Gradually, a sunlit smile graced Itachi's face. Though it was but a brief moment, it revealed glimpses of youthful exuberance. Ah, what a radiant sunshine! After lying there for a while, Itachi seemed to recall something and turned to ask, Qingyu, what is your dream? Is it to become Hokage? Qingyu responded with assurance, of course. I've already made a reservation for the 5th Hokage. What, do you aspire to be Hokage too? Itachi shook his head. I merely hope for a world where everyone can coexist peacefully, without war. That's a noble aspiration, Qingyu exclaimed, giving Itachi a thumbs up, not in mockery, but with genuine admiration. Do you believe that day will come? Absolutely. Why? As long as the two of us join forces, what is there that we cannot achieve? Just think of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. They subdued the entire ninja world together. If they could accomplish such feats, there is no reason we cannot. Except for the fact that we are not strong enough yet. Qingyu abruptly sat up, startling Itachi with his fervent declarations. How could they get this intoxicated over just a few dishes? If only they had a single peanut left, they wouldn't be spouting such nonsense, Itachi mused. Yet, as they spoke, they both began to liken themselves to the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. However, upon seeing Qingyu's earnest gaze, Itachi's mind sparked with a realization. Could it be that he was genuinely serious? Why can't we achieve it? The only reason would be that we are not strong enough. The words echoed in Itachi's mind, and he pondered. Perhaps there was truth in that. But could they truly accomplish such a feat? Once again, Itachi found himself doubting, having been somewhat brainwashed by Qingyu's fervor. Just then, after expressing his lofty ideals, Qingyu stood up. Let us go home. Before we realize our grand dreams, we should first focus on a smaller goal, graduating as soon as possible. Itachi nodded in agreement. Indeed, no matter how grand the ideals, progress must be made step by step. This modest goal seemed reasonable, and he thought he should inquire about the conditions for early graduation once they returned home. However, as they entered the classroom, the trio known as the Hedgehog Heads had grown impatient from waiting. Hey, you too. Qingyu and Itachi exchanged glances, both puzzled, as they had no recollection of these individuals. You fools. We are in the same class. We introduced ourselves just this morning. How could you not remember? Ridiculous. Remember this. I am Haruno Hidetaka. The first of the Hedgehog Heads bellowed, his face flushed with frustration. Sasaki Hashi. I am Fuyadano. The other two chimed in succession. They had come to stir trouble, only to be treated as strangers. Was there anything more disheartening than this? My apologies, may we pass? Itachi stated flatly, offering an apology. Qingyu, who understood Itachi well, recognized that he was genuinely apologizing for not recognizing his classmates. However, to the Hedgehog trio, Itachi's demeanor seemed dismissive, as if they were unworthy of his acknowledgement. What an arrogant fellow! Haruno Hidetaka gritted his teeth. Arrogant? Itachi was taken aback. I just apologized. Observing the scene before him, Qingyu could no longer contain himself and erupted into laughter. He never anticipated that Itachi, in his youth, possessed such an endearingly naive side. How amusing it is that a sincere apology was misconstrued as provocation. Qingyu's laughter resonated like a series of slaps against the faces of the trio known as the Hedgehog Heads, leaving their expressions fluctuating between hues of green and black. Utterly disfigured by embarrassment, just as the Hedgehog trio could no longer suppress their urge to retaliate against Qingyu and Itachi, a towering and portly figure strode in from outside. "Who dares to obstruct my path? Have you little rascals developed a taste for trouble?" he boomed. "My apologies, I am merely requesting them to make way." "Please hold on a moment," Itachi replied, turning to face the older student who loomed over him. The familiar scent, the familiar formula. Observing the immediate bulging veins on the other's forehead, Qingyu couldn't help but cover his face. "You truly have a remarkable talent for inciting animosity, Itachi." Chapter 87. A family should be neat and tidy as anticipated. In response to Itachi's demeanor, Kindra Hekage was incensed. "Let me teach you how to respect your seniors," he exclaimed, extending his palm, as large as a fan, towards the expressionless Itachi. "Be careful." The trio of spiky-haired boys cried out in alarm. Although they were envious, drawn to Itachi and Aoi due to the affections of their female classmates, they were indeed seeking trouble. Nonetheless, they were all classmates, and internal conflicts should be resolved amicably. They should unite against external threats. Not to mention, the situation had escalated due to their provocations. Even Aoi cast a bewildered glance at the spiky-haired trio, surprised that they not only stood their ground but did so defiantly. Their hearts were not entirely unkind. It was understandable, given the tumultuous nature of adolescence. Aoi had initially intended to confront them, but now he reconsidered. The events unfolded in the blink of an eye, just as the word careful escaped their lips. Itachi struck with lightning speed, deftly seizing Kinjuru's wrist and using his own force to execute a shoulder throw, slamming him to the ground with a resounding thud. Boom! The towering upperclassman, Kinjuru Hekage, was dispatched with a single blow from Itachi, rendered unconscious upon impact. The spiky-haired trio was left utterly stunned, their expressions shifting to one of both fear and exhilaration. They worried that Itachi might seek retribution for the earlier incident. Yet they felt a surge of pride at having such a formidable ally in their class. What of upperclassmen? They were nothing extraordinary. In contrast, Itachi, with arms crossed behind his head, maintained a serene demeanor, entirely unfazed, as if he had merely brushed a ladybug off his shoulder. "Hey, you lot. Take this guy to the infirmary." "Brother, who did this?" "Step forward." Before Aoi could finish his sentence, a gruff voice interrupted, inciting his annoyance. A figure even larger and more imposing than the one sprawled on the ground approached, exuding a menacing aura. Just as Itachi prepared to step forward, Aoi held him back. "Let me handle this. You can't steal all the thunder, and you know how I dislike strangers interrupting me." Itachi nonchalantly nodded and took a step back. Then, from a position of concealment behind Itachi, the spiky-haired trio timidly inquired, "Can Aoi handle this alone?" "Itachi, aren't you going to assist him?" "No need," Itachi replied. But sensing his tone was too curt, he added, "If he refrains from employing ninjutsu, even I would struggle against that fellow." The term "that guy" evidently does not refer to the subsequently introduced Meat Mountain. Upon hearing this, the trio of hedgehog heads was instantly taken aback. They had previously believed that Itachi was the strongest in their class, yet they were astonished to hear him utter such words. Though they were skeptical, they did not foolishly refute Itachi. It was apparent that Itachi and Aoi had known each other for some time, perhaps even having clashed before. Thus, they exchanged conflicted glances. "Hey, you're the one who knocked out my brother, aren't you?" Kina Hirakawa lowered his eyelids, casting a disdainful glance at Aoi. Having trained at the Ninja Academy for 5 years, he could not possibly regard a mere newcomer with such stature, even if his brother lay incapacitated nearby. "Isn't that a bit too much talk? If you wish to defend your brother, do it quickly. I'm pressed for time, and class is about to start." Aoi nonchalantly tapped his ear with his fingertip. This display of utter disregard for Kina's presence caused Kina's eyes to narrow into slits. Although he was there to stand up for his brother, it did not imply that he was foolish. "Is that so? My apologies." Suddenly, no one anticipated that the upperclassman Kenta would choose to launch a surprise attack. Before he could finish his sentence, he delivered a powerful punch straight to Aoi's face. "Haha, this is the price for offending my brother." Kenta laughed maniacally, the force of that punch enough to shatter stone. "Let us take care of one first." The onlookers gasped in unison, It was clear they believed Aoi, struck directly, was doomed. However, hey, fatty, is all that flesh of yours just fat? Do you intend to disgust me with such greasy fists? Aoi extended a hand and suddenly gripped Kenta's wrist with force, twisting it to the side. Ah! The meat mountain collapsed, dropping to one knee before him. At that moment, Kenta realized that despite being struck head-on, Aoi had not budged an inch, and astonishingly, his face bore no injuries whatsoever. What shocked him further was that the strength he took pride in was being utterly subdued by this diminutive figure. How is this possible? Your cries are quite unpleasant. You should lie down and accompany your brother. Aoi shot Kenta a look of disdain, then swiftly delivered a knee strike to his chin. This target was undeniably vulnerable, shielded by nothing but excess flesh. The violent impact caused the meat mountain to roll his eyes and lose consciousness. Following this, Aoi casually tossed the several hundred pounds of flesh aside, allowing the two to lie together in perfect alignment. Though the LV4 hardening technique remained as fragile as paper before the Ninetales, it served as an absolute defense against these students who were not even low-ranking ninjas. Moreover, Aoi's deft maneuvering went unnoticed by everyone except Itachi. Let us go. We're going to be late. Chingyu and Itachi departed, leaving behind a crowd of onlookers whose eyes widened in astonishment, as if they were still processing the astonishing scene they had just witnessed. What had they just seen? A group of upperclassmen had been effortlessly subdued by two freshmen. Moreover, it was done with such overwhelming ease that it left no room for resistance. Had it not been for the palpable force behind Meat Mountain's punch, they might have doubted the authenticity of the brothers' display. If it had been them receiving such a blow to the face, it would surely have been fatal. What manner of monsters had emerged among this year's freshmen? Many stood there, stunned in disbelief, including the trio of the spiky-haired group who had previously sought trouble with Itachi and Chingyu. They exchanged glances, contemplating. Do you think it's too late for us to apologize now? The spiky-haired trio swallowed nervously. P.S. There is one more chapter to come. Chapter 88. The twin stars of Konoha. The life at the Ninja Academy proved to be exceedingly tedious for Itachi and Aoi, were it not for Aoi's presence. Itachi might have even contemplated utilizing shadow clones to attend classes. Moreover, since the onset of the school year, their remarkable feat of defeating upperclassmen in mere moments had swiftly garnered them a reputation, elevating them to the status of role models among the younger students. Naturally, such a rebellion from the lower classmen against their seniors did not go unchallenged, as some sought to teach them a lesson. However, whether in one-on-one confrontations or through overwhelming numbers, all who dared to provoke them returned defeated, often in a most humiliating manner. One of their most illustrious victories occurred when Aoi and Itachi, in unison, utterly vanquished 10 upperclassmen who dared to confront them, leaving onlookers astounded into silence. Following that event, no one dared to disturb their peace, tacitly acknowledging their formidable prowess. The silence among the upperclassmen signified to the entire academy that this year had birthed two monstrous freshmen with capabilities tantamount to graduation. One was the prodigious scion of the Uchiha clan, while the other was a war orphan brought back to Konoha, despite the stark disparity in their origins and statuses. Such differences did not hinder the blossoming friendship between the two. In fact, some well-meaning individuals even dubbed them the Twin Stars, for the strongest duo of their cohort not only shared a deep camaraderie but often dined together, prompting reflections on the notion that geniuses are destined to befriend one another. When Aoi heard such sentiments, he nearly faltered. After all, how could he be considered a genius when he struggled even with the basics of the body flicker technique? As for their peers and even the teachers, they found themselves overshadowed by the brilliance of Itachi and Aoi, their own presences fading into obscurity. Even the busy third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had caught wind of their remarkable exploits. In the Hokage's office, upon receiving a request for early graduation from the Ninja Academy's principal, Hiruzen felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Nearly a month had passed since the academy's reopening, and already 2 newly admitted students sought to graduate prematurely. In any other circumstance, he would have dismissed such a request without a second thought, deeming it utterly absurd. However, these 2 students, Uchiha Itachi, the superlative genius of the Uchiha clan, and the troublemaker Aoi Shikamori, were already well known to him. According to the reports, they indeed possessed abilities surpassing that of a genin, even stirring Hiruzen's interest in having them join his ranks once they matured. Yet, This did not imply that Hiruzen would readily grant their request for graduation. Although it might appear that the academy had little left to teach them, particularly in terms of enhancing their combat skills, there remained a wealth of foundational knowledge that they had yet to acquire. Additionally, given the current turmoil facing Konoha, Hiruzen harbored reservations about allowing them to step prematurely into the brutal world of ninjas. After all, genius requires time to flourish. A genius who meets an untimely demise is no different from an ordinary ninja who has sacrificed themselves. Thus, after careful consideration, Sarutobi marked a large X on the application for early graduation and pinned a statement reflecting his views on the matter. While early graduation is permissible, it necessitates at least 1 year of study at the Ninja Academy before reapplying. With this buffer year, he believes that, given their talents, they would have mastered the essential skills. Additionally, this would allow them to evade the brutal conflict currently raging between Konoha and Kumogakure. This compromise is, in Sarutobi's opinion, the most prudent course of action, safeguarding the enthusiasm of the two young prodigies while achieving multiple objectives. Have this application returned, he instructed. Yes, Lord Hokage. In the teacher's office at the ninja school, the Hokage has rejected your early graduation requests, explicitly stating that to qualify for early graduation, one must study at the academy for over a year. This decision, made for your benefit, is also supported by us teachers. In truth, graduating too early as a ninja could hinder your growth. I hope you both will reflect on this and not act with undue haste. Upon seeing the Hokage's stamped X on their application, Ayu and Itachi exchanged glances, realizing that their aspirations were temporarily dashed. After all, among all the graduates from the ninja school, even the swiftest, Kakashi, had spent a full 2 years here. It was utterly fanciful for them to think they could graduate after just 1 month of enrollment. Nevertheless, they had not pinned too many hopes on this. If it was not to be, so be it. They could endure this year with minimal consequence. Moreover, now that they understood the Hokage's stance on the matter, they felt reassured. We understand, Teacher Fujiwara. The teacher responsible for their class, Fujiwara, relaxed slightly upon hearing this. Yet, to be candid, he felt both pride and helplessness in the face of these two gifted youths. It was precisely because of this that he had risked reprimand by submitting their application after multiple requests. The teacher knew that they would not squander their time at school. However, the world of ninjas does not solely hinge on the level of strength, intelligence, teamwork, reconnaissance, and other factors all determine the outcome of a battle. Thus, he hoped they would dedicate themselves to their studies in the coming period to avoid committing grave errors that could endanger themselves and others. Fujiwara's words of wisdom, born from experience, were undoubtedly invaluable, yet ultimately, a ninja's prowess is the foundation upon which victory or defeat rests. Other conditions only hold significance when grounded in one's strength. Just think of Minato, who could make enemy ninjas flee without a fight while avoiding the repercussions of mission failure. Or the legendary Konoha White Fang, whose foes trembled at his name. Therefore, to Ayu, absolute power could indeed overshadow all. However, he currently lacked such strength, rendering Fujiwara's exhortations far from futile. Seeing that Shingyu and Itachi seemed to have absorbed his words, Teacher Fujiwara appeared quite pleased. All right, let us proceed to the training ground. Today, we shall have a practical lesson, and I expect you both to perform admirably. Of course, when interacting with your classmates, do not overdo it, lest you undermine their confidence. There is no need to be overly explicit, but the underlying intention is to allow you two to ease up a bit. After all, not every newcomer possesses such extraordinary prowess. Should their mentality falter, the repercussions could be significant. Yet, it is also unfeasible to exclude you both from class. Ah, what a headache. Watching Shingyu and Itachi depart together, Teacher Fujiwara finally understood what it meant to experience the bittersweet nature of happiness. Chapter 89. Practical Training, Roles to be Taken. In the training grounds of the Ninja Academy, a group of eager young sprouts buzzed with excitement as they anticipated the day's practical lesson. Several ambitious individuals, eager to showcase their prowess, rubbed their hands together. Their glances furtively directed towards the female classmates, revealing their intentions unmistakably. However, upon the appearance of the radiant Shingyu and the diminutive Itachi, their enthusiasm waned instantly, akin to a bucket of cold water dousing their fervor. Even the upperclassmen found themselves outmatched by these two, let alone the younger students. Yet, upon reflection, Conceding defeat to such formidable opponents was hardly a source of shame. Consequently, many faces returned to a more composed demeanor, illustrating the universal ability for self-regulation. While one might harbor envy towards those slightly more capable, when faced with stark superiority, only admiration remains. Before long, Teacher Fujiwara elucidated the rules of the practical lesson and the points of caution. He then called out, "First group, Matsumoto Takashi versus Shiraishi Ichiro." Instantly, two eager young lads stepped forth from the ranks, exchanging a brief, disdainful glance before each let out a huff. During this sparring, refrain from causing serious harm. "Do you understand?" "Yes," they replied in unison. "Very well, begin." The two competitors almost simultaneously produced shuriken, hurling them at one another. Unfortunately, the display was rather lackluster, with even the talentless Qingyu finding their aim woefully lacking and the force behind their throws disappointingly feeble. Relying on such skills in combat would hinge solely on luck. After all, Qingyu was accustomed to witnessing the artistry with which Itachi wielded shuriken. In moments of comparison, one grows weary of mediocrity after savoring delicious delicacies. Who would willingly consume refuse? Clearly, the two participants, experiencing practical training for the first time, recognized this fundamental truth. In an unspoken agreement, their cheeks flushed. They abandoned the haphazard shuriken technique, rallied themselves with a shout, and charged at each other with fervor. With both combatants possessing a meager reserve of chakra, their only recourse was to engage in a battle of physical prowess. The clash was exhilarating, as they matched one another blow for blow. One moment, one unleashed a flurry of punches, while in the next, the other executed a playful maneuver. The spectacle, though somewhat painful for Qingyu to witness, elicited cheers and encouragement from their peers, embodying the quintessential spirit of spectatorship. Meanwhile, Teacher Fujiwara observed calmly from the sidelines, jotting notes in a small notebook. Perhaps not expecting much from these students who had only been enrolled for a little over a month. The recent practical class merely served to gauge the abilities of these young individuals, discerning their respective strengths and identifying those worthy of closer observation. Of course, two particular individuals were exempt from this scrutiny. Meanwhile, the victors of the first group, who engaged in physical combat, swiftly emerged as clear winners. Ultimately, it was the spirited Matsumoto Takashi, employing his unconventional turtle fist, who landed a decisive punch on his opponent's eye socket, achieving a successful knockout and securing victory. Following Fujihara-sensei's declaration of his triumph, despite sustaining injuries that caused him to grimace in pain, Matsumoto Takashi maintained the demeanor of a champion, striding off the stage with pride. The defeated Shiraishi Ikiru felt a sense of embarrassment, yet it was overshadowed by frustration. He did not perceive himself as weaker than his rival, merely unfortunate in his evasion. The next match featured the formidable Maketsu Nutai against Nichikawa Kanban, followed by Inazuka Q against Aburame Raiten, and then Uchiha Nayako clashing with Natsum Tenrai. With each successive bout, Qingyu found himself stifling yawns as he observed the lackluster exchanges. Meanwhile, Itachi had already immersed himself in his own world, diligently seizing every fleeting moment for training. Soon enough, both Qingyu and Itachi took their turns in the arena, coincidentally pitted against members of the notorious Hedgehog Trio, confronted by the infamous Twin Stars, whom they had witnessed in acts of brutality. The opponents entered the fray with trepidation. This left Qingyu and Itachi, who had hoped to demonstrate their prowess, exasperated as their adversaries hesitated to engage, leaving them no choice but to swiftly dispatch them with ease, thus concluding this seemingly futile practical session. Indeed, their roles had reached an end. Upon witnessing this scenario, Fujihara-sensei could hardly justify placing them back in the arena, having noted that the two challengers lacked the courage to strike. This left Fujihara-sensei feeling quite helpless, unable to voice his thoughts, for sometimes conceding against an overwhelmingly superior opponent is a wise decision. Time seemed to drift by until nearly everyone had participated in approximately 3 bouts, at which point Fujihara-sensei finally closed his nearly filled notebook and announced the conclusion of the practical class. "Wait, is that it? I was looking forward to a climactic showdown between Itachi and Qingyu. Indeed, how can it end like this? It's unfair. We demand to witness the duel between Itachi and Qingyu. Yes, it is unjust. This was not merely a ruckus. The debate over who among Qingyu and Itachi possessed greater strength had been simmering for quite some time. Both factions of supporters remained steadfast in their convictions, engaging in heated discussions during their breaks. The sentiments were evenly matched, with neither side able to sway the other. Thus, when the opportunity for a rare confrontation finally arose, the crowd was understandably reluctant to let it slip away. Moreover, the impending confrontation between Qingyu and Itachi, these two twin stars, is enough to evoke a thrill merely by contemplating it. This is destined to be a captivating duel, evenly matched, and one that no one wishes to miss. Faced with the fervent anticipation of the students, Teacher Fujiwara found himself in a state of exasperation. His reluctance to arrange the duel between Qingyu and Itachi stemmed from a desire not to undermine the confidence of others. Furthermore, both individuals are recognized prodigies in the presence of Lord Hokage, and should anything go awry, he would be unable to bear the weight of such responsibility. Yet deep down, Teacher Fujiwara harbored a genuine eagerness for this clash. After much contemplation, he decided to seek the opinions of the parties involved. With the practical combat class now concluded, whether to partake in this additional duel is a decision left to your discretion. Qingyu and Itachi were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged glances. It is worth noting that they had not engaged in friendly sparring for quite some time. Chapter 90. The pinnacle showdown. Perhaps due to having endured an excessive amount of torment, Qingyu, upon suddenly realizing this fact, felt an overwhelming desire to inflict a thorough defeat on Itachi. Moreover, not only was he engaged in a straightforward confrontation, but he had also elevated both his inferior healing body and hardening to level 4. Particularly, the level 4 hardening rendered him virtually impervious to the average nin. Even without the use of ninjutsu, even when ninjutsu was employed, as long as it did not exceed a C rank, it posed no lethal threat to Qingyu, inflicting at most a minor injury. What was more significant was that Itachi remained entirely unaware of these enhancements. With a calculated advantage, Qingyu felt confident about the upcoming duel. Thus, Qingyu promptly declared, "Teacher Fujiwara, I have no objections." Upon hearing this, Itachi, lost in thought, nodded in agreement as well. With both parties consenting to the duel, Teacher Fujiwara had no grounds left to disallow it and thus sanctioned this additional practice match. As Qingyu and Itachi stepped into the center of the open space, the classroom erupted in excitement. Every student widened their eyes in anticipation, eager to witness the unfolding of this confrontation and its outcome. The female classmates quickly divided into two factions, fervently cheering for their respective champions, Qingyu and Itachi. Alas, this damn popularity! Internally feigning exasperation, Qingyu swiftly composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor as he faced Itachi. Unlike their usual expansive battleground, the confined space at this moment undoubtedly favored him. After all, their combat styles were fundamentally distinct. The smaller the arena, the less maneuverability Itachi would possess, transforming the encounter into a direct clash, precisely what Qingyu yearned for. With everything in place, commence. Almost instantaneously as the battle began, Qingyu and Itachi made starkly opposing choices. Qingyu charged directly at Itachi with explosive speed, while Itachi, simultaneously hurling several shuriken, swiftly distanced himself. In midair, the shuriken effectively sealed off Qingyu's advance. Unlike their previous play fighting, the shuriken Itachi launched were executed with flawless force, angle, and velocity, truly a textbook demonstration. Elegant yet lethal. Even Teacher Fujiwara, observing from the sidelines, displayed a look of admiration. The surrounding classmates gasped in anticipation, anxiously wondering how Qingyu would navigate this imminent peril. However, what none expected was Qingyu's remarkably reckless response. Hardening, fully activated. In an instant, Qingyu's entire body was enveloped in an exceptionally tough keratinous layer, transforming him into a fearsome beast. The shuriken, capable of piercing targets, merely clinked against his form, bouncing off without leaving a single scratch. As Qingyu barreled through the barrage of shuriken, Itachi remained unfazed, for he had witnessed this scene countless times before. The reason he chose to throw the shuriken was not to inflict harm, but rather to buy time. However, those around him were taken aback. Even when upperclassmen sought trouble, no one had ever witnessed Qingyu display such a demeanor. Those who understood realized this might be the manifestation of a certain bloodline limit, akin to the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, or the insects nurtured within the Oil Woman clan. Yet, despite their understanding, they were still profoundly startled. How could it be that for all this time, no one knew Qingyu possessed such a unique bloodline limit? It became evident that Qingyu had never regarded those troublesome upperclassmen with any seriousness. For some unknown reason, this thought suddenly blossomed within them. Otherwise, why would he disdain even using his bloodline limit? If he was forced to employ an unprecedented bloodline limit against Itachi, how formidable must he be? Their expressions shifted to one of heightened excitement. Indeed, opting to facilitate this confrontation was the wisest course of action. It was immensely worthwhile. Returning to the scene. Due to Qingyu's audacious activation of the hardening ability, Itachi's ploy to buy time had failed, prompting him to fill his hands with shuriken, hurling them indiscriminately into the air. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that each shuriken was thrown with calculated precision, accompanied by a subtle delay in timing. What was Itachi doing? Was he in a state of panic? Was he truly throwing them haphazardly? Such absurdity seemed implausible. In that fleeting moment, as onlookers perceived the shuriken soaring chaotically through the air, they astonishingly altered their trajectories as if performing a magic trick, instantaneously blocking all of Qingyu's escape routes and heading straight for his vital points. At that moment, it felt as though Itachi had imbued those shuriken with life. In stark contrast to the stunned reactions of the surrounding students, Teacher Fujiwara discerned far more intricate details. He noted that the shuriken, during their flight, altered their paths due to mutual collisions, meticulously sealing off all avenues for evasion. Could this truly be the work of a mere child? Teacher Fujiwara believed that even he could not execute such an exquisite technique with shuriken. At Itachi's age, he struggled with mastering the most fundamental body techniques, and could only manage to throw shuriken accurately at a target within 5 meters. Was this the chasm that separated ordinary individuals from geniuses? Teacher Fujiwara found himself momentarily lost in thought, grappling with profound self-doubt. In the presence of such brilliance, he felt utterly unqualified to impart any knowledge. Yet, amidst all this, Qingyu was not preoccupied with such musings. Confronted with Itachi's maneuver, he had endured considerable hardship before, especially with the shuriken aimed directly at his eyes and throat, his most vulnerable areas. With eyes closed, Itachi could effortlessly execute his strategy in an instant, subsequently employing the technique of the 3 shadows to firmly seize control of the situation. However, this time, he would not be deceived again. A kunai was hurled forcefully towards Itachi, and in the next moment, he was engulfed by a deluge of shuriken. Had it not been for the earlier striking scene where Aoi boldly withstood the shuriken, Fujihara-sensei would undoubtedly have intervened to halt the duel immediately. Nevertheless, despite this, the spectator's attention was irresistibly drawn to the unfolding spectacle. Yet, astonishingly, the figure had vanished. Chapter 91. The Art of Combat. It is a clone. When did it happen? Where has the real body gone? There. Look at that kunai. In the gaze of the onlookers, the kunai previously thrown by Qingyu suddenly reverted from its transformation just before Itachi could deflect it. Surprised? Unexpected? Qingyu flashed a grin at the nearby Itachi, revealing his pearly white teeth. Although his aptitude for ninjutsu was rather mediocre, it did not imply that he was utterly foolish. After all, Itachi had meticulously guided him for quite some time, and now, with the passage of time, he had indeed mastered the body replacement technique. This was merely his first attempt to employ it in a real battle. With that, he unleashed a tempestuous flurry of attacks, emphasizing skill and leveraging power. The spectators beheld a scene that felt incongruous. Contrary to the anticipated grandiose combat style, each of Qingyu's strikes and counterattacks was executed with precision and swiftness, clean and unencumbered by hesitation. When the wildness of ferocity and the finesse of delicacy emerged within a single individual, the onlookers likened it to a leopard gracefully hunting its prey. Caught off guard, Itachi had little time to ponder the chaos around him. The pressure Qingyu exerted had escalated to a new level. Despite exchanging blows dozens of times in the blink of an eye, Itachi mostly opted for evasion, only resorting to defense when avoidance was no longer an option. Yet, even in those rare instances of forced defense, his arms tingled with numbness, the pain seeping through. This guy has grown stronger. Itachi could not quite articulate the sensation, but he realized he could accept a draw. Defeat was simply not an option. With this thought, Itachi's gaze sharpened, a tomo flashing in his eye. My goodness, is this the true strength of Qingyu and Itachi? Are these two truly the same freshmen who enrolled with us? This is genuine combat. How exhilarating. Ah, Itachi-kun, give it your all. Qingyu must win. As they watched this stunning display of taijutsu, the spectators felt even more exhilarated than the combatants themselves. In comparison to these two, their previous skirmishes seemed trivial and juvenile. Yet, within their hearts, pride swelled, for these two prodigious youths were their contemporaries. Returning to the arena, Itachi, having been thoroughly pressed by Qingyu, finally ceased to conceal his prowess. A significant amount of chakra gathered and enveloped his right fist, as he opted for a true clash with Qingyu. Naturally, Qingyu would not retreat, choosing to respond in kind. While his control over chakra was not as refined as Itachi's, the enhancement provided by LV4 hardening was undoubtedly substantial. He was confident that he would not fall into the same trap again. With a swift motion, he activated the LV0 Thorn Aura, which served as a meager form of defense. With a resounding thud, the two fighters unleashed their full strength, their fists colliding with tremendous force, resulting in a massive explosion of chakra that propelled both of them several meters backward. Upon examining the aftermath of the punch, it was evident that while Qingyu's outer layer had sustained some cracks, it was of little consequence. In stark contrast, Itachi's right hand was drenched in blood. The upgraded LV4 hardening had led Itachi to suffer a severe setback due to his misjudgment. Nevertheless, Itachi had achieved his objective. As the two were forced apart, he began to slide backward while simultaneously forming hand seals. Despite the injury to his right hand, which significantly hindered his speed, he still managed to execute the seals faster than the average individual. The pain from his injury was disregarded. This seal was problematic. Just as teacher Fujiwara was horrified and prepared to intervene, it was already too late. How could this be? Itachi was capable of performing this ninjutsu at such a young age. Teacher Fujiwara was in a state of utter anxiety. Fire style, great fireball technique. In the blink of an eye, a colossal fireball hurtled toward Qingyu. Yet, upon confronting this ninjutsu once again, Qingyu laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Bring it on." He crossed his arms defensively in front of him, channeling all his chakra into his arms, and with a powerful stomp on the ground, he charged forward to meet it head-on. The situation on the battlefield shifted so rapidly that even teacher Fujiwara could not intervene in time. He could only pray that Qingyu had confidence in his actions while positioning himself in front of the students to perform his own ninjutsu. Earth style, earth flow wall. A towering, solid rock wall immediately shielded teacher Fujiwara and the students behind him. At that moment, Qingyu plunged into the massive fireball, and his figure was instantly engulfed. Boom. Shattered flames and debris flew in every direction, but thankfully, with teacher Fujiwara's protection, no one was harmed. As the dust settled and the crowd emerged from behind the earth flow wall, they were met with the sight of a large crater where the explosion had occurred. Are you kidding me? The Great Fireball technique is a C-rank ninjutsu that only CH Nin are qualified to master, right? This is the prodigious talent of the Uchiha clan. Utterly terrifying. A hit from this would surely be fatal. Where's Qingyu? The last image I saw was Qingyu being consumed by that enormous fireball. Could it be? As everyone anxiously swallowed hard, searching for Qingyu's figure, only teacher Fujiwara, through careful observation, noticed a charred wooden stump lying quietly at the center of the explosion. Was it a substitution technique? Itachi, approaching the scene, also sensed this, but had yet to discern where Qingyu had hidden in that fleeting moment. However, at the moment when Itachi was vigilantly observing everything around him, he inadvertently overlooked the charred wooden stake in the pit. Suddenly, that stake transformed into the figure of Qingyu, who then delivered a powerful punch to Itachi's abdomen. Despite Qingyu appearing somewhat disheveled at that moment, he sustained only minor injuries under the protection of LV4 harden. The charred wooden stake left by this so-called substitution technique was merely a ruse to deceive his adversaries, a clever ploy. Did you think I was on the second level? In truth, I was on the fifth. As expected, Itachi had no opportunity to react and was instantly struck obliterated. Disappeared impossible. The Itachi from earlier could not have been a mere clone, and the impact felt all too real suddenly. A name of a ninjutsu surfaced in his mind. Shadow Clone. Indeed, it was the Shadow Clone technique, capable of performing ninjutsu and enduring a certain degree of damage. Qingyu never anticipated that he was not the only one with a trump card. Itachi had quietly mastered the Shadow Clone technique during this time without informing him. This guy is truly